playoffs time here at Red Bull Flick. 16 teams have been sliced in half as now just 8 remain, all vying for the chance to lift this beautiful trophy and take the lion's share of $50,000 prize money. There is so much pressure on the line coming into the final day, so let's kick it off at the Red Bull Flick Invitational. Day 2 of action has landed here in Helsinki, Finland, as today we will be crowning the champion of the Red Bull Flick Invitational 2021. Of course, joining myself, Rose Spears, to delve into all of the action today, I've got the wonderful Maniac, the equally of wonderful Anders joining me up here on the desk. Gentlemen, excited for Day 2?
Yes, feeling really good, feeling ready for some more Counter-Strike. We've had a fair amount of surprises yesterday, and I'm sure today will be no different.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. We've got new maps even to play, so you know, just as we're getting used to the other ones, I think it's going to be great.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a real test for some of these teams as well. A big surprise, as you kind of alluded to, the fact that we've only got one pro team coming into the mix as well. That's a big surprise.
Yeah, it's actually only Spirit. If out of all the pro teams, it's only Spirit who made the cut to this playoff stage today. And if anything, it teaches us that we are playing a very singular type of Counter-Strike, right? And maybe, just maybe, we underestimated these qualified teams, and they definitely know how to go about it.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, we talked about Fury and G2, just G2 coming off the major, you know, in second place. You would have assumed that they would have been able to do a lot more here, but not the case.
Well, just in case you guys missed out on any of the action yesterday, here's a quick overview of the format to get you guys up to speed as we head into Day 2.
Following the success of Red Bull Flick 2020, the high-octane 2v2 tournament has returned, with a huge array of new custom-built digital arenas boosting a wide range of weaponry and fast-paced movement mechanics. 16 of the most talented duos will compete for a whopping €50,000 prize pool. Red Bull Flick 2021 will be providing a frenzy of team deathmatch and capture point style action. At the start of each game, teams will have 100 tickets which will slowly deplete over time. The only way to stop your tickets from falling is to hold and control one of 3 rolling capture points across the map, each map concluding when one team has exhausted all of their tickets. The key to coming out on top is to dominate your opponents with the use of movement by rotating through the map from capture point to capture point with the use of teleports, stims, launch pads, and more. The road to qualify for a place in Helsinki has been bitterly fought across over 40 national and international events, with players of any ability able to sign up in the open qualifiers and battle their way through group stages and playoffs to secure their place alongside 6 pro teams with some of the most fearsome duos in CSGO. 16 teams will now meet in the penultimate battle in Helsinki across 2 days in front of a live audience in Helsinki Mesukeskus. Day 1 of the Helsinki Invitational will see all teams face off in a best-of-1 Swiss-style format across 5 arenas of Planet BU11. With each team starting off in City Palace with the hope of making it all the way up to Wing 5 Lobby to secure a place in the final playoffs. Our competition heats up as Day 2 commences. 8 remaining duos will now compete in double eliminations with a best-of-3 format. Teams will have the ability to vote on which order they play the remaining 3 arena maps consisting of Wing 5 Flux, Dex, and T3 L-Port, until we have our 2 finalist teams who will go head-to-head, battling it out in the grand final to find out who will be crowned the Red Bull Flick 2021 champions.
You mentioned it earlier, gentlemen, we will be getting 3 new maps into the mix as well, which is incredibly exciting because you kind of mentioned it, Maniac. The teams were learning, really, you know, managing to exploit some of the mechanics on those maps we saw yesterday, those 5 ones specifically. Now, it's completely new battlegrounds. We don't really know what to expect from these teams.
Yeah, but I agree with you, but in a way, I was more so talking about the professional teams being able to adapt on the fly and figure out how they wanted to approach these maps. Now, the qualified teams, on the other hand, I think they're all absolutely ready. I think they've probably practiced these maps. They're coming here with routines and protocols they're going to use. So we're going to have to keep an eye on Spirit and see actually how they can fare this playoff, because they are actually the ones surrounded by experts of what we're doing here in Helsinki.
Yeah, the last hope for the professional scene, that's true.
I know.
I was so impressed because many of the teams that we interviewed yesterday said they came here ready to win and they weren't really afraid, and that's what they showed on the stage too. They played some of the best teams and some of the best duos in the world, and they didn't seem like they were phased, they didn't seem scared, and they just beat them outright. It's pretty impressive.
And we have seen some of these maps already, and some of the qualifiers as well. Obviously, you've done the Denmark qualifier too, so yeah, some of these teams will be familiar with what they're going to be facing up against here.
Yeah, for sure. And some of them, I mean, the core mechanics of some of these maps are the same. We do still have teleporters, we still have the jump pads on Flux, which is a crazy map.
Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to seeing what Flux will be delivering as well. We can take a look at just some of the key bullet points of the format going forward as well. As it's a bit different to yesterday. If you guys were tuned in, obviously that was a Swiss bracket there, but now we're coming into double elimination. So it's actually pretty good for some of these teams. If they do have a little bit of a slow start, there is a chance for redemption going down into that lower bracket. But as we know from this format, it's not easy to get back up and make it to the grand final there.
No, you don't want to go down to the lower bracket, but I do appreciate the best of three, of course. It will absolutely mean that whoever ends up in the grand final deserves to be there, right? Everyone will be continuously tested on the same grounds, playing the same map. So in that regard, I think we've got to crown the absolute deserved champion, and that's what we want to see.
Yeah, 100%. Any particular match in these opening matchups that you're looking forward to, guys?
The Spirit Garnucci one. I think that one is spicy. Not only because of Spirit, actually, I'm going to focus on Garnucci. They have some of these players like Yami, for example, that we casted together. He impressed the hell out of us. And just because I, on an individual level, was not ready to give him the time of day against professionals, he made a fool out of me. They were looking so strong individually, like the amount of difference they were able to make. I am very much looking forward to that game.
Yeah, I have a soft spot for people like Yami as well, who come in and, you know, they don't undersell anything. He's ready. Like, I'm going to win the whole thing. I'm going to take on Ebb. I'm better than anyone here. I think that's great. I love that kind of attitude. So so that's going to be fun. Obviously, Guests down towards the lower part of the bracket, also a really fun team to watch. So I think no matter what, we're going to have a good time.
Yeah, and of course, they're not just battling for pride or the title here at the Red Bull Flick Invitational. There is a huge chunk of change on the line. $50,000 prize money, with first place taking home 20K. And you literally only have to split it in half. That's the beauty about being a duo.
Yeah, that is something quite special about what we're doing here, right, Freya? The fact that we're actually dividing by two.
Yeah.
Fun fact, I played a couple of majors in my time. I've never won $25,000. So Counter-Strike has evolved, and it's great to see.
How are you kind of thinking specifically for the pro team, or the one pro team that we have left in terms of Team Spirit? Because we were pre-facing coming into yesterday saying we can't really be counting them out, but obviously the amateur teams are going to have a bit of advantage just because of the time they can put into it, the fact they've come through the qualifiers. Do you think Spirit looks kind of different to some of the other pro teams?
I don't know. I think they have that kind of killer mentality from the CIS region as well. Like, they don't mess around. They come in any competition, they want to win. We could see after the first game they played, where they were a little bit at loss for words for what was happening. They were trying to figure out, like, okay, what was going on? You didn't have any tips. So they had this attitude of really very disciplined, rigorous, going for the win. And I think that's what made the difference. They were the one that caught up the fastest on the meta and how to play this game.
Yeah, they did it almost immediately, right? Especially having the sort of one person on the point, one guy controlling the middle. They figured that out right away, and they played it to perfection. So it's good to see.
Well, before we can get the games underway, we of course need to welcome our teams onto the stage. So please give it up for your 8 playoff teams here at the Red Bull Flick Invitational. Amateurs definitely looked strong yesterday, as we were saying. Only one pro team making it to this playoff stage. But man, this must be nerve-wracking for some of the amateur guys coming up on the stage as well. I know the couple of guys I spoke to were like, you know, you're walking up on the stage, getting some nerves, but then as soon as you're focused on that monitor, you're in that game, the nerves just go away. You're fully focused on that.
I was going to take the flip side of that. I was just in my head thinking about how Spirit are just looking around thinking like, oh my God, these guys are serious. Like, you know, they're professionals. They come in here playing, but actually everyone besides them, they know exactly what they're about to do. They are the extras of that mode. So in a way, they're not really the favorites anymore.
Yeah, I was going to say, I guess that's a good point. The pressure's actually on the pros to prove that they have that kind of caliber of competition, I guess.
Weirdly, yeah, we've got some sort of weird inverse situation. I mean, I think that's my takeaway from yesterday as well. That's really impressed me. I swear, if you rewind time 10 or 5 years back, you would have had a lot of young players coming on, and the nerves would have got to them. I don't know how, but it just feels like people are evolving quicker in Counter-Strike today than they did 10 years ago, which is really great to see.
Yeah, because if we have a different format, obviously what we're doing is very far away from the conventional Counter-Strike, but some elements are still here, right? You're playing on a stage, you're going up with an audience in front of you against some of your idols, possibly, in the world of Counter-Strike, and you still have to step up, you still have to, walk the walk and do your plays that you have to do. And we didn't see anyone hesitating, anyone having doubts. They were quite focused, they were on one, they knew what they had to do, and for that we just have to commend them.
Well, it's not just our players that we have to welcome in, of course we've got our two wonderful casters as well, joining us in the form of Launders and Scrawny. Gentlemen, how are you feeling this afternoon?
Well, Scrawn had a really big kebab yesterday, barely made it.
Gigantic.
Yeah.
I survived. I'm feeling
I'm
great.
grateful.
Yeah, I'm feeling better. We'll put it that way. Feeling much
Good.
better, and I'm very excited because, we got some playoffs on our hands.
Are there any particular matches you're looking forward to, gentlemen?
Every single match that ends up playing on Flux.
Okay, good shout.
I'm looking forward to Doggo No Gog because I got a picture with Lau. So now we're both Lau's in the same photo at the same time to prove that we're two different people. And now I think I'm cheering for him.
What are your predictions saying, gentlemen? I believe we can bring them up. But I mean, some of us might have got a little bit confused with exactly
some
what
of you
was
were
being
confused,
asked.
huh?
You didn't want to win.
Mainly me and Launders. But any thoughts, Launders, specifically on why you've picked those guys?
Well, we got a lower bracket, so there's always hope. I feel like everyone on these teams was really. I mean, you got Lau on Doggo No Gog, and we talked about Garnucci so much yesterday, and Team Spirit cleared through. I mean, there's just basically there's like one player on every team. I'm not going to call anyone out, who I love, and some it's both.
Some it's both. Love's a big word, man. I'm glad that the Sweary boys are getting some representation. I think that Raxon to me was one of the most impressive individual riflers that we got to see yesterday. So I'm putting stock in him, Freya.
Nice, good shout. Anders, what about you? What was your logic behind the madness?
Oh, I mean, logic is a tough.
Is there any logic?
I don't
really
think
logic.
I just felt like Spirit, the last surviving pro team, you've got to give them some
Yes.
credit for that. Maybe they can carry it forward. And Doggo No Gog is just such a great name. You have to pick them.
It's true. We all pick Spirit, right? So we're actually adding to that pressure.
I think
too.
we just refuse to move on to this next chapter of Counter-Strike where qualified teams just better than the pros in that mode, right? We're stuck on our ways. We just want to see the professionals do well, and Spirit, they carry all our hopes.
Well, Launders, Scrawny, we'll be checking in with you very briefly, very shortly rather, as we get into our first matchup. Yeah, go and have a little bit of chill time and before we jump into the game. And speaking of which, I think we've got to delve into Team Spirit a little bit more in depth, just what we've seen of them so far in the tournament, as they weren't going through like in a Guns Are Blazing 3-0 fashion. They did drop a couple maps here and there. So what were kind of the key takeaways of how we saw them playing? Any kind of notable mechanics that they were using on these maps I think you're looking forward to?
Yeah, something Anders mentioned very quickly today, and rightfully so, is that they quickly had an idea and a structure on how they wanted to approach map in terms of roles. And that is something that we've seen teams do quite a lot, which means that you don't need to have both players always playing the point or both players always going for frags. In Team Spirit, they've had sort of a dichotomy in how they wanted to approach it. One player going for points, another one being a turret. So quite quickly they figured out that they had to optimize how they were approaching this. It was just more than just fragging people out. And I think it's one of the reasons why they actually ended up in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw it on this on Sky platform, especially with Sundai Young being the guy to run around, look for all the points, while Magix was in the middle of the map, just fighting everyone all at the same time. And I mean, the fact is, Magix himself was really good at doing that, but Sundai Young was winning a lot of the fights while he was on the point. So if you're doing both, then I mean, that's a recipe for winning every single time.
That's what I'm really looking forward to specifically with this team. If they do go to Flux, I would really like to see that, because you were kind of alluding to it, Anders. It's an absolutely crazy map. We've got the jump pads, we've also got surfing elements in it as well, and you can just see people going faster and faster and faster around this map.
Yeah, it's wild, and it's one of those maps again where because of the jump pads, the smokes on the peripheral points are actually really dangerous, because if you can't see people flying in with a shotgun, so you have to think about you have to really think about smoking those points. It could backfire heavily.
We've also got a hometown duo joining us as well. Paddy Poyad, the Finnish representatives, managing to make it up on the big stage. What were your thoughts on seeing them yesterday?
I thought they looked great. Honestly, Putley kind of impressed me as well.
Yeah.
Look, they come here, they have the audience with them. They also have the pressure of performance in front of the audience, right? You have the crowd right behind you. You don't want to let them down. You want to be a disappointment. So in that sense, the fact that they showed up and they are here now today in the playoffs, I'm really hoping they get the crowd behind them. I really hope it's going to push them out, because they did well. They impressed me.
Yeah, they look really good. And then again, maybe the pressure's off because they think, well, at least we made it further than like.
Oh, they don't have this attitude, Anders. Of course not. They want to win all the way.
I have no doubt that they do, and they did look really impressive. Yeah, in Putali here he was actually just a real revelation. It's fun to see. And yeah, it would be great if we could get a Finnish team going all the way. That'd be cool.
The fact that Blaze is just 17 as well, that's pretty nuts. Like, this is a pretty cool experience for a player that young to have beat some pro teams along the way as well. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we're getting to that point where Anders and I, whenever we're talking about players, they're all, half our age. So we have to get to that point. We have to accept the fact that there's a new generation coming over, writing their own legends, and it's absolutely a beauty to see.
One more team I did want to talk about is Guess, just because we were talking about them yesterday, having made it from the Invitational 2020, which was a kind of completely different format when we were looking at things. But Team Spirit noted them as their hardest opponent throughout the entirety of the first stage of this, and they also managed to take down G2 as well.
I think Helkis is the one that really put a name on the map when it comes to this competition so far. The way he was playing on an individual point of view, you can just see here some of these movements, very much embracing all of these mechanics, trying to pretty much make your opponent lose your mind when you're trying to aim at them.
I think apart from some of the surfing that was done by Lexi on Digital Archives, not many of the pros were really excited to use the jump pads in a spectacular way, and some of these qualified teams, they are so good at that air movement, it's out of control. And you see, you almost can't hit them in the air, it's impossible, right? So they just land somewhere, and if you're not ready, you're going to be going down.
That's what I love to see about these maps as well. It's just the innovation that we get to see happening live as well. Obviously, none of these teams are sort of experts on these maps, but some of them had a little bit more practice time. Some of them are a little bit more flexible when it comes onto it and just going, okay, we're going to feel out how the opponent's playing it.
Yeah, there's two things we were warning here. It's creativity first, because you have to figure out new ways to take an advantage on your opponent, and also adaptability. Being able on the fly to realize that, hold on a second, the way we want to approach this map right now is not working. We have to change, and that's maybe where I was a little bit let down by some of the professional teams. I would expected them to actually figure it out, maybe 50% into the first round, like, hold on a second, this is not working, we have to change. Got sometimes stuck in their own way. It was a little bit of ego maybe coming in, thinking, come on, we should beat these guys.
Yeah, probably.
But obviously it's not going to be enough. The qualified teams, they were the one dictating the pace.
No, they definitely were. And we can take a look at the schedule of what is exactly coming up for you guys in the first round of competition. It's our opening competitions coming into it. Doggo No Gog taking on Depression Duo as our first game of the day, and then Team Spirit taking on Ganucci, which at Maniac you kind of pitted as your highlight match of these opening games.
That's my main card. It is my main card when it comes to the opening games. I have no doubt that Ganucci is going to put up a great fight against Spirit. In fact, I'm ready to put them as favorites. I think it's high time we embrace the chaos, we embrace the madness, that these qualified teams are the one leading and paving the way when it comes to the Helsinki Invitational. Also, yes, Spirit will have to be the one fighting against the bosses of Ganucci.
Yeah, and Doggo No Gog going against Depression Duo is the first game of the day. I know Scrawny would be happy about that one. He loves that first name.
Yeah, it is good. I don't know.
It's great.
Initially, when you think
about it.
Yeah, you can't really read it initially, but then when you get used to it, yeah, it's good. I like it. I reckon, especially that second match, I think is going to be amazing. But what's really good is because we've got the double elimination.
Yes.
None of them are going to be deciding match. I think that's great. So even if Ganucci were to fall to Spirit, even if that happens,
they won't. And he's living in the past again.
I'm just saying they still have another
Learned
chance.
nothing from the first day, huh?
All right, we'll see. We'll see.
I did pick Spirit though. So,
Well, in case you guys missed out on any of the action on day one, here's a quick recap in our Steel Series Moments of Glory to get you up to speed. Our first game of the Red Bull Flick Invitational playoffs sees Doggo Nogog taking on Depression Duo. Of course, we saw both of these teams gracing the stage yesterday in our first day of competition. So let's start with the former. Doggo Nogog, what have we learned about them? What are our expectations of these guys coming into day 2 of competition?
Well, I think we're going to start by the fact that there is more to it than just a name that's funny. Right? They are an actual, really interesting, obviously, opponent. We got excited about the name, but as a team, I thought that they were actually quite balanced. You know, it's one of these where I could expect any of the 2 players to make the difference, not that there's one that is really stepping out. And that is a huge advantage when you think about the fact you're going 2v2. I think Lonex is the first one that got my attention. We casted him together. He had that multi-frag ability. He was quite fast, moving around, great movement. But Chenki's not in rest. Like, he can play the game.
Yeah, 16 as well. Outrageous.
That's it, I'm out.
It's true. You come for the name, but you stay for the skill when it comes to Doggo Nogog. They're so good. Really impressive. And I agree. Chanky looked like he was a little bit slower to warm up, but once he was there, such a sort of all-around solid performance. He never really had any sort of bad moments, it felt like. So yeah, they are a terrifying duo right now.
And you look at the teams they had to play against. I mean, maybe I'm stuck in the past, but if you're beating Furia and if you take a heads-on fight the way we are seeing right now, just means you deserve to be where you are. It means that not only they know how to play the concept of the maps that we have, but just in terms of skill, they can match up. Look at this, the way he's handling them with the PPC. That's huge.
Yeah, no, and it was really impressive as well, the fashion that they did beat Furia in, because Furia did make it pretty damn close. So the fact that they could stand up to that pressure, we know that even though they're such a young team, the fact that they can come into this and just be confident in their ability, that's a good sign going forward.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you saw it, I think in that highlight, was 7 frags in a row that he got, Lanex.
Yes. I remember we got quite excited about that.
That's actually really hard to do in this format because people are respawning all over you, and they could even respawn behind you theoretically. So just getting that streak in is really difficult to do. And you saw him flying around the air, just a great player.
And on the other side of the server, what are we thinking about their opponents of Depression Duo coming into this?
Honestly, the map that I have in mind and the game that really impressed me was a control room game against OG, I believe that was, where they were always one step ahead of their opponents. Idrix and Frozen Beast, both of these, in terms of positions, pretty much always on the money, always anticipating correctly where they had to be, and then getting these really fortressy positions, using, we had that moment when Frozen Beast was on top of the smoke, right, when he was very creative about that. So we have 2 players that knew how to utilize the map. This is exactly the game I was referring to, actually. That's where I started paying attention to them, and this is when they became actual contenders for me.
Yeah, and I think maybe they were a little bit less flashy than Doggo Nogog, but they were able to move from a point. One of them was sent out scouting for the new point, the other one stayed back, and they had such a good fundamental understanding of the mechanics of how the control points work that actually, I mean, they beat OG in a big way. It was really cool.
Yeah, and something they were doing actually even almost better than other, I guess, contenders in this competition is that sometimes they were not exactly playing the points, they were playing the path to the points.
Yeah.
And this is like some layer deeper of Counter-Strike that you can play in here, where sometimes you could get kind of, I guess, your attention would be grabbed by the points, you would be running towards it, and you would fall victim to someone waiting on the side. They wouldn't do that. They would be the one actually setting up a trap and being ready and being a step ahead.
I think it was really impressive as well, the fact that they took down OG, and then when I spoke to Frozen afterwards, not only his first time playing on a stage and on LAN, he was saying that was actually their worst map as well. Yeah. So I don't know, that was a
Weird
bit of
flex.
DM to OG, but yeah, I mean, managing to take down the Finnish legend in front of his home crowd is definitely no small feat. But we do need to get into the map veto, because the format is slightly different coming into this one. It is going to be a best of 1, but it's going to be 5 rounds within the map. So we are going to get some picks and bans coming into this one. It's going to be one of our first times seeing these new maps on the stage. So any particular map you're hoping for? I would really like to see Flux. We're going to get Dex, but what are our thoughts on Dex?
You want to formally complain? You didn't get the map you wanted to see?
I mean,
should we go and ask the admin maybe?
Who banned
we
Flux?
let it go. We will let it go. We have to see Dex. Anders, what do you think about that map? You had the pleasure to seeing it a little bit.
Yeah, I think this is a map where there are a lot of ramps on this map, and it means there are a lot of sort of potential headshot angles where you're sort of having a battle at, first of all, an elevation, but also you're walking up and down ramps while you're doing it. So I would say if you are not well prepared to play this map, if you have only looked at it a couple of times, you are going to be in a lot of trouble for this one, and there are going to be fewer mechanics to help you out in terms of jump pads or anything else. So I think this is one of those really mechanical maps, a little bit like Control Room, where it is going to be about who is best with a rifle or a pistol.
There is going to be a progression curve, because as you mentioned it, this time around it's best of 5 rounds. So a team will have to win 3 rounds in order to win this map, although it's a best of 1. So you could see actually people figuring out as they go the map how they want to approach it. So you're talking about it, not a lot of protocols and principles you can use from the outside, but you have the time to figure it out. I wouldn't be surprised to see, Remontada or someone going 0-2 being beaten. That would be great for the story.
Well, in case you guys aren't familiar with our new map coming in Dex, we have got a quick explainer to get you guys up to speed.
Wing 5, Dex. As one of Red Bull Flick's more traditional maps, Dex goes back to basics with a more conventional Counter-Strike experience. With no movement mechanics in place across the map, teams will have to resort to good old-fashioned strategic play to beat their opponents. Utility and medi shots can only be found at each of the capture points, meaning retaking and holding capture points is more vital than ever. Players will have to smoke off entry points, flash the exits, and keep themselves alive as long as they can to keep hold of each point.
That's definitely one of my favorite features about this map coming into things, is the fact the utility placement is so crucial and so different from some of the other maps that we've seen.
Yes, you saw how many times, how many juncture points you would have where you basically have a 50-50 left or right.
Yeah.
And this is where utility has to come in handy and has to save you out of just making a bad decision. I think positions and timings are going to be key in this map. Whoever will have the upper hand, will have the drop on their opponents, is going to be such in a great position, because you could see they have to clear a million angles moving one point to the other.
Yeah, good opportunity to get a bunch of smoke frags as well, because you know, that's another way to deal with it. If you get smoked off, you know, either wait for like 15, 17 seconds, or you just try and guess through. We've seen that a lot in the past in the Danish qualifier. There's a lot of that going on, and there are ways to get around it. Like you said, there are many entrances into each of these control points. So I would say, yeah, this is, I mean, it's true what the explainer said. This is more about traditional Counter-Strike skill.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how this is going to play out. And luckily, we don't have to wait a moment longer to be getting into the action, as Launders and Scrawny are ready to take it away.
Yes, thank you, Freya. Thank you, gentlemen. And here we are, man, one step closer.
Yes.
We got the first round of the playoffs coming at you guys, Scrawny and Launders on the mics. And I feel like I can absolutely guarantee that it wasn't Lau who banned the Flux map with the man cannons and the surfing, because that kid is an absolute cracked gamer when it comes to the air strafing and airborne gameplay. So, you know, we find ourselves here. We're going to be playing it out on Dex. It's, I don't think, one of the most, like, exhilarating maps, but it is going to get really nitty-gritty in terms of Counter-Strike, and I know we both enjoy that anyways.
Traditional Counter-Strike gamers. Traditional Counter-Strike casters.
Yes, sir. That's right.
Perfect.
First to the stage, please welcome Dogoganogonogs.
Snoop Dogg Dog.
Our boys.
Let's go. These guys are legends, man. They played so well together. Of course, Lau really sold the show. Only 16 years old.
Yeah.
Alien from Romania. I saw someone in the crowd wearing his jersey.
Yes, sir.
Which I think is Nexus Game. I don't want to call that out wrong.
Well, you might have.
Might have. I might have, and I ruined the whole brand, and now I'm going to get sued, but hopefully I don't. This will be a challenge.
Yeah. Dogogonog, then that time it actually slips. They impressed me. The fact that they took a game over Furia, but on an individual mechanical level, looked so sharp with the guns. It was really impressive, and I think that they are going to be some of the heavy hitters. But we've got two more heavy hitters to also bring out to the stage, yes, and sir, that will be, of course, Depression Duo.
Let's bring it, Depression Duo. They obviously, making it to playoffs is such an accomplishment.
Yep.
Yesterday we had 6 pro teams.
Yes.
Today we have 1.
That is
okay.
1 of 6.
So, yeah, that's 1 of 6 right there. It was grueling as well. I mean, especially with the teams who went 3-2, like Depression Duo, had to grind and be clutch all the way into the last round, and that's where the most pressure was. So we've got some, Romanian stands in the crowd.
Let's go.
And that's our man with the, I want to say Nexus Game, but I'm not sure if it says Nexus Game or not.
Well, commit.
Jersey.
You got to commit.
Nexus Gaming.
Depression Duo is one of the teams that had to kind of skate by, right? They got into the 5th round. They were able to beat a pro team to get into this playoff bracket. Yeah. So that is, you know, worth its respect in and of itself. But we can't forget, I don't think, that Dogogonog were able to do it in a 3-0 sweep.
Yeah.
So, you know, we have to give them the edge. We have to consider them the favorites in this matchup. But obviously, you know, we're playing one map. It's going to be Dex. It's not what we saw yesterday, and so we have to take that with a grain of salt.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. I really do think, I feel like there is, like you're saying, like a kind of a clear favorite from that perspective. And I feel like, I don't know, it feels like if there's one player that's right now, it's like if we had to make a guess as to, you know, who's going to end up playing on an official, like a real team in the future, it's probably going to be Lau. Oh, that guy is so nuts, man.
Yeah, you got no bias in that regard or anything?
I mean, it's going to be us.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Symbiosis over here, man.
Yeah, yeah.
I do think you're dead on, man. His AK play versus Furia was just way too hot, but he is the first casualty in this one. Depression Duo going to work their way into the A objective. Now, the thing with the A objective is you can get so close to it with this upper ledge that being down here feels like you're inside of like a Fight Club pit. And for that reason, you can never really get too comfortable. But I'm curious to see how much of a roamer the other player will be when somebody is playing on the objective. Right now, Drex just locking it down, but there's that loud deagle we're talking about. Yeah. Immediate headshot to take this one back for Doggo Nogog, and Chanky's got the cover from above.
They're coming in, and we've got lots of time left on the control point, 30 seconds up. Chanky's a little nervous about it, and he'll end up losing his duel to Frozen Bit, so this is a chance for Depression Duo as Lau's coming in, but he only has a Mach 10. However, he's making the thing sing, and he is above his next opponent as well, and just like that, that's a 1v2 control point taken again. There's enough time to really make use of this.
Thing with Dex. Wow, just swapping out to the Deagle. Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
Secondary is the key. Swaps back to the FAMAS. So now we've got rifle advantage here for Dogog and Nogog. And Chanky trying to give chase because soon enough that point already swapping over. Drex just trying to hold it for what he can. But seeing as it's just the sidearms, we can see that, you know, clear weapon advantage on the rotate. Even when you're going from one objective to the next, if you're not able to, you know, grab a weapon in transition, because the guns are only next to the points, well, we see how Depression Duo are going to start to struggle. But they are able to grab an AK and an ump, and using that, of course, to get closer towards B.
And that's where the temptation to play off of the actual points makes it a little bit scarier, just because of the fact that you know, the guns can be roaming. And okay, I'll find one last one inside the smoke on the control point, but collecting points all the while. And Lau will find him.
Still 15 seconds left on this B point, so Lau gonna camp on top of it for a little bit. But then it heads over towards C, and we can see that Chanky's already trying to make a sprint in that direction. He's got the AK-47 as well, so if he can just frag out versus Depression Duo here on what's left of B, then maybe that'll open a door for Lau to run over to the next point. There's that pistol kill from Drex, though. That kind of unroots Chanky's plans and makes things a little bit awkward. He's looking for the respawn player from Depression Duo, but it's Doggo Nogog trying to play point. Lau gets that cross-map headshot with the Desert Eagle, and now Frozen Bits is going to try to make his play over, but
What? Dude. Man, he's fresh. How is he so good right out the gate? Like, oh man, it's tied up right now in tickets, 46-46.
Incredibly close one. This is from Lau's perspective. Look at this second headshot.
Way you hit that.
Boom, one tap into Drex. Clean double up.
No bias though.
And now he's fully playing on the objective, so doing a very good job of just,
come on,
sir, securing tickets. We talked about that AK play versus Spheria, and we're getting a good example of it early on here versus the DD of Depression Duo. Chanky trying to rotate, but he's not able to cut the player off of the objective. Soon it's going to switch though, and who's in position already? Of course, it's Lau.
Damn, man. He is real. I mean, honestly, Chanky's done some good sound baits here and caused some rotations and actually taken advantage of the map in a different way. And I feel like they are, you know, they've got a good push and pull between the two of them, where Lau seems to be like, you know, right in the middle of things, and Chanky's doing a good job of lurking. Makes him hard to play against, but the game is still definitely winnable here for Depression Duo. They just need to win a couple more duels and take a point.
Yep. Get one strong showing, but the thing is this B point will be the one for the next 25 seconds. Maybe it's the final point following up that Depression Duo are going to be able to regain this lead, but this lead continues to grow. Nearly 15 tickets at this point to the favor of Doggo Nogog. Lau's got good cover. And now I think we can start to see them, you know, not necessarily have to play on the objective, but just burn out with this lead. Drex wins both those duels, tries to sprint inwards, but there's only 5 seconds left on this, so it really does become this emphasis over here towards the A point. And already Chanky's trying to play the low ground. They've got this Desert Eagle and Frozen Bits a little bit distracted.
They need to fight.
And they found it. 3 more frags coming in for Doggo Nogog, and that's going to be them to close out this first one, taking the 1-point lead.
Oh, it was a clean victory. They had the advantage from beginning to end. I mean, okay, it was tied up until, you know, 80 or something like that, but they were never losing, and then once they got in the lead, they just did such a good job. I mean, you can see the fragging made a huge impact. I mean, some of the kills that Lau got were absolutely ridiculous when he grabbed an AK, and they were doing a great job of finding the guns super fast as well.
Right back into the action, of course. He looks next level with the AK. His Desert Eagle as well got a couple of clips, but maybe this is like that early chance for Depression Duo to regain a bit of territory, but I don't know. I'm seeing nothing but blue in this kill feed, Launders. Now I don't. Frozen Bits, double off of the FAMAS, and they're going to try to sprint towards that A site, but also looking for the rotates, because as long as you can keep them back, you're good to go. Lau working with the lesser weapons. That Mac 10, good enough. And almost a second from Drex, but Chanky clears that one, and it's going to be him versus Frozen Bits inside of the site to just grab what's left of this A point.
Yeah, and that's as you pointed that out, right? Of course, we only got 15 seconds left on this point. Respawns will come in. Nobody's got control of the situation, and it looks like, yeah, Depression Duo not touching it. Lau with another Deagle kill. Might be a little bit better than my Deagle, if I'm honest.
You don't have to be honest. You don't have to admit it if you don't want to.
My Deagle's better.
We'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Lau looking not to die out to Drex, but he too can use that pan cannon. Chanky, oh, stopped by Frozen Bits. This is going to be a nice little bit of an objective play from Depression Duo. It looks like they're starting to sink their roots in. Drex clearing Chanky, and Lau, he's not been able to get his hands on very good weaponry, so not easy to clear Frozen Bits from behind this smoke, but the Mag 7 will get the job done. 30 seconds still left on this objective, and Drex has low HP.
Wow, he actually, yeah, I mean, he's postured up correctly, you know, on this point, but again, as you mentioned, not great gun, so he's got to play this in a weird way, and Frozen Bits will take him out from the side, so this allows Depression Duo to now try to take a lead, and they are quite close to it. 10 seconds left on C.
Doggo Nogog going to use this time to grab the better weaponry. They're not currently playing over towards the B objective, despite it just switching now, so they're kind of still chasing ghosts, but I feel like they just want to get exactly the guns out of their hands. Drex has a chance to upgrade into the Galil, but if they can just keep punishing Frozen Bits on his respawns, then they know eventually as they work their way over, they're going to get this heads-up 2v1 in terms of rifles. And now they're about to make that pinch happen. Very good synchronization, but oh, Frozen Bits attacks from the back, and Drex wins his 1v1. This is an excellent chance for Depression Duo to rack up a ticket advantage. Lau quick on their heels, though, and he's not good for the multi-kill.
Yeah, for once it feels like Chanky will end up taking this frag down, but look at the amount of damage that Depression Duo did. They're up so many tickets now. They're in a pretty strong spot. They even collect a couple of frags here, so it looks like this game might be closer than it seems.
Start to feel like kind of like the desperation of Doggo Nogog. Before they were playing very synchronized, and now it's just an attempt to puncture through. Somebody needs to break through this momentum from Depression Duo, and it looked like Lau was going to be that player. Next objective going to switch over towards C, and sure enough, Chanky, stops Drex with a very crucial headshot. Frozen Bits is being patient, but he gives up his back to Lau.
Oh, the spawns are bad.
Exactly. Lau's sprinting in, and this could be that chance to take back this 6-ticket lead.
I know you can kind of chill on this if he wants to. They're going to try to approach him, but they also want to try to be careful. Now the support for Lau is gone. He'll end up getting one kill and does a good job to do that. But in the 2-on-1, of course, Depression Duo is splitting perfectly. The spacing was nice. They peek at the same time, and they make sure to refrag.
Ooh, Deagle versus M4. Both of these CTs. Oh my goodness.
Nice shot.
All right.
Let's go, Drex.
All right. Chanky takes damage, so he's going to be a little bit wary about challenging Drex, especially as he just took the head off of Lau.
Ooh! Another.
Yes, sir.
2 HP for Drex.
Now it's going to be that desperate sprint in, right? They have to do whatever it takes to get into this next objective. C point will switch to B, and at the moment, Lau is the closest player.
Yeah.
So dead on. Last stand mode right here, right now.
Yeah, now they're just cut off rotations. I mean, this is where we want to take a look at Chanky. He's trying to spot. Now the duel just comes right to Lau. Looking for 2. I mean, Drex is down to 25 health, but the tickets are still coming down for Doggo Nogog because they didn't get to the point. So now the push comes in. Lau finds it with the P250 trade. Low HP on 1.
He knows this duel's right here.
Oh, that could be it.
Man, Drex is really
Still
firing
close.
up. This second round is all his, but Chanky would have to run in, and these ones are just going to bleed out. Depression Duo, they're going to answer right back with a response. Tied 1-1, and of course, to reiterate, our playoffs BO5.
Yeah, maybe they were, they're still getting, they're still cooking, and now they're boiling.
Yes,
now they're boiling. They look really strong. And it looked like just, you know, a few minutes ago, there was going to be no chance, like 20-ticket lead into the end for Doggo Nogog, but Depression Duo playing very well on the same map, and now it's totally up in the air.
Drex really powered up, I think, in that last round. Showed us some nice Deagle clips. And I think Depression Duo also just a good strategy of, you know, bleeding out that 10-ticket lead into the end of the game. Drex, because he was so tagged, right, he got 2 kills with a Desert Eagle on 2 HP. His AK play when he was left with 10 health to really secure the game was also just sit back, relax, and force Doggo Nogog to jump onto an objective. Now this time, it's Lau early with the FAMAS response.
Another big one from Drex,
nobody really on top of A.
Yeah.
Frozen Bits arrives, but with the lesser weapon, Lau's going to take position, and the MAC-10 starts to fire off, but that gets canceled. So some points here are going to be gained early to Doggo Nogog's favor.
Yeah. So awkward as everyone just scrambling for that early lead. We know how important it is for carrying forward the momentum, and it looks like Depression Duo will be the ones to take advantage of that. So now tickets starting to come down for Doggo Nogog. Rotations are a little bit slow here, but there's not much time left on A. It's about this next point.
Yeah, the point that Shanky got into very early, but because he's on the point and looking for duels, he gets cleared immediately. Lau's going to spend a little bit of time to grab the AK, follows onto Drex, and because nobody's on the point, he's not in too much of a rush. His teammates nearby. Frozen Bits spent time to get a better weapon, and he's played this so quietly. Shanky's going to run right into the crosshair, and that's an easy man advantage for the Depression Duo. Now they've got a chance to play on point. Shanky, though, very quickly into Frozen Bits' exact same position, and with the Galil, it's a fair duel. Actually, it's not fair at all. Lau from across the map gets in some damage, and then starts to cut off rotates.
Whoa.
Doggo Nogog with a chance for some ticket advantage.
It looks like their ticket lead might diminish. Unless actually, Lau goes down. Shanky takes a bunch of damage, down to 32 HP. 2 attackers approaching. Will he defend? No, he can't. Frozen Bits will take him out. Good amount of pressure from Depression Duo. And the rain continues. They're looking very strong now. 10 tickets ahead. Start off the 3rd round.
Ooh, blech. Not too pretty on that M4 spray down. Mag-7 gets the better of it. Frozen inside sight. Ooh, he gets there in the end. And ultimately, that's what matters. Smoke Grenade definitely going to give an edge over here to Depression Duo.
Up to nearly 20 tickets already.
Drex trying to get in versus Shanky. Gets shot in the back. Lau makes that pistol work. Frozen Bits won't be able to cut off this rotation, so maybe just waiting for his teammate to respawn and attempt in the 2v2 perhaps. Lots of stringy engagements, I feel like, unfolding between these teams right now. You know, it's pretty high octane. It's pretty 1v1 at times. But Lau looking for the double up, easy pickup versus Frozen. Nice clean headshot. Shanky's trying to get into position on the next objective. And this is a great duality here between the players on Doggo Nogog. They've got both the objectives split down the middle, and they are definitely taking this back.
Yeah, they took it back in a big way. Oh, however,
or are they?
Kills. Yeah, it's okay. It looks very competitive still. Lau looking for his frag. Drex is lighting them up left, right, and center. Replay of Frozen Bits. Amazing P250 shot on Lau, who had a good gun to work with as well. Now here we are, 4th quarter clutch moments.
Yeah, much more negligible lead compared to last round where it was about 10-15 at this point. Just a few. Frozen Bits gets the headshot, but that one goes both ways. He's going to be tagged up on the site and falls to Lau's P250. That's a big pickup, a very crucial kill, because at least this keeps it somewhat close. Both teams' tickets continue to diminish, and it's only a 4-ticket lead for Depression Duo. Do they want to scramble towards this B objective? Looks like Frozen Bits wants to get a little positioning on it, and that could have given him something, but Lau meets him in position to fight for the final 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And as this switches over to the C site, we already have Drex on spot, but with a P90, he's going to be at the disadvantage versus these full-fledged rifles. Frozen Bits cuts off Lau, and this could be it. This could be Depression Duo locking in a victory, a 2-1 lead, 1 step closer to taking the opening match.
They have to get both kills and jump right on the point at this second. 5 tickets remaining. Can't win this duel. Lau gets 1, but he has to move in now. 3 tickets up. Even if he dies, it's all over, and he'll jump on just in time. Can't get the kill, though, and that might be it. Doggo Nogog losing this round, but it is best of 5, so there'll be another chance. However, it's so impressive to see Depression Duo doing this well.
Damn, man. Drex really taking it over. And really neck and neck that entire time until the final point. And you know, we saw Doggo Nogog try to play for that B point when it only had like 10 seconds left on it. Depression Duo actually allowed for their lead to slip closer and closer and closer until Drex P90 with the smoke grenade on site made the difference in that final objective. So this could be it. Depression Duo going down 0-1 for a potential 3-1 reverse sweep. Who knows? Or even better, Mo, we do all 5 rounds.
Yeah, it's obviously possible based on what we saw the first round. And we did see Lau hit some absolute ridiculous shots in that first round, and didn't have that exact same energy in the round 2 and round 3. So, you know, we'll see if he can do that. But otherwise, they've still got 2 players. They both can contribute, and you know, of course, we also saw Drex do some amazing things a little bit later on.
So far, so good for Doggo Nog. Doggo No Dog. Say it too many times, it'll catch up to you. This is a 20-point lead out of the gate. We have not seen such a substantial early lead so far in this matchup. And that's all coming off of the initial A point. Now that things start to move to the extremities of the map, we'll see if Depression Duo can kind of get back into that groove that they were able to find across the previous 2 rounds.
Yeah, that was a very juicy point right there. All the important duels are won, and it's about sometimes just getting the guy on the point, and then the guy who's you know, loose and rotating is not quite as important just because he has to actually get there to absorb those points. So, you know, they found all the right ones. Pistol's approaching on Frozen Bits, so Frozen Bits will definitely take one here. Lau did have a fall miss that he whipped up. Oh, quick headshot, nicely done actually. And this is also turned into, or it looks like it's B next. Are we on? What point are we on right now?
Right now we're sitting on B. Oh yeah, yeah. Ignore the timer.
Oh, okay.
The timer has broken.
But yeah, they're on the correct point, I think. So
time is a unit of measurement, nothing more longer.
Oh, nasty.
Hot damn.
Okay, Frozen Bits. Everybody's scrambling.
Now it's live. Minute up. Drex on top of it, so good positioning, but he is alone for the moment. His teammate, fresh respawn, but that respawn could get ahead of Chanky. Doesn't matter, Drex gonna drop him on his own. Lau chasing Frozen Bits, that's an easy pickup versus the pistol. 10-ticket lead now, Depression Duo doing a good job of at least cutting that lead down in half.
Yeah, there's still so much time left here on C, so even though they died just now, whoa, my goodness, okay, well, they gotta be at least stand on it to make the most of the situation, but with this near 10-point lead, it's still going to be valuable for them just to get the kills. However, the rotations are coming in slowly. Depression Duos are fragging so hard at the moment, but it looks like Doggo No Dog can keep up. No one even fighting to get actually on the point at this moment. Lau going for the perimeter rotation. Drops an Incendiary down, and I don't think that they can go through it. Maybe had to jump over the wall.
Yeah, managed to get in. Barely alive. But objective swaps over.
Already swapped over, yeah.
But you're dead on. We are kind of playing a much more passive setup here between these teams, just allowing for that 10-ticket lead to boil down towards the end. You know, if you don't see a good chance to make a play, to make a push onto a point, and a risk to stand inside of it, then sometimes you just allow for time to go on. You know, that pressure point, the boiling point, getting closer and closer. But this is Doggo No Dog doing a good job of clearing it out, and then Lau decides to hop right on it. Can't manage, though, to beat out Drex's pistol, and that distraction serves well enough for Frozen Bits to get into the objective, lay down a smoke grenade, but then almost gets killed by Lau. They're going to try to push in, close this gap, close this physical distance, and it's Chanky who falls to the Drex P90. This is a great turning point for Depression Duo. They're going to use what's left of this objective to tie the game right up.
Yeah, and there's 5 seconds left. Couple of tickets here to gain. Chanky coming in with just an auto shotty, and it's not enough. Drex will take him down. So now we're all tied up, 22-22. Everybody's tickets reducing at the same speed as we scramble over towards the C point, but Depression Duo are there early with a kill quickly.
Chanky catching Frozen Bits, but it's all about Drex. And we've seen him already lock in a late objective for this lead. And now he's going to get split from 2 spots. Chanky and Lau combining very nicely.
Oh, beautiful awareness.
This is the boiling point. This is the objective that's going to make the difference. And for the time being, it's Chanky on top of it. He wins his duel versus Drex, and he's just looking to keep his head down, looking to keep himself in cover. This is going to open up Lau to roam for the duels, to fight, and he falls to the P250. Chanky gives up the objective because he knows he can't afford to die. He has to stand tall, and Drex clearing him with the P90 now allows for Frozen Bits to get into the objective. And this is going to make the difference.
Oh my God.
Depression Duo now allowing Drex to play the Lau role, but Lau's on site where Frozen takes the fight.
Now they're running for A.
They're gonna take the lead, but only by a single ticket.
Oh,
they can't make it.
One ticket makes the difference. Depression Duo win.
Oh my God, they came back after losing the first round handedly. A beautiful performance from our Depression Duo. I did not expect it to go that way. That was some amazing CS, honestly.
Wow, that final push, those final trade frags, making it look good.
Well then. That is pretty ridiculous, Depression Duo making a statement here. And now it is of course a double elimination bracket, so there'll be another chance for Doggo No Gog to try to make a loser's run, but they've got to do it from round 1, which makes it that much harder and maybe that much more impressive. But we're looking for the Cloud9 of the tournament, okay?
That's right.
Everybody's looking for the Cloud9 of the tournament.
They could be out there. Could be.
They could be.
Could be. You know, maybe Lau felt a little nerfed when he wasn't able to fly around the map with Mag 7s.
Yeah.
You know, he
banned his jump pads.
He lost that element to the play.
He banned his jump pads.
They did, but this is pretty sick, man. Portugal going to be represented.
Portugal.
In the semifinals, no matter what, not having to run it back like the likes of Doggo No Gog.
Doggo No Gog.
You know,
Gog-a-nog.
It's tough. They threw it at us in the first game of the day. You know, if Doggo No Gog comes in at the end of the bracket once our tongues are warmed up, man, and the show's gone on, then it's a little bit easier. But damn you for putting them first. But I'm excited because as much as that game was exciting, now suddenly we have to realize that the pro team is going to be taken to the stage pretty shortly. We're going to get this Spirit matchup versus Garnochi, and you know Garnochi are no slumps. So I don't know. This could be a turn. This is a turning point in the day. You know, it's either we're going to have a pro team making it look easy through the playoffs, or we're going to have a pro team, the last pro team, on the brink of elimination.
We're going to take a look at the Steel Series Moments of Glory. Highlights from day 1. So we relive that wonderful day. Oh, sorry. Highlights from just now. If you're only now tuning in.
How's Blast got the? How do we have highlights already?
Yeah, already, right?
Already?
I couldn't even be ready for that.
Y'all working too
Anything
fast.
for Steel Series. That's what I always say.
Yeah. Oh, it's the Red Bull. That's it.
What's that?
It's the Red Bull. That's why they're so fast.
Oh yeah, of course.
That's it.
That makes so much more sense.
Really underplayed middle objective on this
the thing
map,
is, okay, this is what I was trying to figure out, right?
Yeah.
Because it's BU11, which is Bull.
Yep.
And it's Wings 5, which is Wing 5, which is Wings.
Yep.
Where's the red?
That's a good question.
That's... Me and Freya were looking everywhere to figure out where the red is. And of course, it's Red Bull. There's Red Bull Wings. There's
Digging through the lore.
Okay, Freya, can you help us out with this? Where's the Wings? Or where's the red?
Or where's the bull?
Where's the bulls? Where's the Spain?
You know where the bull is, Launders? BU11, that's the planet we're on, Matt God. You just can't get the staff these days.
Where's the throw? Is that
Yeah.
the throw? Oh my.
We do have the pleasure of catching up with Frozen, though, from Depression Duo. First of all, man, that was, thank you so much for joining us up here as well. That was incredibly close in those final moments. Can you tell me what was going through your head there? Just a lot
hard.
nervous?
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah?
On the final moments of the last round?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was... I saw that we went in sudden death, so the tickets decreased faster.
Yeah.
But we had one more ticket, so we didn't have to pick them. We just had to wait, so...
Yeah.
When it's like that, who is making the decision? Are you talking together with
Yeah,
your...
we're talking, but the next is the Ajay, like
Okay, he's the one making the shot?
Yeah, making the...
On this map, I just wanted to ask you, do you feel like you can have a lot of team play? Because it seemed like it's a lot of individual moves, you know?
Yeah, it's a lot of individual moves, but with communication you can talk to your teammate and know where the enemy is. Yeah.
How much practice did you have on this map? Because we were sort of framing this one to be a bit more like traditional Counter-Strike, because it's not, the surfing or the jump pads and stuff. Is this does this map work well for you?
It works well because it's raw aim, but we didn't practice this map.
Oh.
Just today.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Morning.
What do you think about the utility on this map as well? Because I think that's quite important.
Yeah, it's very important. When you're on the sides, there's like an entrance. That's if you molly that, yeah, easy.
I just want to ask you about this experience here. Like, just forget about the map, talk about the stage and playing there. Like, how does that feel to be there?
It's spectacular.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Something else?
Yeah. Never been in a stage like this.
It's a
How
cool
do you feel
stage.
when you're playing? It's like, so I think some people maybe they get a little bit worried, some people are getting excited. How do you feel when you're actually playing and you hear the crowd reacting to you?
I just focus on the game.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Doing a bit like at the major where he just was like had his face in the monitor, which is kind of
Santaris.
works good. Yeah, like
Just on the-
Santaris, exactly. Yeah, we had a lot of like crowds cheering. I think it's really cool the fact that we've had so many fans coming out and supporting each duo as well. Can you tell me a bit about Drex and like your relationship with him, how it kind of works in the game and outside the game as well?
Well, we're friends for like 5 years. We
Oh.
met on CS.
Oh,
Nice.
We met on CS. First time I saw him in person was like a month ago. So, yeah. Our chemistry is very good.
nice. What's it like with the communications in the game as well? Like, how do you kind of balance that between you two?
We just, on this map,
Yeah.
we just say the info or where the enemy is, and we just focus and kill them.
Did you play a lot of that mode between the two of you before coming here? Like, is that something that you do on the regular? You practice it, get better at it?
Well, before coming here, we just practice like 1 or 2 days,
Okay.
a little bit.
Damn, no training needed.
No.
You make it sound so easy, man.
Yes, it's quite easy. Yeah?
Are there any teams that you want? Obviously, we've only got Team Spirit left out of the pro teams. Is there a team you want to be facing here? Anybody else?
No, I don't want to be facing any team in particular, so I just want to win.
Now that you're mentioning the pro teams, did you guys have any chance to maybe meet them, talk a little bit? Like, can you tell me a little bit about the experience to see how these legends just walking around against you, with you?
It's pretty good. Like, I've taken so many photographs with
Yeah?
Nico, Londers. I love Londers.
Londer's a good one too, but don't say too much because his head is gonna. It's already dangerous.
Well, Frozen, thank you so much for joining us. We are going to
Thank
take
you,
a
man.
quick look at the bracket as well, just to get you guys up to date with exactly how the standings are looking so far. Of course, this was just the first game of the day. We have plenty more Red Bull Flick action on the cards, and I am so impressed with what Depression Duo was showing. Of course, Doggo No Gog do have a chance of redemption. They are going into that lower bracket, which is what we were prefacing in case you guys aren't familiar with the format. This is a double elimination bracket when we're coming into the playoffs.
And it's great that they already had a first dry run at the map. He was just talking to us. Frozen said we played that map maybe twice before this, so now teams actually have the opportunity to gather some experience, gather some intel, know what's working and what's not, and then they can use that in the lower bracket because that's going to be a best of 3, so they could play the map once more. But it's nice to see how they handle the pressure, He was just like, I don't think about anything, I just focus on the game.
No, yeah, that's exactly
Right.
the attitude you want when you're coming onto a stage. I mean, for the first time for him as well. Like, man, he's obviously keeping his cool very well. I'm also going to take a look at the prize money as well, because, man, they could be going home with 20K. If they win this, that is no small chunk of change. We're always saying this, but, like, that's a huge reward for some of these teams coming into, particularly the amateurs.
Not too bad. It is not too bad. I mean, you come in here to Helsinki, you're having a good time, you get to showcase your quality as a competitor, you live the experience on the stage, and on top of that, you have a little bit of a fat check going into the pocket. So I wouldn't mind the experience at all. In fact, I do intend to participate next year. So you find yourself a new analyst.
Okay, who's your duo partner, Maniac?
I was going to pick Anders, but I don't know if he's ready
You
for
can't
that.
steal the whole desk. But
Obviously.
I've nobody here.
I mean, we would not be playing too long in the competition anyway, so we would probably be back
Come back
after 2
over,
rounds,
yeah.
and we would be right there.
I don't know. We can just do both. We can whenever we're playing, we'll just have someone else be on the desk or doing the casting, and then in between games we'll swap in and out. It's going to be fine.
Well, we can take a look at the match MVP for our first game of the day. It's going to be Lounge coming into this one. Of course, he does have a chance of redemption going down into that lower bracket. But even though these guys lost out, they did put up a stellar fight to Depression Duo.
I mean, he was as close as can be. We just talked about it with Frozen, the last few tickets on that very last round. We were talking about a single-digit difference. So, of course, on the side of Doggo No Gog, a very brave, very honorable performance once more. Longs, a player that, besides just sharing his nickname with Londers, is also very interesting to see on the server.
Yeah, he's crazy. And right at the end there, when each team has about 7 or 9 tickets left, it's so wild how much of a difference it makes if you get one more frag. If you stay alive for another 2 seconds, it just makes such a massive difference. It's really fun to see how that plays out. So yeah, could have just as well gone the other way, or at least could have gone to a 5th round there.
What were you guys thinking about the utility usage on this map? Because this was kind of, I guess, the main characteristic of this map, aside from some of the mechanics.
I think that it all plays into this idea ahead of the map that is very hard to create team play, pure team play. I feel like we saw a lot of individuals going up in 1v1 fights, not only because of how the map is kind of built, but also because the utility can close an angle, Molotov, this is very segmented in terms of like the corridors you have to go through. So it's a lot of individual trades, it's very box fighty, and I kind of like it. Honestly, I like the vibe.
I mean, one thing that you can maybe do is try and use some of those smokes to, you know, like you say, have 10 different angles to hold, but at least if you smoke off 1 or 2 of them, you can sort of, you know, you can spend your time with the rest of them. Saw some interesting attempts to flash way into the ceiling, and you know, it's hard to know whether or not you're actually helping your teammate if he's across the map or not, but...
Anders, go!
Just catch. But it's cool to see anyway. I mean, maybe that's something that people could perfect over time, you know?
Yeah, I think it was a word that was kind of used to describe this match is more akin, or this map rather, is more akin to traditional Counter-Strike, which we kind of saw with, I mean, the most traditional you can get here at Red Bull Flick. But in terms of the movement, in terms of you know, using angles and using some of the kind of obstacles of the map, I feel like it was a little bit slower paced than some of the maps we're going to be seeing later on in the tour.
Yeah, and it's something that Anders was mentioning, you know, the fact that we are going more towards a conventional way to peak angles, maybe play off of the skill a little bit. Had a lot of jiggle peak as well for these really tight corner, and then the wide swing. These are all these names that we use in regular Counter-Strike as a whole. So yes, a little bit more towards the real, I mean, I won't say real, maybe that's not the right term, the conventional Counter-Strike, got to be careful with that one. But it's great to see the skill prevailing as well.
Well, we have got another match coming up on the cards. It's going to be Team Spirit taking on Garnucci. But first of all, we've got to get to know, rather, a little bit more about our amateur team.
Hello there, I'm Yami, and I'm from Team Garnucci.
And I'm Zirael. We'll be competing in Red Bull Flick 2021 competition.
I started playing in 2015 when my friends told me about this game.
First time when Virtus Pro won EMS 1 Katowice, and then I started playing Counter-Strike.
We met 2 years ago, and we actually met on Twitch. It was NZQ123. You were playing on Esports, I think. He just picked randomly some players, and then I met Zyril.
There is so good connection between us. Yami is like he can kill everyone, and I'm like the tactician guy.
I don't care that our pro teams are taking competition, but I know we're gonna beat them. I'm shaking sometimes, but I think it's not stress. I think it's an excitement, because I came here to win. I don't think anyone can stop us.
We will win it. It's very vertigo B-side.
Yeah, it's for sure vertigo. It kind of looks like vertigo, but it's not an overpass.
I don't really know.
Let's say it's an overpass, but I don't really know.
Oh, it's overpass. Is it Mirage?
For sure, it's a hard one. It's even harder than the previous one.
I think it's Mirage.
Yeah, let's go with Mirage. Yeah. Looks like ancient, but I think I see planks on the ground, covered with grass. Maybe it's Cash.
Cash isn't in pool.
Go with ancient, yeah.
It's Cash.
Vertigo for sure.
Our second opening matchup is about to get underway here in Helsinki, Finland. Of course, it's Garnucci taking on Team Spirit, our sole pro representative team remaining in the tournament, gentlemen. They're going to have to be defending their legacy coming into this.
And not even the favorites in this game. Yeah. Here, I said it.
You
Fight me.
Stand by it.
Fight me. I stand by it. Look, I have been absolutely enchanted by Garnucci when I saw them play. Honestly, Yami and his teammate Zirael, I think they did a great job. They left a big impression on me, and I'm on the hype train. So join in or sit down, losers.
Oh my God, you're getting aggressive, man.
Sorry, I don't know what came.
I'm not used to like Madman Maniac. Like, what's happened to you?
He's gonna bring the sunglasses.
So what is the biggest reason that you actually think Garnucci are the favorites in this one?
Honestly, I think they had probably what is the closest balance between an understanding of the map and a lot of skill. And this is exactly the magic formula I'm looking for any teams. Yami truly impressed me on the individual point of view, and just the way they were moving around the map and timing their rotation was close to perfection when we saw them play.
Yeah, it's really, really impressive. And you even see it when they're guessing each other. They have such a good understanding of each other's roles. Like, you do all the fragging, I do, more of the sort of thinking on the movement side. They seem to have a great bond between them as well. I don't think it's going to be easy against Spirit, but they are looking really crisp right now.
Oh, you're almost there.
I'm almost there.
He's getting there. He's getting there. Give me 5 more minutes.
Well, we can get a chance to have a look at the map veto, exactly how this one's playing out. In case you guys aren't familiar, this first round of competition is a veto process. It's going to be a best of 5 in terms of the rounds. Coming into this, I'm a very happy bunny because it's going to be Flux, and I am ready for some chaos.
That's the one that goes absolutely bonkers crazy with the movement, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, tell me a little bit about it.
I mean, if you thought that that Sky platform had a lot of crazy jump pads, Flux is that, and then plus 50%. And they're so quick to jump pads here. You can keep flying around basically forever on this map in huge sort of circles of 8 if you want to. There's so much going on. It's a wild map.
Would we agree to say that out of the 3 maps we play in the playoff, that's the one that's the furthest away from conventional Counter-Strike?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ah, there we go. See where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
Spirit, the professional teams, and then Garnucci now, experts of the mode. We're getting there slowly.
A very convincing
We're getting there.
Maniac. I'm almost on board with you. In case you guys haven't had a look at Flux yet, of course, it's our first time that we're going to be seeing it here, particularly in Helsinki. We've got a quick explainer for you.
Wing 5 Flux. Kitted with multiple boosters, surf ramps, and more, Flux puts the player's movement ability to the test and encourages the teams to use speed to outwit their opponents. In this fast-paced playground, players must use a combination of mobility equipment, such as launch pads and the surrounding surf routes, to reach the upper platforms. Reaching these elevated levels will reward players with highly sought-after weapons, such as the AWP, which can be located at the top of the map's core. That being said, better equipment is not always needed if you have what it takes to close the gap on your opponent before they're even able to see you coming. If taking the low road is more your style, then Flux's underground routes quickly allow players to transfer from capture points while keeping a relatively low profile, so be sure to be on high alert from all angles.
This is true Chaos Hour when we're talking about flick maps. The fact that we don't just have the jump pads, we also have the surf element, but there's also jump pads you can go to underneath as well. So you can kind of divert from your enemies. Maybe they don't know that they exist and you go, oh, they've fallen off the map. No, actually, you've just sprung up out of nowhere.
It's especially popular when you switch from the peripheral points to the center point. You can get there so quick using the underground. It's really impressive. I'm going to say forget about that AWP, though, because on the surface of it, you look at the map, it's like really sort of a long map. You think the AWP has a huge range advantage there. That's not true, because the jump pads, those shotguns are going to be so effective. I guarantee you that shotgun is going to be way more used than the AWP.
Yeah, I can hardly see a snipe rifle, being able to get you in the air when you're flying or either surfing.
Nope.
I don't think that's a good idea. I think it could be a little bit of a trap.
Well, I'm very excited for the madness to ensue, and who better to kick it all off than Connor and Mohan.
Yes, thank you. It is time. We've got a little bit of Flux, man.
Yes.
Oh, this is my favorite map, hands down. This and like Sky Platform for that airborne combat. It's so good when we start to see the players take to the skies, and it's for that reason that yeah, maybe it's the furthest away from conventional Counter-Strike, but I feel like teleporters are the mechanic that maybe upset versus the pro players more than anything else. We know Magic's well enough. He can handle his own when it comes to movement and surf.
Yeah, he definitely can. I've definitely I've played KZ with him. I watched him play a pretty hard map, so I spectated him. But just as we talk about him, let's let him walk out. Here, introducing to the stage, Team Spirit.
Yes, sir. Sumdai Young and Magix representing Spirit, doing it pretty well.
Man, they showed resilience. Again, the one pro team to make it to the second day, which is a feat in and of itself. Their aim is really insane. Obviously as individuals, Garnucci are going to have some problems. this map might make the difference, and it comes down to how much did they grind last night?
Yeah, right. How much practice did they put in once they got back to the hotel room? That's the big question.
Glasses on, earbuds in.
How much practice has their challengers had over top of them coming into this event? Please welcome the team of the people. It is Garnucci.
More like Garnutty.
Yeah.
God damn, these guys have a reputation here at Red Bull Flick. Everyone says they've been grinding. They've got a super high win rate on the hub. These are the prevalent threats. I think it's the best first round possible for Spirit to go up against, considering they were so damn good. Maybe Garnucci can take them down a peg.
Yeah, Garnucci should be the team that like just embodies the practice makes perfect mentality and mantra. Just because, as you said, they have one of the highest win rates on the entire hub. This is a team that a lot of the other qualified teams have flagged as like a big threat, but they know that they have heavy hitters and Team Spirit on the other side.
And great keyboards.
Yes, of course, man. Of course, you wouldn't expect anything less from the likes of Team Spirit. How could you?
Garnutty. You think Zerial? Well, I actually went to Zerial.gg to see if that was his website.
And?
It didn't work. Don't go there, because I don't know if it's his website or not, but yes, it felt like it. But maybe he should make it a website, now that he's famous.
Well, maybe if he beats Team Spirit.
Look at him, he's on the stage.
That'll
Who thought we'd be here?
It's the Team Spirit victory that'll really do it.
Yes, sir. The most enthusiastic fans came back for day 2 to support the absolute beasts of the event.
Look, he's even got surf ramps on his keycaps.
You knew we wanted to play this map so bad. SDY looking to win this event so that he can cut the cord, afford a wireless mouse. That's what he's going to spend his winnings on. Make sure to tweet him and tell him what mouse he should buy, and he can join the ranks of Garnucci. Made
Just
so
as
much
good.
money they've gone wireless.
As it should be, man. You don't get to Planet BU11 using cables. Let's go, baby. Team Spirit, Garnucci coming in for the playoffs, and we are already off to a flying start.
Oh my god, the ultra mega super high ground.
Yeah, this is Zerial playing on the platform. So this is one of those maps that I feel like because of these high ground platforms, it becomes very difficult to play inside objectives, right? Like we've seen different teams play the strategy of playing off of the point once they have a ticket lead.
Oh my god.
And sometimes with this one, you have, oh my goodness.
What a shot. Oh, what another shot. Okay, Matt just bringing that energy. And that is such a big kill to get, of course, to take someone down from up there. SDY doesn't even help with this. He's busy surfing.
He's getting lost in the sauce, you know? Sometimes those surf ramps just too tantalizing. SDY, double Mach 10 frag.
Okay, all right.
Easily jumps onto that next objective, hoping for it to change, but it's still not there for another 5. These need sound effects in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's why you're here for sure.
Yeah, I mean, with that long-range M4 advantage, just trying to clear a player off of the site, but Sumdai Young continuing to rack up a ticket lead. Ooh. Nice headshot,
Crazy
though, from
shot.
Yami.
Yeah, not bad. They lost one. I don't know. Matt just seems to have made it to the other side, but he's only got this Deagle in hand and somehow was able to take down Yami from range. Oh my. Wow, very clean movement here from Magix, but he still, again, only has that Deagle. So they need to look to get some better guns before they move into some of these engagements, maybe. Oh, Sumdai Young displacing himself in the mid-air and landing, taking out Zerial. This is crazy. It's coming so much down to kills because of the amount of action that can happen from almost all these angles.
Yeah, I feel like once the weapon upgrades start improving into the M4s and the AKs, then that's when you can finally start fighting long range. You know, Anders was mentioning that, you know, you get a lot of Mag 7 plays and shotgun play because of the launch pads and closing that gap. But once you can have these M4s, it feels like there's this nice balance between close range combat and also, you know, distanced duels. So just as he arrives on the objective, Magix realizes, uh-oh, it's swapped to the other side. Onto the B point they need to go. Zerial can't keep up to Magix because he's a flying phoenix.
Oh my God.
A vixen in the skies.
Jeez, he's beautiful with the movement. I mean, he loves it, so it's not going to be easy. Just to pick the map just because he doesn't know it. He's a fast learner.
Wow.
Oh my goodness gracious.
He survives. Face full of buckshot. Hangs on for the time being. Now he's looking to punish and cut off these spawns. You know, there's these very narrow angles, as you can see, through the middle structure that allows you to catch players when they still only have some pistols.
Man, we're on the point. 12.
Whoa.
12 ahead. Oh, the AUG does well.
It's a long-range shot from Yami all the way over. He flies, and then he snips Magic's head off. Good job from Yami here to try and claw back what was starting to be a little bit of a team spirit lead.
I feel like in the last bits of the round is where some of the pro teams start to fall apart when they have to make the hasty decisions of when to rotate. And this is when the more experienced teams seem to really have an edge. So we'll see if Team Spirit learned anything from yesterday or not.
Magic's gonna quickly come in, look to trade that one. Yami jumping up with the shotgun though. Oh, and a headshot with it. That'll take down Magic's as SDY is trying to respawn and get back into the action, but he's on the other side of the map. Zerial gonna play the top platform with the AK, and this is gonna be a nice rifle advantage, but the movement! SDY and Magic's, and because Magic's gets Yami while he's busy, that smoke grenade ends up coming back to haunt Garnucci, and now Magic's is just gonna milk this objective for as long as he can. He throws down another piece of utility, and this is gonna force Zerial onto the point. He's gonna combine with the shotgun of Yami, so it finally gets cleared, but nicely done by Magic.
And now there's only under 10 seconds here left on the point, so there's still going to be a lead for Team Spirit, even if this bleeds down a little bit. Yami will look to hold on. Some Young will make that too difficult. Magic gets a kill as well, and they absorb the last second of point, but now it's moved over towards A.
Yeah, it's going to be this midpoint for the final fight, and we know just how difficult this one is to hold on to. So every second you can lock in this objective, you're good to go. Curious to see whether Magic's just decides to play off of the point.
Yeah, he just needs to kill him, actually. I mean, that's the advantage that they have in the situation, but they can't kill him.
But not for long, that's the thing. This objective, it's gonna be the crucial one. SDY just kind of getting lost, not able to find an upgrade. Magic's hoping he can find the damage through smoke, but he gets cut out by Yami.
Tied.
Two crucial frags coming in from Yami, and Garnucci jumping on this midpoint, able to tie up the game, now taking a 2-ticket lead. Magic's desperate with the auto shot. He can't find the frag, and now it swaps out soon, but is it gonna be too late? It's gonna be such a wild situation as this one switches from the B point.
And it could come down to whether or not Magic's finds Zerial. He's got the SG, 1 point left in this ticket, and it looks like it will be a win for Garnucci. They do it, they clutch it out in the end, they win that first round.
Wow, they used that mid-objective to cut back what was a pretty substantial lead, all things considered. And really the big playmaking moments is Magic's using that jump pad to get in behind the smoke, and then of course Yami clearing out this bottom objective and just doing a really good job of keeping Spirit off of it while Garnucci were able to take back their lead.
Beautiful stuff. Okay, and I mean, at this point you can see, Garnucci, wow, okay, yeah, they survived such an intense round, and it was even one where Spirit had a big lead in the beginning. Will Garnucci be the ones to get more comfortable? That's what we're going to find out here in round 2.
Oh, Yami just
nice shots.
Playing the cover nicely.
Oh, that allows Magic's to get this FAMAS as well.
And the scout doing work. Oof, but that scout shoots both ways. Yami with a clean headshot, looking to find Magic's up on the rafters. Zerial also going with the scope. We haven't seen an op come into play yet. Very difficult to get to it, actually. It's in like the top of the middle construction. Oof. Flyby from Zerial. Oh, as I mentioned it, the AWP is now picked up.
Yes, sir.
But is this the ideal spot for it? Yeah, good luck, dude. Good luck. Ooh, still though, Magic's with a double. The objective switches over to C.
Game as tight as ever. And both Garnucci players will make their way across the map as quickly as possible. Yami from up top, laying down the efficacy, and Magic's gets 2 once again. Make it 3. Oh, with some Young. Tied on tickets, but control the point here for Team Spirit as they continue to deliver damage. Oh my God.
Yami. Oh, nice double. Now he's gonna have to run in and grab this for what he can. 20 seconds left on the C point. He's looking for the spawn, trying to figure out where Team Spirit have gotten off to. And there, he finds Magic's, as Zerial also drops SDY. So whatever's left of this will be Garnucci's to take, and that's going to be a very, very slight edge. But with Zerial already having the better weapon and being in the better position, it's not really going to matter if Team Spirit can get up on this platform. They've just got USPs to work with. Maybe Spirit themselves can keep Garnucci off of it, but Zerial just laying down the impact at the moment. Magic's is going to try to jump up, and he has his head taken clean off. Oh, but some Young with the dig.
That is a clean one. Oh, that opens up the map a little bit, and Sumdayoung now freely rotating over towards Yami. Yami trying to win this headshot engagement again. Yeah, he is so good about that.
Magic, oh, keeping it crisp.
Wow.
Yami with the back-to-back.
It's not getting any easier. No ammo. Yami switches out to that USP. Try to lock down an elimination. Whoa. Yami swinging around the map, misses the surf. Magisk hits him when he touches the ground. Sumdayoung is going to try to come into the fray. 10-ticket lead here for Garnucci. Things get tense.
Yami's pistol makes the difference. 10-ticket lead, and Magic's not able to deal with Yami fast enough, so it's just a great distraction, almost enough of a distraction to cause his death. Another sweet move from Yami, but he gets denied. Right now, Magic's, he's kind of 2v1'd on this side of the map. Him and Sumdayoung are very split up, and SDY is going to take to the top side. Now they're starting to mirror the setup of Garnucci, right? We've seen Zerial play these platforms while the other players on the site. And I remember with the interview yesterday, Magic's mentioned that they were learning as the game went on, and then just replicating, mirroring what they were learning from these challenger teams. So the setup was meant to work, but now Magic's needs to win this duel. Yami had done it a couple of times, and Magic's has the edge here. 15 seconds left on this C point. Zerial takes the man cannon into the objective, and that's going to give Garnucci another chance to just continue this very slight lead. But it's so slight, almost negligible, in fact. A smoke goes down for Sumdayoung, but he drops, and Garnucci 5 tickets the advantage as yet again we switch to the A point to close out the map.
Oh no, this is where it felt like Garnucci were able to take control of the game. It ended here last time, and now they're down to 5.
Whoa.
Spirit had to figure this out quickly, and they are going to the wrong position.
Oh, but they do get shut down. Zerial just going to try to hug this corner. They need to run in. Team Spirit have to hold the objective. They've got to get on, and now hold. They have to fight tooth and nail. They've got to bleed out these last 3 tickets, and so far, so good. Garnucci loses. Team Spirit all the way.
The clutch on 1 ticket from Team Spirit. That'll make you feel alive.
Woo!
And they conquered their biggest demon as well from that first round of winning on the A control point in the center. We see that, like, you know, less than a second to touch down. And not only that, but get the frags as well. And they managed 3.
Wow, I can't believe that, man. A single
Even if he
ticket.
died.
A single ticket. Both of them so desperate to just jump in. That's their final stand. Their last hold. Already starting to watch a little bit of adaptation from Team Spirit. Feels like they're starting to get a little more comfortable here in the wild realm of Flux. Oh, but Zerial with the USP tap from downtown.
Sumdayoung had rubber bullets in that one. Hit him so many times.
Wow.
Oh, that's pushing your mouse pads to its limits. Okay.
Sometimes, because the air movement speed is so fast when it comes to the flick mode, that like it feels like sometimes they fly by you. But then because you can stop instantly.
Yeah, you can manipulate it a lot. I mean, you know, you get it's KZ settings for the air excel, so you have a lot of control for how fast you go off the jump pad. So it really opens you up to be able to twist back and forth super quickly, and also stop in the air, and also do a move right before you land. And just like you were saying, sometimes it's better to wait for them to land before you even start shooting.
Oh, wow. Damn, Magic's with the double? He shuts down Zerial as he flies into the site. SDY just looking for the better weapons. Whoa! Oh!
Yo, Yami!
What is that
not his
flick?
first rodeo. That was wonderful.
Yeah, that was tight.
We've seen the rotations from Yami are actually so fantastic, and he always looks comfortable, and this is the ultimate proof of that.
Oh my god, that's a replay worth watching. No
What, the other ones aren't?
Well,
okay.
You know. I have no comment. Yami gonna get SDY, but at least Magic's right now using that front piece of cover. However, Yami just flies right over. Man, you can close the distance on this map so incredibly fast. Ooh, like this. Sumdayoung stands the test this time around. Trade in from Zerial. He's expecting Magic's to come flying through the skies. And Magix jumps right up from underneath and clears Zerial off of this. Team Spirit 7-ticket advantage. And now we're starting to watch Sumdai Young just try to lock in this spot. This to me is definitely like the most strategic position, like with one player on the site and one up here on the platform. But Sumdai Young's actually on the opposite side, so it's still too far removed.
Yeah, interesting they lose both engagements at the same time. And now we got Magix down below, but neither Spirit player have guns. And this is a chance for Garnucci to definitely get back into it. Sumdai Young will make it a little bit harder, but they haven't taken down the player on the point. Now he will. And they've got a few more seconds as well to absorb some of the points in this position, on top of also getting the frags while they're doing that.
Flux really feels like one of those maps where it's way harder to just, it's way easier to take down the objectives to the final second because you can get to the opposite side of the map in like less than 2 seconds.
Look how quickly Magix already has made his way over to B. And even if they get the frags now, it's still going to be really, really hard with this lead.
Way.
Oh, Yami. Okay, maybe not, man.
Serves as a great distraction. Yami just flying. Zerial looking to play inside of the smoke, expects them to arrive, and sure enough, they've just gotten in position. Oh my god, Sumdai Young, how desperate are you? Crouching with a shoddy inside smoke. Yami knows that the next aerial assault is coming. It's a 10-ticket lead here for Team Spirit, so this is actually a pretty point. But soon it's going to swap, and it's gone back to the middle. Another round. Actually, no, I think this one will switch out in time, so there could be 1-2 objectives still to play out. Zerial falls to Magix's AK, but a nice pistol trade in from Yami.
Yeah, it could potentially end on A. It really depends how much control they get, how quickly. Oh, Zerial doesn't find his engagement with versus Magix, but he's got them both low. Both Spirit players are so low, but they're still getting these frags. Now 10 tickets ahead, Magix finds another one after he heals up. They'll touch the control point, and it seems like it's going to be too hard for Garnucci. They'll have to make a final attack.
They'll have to do what Spirit did just 1 round ago. They'll have to pull it out of the hat, and they're going to need to do it now. 10-ticket advantage here for Spirit. They know that they can just play and look to clear the players out, and a missed chance. Sumdai Young with the double headshot makes the difference, and Team Spirit 2-1 lead.
No way they do it, man. I mean, this is versus Garnucci. This is on a brand new map they may have not practiced yet. It should be an upset. I mean, it should be looked at as an upset, right? Garnucci clearly were more comfortable at first, but look at Spirit go. They are keeping up every step of the way. And it's like you said, they're learning as you go, and you can see it, copying and pasting all of Garnucci's positions and how they're playing off each other and making it look so natural as well.
Oof. Wow. Magix.
The clutch factor. How far can Spirit go in this event?
Oh, looking at least like a semi-final. 1 more round and they'll nail it. Stick the landing and whatnot. Magix in from above. Just looking to make sure that Garnucci aren't able to run around and take control as they please. Little flyby here. Yami trying to get into position, but he just clips the edge. And that is the one thing that I think makes the surf a bit difficult, is this kind of like triangular middle point. Sometimes breaks up your surf lane. Ooh, nice headshot from Yami on the FAMAS. Zerial gonna do the exact same thing. And now we can see Garnucci, a little bit of a lead, ever so slight, as they take control of the C objective.
Absolutely where things get interesting. SDY and Magix combined for 44 seconds left on C. This can come down to Magix since he's in a tertiary position, looking for the rotations coming in. And the engagement, first one is won by him. There's still a player underneath SDY, but with this ticket lead, they don't want to blow it and just start taking the duels or just sit on there greedily. And SDY ends up coming off and also dying.
Now if Magix falls to Yami, this is going to be a really good chance for Garnucci. Oh, Yami takes the exit route. Jumps down beneath the map. Zerial still holding his own, and the Flying Mag 7 upgrade to the M4. They see the CT soar forward, but Sumdai Young, one and done.
Yeah, but
done and dusted.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, it keeps it within 4. They're looking for the next duel. Yami realizes that threat is coming up the stairs. Magix falling off the stairs, but holding his composure. 3 in a row here for Magisk. He's cooking, and now they're on the point.
Yeah, he's turning up the heat a little. Continuing to take down those tickets of Garnucci, just using the frags alone. Some die young. It's a pistol fight, and it was awkward until the headshot hit.
And lead here for Team Spirit. They stabilize.
Let's see it. This could be the one.
Oh, nobody can seem to take Magic's down. He is absolutely on a tear.
Where'd he get shot from? Some die young. Found out. Mag 7 in hand, but that's a great spawn from Zerial. He spawns on the shelf, grabs the AK. Magic's able to survive with 27 HP. Good for him. He grabs the med shot. And Yami, he's just looking to lock in as many points. He actually takes the fight to Magix.
Oh my God, so smart.
He doesn't let Magix come up this headshot angle. Instead, just offering over the tickets to take the kill instead. Crucial move.
Yeah, they're still playing from slightly behind, so it's important to get on the point, and Team Spirit are applying pressure so well.
Objective swapped back over to the C point. Hasn't gone to middle back yet.
And it's under the control of Team Spirit, who are playing completely off of the point. With a tiny lead, it's obviously dangerous to do so. They might go ahead and try to thicken it.
But if they've learned anything already, Launders, it's that they can just win the game in the final point in the final 10 seconds.
Yeah.
So maybe they're comfortable in this pressure. You know, this is where these guys thrive. Magic's, though, taking the edge away. It's going to be a 10-ticket advantage for Team Spirit soon. Yami not able to capitalize on that first one. Oh, P90 though! Zerial soars in. And that's the kind of high-octane, crucial moment that could turn it back for Garnucci. It's an 8-ticket lead. And they're looking to just hang on for now. The Zerial P90 flyby opens this game back up. Makes it a little bit closer, but Magix, he's got the high ground, and Zerial, he's just in the side of the smoke, so Magix can spam him away. And now, well, now Spirit can still hold on to that little 5-ticket lead.
Yeah, that was desperate, but they needed to get whatever they could, and the smoke was not being too kind to them, and it was smart that the smoke didn't go right on the site itself, so they left it open that if they didn't win their duel,
Here they
could
come.
still play off it. Oh my goodness, that 1,000 miles per hour Zerial with a P90 in hand.
Yeah.
Will lay down the lead, and Yami's picking up a couple as well. This is bringing it close to even.
That's 2 spawn kills from Yami.
Here we are, tied up on tickets.
They didn't even have a chance to grab a gun. Now Zerial's inside the point with the P90.
Oh no, SDY gets that in the smoke.
With a pistol? And Magix follows up. It's still just going to be as tight as it can be. And now the weapon advantage goes the way of Team Spirit. It looked like Garnucci's P90 play was going to make the gap, but a Sumdai Young USP smoke spam to make a world of difference. Magix on top of it as the last tickets bleed. Team Spirit to the semifinals.
Yeah, they've done it. Wow, 3-1. I can't believe how clutch they were.
A pistol kill through smoke.
Pistol kill through smoke. If they couldn't find him in that moment, that could have been the points just from waiting there. That's a tough one. I feel like that's one of the closest games we've seen so far. There's so much resting on these tiny engagements. It's well played from both sides, and no matter what happens, both teams still have a chance to continue on and win this event. Maybe even lock horns again. That'd be wonderful to watch. But Garnucci will now have to do it from the lower brackets.
Yeah, that's right. They fall down alongside Doggo Nogog, and Team Spirit will lock in a semifinal spot versus the Depression duo. Props to Team Spirit, man, surviving a pretty wild map. But again, you could definitely see them take, like, once they were being punished by Garnucci from certain positions, you immediately saw Spirit realize that and then abuse it themselves.
Yeah, they were very quick to learn. Very quick.
And then when you're getting smoke, you know, when you're getting frags through smoke with a USP.
Also, they might not have realized like how good Magix was at KZ and surfing. Like he's very comfortable right out the gates, and they figured out all the patterns. I mean, maybe they did a lot of playing last night as well.
Could have been.
Yeah.
Could have been. Yeah, but damn, the movement really made a wild difference, right? Compared to like our first matchup when we were playing over on Dex. I mean, Flux just seems so much more high octane. On Dex, I think it's much more, you know, it's tactical. It's tactical, and it's just much more mechanical.
Yeah.
You know, you're playing straight up off of rotations. You know, it's your based arena shooter. Flux, I mean, you can barely keep track of it at times.
Yeah. Or did you mean the opposite? Like Flux is more like an arena shooter, and then Dex is more like a regular game of CS?
Oh no, I just meant like, you know, like a normal. Like I was thinking like Halo, for example, like a normal arena shooter where, yeah, you know, it's still rotating around the map, but it's not frickin' surf ramps, man. It's not man cannons. It's just a little too crazy, but in the best of ways.
Yeah.
That's a tough game to lose. I mean, I feel like because of each round being so close, like you're like, man, it's okay. We'll just do it in the next one, and we'll make the comeback, and we'll win in match number 5. And then they don't do it. They don't do it. They don't even get to round number 5. They get 3-1. It's and you really feel how close it was each and every step of the way.
Oof. Well, we have Magix actually standing by alongside Freya on the desk.
We do indeed. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Huge congratulations to Team Spirit managing to make it through to the upper bracket semis. That was pretty chaotic, though. It came down to the wire, didn't it, Magis? Can you kind of walk me through the thoughts and the emotions when it was in those really, really tense moments and there was just a few tickets between you?
I think the most intense moment was this ending of the second round when we had just the only one ticket left. We both ran in the circle and we just was spinning around and getting headshots, and that's how we won the round. And after that, it was much easier because we lost the first round. It was not really a great feeling. They can beat us easily after this. And this second round, with this kind of ending we made me more, more believing in myself. And that's how we played 2 more rounds, with no pressure. Just we can kill, we just move good, and just winning it.
So it's actually quite incredible. I mean, you've been around, you've played countless of competitions in Counter-Strike, but still, when you lose the first round, you feel a little pressure that you could actually lose today.
Yeah, even gods can bleed.
Yeah.
Damn. I like the confidence that you were coming into this competition with as well. I think we'll Lau maybe let it slip on the broadcast as well that you were like, now we're going to win this. We've only practiced yesterday the maps that were going up in the chain as well, which is really cool. So how much practice do you have on Flux?
We were walking on this map for 10 minutes 2 days ago, just to take a look, how is it, how can we move around the map. And there is surf introduced indeed in this thing that is launching really fast. And I said, yeah, this one is good. I like this.
When you play multiple rounds like this, do you feel like there is a big difference between how you start the map and the ideas that you have and how you finish it? Do you kind of change as it goes?
I think it is very important to start the round. You have always the same beginning of the round, and if you have good strategy to move where and get the weapon, get the position, you can make your strategy. You're getting position and a little advantage in tickets, and it is really important to start well.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Magix. Congratulations on the win once again. We will be seeing more of you later on in the competition. With that, we can take a look at our brackets as well to see exactly who Team Spirit will be playing as we move on through the competition. It will be versus Depression Duo as we move on into that upper bracket. Of course, if you are a Garnucci fan, fear not, because there is more Garnucci action coming up later on today against Doggo No-Gog. And we've also had some matches playing out on the B stream as well, so we can take a look at some of those results too. Paddy Poyad managing to defend their title in front of their Finnish fans.
Yes, that is going to be great.
That's pretty cool. And then against Swery as well, unfortunately, Guess maybe got into that.
You also
bracket.
picked Guess in your prediction?
Yeah.
You went on that train too?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know whether this is the prediction that we're looking at.
Yeah, we have a little bit of doubts.
Yeah.
I also thought that Guess would be the one making it through, but Swery proving to be the strongest. But I'm looking forward to Paddy Poyad taking on the stage as well. That's going to be great.
Yeah, I think that's going to be really cool. Anders, any thoughts on seeing Flux for the first time here in Helsinki?
I think it lived up to the hype and the expectation, without a doubt. Really cool game. I mean, I thought there was more flying around from the underdog team maybe than I was expecting. But yeah, Spirit got into it a little bit.
Oh my!
I love that we saw some of those smokes backfire when you smoke the peripheral points, and suddenly you have your teammate on the high ground and they can't help you because you're inside of the smoke. It's actually working against them too. I think it's great.
Yeah, I really like a lot of the high ground usage that we saw as well. Not much of the AWP, which we were kind of speculating probably wouldn't happen. But yeah, I'm really excited to see how much that progresses going forwards. Of course, there are other games as well on our B stream as well. Make sure you go on over and show Jackie and Davey, our other lovely commentary duo, some love on those games as well. But we do have way more action coming up our way too. I hope we see more of Flux too, because I'm really excited to see what the amateur teams have been kind of working on. We were kind of prefacing it that they've had a little bit more time to sort of perfect their craft on some of these maps.
Yeah, and I have to be honest, one of the qualities I was giving to a lot of these qualified teams is that I feel like they were always one step ahead with the rotations. I feel like on this map, you get caught a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Because these, right, the moves and the jumps and the pads that you can take will take you so fast to a point that you sometimes just forget that, you know, it's 5 seconds left. You get kind of trapped into this idea that you could really quickly go and retake that point, but there's 10 seconds left. So we've seen Garnucci in that instance being sometimes a little bit out of position, just jumping both to get to a point that's then going to evaporate in 5 minutes, or 5 seconds rather. So I was a bit surprised.
I think they were all really good at not trying to shoot at the people that were mid-air, because it's not worth it. Wait until they land.
Impossible.
Yeah, and the other thing is, you have an instinct as well. When you see someone on a jump pad and they fly away, you want to try and track them around the map. It's probably better to just forget about them, say, he's gone. Just, you know, because while you're looking, you're gonna get shot by someone else. So better to wait and just let them be.
Well, speaking of some of our pro teams, we do have some more pro teams in attendance. Unfortunately, they were eliminated, but Fury are actually doing a signing session over at the Red Bull tent. So if you're in attendance here at the arena, make sure you go on over and check that out too. But Team Spirit, very impressive that they managed to kind of defend that legacy as well. Magic saying that definitely wasn't an easy task, and I really like the fact that he said he actually felt pressure after losing round one as well. Despite being on huge stages coming here, he still feels that pressure against the amateurs.
And I mean, just put it in context as well, you're looking at round 2, we were talking about a 1-8 or 1-7 ticket situation for Spirit that they actually pull it back, right? Can you imagine if that ticket just goes down? We're looking at an 0-2 situation, then they have to do their remontada. So for Spirit, they truly had to dug deep inside them to come back, and they had to really put a really big of a fight. Now, I do feel like pressure got to Garnucci just a little bit, you know, when he got to these last few seconds. You could see on the cross, like they know they're one frag away, that's it, and then suddenly it's kind of shaking a little bit. I think we're going to see more of that today.
And I think that's the thing I really liked about Team Spirit in particular, just the duo and the nature of being able to have that kind of seamless communication, because we know how important that is when it gets into those chaotic moments, and the fact that they can kind of replicate that from the professional games we see in linear Counter-Strike too.
Yeah, and I mean, they do it to perfection in this particular map. It's really cool to see. We talked about the high ground a little bit, but you saw how much Magix was up there and holding it, even when people flying up to greet him from the jump pad. Still able to do a really good job. Didn't get to see the AWP play almost, I think, at all.
Scout a little bit. We had a little bit of scout action.
Yeah, and it's easier to get as well. But that AWP remained untouched in the middle, which I kind of saw coming a little bit.
Yeah, no, it's a really hard spot to get to, and then even if you get it, it's like you're not going to be able to aim fast enough.
Yeah, it's unforgiving as well.
Can
you imagine you have the AWP, you miss a shot, that's it. Like you're done. You have 360 degree of danger around you, whereas the scout will give you a little bit of mobility. You can move around trying to get that snapshot there, but not the case with the AWP.
Well, we can take a look at the schedules. There's plenty more Flick action coming up for you guys at home. Of course, our next matchup here on the A stream is going to see Party Poya taking on Swiri. Of course, the hometown heroes are taking on one of the teams that did look really, really confident yesterday. And then, of course, we're going to be seeing more of Depression Duo taking on Spirit. Which matchup are you particularly looking forward to, Maniac?
Recency bias again. Depression Duo versus Spirit. I think what we have seen from Depression Duo towards the very few seconds is what Garnucci was lacking against Spirit. And I wonder if that could not be the deciding factor. You know, the fact that they were actually able to stay calm in these last few seconds, make the right decisions, that could be. And they also have quite a lot of people in the crowd cheering for them. Like there's an actual clan for the Portuguese players right there. So maybe that can make a difference, you know?
Yeah, I really want to see Swiri play. I like those guys. I think they've shown some great fight so far. The fact that they beat Gas is in itself, you know, exciting.
Not too bad.
Yeah, that's a great start. So I kind of want to see them in action soon.
Well, we are going to see Swiri coming up next, and this time it's going to be against Party Poya, the hometown heroes. We're going to take a chance to get to know them a little bit more.
Hi, we are Party Poya and we are competing in the Red Bull Flick 2021 tournament. My name is Alek Koivanen.
My name is Julius Leppäniemi.
I started playing CSGO in 2014 when I was 13 years old, and now I have already played for 6,000 hours.
I started playing CS a couple of years ago.
One day we found the Red Bull qualifier and we were like, oh, this looks fun. And we went for it and we almost won the qualifier. Basically started from that.
We have played together so many games and we have fun always.
So it's more like chill and play. I'm super excited about the tournament and I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
I think we are going to win the Flick tournament next week.
I think I'm good at long-range shooting, but Julius is like a turret.
Yeah, I'm not very good at it. I always forget to use them.
I think I'm more defensive player because Julius is an entry fragger in our team and he's always going first.
I think Alex is faster because he has better movement than me.
He just hits them all. Always headshot everywhere.
No, I don't think so. But
I'm the most stable player on our team because I know how to use shift and my team does not.
I just always want to go wide and go peek everybody.
Keep focus on the game and keep giving out information for your team, and it's something to practice for all of us. Yeah, Julius always has a little bit more speed than the rest of us. He's always dropping the bomb in the spawn and he's just running to kill them all.
I peek too much, so I like go stupid and die.
It doesn't actually bother me a lot that Julius gets eliminated first because he usually takes 2 to 3 enemies with him. You shouldn't forget that game has to be fun.
Vertigo.
Yeah, I think it's Vertigo, maybe B-side. My final answer is Vertigo.
It was too easy.
Julius, you think this is overpass?
Yeah, there's that graffiti. Yeah. What do you think about this?
I think it's overpass because of the graphics on the floor.
Yeah, easy.
Cash CP
Yeah.
Floor is green, but it's not green enough for Ancient.
Yeah. I think this is Vertigo.
Yeah, Vertigo again.
Yeah, this was so easy.
We are really excited to join the Red Bull Flick Helsinki and I hope to see everyone there.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Waka. Oh.
We're getting a little bit of rapping going on and a little bit of football as
Sorry,
well.
I didn't have a countdown there, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Is this American football or European?
Where? I mean, European. We're in Europe.
Catch.
What is wrong with you?
Oh.
I'm so sorry.
I'm kind of confused
need
what is
security to
happening
leave.
here, but I'm not confused with what's happening at Flick. Of course, we're now into round 2. We are into the best of 3s, and we are in an upper bracket best of 3 at that. We just heard a little bit from Party Puya. They're going to be taking on Swiri in this next match. I'm maybe a little bit surprised to see Swiri taking down Guess over on that B stream, but I'm really excited to see what Party Puya are going to be doing in front of this their home crowd.
Yes.
I wonder if these teams feel like any team on their best day could win. You know how there's sometimes that conversation, like, you know, with tier 1 pros playing 5v5 or whatever, but in this, like, do they really feel like they have a huge edge over each other to the point that, like, they can outskill them and the rotations are so perfect that no matter what spawns they have and everything like that, they're fine? Or do they feel like it is like, you know, sometimes we lose to these guys, sometimes they beat us? I wonder what the mentality is coming into this, because I was surprised by the result too.
Yeah, no, definitely was a surprise. I want to get your thoughts, because we're likely going to be seeing, well, we're definitely going to be seeing one of the 2 maps that we saw earlier on in the tournament, if that be Flux or Dex. What are your thoughts on how Flux played out? Because I know you were really excited to see that one.
I'm all for it. Yeah, I love Flux. I think my favorite thing about Flux, and I think it was very much evidenced by Team Spirit, is just that, like, any point seems like you can extract value out of any objective no matter how much time is left on it, because it takes basically 0 time at all to get from one end of the map to the other, and you have multiple routes to do it, so it's not even easy for the other team who's controlling an objective to stop you from flying forward. Either you're taking those bottom pads all the way over and you kind of sneak up the stairs, or you're just flying across the man cannons through the sky with whatever weapon, you know? And some maps, I think, like the weapon advantage is something that makes a huge difference in the duels, but with Flux, you can fly forward with a pistol and make it look good somehow.
Yeah.
You can get kills through smokes with USPs, Freya.
And and then you also can just get the guns after, like after the kill, very quickly. So I think that actually makes a huge difference. And it's crazier in that perspective, but it's also crazy that we saw Spirit play so well. Like, it makes sense for the other team to take him there, but now that we've seen Spirit play well there, I mean, where do you take Spirit?
Yeah,
You know.
I mean, it was really nail-biting as well. It came down to those final few tickets in those final few moments. But we are going to take a look at one of the teams we're going to see gracing the stage. It's Party Poyad to start things off, of course. A Finnish duo at that. Both Butelli and Blaze are very young in terms of age. And I'm really impressed with what we've seen from them so far in terms of that duality and how they've just been working really well together and seem to kind of understand, I don't want to say roles, because it isn't that strict within this specific game mode, but how they're kind of bouncing off each other in these maps.
Yeah, it is weird. Like, is it hard rules, or like do we see? Because we see sometimes it'll be like players who play in a rotation position trying to lurk, or it'll be one who tries to play more aggressively and out in the open and goes for more of those pure aim duels and will win a lot of them. Or some guy goes high ground, some guy goes low ground. And it's like, is that a natural tendency that they're just leaning in towards, or have they talked about it? And I feel like they have. I feel like they have talked about it.
It feels that way as well, and it feels like they have that strategy on all of the maps as well. I would say, like, you know, Party Poyad comes in as a team that looks like they have a plan and a course of action across any of the situations of any of the maps. At least what we've seen so far, right? Like, you know, in terms of the playoff maps, what exactly are we going to get? Not quite sure. I don't know if that, like, if their performance will meet those expectations, but they've set high expectations, Party Poyad. So.
Is that a similar way to how you're feeling about Swiri, or are you kind of surprised to maybe see them making it to this point?
I'm not too shocked about Swiri. I think that Raxin was one of the best riflers that we got to see across all of yesterday. So personally, with Raxin on this lineup, and I think a lot of the things that we can argue for Party Poyad in terms of like tethering and game plan, you know, I think that Maddie has to recognize, like, yeah, Raxin, you're pretty damn good. So you go kill, and I'm going to do whatever it needs to be, which is either smoke things off from a distance, because if I'm not mistaken, Maddie was one of the players who actually had some of the best supportive utility. They'd leave Raxin in the middle of an open objective, let him run the rifle, and just try to take all these like long fights, long distance duels, and Maddie would just be throwing smokes off of walls that land in front of him, really allowing for Raxin to kind of be the beast.
Yeah,
you know?
and I mean, I spoke to Maddie after the game as well, and he was kind of like, you know, actually Raxin kind of carried that, but it's not about that. It's not just about the pure fragging ability. It's about having that supportive element as well. We are going to jump into the map video. Of course, this is now a best of 3, so we're potentially going to be seeing all 3 maps played. Let's see who, I mean, maybe we can summon a flux circle. How does that happen? We are, yes.
Oh, there you go. See?
What, do you like stare into a mirror and say flux 5 times or something?
Okay.
So that's going to be the first map on the cards. And then we're going to be seeing teleport as well, which I'm super excited for, because we haven't seen that map yet.
And particularly a map that, you know, I'd say would punish a lot of the pro players. I truly believe, like, off of our sample size yesterday, teleporters seem to be what screws over the pro teams more than anything else. Whether it's because, you know, you can look at a...
They're teleporting the wrong way sometimes.
That's what I mean, man. You know, you're going the wrong way. They're watching entrances as if people are going to come out. Teleports just scare people, and I kind of get that. It was one of the hardest things for me to kind of start to grasp, because it's so foreign to a game like Counter-Strike that when your majority of hours are in this, like teleports are something that is really out there.
Well, we are going to be seeing teleport very shortly indeed, but not before we jump into Flux. And of course, it's Anders and Maniac to walk us through it.
Flux.
They summoned Flux, and we've in fact teleported over to the casting desk.
We have.
It's going to be good. I best of 3s now, so everyone's going to be tested to the maximum. I think that's amazing. I can't wait for it. I hope you're all ready. Welcome to the stage. Party Poyad first.
Hometown hero.
Yes.
Party Poyad with a lot to do, with a crowd to please. It's not going to be that easy.
I love it. He has the flag and everything. Yeah, he is so ready. I think these guys are ready to play.
They are ready to play, but to play, they need opponents. And as such, please welcome to the stage, Swiri.
Yeah, the Polish powerhouse. They have actually looked really cool as well. I kind of picked them a little bit of sort of a random shot slightly, but I just had a good feeling about them waking up this morning. I thought, you know what? I think they could do some damage here today. Hopefully they're ready to play Flux. It's going to be the first map, of course. So yeah, they're going to be put to the test. If they, I mean, that must feel good. We saw that at the major with Hunter, with the whole, you know, earless
against
thing.
the crowd.
Yeah, you know, if you can shut them down, that's always good, right?
Listen, you can let the crowd shut you down, or you can stand up to the occasion and show them what you can do and show them what you can bring in. And if Flick has told us anything, is that no team is ready to give up. There's always a fight. It's always very close, and it's exactly what we deserve.
It is. It's been a crazy road just to even get here. But now you got best of 3s, you got double elimination. there's no excuses anymore. If you're going to make your way through to that final, then you're going to have to fight all the way.
And you're going to play the same maps all the way to the trophies, right? It's not like conventional Counter-Strike where there's 7 maps, and you could technically argue with a weaker map pool, you make it to the grand finals. Not here. You play the same 3 maps all the way to the trophies. If you win, there is no debate whatsoever, no discussion that you are the best.
Yeah, you're going to be tested. There's no doubt about it. They are setting up to get into it. Flux as the first map seems to be everyone's favorite, and I can't understand why. It's going to be so crazy. And now that they're both qualified teams here, again, I kind of wonder how much crazy air strafe movement we're going to be seeing, because some players are just so good at it. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and we had that instances in the previous game where sometimes players would wait for each other and then take these jumps together and surprise their opponent. We'll see if this is going to happen this time around. We have the Party Boy going up against Swiri. The first round is kicking off.
Oh, yes. How? Tally, how does he get all the way up here?
Maybe there?
He is way at the top of the map. Now, that must be an easy call-out to make once you see him, but this seems crazy. Oh, he's going to make the jump down. He actually skips the AWP. He just doesn't care. It was right there. He's going to heal on up. That is a great way. No, he did pick up the AWP. He just got it really fast.
That is so risky. So risky to take the weapon, but he doesn't care at all. Finds that great shot on Maddie. Raxon's here with the scout. Trades 1-1 so far. Relatively even game to kick things off. We have a little bit of movement coming in. That's the way we want to see it. Ooh. Great move. I love all of that.
It's so good. Yeah, Raxon, he was going to go down no matter what, except for maybe a scout headshot could have made the difference. Hunting him down with a USP. And Matty was not ready for it. So, pretty even start here. Raxon, yeah, that's a classic position. Those platforms next to the peripheral points are the ones to control. Wow, that is stunning.
Talk about the skill we have today with the USP double frag from Blaze. And I was going to say Swiri had just secured themselves a very good position on that point. A lot of, tickets to save, but Blaze doesn't care.
No, he made that look so good. Oh, they found out Patelli and his little trick. Don't know how he gets up there yet, but they certainly have seen it coming now. Really even in terms of the tickets. No one is running away with anything just yet. Oh, trying to shoot mid-air. You can actually justify doing that. I feel like if shooting people who are flying is a bad idea, but if you're the person flying into the to one of those control points, it makes sense to let it go for a couple of rounds every once in a while.
It might be a little bit hard then to just, I guess, regain control of what you're doing as you hit the ground. It has to be a trade-off, a risk you take.
Okay. There's the fly through, gonna meet him. The grenade out. That's not good.
Indeed, Swiri now taking a little bit of an advantage with that double frag from Maddie. We see here the nade. Oh, that is how he gets to it. Now we know.
Wild. King of the map right there. What about a 10 ticket difference? Yep, smoke is up, and again, it does help a bit, but it also, they can fly right in and you're just hiding inside of it. Can definitely backfire too. Raxon, he's gonna find that, gets the USP, not an issue. Gonna make the flyover. They are so good at this air movement. It is beautiful to watch.
And Raxon is an absolute machine. Like anytime the camera is on him, anytime he's actually besting his duel, he knows exactly where he's got to position himself. I have to say, in terms of skill so far, it feels like Swiri is a little bit ahead. Maybe it's kind of a different league. Putali finally going to put down Maddie with the USP. Now Raxon's playing behind that smoke. The tickets are going down to Paripoya, and this is getting complicated. They have 25 tickets late, and the 9th attempt from Putali not working. Another one. Raxon makes all the difference.
That is fantastic, and they are so far ahead. They've got a 30-ticket lead that they're working on right now. Swiri, they're loving everything. When you win all these fights, and at the same time you're on the actual control point, you're just building so much. This is, I don't even know how they get back into this right now. They need to pick up some weapons before they go for these fights. Flying on to the point with the USP, it might not cut it, although Blaze is actually still hitting headshots with that weapon, which is impressive. 7 tickets left for Paripoya.
There's too much pressure. Now they just have to go. Paripoya have to do the absolute perfect run from now on if they want a chance in this first round, and Matt is not going to allow it. He's being very pesky and annoying from that platform. 2 tickets down 1, and that is it. Swiri with a very decisive 42 tickets lead for round 1.
That is one hell of an opening. Woo. They came prepared on this map. I feel like everyone, though, was so good at using the air strafe. I just think I would have a hard time playing this map because I would get so caught up in just doing the acrobatics instead of actually trying to look for the control points, because it's just such a cool feeling, isn't it?
I know. Look, what we're looking for see now is a reaction from Paripoja, right? They were one step behind in that first round.
Yeah.
It did feel like we were winning all the duels. They had all the positions, but we know we have seen reactions. Oh my!
Knife
to the back.
Yeah, he was worried about the Mach 10 that was flying in on the other side, but he should have been worried about the knife at his back instead. All right. Yeah.
Look at that move. Look at this. Sneak.
Oh, wild. Absolutely wild. All right. Scout here. He's going to have the advantage, even though he's getting kind of shot in the legs. Can he do it again? He's missing a shot.
Dancing around.
All right.
That's a lot of seconds just being won by Paripoja. That's perfect now. We have Blaze on the platform trying to clean up and win sometimes for Patelli to gain access to that point. It's still the A that is kind of ignored, and now it's all on to C, and against where we have the positions.
You see Matty up in this position. This is so great. He can help his teammates. So when the opponents fly in onto the point, he's got someone who's helping him at such an amazing position. Really nice to see. Oh, Patelli, he needed to get that frag right there, because I would have been someone off the point at the moment. They finally managed to convert it to their side, and again, in terms of ticket, it's fairly even. Oh, that's a USP, and he still won the fight.
It's exactly what you were mentioning, Anders. If you can eliminate the player that's on the platform supplying that kind of air support, then suddenly the way to the point is much easier. If you ignore that player, there we have it right on our screen. Blaze is making the plays, making the work from that platform. You need to put him down, and then you open up the road to the point.
All right. Maddie, oh, he's going to make a jump all the way up. Someone has to see that you're up here. The USP, it's just not enough damage, unfortunately. Going to make the jump down. Can he get the heal in time? Actually, he does, and he's going to make an escape for it. That's tremendous. He's going to get the follow-up kill as well.
What a play. What a sequence from Maddie right there. Taste of their own medicine.
And Maddie back here on those outer platforms. Oh, I have no idea how the USP wins in that fight, but Patelli and Blaze so far have both been incredible with the USPs. In terms of tickets, they're neck and neck right now. Both of them at 50 tickets. There's the max 7, but he misses the chance. Blaze will take him down. That otherwise looked great.
That could be it. That could be it for Paripoja to come back into this round. They finally have a ticket. It's small at that, but still here nevertheless. Patelli, great catch onto Maddie, trying to stay alive and gain some access to it. Raxon's not going to allow him to do so, and he's tapping away, making the work, and it's still 1 ticket difference.
Yeah, still 3 seconds on the B point, then it's going to move to C, which is the other peripheral point. So not down the middle yet. Maddie trying to stay alive, and he's going to just escape, bounce right out, lands on the heel, and going to be able to get himself back up. So what a nice escape. Even on low health, he's just right back into it. Blaze is down and out. And that auto shotgun, no, he can't get the job done. This is where they take the lead, Sweary.
That's huge. That is huge. Hugely impactful sequence right there for Sweary. Breaking the barrier of the 10 tickets. Instant trade from Maddie. That is a great reaction to be able to avenge the death of Raxon. Pressure is mounting for Paripoja, Anders.
Oh, it is. And remember, these are best of 3s inside of these maps now. So for Sweary, they are just a round away from winning at least the first map. Then, of course, there's more to come. Auto shot.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Patelli, no.
He fell and got eliminated from the world itself. That is rough. This auto shotty still kind of making it work. At least he's managing to escape, and that in itself is pretty good. Maddie will finally go down with 10, now 8 tickets left for Paripoja. They're in a lot of trouble here on the first map.
They have to stay on the point.
Yeah, they need to. Stay on it. Never let go of it right now. You have to play flawlessly for 20 tickets on the other side. I don't know how you even do that. They can't even get to the weapons right now. It's just being gate kept so well. A 2-0 victory for Sweary on the first map. Absolutely well done.
Clean performance for Sweary. We have to say, we have to give it up to them. Silencing the crowd just a little bit.
Yeah.
They were the better team on Flux. I don't believe we can debate it. I don't believe we can discuss it.
Both teams in that last round, they got both to about 40 tickets left each, and then Sweary just kicked it into high gear. They won a number of important trades while they held the point. absolutely huge.
Sometimes it's all it takes, Anders.
Yeah.
A key moment, a key exchange. We're talking about a very quick succession of multi-frag, and that is it. Suddenly you have the advantage. Suddenly you are playing a 2v1 against players spawning and respawning all across the map, and this is exactly where Swerve made all the difference. The way they have negotiated this first map forces respect.
Yeah, really, really cool stuff. And it's not like, I mean, we could tell as well that Party Boy, they came prepared. They understood the map. Putelli flying up onto the top of the map immediately, getting that AWP. So they were well prepared, but they just fell short at the end. So we're looking really crisp right now.
And there's going to have to be a reaction as well in terms of individual skill. I feel like
Yes.
the amount of time you had either Raxon or Maddie, his teammate, in one of these supportive position on the platforms, and he was finding all the frags, making all that difference. You have to be able to put him down instantly. Otherwise, it's just easy picking. But we're going into a different map now, and I have to ask you your opinion about Teleport, because I myself don't consider myself an expert on the map quite yet.
Oh, I mean, the name gives it away, doesn't it? Teleport. And luckily, we actually have a full breakdown of it. So here we go. Teleport coming up.
Wing 5, T3L Port. Players who have proved themselves in the group stage will have the opportunity to display their worthiness on T3L Port. As one of the larger, more complex arenas, players will need to make use of vital teleports scattered across the 3 capture points to achieve victory here. Whether it's by synchronizing your jumps as a team at different teleport points to get a hop on your enemy opponent from different angles, or simply by arriving at an active capture point before anyone else, teleport talent is the key to success.
Well, there we go. You're all caught up now. Understand what teleport is about. Yeah, I mean, it's not as aggressive, I think, as Lobby was in terms of the teleports. It's not quite as many of them, but it still makes a huge difference knowing when and how to use them.
Yeah, and I think it's very interesting, as it was mentioned in the video, that teams can approach the teleports in a different way, right?
Yeah.
You can either kind of scatter your chances all around and come from different directions, both going into a different teleport, or you can just follow each other and make sure that you have that 2v1 whenever that is possible. Now, I guess the utility play will also be extremely important. We know if all these teleports are going to be the things that define what's happening on the map, then a well-placed Molotov could be all that matters.
Well, here we go. We're into the second map. Party Boyat versus Sweary here at Red Bull Flick Invitational. It is Raxon to go down first, and they're not really holding the point just yet. Again, sometimes it's better to find the right weapons, regroup, get everything in order. This is early on in the round, so you don't want to be too panicked. This particular teleport that Maddie's right in front of is huge because it teleports you behind the point, which is just really interesting. Good way to backstab someone. That's a huge double. Yep, there we go. So now he's right on the point. That's how close you get.
And these are some of the moments that we were referring to, right? A well-timed multi-frag, and that is it. Suddenly the point is yours. Braxton is the one making all the plays. He's going to be put down finally by Blaze. CZ at that. Great double for him.
Yeah, rare sight, not easy to use necessarily. Gonna run for it, and they're all gonna be converting the point right away. So Sweary not letting them get away with too much early on here. Raxon running in. I don't know if he's aware. This is another thing that we saw from some of the pro teams earlier in the tournament, how much they would walk around to try and silence them. But I mean, these teams are running a lot, so I don't know if you have good ears, maybe you can actually hear some of the stomping that's going on.
Yeah, I feel like on this map particularly, the sound cues could be extremely defining, and we're going to have to make decisions. They're going to have to make decisions whether or not they want to play so fast. Now, Sweary have gained access to the B point, and Maddie's great at covering his teammates. So that is about 27 more seconds that could be going the way of Sweary.
Yeah. Oh, they lose Raxon on the point. That's a bit unfortunate. Putelli making his way down here. He's got the health for it as well, and he's got to find Matty. That's a nice little find. Matty, he was so close, he thought maybe he could sneak in. He was staying very silent, like we just mentioned, but couldn't make it work. 5 seconds on the point, so they don't want to fight for it anymore on the Sweary side. Instead, they're going over C, which is where it's spawning, and Maddie, he will defend it. Huge. That is such a massive win.
Putting his team in a great position now. Maddie with the control of the C point. He's going to hide very cleverly behind that platform, staying alive as much as he can, sustaining the fire from Putelli. And these are all seconds that he is grabbing by.
Oh, here
Nate,
comes
well
the nade.
time, boom.
And the follow-up kill. That's not bad. I've got to say, great teleporter use from Vitelli. He ran in one of them, sped up, and flew right out the other. He's just here so quickly, but it took a while. Still even on tickets, more or less. Maddie's going to win one of those fights, but Vitelli's there to trade it right away. Yeah, if he wins that one, he's going to get some time on the point.
Yeah, but he's put down by Maddie. He was on the way to the medic, not able to utilize in time. Blaze, great trade at that, but the seat one is still wide open. Do you take the risk to go there? It's only going to be 5 seconds left, so after that, you're going to make a decision. Look at this, Putel, he's already on the side. He's already kind of anticipating what is going to be the next point, and he wins the duel to Maddie. That is huge for Patipoja. This could be the moment they take the lead in this game.
Yeah, so they get the last 5 seconds on C, and then they're already on the B point. They win that battle. Yeah, it's looking pretty good right now, and you can tell as well they're working on that 10-point lead. Patipoja definitely stepping up early on in the round here.
Great
on teleport.
Great flash for Maddie. We talked about the utility and how they could have an impact in a closed-off map this way. Maddie, deciding not to pull the trigger on that one, winning a little bit. We'll see if he lives to regret that. Plays now, great flick onto Maddie. It's only 9 tickets left. Oh, I thought that was going to hit. I was hoping it would hit.
Almost had time. All right, well, they're going to get a chance to regroup. If you're in the arena here, definitely head over to the Red Bull tent. There's a G2 signing that's going on right now.
Right.
You don't want to miss it. Hunter and Nico are out there. That's going to be worth going to without a doubt, so check that out. It is 32 tickets to 24, so it's still very even. Swiri have started to catch up a bit. You can see Raxon is playing near the point, doesn't necessarily want to stay on it forever, and it's going to move, yeah, so they're going to have to get running over here. But already, Maddie's in position, and he wins that battle. Again, that is massive.
Instrumental duel just won by Maddie right there. Putting Raxon in such a great position to force players to rotate in front of him. And now we have Maddie hiding Pesky in the smoke. First crack being found by Blaze, but there you have it. The trade is instant. And now Patipoja have fallen behind in terms of tickets. They only have 18 left. That's 4 behind their opponents.
Blaze, good shot there with the Krieg. Going to be getting the frag on Raxon. So a chance for Swiri now to regroup. They can't, yeah, this is a problem. Going in one at a time, not going to get the job done because they're low on tickets. They're down to 12. They probably need to regroup a little bit more. They still have a chance to do it one more time, but if they fail this one, it's not going to be looking good. And we're going to move into the center point here. That's where the battle is going to be. 7 versus 15 tickets. It's going to be really tricky for Swiri to hold on to this first round.
It would be insane if Swiri can actually pull it back together because Patipoja, they're actually blocking them from going to the point. You have one player on the A, and now it's catching back up. Can they actually do it? Can Raxon stay alive for long enough? We see the points and tickets going down for Patipoja. Oh my god, you have to run, you have to get on the point right now.
Yep, he's going to stand on it. That makes all the difference. And it's going to be Swiri losing the first round with 1 ticket on Patipoja. That's amazing.
It is too much for my old heart to see this, you know, with players just running towards the point, and you know, it's 1 meter away. What a great game. That's awesome.
And it's so risky because you, on the one hand, you have to make the run, but on the other side of it, if you make that run and you get eliminated while running there, oh, you're going to lose a ticket that you can't afford to lose at that point in time. So it's rough. All right. Second round here on Teleport coming up.
No time to reset. No time to reset for either of these teams. Forget about round 1. You are moving into round 2 now. Patipoja out 1 round away from pushing us onto map number 3.
Yep. Raxon making the jump out. Can he find anyone here? Again, they're not even holding the point. They're just saying, you can try and walk on there. It's not going to be a fun time. Molotov's on top of it now. Good find here for Maddie and Raxon. Got the elimination on Blaze to top it off with. So, again, fairly even for the start here.
Talk about Mac-10 play here. Unfortunately, no bullets left in the magazine. So Swiri is going to be able to clean up the entire area now. The A side will expire. We're moving to the C point. We already have a player from Swiri in position there, so he's going to be able to stop these tickets from going down. Putelli trying to get, he knew he put Raxon low and he just chased him. Oh, huge second one.
He's running and shooting with the CSAT 75 and still able to get the frags. That's pretty impressive. They are building a little bit of a kill lead right here. And also some tickets to add on top now that they're controlling the point. Vitelli's on his own. Oh, actually Blaze spawned real close by, but it doesn't matter. Swiri, they come right back. They win back-to-back fights here, and now they have the point with 20 seconds. If they can hold it for all 20 seconds, that's going to be huge.
That was very important for Blaze to find Maddie. He was in a position to punish these rotations. What a shot from Raxon. Pristine at that. He's not able to adjust on Patelli, who puts him down in his turn. The CZ is going to be, unfortunately, playing tricks on Maddie. I know it's a weapon that can be, at time, a little bit tricky to handle.
It really is. Some of us have never discovered how to do that, probably.
Never gotten to that point.
After all these years, still can't really
I just give up.
done. All right, they're going to find Patelli there. I feel like catching Patelli off guard is the way to go because his aim is so crisp right now. So yeah, if you can just catch him without a weapon or maybe shooting him in the back, that's the way to go. Blaze also at 27 kills. I think Patelli's up there as well. They are, in terms of the frags, they are doing so well. Yeah, 20 on him.
It's a good balance of frags indeed. Braxton's going to be able to put him down. Great reaction from Blaze now. 25 seconds left on the main point, so you want to be standing for as long as you possibly can. Blaze has been also really absolutely going at it in this second round, I have to say, the amount of multifrags he's found.
Yeah. Maddie trying to relocate a bit. He's set at range. Not going to come out on top this one. 35 to 30 tickets. It's still so dead, even impossible to say. Raxon, dangerous when you go for that long spray if you don't actually make it work, but eventually he got the frag that he needed. Point is moved over to the C point now, so the whole battle is going to swing that way. Patelli, though, Raxon, he's so quick to try and get there, he forgets that someone could be, guarding him along the way.
That's going to be so important right here. Maddie's really taking his time, and he got the drop on Blaze. He really took as much time as he could, but Patelli's in a great position to avenge his fallen teammate. So with that now, Party Player is actually securing a 12 tickets lead. It's going to be on to Swery to make it to the point. They cannot really play half-assed now. They have to get in.
Nice fight for Raxon. 14 tickets, you're right. It's really not that much to work with, so they could end up losing the second map here if they can't recover, and that would be a bit of a shame. You win that first map, you at least want a chance to fight for the second one, but Party Poyet have looked so good here on teleport that they might just take it away. No one's on the... Well, there we go, dancing back on it. Maddie, he's going to win one of those fights. They need to do that a couple of more times while holding the point. And the problem is it's going to expire. It's going to move back to the B side instead. So now they all have to swing that way. And it looks like maybe Raxon's going to get there before everyone else.
It's a fight for time.
Yeah. He can't go down. Oh, this is the big one, and Patelli at range. That might seal the deal. Now they have to run on to the point. They can't even spend any time anymore. And yes, they're trying to get there. They're a little bit hurried. They're not going to be there in time, are they? What a rough time. That is tough.
I know, and this is what we're talking about. When you have built that advantage throughout the round, you actually get to decide how you want to approach these last few 5 to 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And in that instance, we were talking about it. You have to make it to the point, but if you are the Party Poya, you can just wait and pick them as they go.
Yeah, it's so cool. Even 7 tickets like that, they can't play it slow. They can't wait to take the fights. They have to just run onto the point to try and keep it alive, and that's where you actually become an even easier target.
Yes, indeed. I think there is a conversation to be had as to how many points are left, how many tickets are left, and when is the point going to change? Because if you are a little bit unfortunate and you end up in this situation where the tickets are against you and suddenly the point is very far away from you, this has to be the extreme difficulty level.
Yeah.
Because then you have to run through that jungle. You cannot take the time to clear all the angles, cross all the T's, dot all the I's. You just have to make it through the map, and Lord knows you're going to get caught.
So great return for Party Poyet. You saw the sign in the audience there. They've got some fans, some hometown favorites here. I think that was really cool to see. So that means we're going to go into the final map on Dex, I believe. Yeah, nice. Best of 3s means we get to see all the maps. And, and also, because of the double elimination type situation here, it means some of these players, if they were a little bit unfamiliar with them, they're certainly gonna become more and more expert at playing them as we go through the day.
Yeah, I do believe the level is actually going to go only higher and higher and higher. Every single time these teams get to experience the maps and kind of trial by fire what they had put together as a plan. This is going to be great to see. But as a purist, we're going towards the more conventional map to close it off. So may the best win, as they say.
Oh, it's going to come down to that without a doubt. Yeah, we saw it earlier, how many headshot angles there were with the ramps and the stairs and everything else. This is a hard map to play still. You don't have the you have the teleports, you don't have the ramps to, or the jump pads to play around with. It's just going to come down to communication and utility and rifles.
So if we go back to the mechanical skills of both teams, where do you place them? Because I think there's a hard conversation to be had. You have Raxon on one hand, who's obviously being an absolute star in his own rights, and then you have Putelli that's so aggressive, so fight-driven on the other side. So I don't really know where I put them. I think it's going to be really hard to kind of differentiate these two in terms of what they bring on the server.
Yeah, it could almost be the Raxon and Putelli kind of cancel each other out, and the fight will come down to the... Blaze was playing really well on this second map. He was might have even been out fragging Putelli at one point there. So yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, I think Swiri still have a decent shot. So going against the home crowd a little bit here, but they do look good.
I feel like the reaction we saw from Party Poet is enough for me to dream. Like, we saw how frustrating it must have been on that first map. They struggled a little bit, but then they bounced back right up on the second. I think maybe the layout of the map fit them a little bit better, and in that sense, we're moving on to a more conventional terrain. That could be something great, but you were mentioning it. We have the 2 stars in the arena right now, Nico and Hunter signing autographs, meeting fans. And it's kind of it's kind of the cool part of what we're doing here too, like getting the occasion to meet these people, exchange just a little bit. It's great to see.
It's a really cool experience. I know for some of the players that are out here as well from the qualified teams, just getting a chance to meet some of the people they've been watching, and are probably hoping one day to play at that level in conventional Counter-Strike too. So yeah, maybe they're going to get a chance. I don't know how this is going to be with the third map. I think it's really hard to guess at.
I've stopped guessing. Yeah, I've stopped guessing, and you know, I just enjoy what's happening in front of my eyes. I think this is the I guess the philosophy I'm bringing to the table today is just may the best win, and please let's enjoy some good Counter-Strike. But also, Party Poyat's going to win. Didn't see that one coming, did you?
Yeah, for now. Although, listen, you said the same thing about Ganucci earlier.
What?
Spirit?
Did I know?
Yeah, I think you did.
Did I? I have no recollection of that, that moment.
Well, we have video evidence.
In fact, I had Magix right next to me on the desk. I do remember saying to him that I knew he was going to win. So I don't really know where you're getting that one from.
Okay, well, someone's going to go back and find it.
We're going to have to find the evidence.
Listen, I don't have that kind of time, Maniac. I reckon they're just setting up the last couple of things. Yeah, you could see them. They're in there.
Warming up.
Playing around, yeah, warming up for it. Maybe getting the last couple of things down. I think especially... anytime you have a ramp in this game, it allows you to manipulate some really thin margins, right? Because if you take one step forward or one step back, it's a huge difference. And if you sort of crouch up a ramp and then stop crouching, suddenly you pump out of nowhere. There's going to be a lot of those kind of headshot angles and opportunities on this map. I think that's
there is a lot of mechanical finesse to it. I think it's a bit of a Vertigo vibe for the purists out there who know this. The A ramp when you're trying to get battles and you have to decide when your head pops off and trying to go for the duel. Whereas if you do it wrong and you just give the time to your opponent to see you coming very slowly, he's just going to put you down almost instantly. So you have to kind of calibrate and decide how you want to take that duel. And a lot of these moments will be on that final map here in the best of 3. And of course we get 3 maps because we would not have it any other way.
Yeah, we're here to crown a champion, so we want to get them tested to the maximum. Cool to see other people in the audience playing. I think they were playing on Digital Archives there. So people get a chance to play the different maps. Of course, you guys at home can as well.
They should.
It's a good way to spend some time. It definitely is. Now, if you are unfamiliar with the map that's coming up next, we do have a little video to talk you through it.
Wing 5, Dex. As one of Red Bull Flick's more traditional maps, Dex goes back to basics with a more conventional Counter-Strike experience. With no movement mechanics in place across the map, teams will have to resort to good old-fashioned strategic play to beat their opponents. Utility and medi shots can only be found at each of the capture points, meaning retaking and holding capture points is more vital than ever. Players will have to smoke off entry points, flash the exits, and keep themselves alive as long as they can to keep hold of each point.
Well, there we go. A little breakdown of Dex for any newcomers that might be in the audience. Yeah, I think it's also quite a transition, from playing Flux into playing Teleport into playing this one. It requires a lot of adjustment for the individual player to sort of think about how they move, distances.
It's the whole rainbow.
Yeah.
It's the whole symphony of what you need here at Red Bull Flick to be able to be crowned champions. You not only need to have that more exotic approach to the game, maybe with the run boost or the jump pad and the serve and whatnot. Here, we go into a little bit more of a closed-off maps, bit more pure in the approach. So you gotta have to have that whole arsenal if you want to be named and crowned champions here.
Yeah, absolutely. Which is great. You get to test all your strengths and weaknesses. Certainly on the first map over at Flux, it looked like Swiri were on home ground, but it switched pretty quickly into the second one, and now maybe the third one will be the closest of all. We can certainly hope.
Here's a question. If you lose the second map, would you rather have a little bit of time to regroup and gather your thoughts and take it easy, or would you rather just go straight into the third one? Take the bull by the horn.
I feel like
it's a debate.
It is a debate, right? I feel like maybe you just want to do it as quickly as you can because it's so nerve-wracking being up there. I don't know. Speaking of Swiri, we do have a little bit of a video to go through. If you guys are unfamiliar, then here's your chance.
Hi, I am from Team Świry. My name is Raxon.
My name is Matti and I will be competing in the Red Bull League 2021 tournament.
I started playing CSGO in 2014. Virtus Pro in the major in Katowice, and that was amazing for me.
Before I was in FPS games, I was playing Call of Duty and I started playing CSGO in 2015, I think. We decided like a year ago when there was Red Bull League Nationals in Poland. Before that we were playing like 5v5 in a team. It was something different, I think. It's a lot easier than 5v5 actually. You just depend on your friend, not the whole group. We are friends for a long time, so even communicate without words.
So it's easier for us to play together. We know each other very well. I think we'll be very confident because we dominate the Poland scene in Red Bull League, so now it's time for Helsinki. Who is better at long range?
Oh my god. Who is better with throwing grenades?
Oh my god. Who is the more defensive player? No god! What are you talking about, man? You are against always.
This is a disaster, disaster. Who is faster when it comes to movement?
Whose aim is better?
Who is the most stealth player on your team?
Who communicates better during gameplay?
Oh, it was bad. Holy that's Vertigo, I think.
Yes, that's Vertigo, of course. That's overpass?
That's overpass, yeah, that's overpass.
Easy.
Holy I don't know. I think that's overpass as well. I think those are the ATMs. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I don't know actually. That might be cash. Yeah, I think that's cash.
Run with cash.
Too easy, too easy.
Vertigo? Yeah, it's Vertigo for sure.
Oh, the old Vertigo.
I like Raxon even more now that he has a dog in the background there. That was cool. A
Okay,
cute
but what
dog.
if you had cats?
Oh no, I like cats even more. No, I'm a
even
cat
more,
person.
even more. Yeah.
No, exactly.
We're cat people.
Okay, so
Yeah.
one thing about cat people is that they tolerate dogs. Dog people, I feel like, just hate cats with a passion.
So true, actually.
Yeah, right?
Yeah,
Big
so true,
truths up
bestie.
here.
So true, bestie.
Maybe we should talk about teleport, because that's the first time we got to see that map.
Yep.
How do you feel about that?
I'm still just as confused as I was before I saw it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those maps where, I mean, again, like, see, man cannons, the launchers, to me, that's intuitive.
What are the
Surfing-
man can? Are you talking about jump heads?
Yeah, man
Oh,
cannons.
okay.
Come on, dude, get with the times.
I've been saying it for like days now, but
Man cannons.
Yeah, okay.
It's I think it's a Halo term.
Ah, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
the ones that like, I mean, jump pads, yeah, those are jump pads.
So
but
is this
like,
event nostalgic for you?
A little bit, yeah. This whole event is, it's very nice.
Thank you.
And yeah, so teleport I find is just it's a fun map in the sense that, like, you know, the action is still as high octane as something like comparable to Dex, but it's the routing of the teleporters that I think kind of makes for like maybe a less intuitive experience. You see a jump pad on the ground, you step on the jump pad, it sends you flying. Everybody can grasp that. You see a glowing orb in the middle of a doorway, you don't know what's on the other side.
Would you want to, let's say you could play with Raxin. Okay. Yes?
Yeah.
But you didn't get any kills for this whole event, but you won.
Yeah, I'm
Would
gonna
you
take
wanna
10K.
play?
Yeah, I'm gonna take it. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
gonna take it.
What about you? Would you need kills?
Yeah, probably. I don't know. Does that make me a bad person?
No.
I mean, I just want to play with Raxin, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
That's the thing.
That's my.
Yeah.
I give him my 10K.
I have another gripe with teleport that I would like to touch on.
Okay.
Because I know the map developers might be out there still. Starting pistol is a CZ.
The CZ?
Ouch.
I don't
Wait,
I can't do it,
is
man.
that not good?
It's the draw speed, I think, because like think about the way
have to
that
build
like
it every time.
if we go back down to the digital archives, the -2 map, right? The dual Berettas is somehow like offsetting the fact that for the early portion of the game you're playing mostly SMG and shotgun, and I think that in a game mode like this where you're going to get punished on rotations and you can kind of get spawn camped a little bit once people have rifles, that you need to have like a bit of a fair fight back.
Yeah.
And the CZ in terms of like damage output can be pretty good, but if you get caught in any kind of a draw animation for the medi shot back to the CZ, or from a grenade back to the CZ, or if you have to reload after 12 bullets, I think the CZ makes this actually very skewed to whoever actually has gun control.
What about on digital archives where, okay, it's not their fault, but dualies are so strong now, it felt like you didn't even have to actually go get a different gun to start your engagements, like, because everything's kind of close. Then you got dualies off spawn with 30 bullets, and you tear through armor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of maybe disagree slightly with you because I like the fights for guns. Like I think that's an element that I really like about it is the fact that you can't. It's not just the focus on getting the control point, but getting the utility and getting the weapons as well. I don't know, but I don't like the CZ as a weapon.
Freya looks like my bully from high school. So.
Yeah.
Sorry, PTSD for you. Sorry.
Don't give me a spoiler.
What are we thinking about how Swiri were playing it as well? Because I know you were pretty hyped to see Raxin entering the server again.
Rax on Rax.
Impressed with what he showed?
Yeah, I think he's still giving us that same level of gameplay, and I think that, you know, Maddie actually impressed me in the sense that it was a much more one-sided affair last time around. I still believe that Raxin's going to be the pop-off carry, but we saw it in the first map, right? Like, if I can take us back just 1 second to go back to Flux, that was a blowout.
Yeah.
Like, that was a total blowout. And I think that, like, the rifle advantage that Raxin brings to the lineup was very evident in that first map.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we should talk a little bit more about Flux as well, because, I mean, it's the map we were kind of hyping up. We started the Flux circle of...
Yes.
I don't know what you would call that. Yeah, no, it's going to come up again.
Yeah.
No, we're going to Dex next.
Yeah, we're going to Dex, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
Dex would be
actually
cool.
cool with... I also disagree with you, Connor.
Oh.
What the hell's wrong with you guys?
Now you got nowhere to hide. Yeah. I like Dex, and the reason is because I'm a normie. I like a really regular game of Counter-Strike. I think it's cool to watch them play with the map controller rotations, and I actually think it's kind of fun, some of the engagements on Dex. And I think overall, I feel it's a very palatable map. And sometimes it's a little bit too crazy with the jump pads around. I feel like it can make a bad player good. So,
well, I disagree with you, because you said you're a normie, but I've never seen a normie in a pearl necklace.
True, I'm liking the look today.
Yeah. So no, I think Dex is good. Dex is good. I'm not against Dex. I'm against the CZ on teleport. Dex is a fun one because I think like you said, like it's a bit more pure. Like, I like the fact that Dex actually turns out to be the decider, because you could argue that like Flux brings in this crazy movement as the gimmick, and teleport brings you all these weird routes as the gimmick, and then we get to end, if things are all tied and we get to this third map, that it's nice, 1-1, let's just play some clean CS. So I'm there with you, Lauders. Okay. I'm a man of class as well.
We can crown our map MVP for the most recent map. I do believe it is Blaze, who's coming out all guns blazing.
Just Blaze.
I like this as well. I like that we get to give a little bit of a spotlight to him too. How do you kind of feel about his play style, considering we've seen two quite different maps? What are you kind of thinking of how he performed over both of those?
Their personalities are so funny because they both point at each other for like who's the more flat. Like Blaze said that he peeks too much and that's why he's the riskier player. But then they asked,
who shows off more in the server, and then they both agreed it was Patelli. So it was like, which one is actually the playmaker in the game?
Yeah.
They both have that. They both have that confidence, I feel like. So I get it. I think obviously the team is very strong between the two of them. I feel like Patelli needs the spotlight more often, but I'm not surprised to see Blaze do it.
Blaze has only played CSGO for 2 years as well.
The whole game?
Yeah, the entire game, which is pretty impressive to see somebody having these kind of mechanics, this kind of movement.
Yeah.
I mean, he is only, what, he's 17? Which is, it's crazy in itself. He's already up here playing on a LAN stage at this age, looking so calm as well. I think that's another thing I'm impressed about with so many of these amateurs. The fact that how many sort of LAN stage debuts they're making, and they are looking so cool and calm collected doing it.
It's those ice-cold finish nerves. You know, that's what it is.
He's the Thompson of CSGO, right?
Yeah. Not only 17, but he actually has a LAN victory over top of Alexi B as well, right?
Yeah.
The team that opened up versus them yesterday. And so talking about looking chill.
He heard about Alexi B just 2 days ago. He's even worried.
Yeah. He said, I'm the pro, and stepped into the server and did a really good job. You know, Party Poyat, I think, I'm going to throw production under the bus, but I'm sure they'll throw back this highlight. We had a moment on Flux that, you know, Party Poyat showed me something that we haven't seen across any of the other games, which was positioning themselves not in the sniper spawn, which is like halfway up that center tower, but they bounced off of one of the extremities walls to fly all the way up and land on the top of the very top tower.
Yeah.
Now, that all of a sudden, like, you know, I was watching, you know, the Spirit game just before it, and we were talking about how high ground platform advantage is everything. Party Poyat took it to a whole new level, so it's very clearly like experienced on the map. You know, they'd be bouncing off walls and whatnot.
We were in the green room with Spirit when that happened, and they were like, wait, what?
Yeah,
you can do that?
Yeah, they were
yes,
shook.
yes, we're going to actually get to see it, because we didn't really
Look at
see
this.
exactly. Damn. Okay.
Like, that's gnarly. That's great.
Okay. Man, okay, they've definitely gotten some practice on this map. That's so cool.
Love that.
I love that.
And it's like kind of hard. Plus, it's like nice tech. Plus, you get, you know, the ultimate high ground, like in Apex terms. Like in Apex, high ground's everything. So you got high ground, ultimate high ground, and you can't get much higher than that.
It's funny as well because we were questioning, like, will anybody go for the AWP? Is there kind of any feasibility in getting the AWP? And even when he did get it, like, didn't do a huge amount with it. I think just because of the nature of the map, right? Like, it's not no shame to him for, you know, he made some really cool plays by getting into that high ground. But would you agree with that kind of take of this isn't the map that you really, really want to focus all the energy getting the AWP on?
Hands down, double whammy. First of all, the op spawn point is in this very awkward spot in the center of that tower. And this is one of the things with the airspeed when it comes to those launch pads. They send you so fast that it's actually very hard to stop yourself directly on that spawn, right? Not to mention you've got to navigate through the windows on the side to even get in there. And secondly, you grab the op. Good luck hanging on to it when players are just flying around up into your face with all these Mag 7s and SMGs. So to me, it's like, you know, Nico, I think, was the one pro yesterday who kind of leaned on the op from time to time across a couple of different maps. When it's easily accessible and it's in the hands of the right player, you see how it can just dominate, right? Anybody trying to cross in the open for a rotate, anybody trying to get onto an objective and highlighting the circle in the sky, you know where they are. The op can just shred, but not on Flux.
Well, we are going to jump into our third and final decider map. It is going to be Dex, and it's coming your way courtesy of Maniac and Anders.
Thank you to the desk. Yeah, we're going to get almost into the game. I can't wait for it. A little bit of a break here, but Dex is in fact coming up. The more traditionally based aim-heavy.
Yeah, as Londer says. The normie map. I kind of like it too. I think I'm right there with you, Londers. You know, a bit more purist when it comes to Counter-Strike. It's because I was never really good at surfing it. I think I just have this deep inside me. Some people do it way better than me, but now it's not about surfing anymore. It's about aiming, fragging, and making your way in the winner bracket.
I need to learn how to surf one day too. It's not going to be right now though. Braxton, he much hyped up for good reason. Could end up being the carry over this team. Okay. Gonna be a couple of tickets ahead here. Party Poyat, the home team with a Mag 10 on top. It's too much to handle. Maddie trying to get back into it, but Blaze is doing a good job.
Yeah, they talked on the desk about his ability to make these multi-frags, and well, Raxon just answers straight from the get-go. He says, what you can do, I can do better. Makes sure with the Galil, but it's gonna be turning his back to Patelli. So Party Poyat able to once more get access to the point. Great little surfing, swerving around the smoke. It's not going to be enough. 10 seconds point would change, but still a little bit of a ticket advantage for Swervy early on in this first round.
Yep, and they're already on the second point here, on the C point. So not just winning the last couple of battles over at the other point, but they're ready to pick it up here again. Good idea for Matty. He had the right call, good communication. He knew where he was coming from, but it doesn't really matter.
Huge.
So, yeah, Party Poyat are catching up pretty quickly to Sweary.
Blaze been all this time on the point, and this has been all these seconds that have been in the advantage of Paddy Poyat, and he's gonna be finally put down by Matty, and a great headshot with the M4, but still, lots of points. All that C point has been going the way of Paddy Poyat so far.
Yeah, they've been on it, holding it. Putali coming into action now, getting the frag on Raxon, and this is looking pretty sweet at the moment. They've turned it around. Now they're in the lead. They're getting all the frags while defending the point. They're not actually standing on it for most of this time, but does it really matter if they're just winning it all the way through in terms of frags, which they currently are? 4 seconds here, and it goes back to B, where it's a little bit far away.
A perfect sequence coming out of Party Poyat right now. They were in control first seconds to the last on this C1, and now again they have the positional advantage. If Raxon is not able to find it, great trade from Blaze and Swery. They find themselves one step behind the music in this first round. It's truly Party Poyat who's got the drop on them. And now look at this, Puteli, very cleverly, he is not playing the point quite yet. He's just waiting, ready to punish any kind of rotation. And now he's got a drop on Matty. Perfect execution of the plan.
Yeah, really well done. You find Raxon 2. Nope, that's too much to handle. Blaze, though, trying to follow it up. Could have very nearly been a double there. You could see Raxon was down to 31, but the health will bring him back up. Great utility to have, and it's only on the control points on this map that it exists. Double for him.
That's what they needed. That's why Swery needed to get back into this game. Only 2 tickets away now. Raxon is just raining fire from that point. Finally, Blaze will best him, but that is it for that B sequence. We move on to C, and a very important duel. The P250 somehow prevails over Matty. That could have been the way back in for Swery, but Party Poyat now, they have the ability to send Blaze as this punishing turret in the middle of the map, whereas his teammate Puteli is put down. Oh, that was absolutely outrageous.
By the way, that sequence there for Raxon a couple of seconds ago, that was 5 in a row that he got before he got taken down. Blaze working on a record of his own. He's already got 2 of them. Got to be careful here, a little bit of a battle. There's a 3rd one to add on top and a 4th at the end. So, yeah, he's going to be some good streaks coming in here in terms of the frags, which is super important. 23 to 19 tickets. So, Swery, they're slightly behind. It's not a lot. But as we saw earlier, it can make a massive difference right at the end. If you don't have time, if you don't have tickets to wait, you have to run onto a point in the last couple of seconds, you are such a vulnerable target. Raxon will get the kill on Blaze, and, well, it's looking pretty decent right now. Puteli, he goes down, actually. And Blaze, he is awkwardly fighting 2 against 1. And Swery, they could maybe bring it back if they can win one more round of fights like this. Maybe they could get it.
7 tickets, he's got to win that duel. He had to win the duel, Anders. That was it.
Yeah.
That was his way back to the point, and now Puteli's put down Matty as well. I think they've done it. I think Party Poyat's done enough to adjust themselves with this first round. Sometimes it all goes down to one encounter, and they won't have the time.
Oh, you see the massive, you're right. That battle, the spray on the AK, that is what made the difference. They had to win that. The first round goes to Party Poyat.
And I think the audience is pleased by that.
Yes.
Would you believe it? Everyone is behind them, behind the Party Poyat now, 1 round away from besting Swery and making it to the next point in the winner bracket.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Looking really good at the moment. Briefly switching the FAMAS to burst fire, nobody does that.
Nobody ever does that. I've never used it. Last time I used the burst was in 2013, I think.
Yeah, and even then it was by mistake.
And even then I missed.
Exactly.
Would you believe it?
Oh, all right. Second round here on Dex is coming up. Okay, so this particular point is a bit different because you can smoke off one of the sides like that, but that high ground advantage is still pretty big. And Blaze will get the frag with a deagle.
20 seconds now. Blaze got to stay alive for as long as he possibly can, but Matty will quickly dispose of him. Party Poyat with a little bit of a deficit, but nothing too important, nothing too significant quite yet. But look at this, the way they're punishing all these rotations. Great positioning from Swery.
Yeah, and already moving to the B point is Matty. He was so they give up on A really quickly, but it's still pretty good, and winning the fight once they have the B point as well. This is looking like a really good start to the second round here for Raxon and Matty.
it's the pistols making that much difference. It allowed them to have the time to find the weapons that they are using right now. Raxon with the plays on the Galil, we have been talking time and time again about his skill, about his ability to make the difference and take over game as an individual. And he's been once more showing to us that he is up there. But Blaze puts him in the dirt.
Yeah. Still pretty impressive 20 ticket difference here between the two teams, at least for the minute. AWP picked up now, a couple of shots missed. Blaze though with the Galil, he's holding tight. Raxon will get the one frag, and now Putelli, he's feeling the pressure. They're getting closer against that AWP. He's gonna hit this shot, not happening, and you could see the frustration as well, shaking his aim a bit. Now he's actually out hunting, but they're gonna move. They're saying, yeah, you can have that orb on the point, because the point's now over at C, and we're all just gonna rotate away from you. That's kind of cool.
He had to switch to sniper, not the weapon you want to be using to be running around. Raxon very easily disposing of him now. Swery, this could be it. This could be the moment they take full control of this second round. They already have more than 20 tickets advantage over the point. And look at this, Ratty with the perfect positioning and the crosser placement. The plan is executed flawlessly from him. Now he's in a position to punish him, but Putelli's quicker on the trigger.
Oh, awkward. It felt like that AWP backfired a bit more than maybe he was expecting, so he did kind of toss it away.
Yes.
But now maybe Paripoyat could start to bring it back. They've had a couple of frags consecutively here. You could see they're still going for it. Putelli has got 3 in a row. Blaze, it's 2 in a row. That's a headshot. Just the P250's out. And that is, their streak has come to an end, but they actually brought it back a lot.
That was a very good sequence from the lads of Paripoyat now. They're gonna have to be on the B point as quickly as possible, but they are getting torn apart as they try to move towards that position now. Blaze is lurking, taking his sweet time, finally finding, and we see now only 26 tickets that they play with. There is not a lot of margin for error, and if you want to stay in it, you almost have to be perfect. And perfect that isn't.
Putelli down, that's a problem. 20 tickets left at the moment. Maddie's getting into the swing of things too. And this second round could well go the way of Swery, the way that this is shaping up right now. Paripoyat, they need to group up, find the last set of rifles that they're going to use, and make a final push onto one of these points. I feel like running in one at a time is not the way to go. Here's a little bit of a conversion, but 30 seconds on the point, they can actually do a lot with this.
Yeah, but they have to be perfect.
Yeah.
They have to be perfect from now on. They only have 11 tickets to play with. They have control. Blaze has to take a little bit of territory so that he can grab players before they make it to the point. Look at this reaction from Raxon.
Yep, so ready for it. Goes for a secondary fight, but the spray battle will be won by Putelli. Maddie's on the point inside of the smoke. Raxon, he must have spawned more or less right behind Putelli. That's a huge advantage. And Blaze, he's going to hit the ground too. It's 2 tickets left. And Putelli, yeah, he knows. He just has to run and gun. And that's the second round going to Swery. Well done.
Well done indeed. We have to question, I guess, the choice of the AWP. It kind of backfired a little bit on Putelli, unfortunately.
It did.
And this is what we say. This is why we put it as very unforgiving, I think, on this mode of Counter-Strike, where things are very hectic, very chaotic. You have the AWP, if you miss a couple of shots, we know Nico can make it work, but not everyone is Nico. So you have to decide whether or not you take the risk of playing with the sniper, and it didn't pan out this time around.
I think especially because Putelli's been playing so well with the rifle, so not even sure there's much of a downgrade if you miss the shots with the AWP. Just give it up, go back to the M4 or the AK, and you're going to be fine. All right, here we go. Third and final round on decks. Paripoyat, the hometown heroes. I mean, that was a really, really close loss here in the second round. Maybe they can bring it back. The speed, stim there. Putelli swings back in. That's hard to deal with.
That was a beautiful sequence from Putelli. From the frag to the heel to the second frag. Raxon is able to cut from behind, but the difference has been made now. Paripoyat giving themselves a chance to dream in this last round.
Oh, he just got the heel in. That's huge. Raxon. And the point has switched, or is going to switch in the meantime over to C, so he doesn't even really want to stick around and say, yeah, you can have the last second or two here. Who cares about that? And now they're fighting in the middle of the map as well. It looks like maybe Putelli and Raxon are going to have a fight over at the C point. And in fact, Putelli's going to be coming out on top of that one. Good frag on that. But is it enough, Maddie? Can't be jumping with that Galil.
Got to make a decision here. Butelli with the Max 10 doing the work. Like, we've seen a lot of multi-frags from a long distance, and this is a great sequence from the Party Poya now. Having kills back to back to back. It's now 4 eliminations in a row. It is time for them. It is control. It is pressure on their opponent.
Yeah. It's taken such a long time, and it's given some space for Blaze to walk up and take down Maddie, flanking him. In terms of the ticket, slight lead for Party Poya. Just a bit. He really wanted that rifle, but Maddie's there guarding it. All right, we're over at the B point next, already trying to get there. Blaze, he could backtrack and maybe make it. I think Maddie's waiting for him.
Oh, look at this duel. Look at this duel right there. Blaze had to best Maddie to take control of the B point. Both teams neck and neck right now. Only 1 ticket separating him with the Galil first frag. Good trade from Raxon, but he doesn't know about Butelli. He doesn't know exactly what he is. He's making a little bit of a noise, but not able to adjust. Party Poya with the multi-frags could be it. This could be the moment they gain control.
Yeah, it really well could be. Already working on a 4-ticket lead. See if they can continue. Oh, but they find Blaze out in the middle of the map, and that leaves Butelli. He's on his own. Smoke is going to give him a bit of space, but it is still just not enough. Raxon will find him. And now taking over the point is Sweary. See how long they can stay on it for here. This point is just trading hands so quickly. It's just impossible to stay alive.
Man, this headshot, the skill we have on the server is absolutely unreal. Great shots all across. Butelli a little bit confused as to where the danger is coming from. Now the B point has fallen to Sweary, but in about 3 seconds we are moving to C, and we can see on the radar the movements, the rotations coming in. It's gonna be Matty first in the advantageous position. Does he win that duel? Blaze is the first one to find. So now Raxon has to run. Raxon cannot allow Party Poya to get access, but Blaze has been doing so much work in this final round.
Yeah, and that's absolutely massive. He was very, very low on health, but because of the angle, it didn't really matter. Just his head was showing, and Blaze nearly continuing. Yeah, 3 in a row right there. And Butelli swings in with another one. This is looking decent, but again, in terms of tickets, it's only a 3-ticket lead right now for Party Poya, so they can't take anything for granted here. Make sure that you don't go down alone here. Make sure you keep playing as a team. That's the lead that they needed. Now they have the point. The 15 seconds still on it.
That's the lead they needed. And now every single elimination going the way of Party Poya is getting them a step closer to the next round in the winner bracket. Sweary have all the pressure on their back. Raxon's got to be found, and they cannot allow Party Poya to find him one by one. We know we've seen teams backs against the wall not having that synchrony at the very end.
Butelli, nice little burst there with the AK. 7 tickets left for Sweary to try and stay alive here, or they're going to have to take a dip down to the lower bracket. Raxon and Maddie, they're fighting back. They're doing a really good job. Now they're on the point. They got 4 tickets, which means they cannot step off the point. They can't go down any further. They really have to stay alive, and that is a nice long-range fight to be winning. They're going to catch Raxon as well. That's all they needed. Party Poya in front of the home crowd, defeating Sweary.
What a great reaction from the Party Poya. Pit against some of the most skilled players we have in this tournament, and they didn't fail. They didn't budge. They came in here, they had that great reaction after the first map. They let go, and from that moment on, they were in the driving seat.
Yeah.
They pleased the crowd. They rose up to the occasion, and it's great to see.
Incredibly tricky at the end there, because I think if they don't get that long-range frac on the player, I think Maddie, who was on the actual point itself, it's entirely possible that would have completely blown up against them. So really, really interesting, but a job well done at the end. There was a close game.
In every single one of these maps we're watching, and there's always that moment, you know, when there's about 10 to 15 tickets left, and we see a duel about to happen, and we both have that feelings. This is it. This is whoever gets ahead, whoever best his opponent at that very moment, he's going to put his team in a dominant position. This time around, it was Party Poya.
Yeah, hugely well done. 7 tickets at the end, and we got all 3 maps. We got three rounds on the final map. Really well done at the end. Love to see it. And it wasn't just Butelli, even though he was sort of like the highlight initially. It came down as well to Blaze, also playing extremely well.
Yeah, I think that was a point that was mentioned at the desk as well, is that, of course, Raxon is a beast, and there is nothing to say against it, but it was maybe a little bit more well-rounded from Party Poya, and both players that were able to give inputs.
Love to see it. Yeah, some highlights coming your way, because well, we deserve it. So a lot of really cool shots coming out.
We do.
And it was fun to see the AWP kind of backfiring halfway through the third map here. But yeah, we all started off on Flux, where, I mean, the contrast couldn't be any bigger, could it?
That's why we're talking about reaction, and that is what is so great about Party Poyad being able to fight back, is that quite honestly in that first map, it looked a little bit deflating, right? They didn't really even appear for the fight. It really felt like Swery were one step ahead and they had the drop on them every single turn, and suddenly you see a reaction coming in. You see that they're not here to give up, they're here to fight. And when it gets to the third map, then it's all up in the air.
Yeah, they were just ready. Really, really interesting to see, without a doubt. Of course, Swery are just going to be going down to the lower bracket, I believe. So we're not done with them yet.
No, we're going to see them more.
Going to get a chance maybe for some revenge.
I'm hoping.
It'll be interesting. We do have the desk ready to break it all down for us.
We do indeed, and we do have a very special treat in the form of Putelli joining us up here on the desk. First of all, huge congratulations, man, and I love that you've got the flag with you as well.
Thank you. I have to keep the flag. I'm representing my country anyway. So.
Nice.
Yes.
How is it to be competing like in your home country, in front of your home crowd? What does that feel like?
I absolutely love it.
That's awesome.
Is this the first time that you have?
Yeah, first time in front of a crowd.
Oh, let's go.
That's awesome, man. And I love that the crowd are all behind you as well. That's so cool.
It's the flag.
Yeah, exactly. You said, we were just chatting before we came on air, you said you're feeling really confident. Have you been feeling confident throughout the entire tournament?
Throughout the tournament, yeah.
Nice.
The loss against Swedish, nothing. We won them now, so it's easy.
There we go. Okay. And you took down OG as well. Did it hurt your heart to have to do that?
A little bit. I wanted to see them in the top 8.
In the top
G2
8.
also, but it happens.
They weren't good enough, man.
Are you surprised? I mean, we're a little surprised that we've only seen one pro team coming through in the form of Team Spirit. Were you expecting there to be more pro teams coming through, or kind of expected this many of the qualified teams?
Honestly, no. I was actually surprised they did so well, because they haven't played the game modes, and no.
So how much practice have you guys been putting into? I mean, because it's kind of interesting that we're going from those 5 maps in the group stage and then coming into this 3 completely new maps. So how much have you become kind of practicing those?
We have played maybe close to 200 maps already.
Oh wow!
So we've been working a lot.
Damn.
And could you talk about just how much you like? Do you like how much you like or don't like the game modes in general? Like, would you just, you know, if there was no tournament involved, would you be playing Red Bull Flick?
I think so. It's a good map to warm up, and it's fun because like it's a non-stop action. So it's like Quake, you know.
Yeah.
I like the game, and I like this one.
Do you play Quake as well?
A little bit, yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's awesome.
Old school gamer.
Yeah.
Well, what did Blaze play before CS:GO?
I think Minecraft.
A little Minecraft, yeah. I don't know why. I thought it was Minecraft. Okay.
Yeah, it was
well,
Minecraft.
He should have been playing FPS games the whole time, apparently.
Seems so.
Yeah, should have.
How do you know Blaze? Like, can you talk to me a bit about the relationship between you two?
Because he used to play Minecraft.
Through my old school friend, I joined his team, and Blaze was on it. So.
Oh, nice. That's really
cool. It was
cool.
the beginning.
What are your favorite mechanics in terms of these maps as well? Do you like the teleporters, or do you like the bounce pads?
Jump pads. Yeah, I like
Nice.
the jump pads. We lost the flux, but it's okay.
Yeah, how was that experience for you guys? Because it's really cool to see you bouncing back and then sort of not letting that phase you and winning the next 2.
I mean, it was kind of hard, and it was our first official flux. Before, in the qualifiers, we never played flux. So it had to happen, and we lost, but it's okay.
Kind of crazy hour as well over there. It's a bit nuts.
I fell a few times off the map. Okay.
Me too, man.
You got a pretty outgoing personality. You walked in the green room a couple times, said hi to everybody, and you come in on the desk, got the flag on. You're really embracing it, being in front of a crowd and everything. Do you like the whole front-facing part of it, where you get to like engage with people and be in a LAN environment? Does it affect you in pressure?
Not really. I don't have much pressure, and I just try to like enjoy every single moment. I love it.
Nice.
I want to do this more.
Okay.
Awesome. Well, hopefully we will see more of you, and we definitely will be seeing more of you going forward in the tournament. Huge congratulations once again. We can take a look at the bracket to see exactly what the standings are saying after that result. Of course, Party Poyad making themselves known, going straight into that upper bracket final. So literally only one more spot between them making it to the grand final and potentially taking the lion's share of the prize money. For Swery, unfortunately moving down into that lower bracket, but that is kind of the beauty of double elimination, Launders, the fact that it did get so tense, so close in some of those moments. They do have one more lifeline.
Best team will win, right? I mean,
They'll have full bragging rights after this is all over, and there's enough of a cushion just within the rounds themselves, but now you get 2 chances. There's just going to be no questions. You know, the best team will get through and will finish and will be crowned champs and will be able to brag about it on FaceIt for the rest of their days.
Guess getting eliminated, it seems, as
Oh,
well.
man,
over on
they
the
actually
V-Stream.
did. No way.
That's really
man.
heartbreaking, man. Like, my heart was kind of tied to those guys from the last Flick Invitational, but I mean, props to them for making it this far and taking down G2 to be able to get here as well.
Let's go Al Partey.
Yeah.
Partey.
Ain't so easy, man.
Yeah.
Ain't so easy.
Ain't so easy.
I think we can check in with the schedule to see exactly what is left on the cards. Of course, our other upper bracket matchup, Depression Duo versus Team Spirit. How are you guys? You guys are obviously going to be commentating this one. How are you weighing up these two kind of opponents going head to head?
It's hard to say, man.
They did so well to get here, right? They who was the team that they took down? They took down
Depression Duo?
Yeah, they took down someone really strong
Suri.
right the first.
Oh, Dogo No-Go.
Oh, no, that's right. The Gobanabanar.
And I really thought that was
Yeah.
like, I thought that was like sealed. I thought that was sealed. And then they just were just like quietly standing up to the challenge, winning the second and third round. And I was like, wow, they're actually really good. So I wonder if they can challenge Spirit, because Spirit also have shown that they've been really good. And Spirit beat Garnucci. I mean, we have to talk about the fact that Spirit beat Garnucci. And so, you know, impressive from Depression Duo, but like Spirit are clearly the best pro team here.
Well, they're going to be going up against Depression Duo to see exactly what they're going to be showing us. And we're going to get to learn a little bit more about a qualified team.
Hi, we're Team Depression Duo. My name's Frozen.
I'm Drex, and we will be competing in Red Bull Flick
2021. I started playing mid 2015. I just started playing because my friends played it.
My older brother played. It was like inspiration for me.
We met in the game on the server, like, and we were instantly connected. I don't know why, but he was just instantly my friend. Then we just keep playing for years and years, building up our chemistry, and then we wanted to do this.
He has a really good aim, and I like to do strategies, and that's why we are strong. I'm feeling pretty confident, and I think we can maybe win. I don't know, it will be difficult, but I think we can.
Yeah, I'm really confident. The cones and like the metal passage. Yeah. Vertigo.
Vertigo.
Yeah, we like playing this map. Overpass.
Yeah, I think it's overpass too.
There's graffiti and the color of the walls and the floor. Yeah, I don't like it very much.
Yeah.
It's too much to do, too much to check. What?
I don't know as well.
Can it be overpass again?
I think it's overpass again.
Yes! That's on city spawn, now I know. Cache.
Yeah, that's cache.
Yeah, cache, the new cache. Yeah. I liked it better when it was like on the old version. Too much green for my eyes.
It's Vertigo again, yeah.
Yeah, it's Vertigo. Easy.
It was good.
Toma.
Depression Duo and Team Spirit are the next two teams to be going head to head. And I've got another iconic pair joining me up on the desk here. Maniac, Anders.
Iconic.
Are you,
becoming
are
a
you the
pair.
new duo? Yeah. I mean,
man.
maybe Manders is going to be a real thing. What are you thinking of these duos coming up?
Oh, they are. I mean, I feel like we've narrowed it down to some 8 incredible teams. I think no matter what, it's going to be hard hitting.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard hitting indeed. We can get into our map Vito to see exactly what is going to be played out on. Of course, if you're not familiar, it's going to be best of threes this time around with a best of 3 rounds inside it. So there's potential to see all 3 maps, which we did literally just see in the game on the Hats. And I really like that. I like that we get to see a breadth of exactly what these teams are going to be offering. And we're going to be going a little bit reverse order this time. Dex is going to be the first map up.
Yeah, we go with Dex first, and then it's going to be Flux, and if we have to, going back to teleports. But yeah, just to quickly mention on the format, as you're saying, I really think that having these 3 maps being played with 3 rounds each guarantees us to have the best team moving forward. Yes. Everyone has to dominate all these aspects of the game, and we just had a great example of Party Poyat fighting back after losing the first one, so you cannot give up. You know, victory is just around the corner, even if you lose the first map.
Yeah, no, I really like that, and it's a really good test of whether you can withstand all of the mechanics that Flick throws at you, because there's so many different characteristics on each of these maps. It's great to see that the teams have to really face up against them.
It's going to be a massive switch up going from Dex directly into Flux. You know, that's from 0 to 100 really quickly. So yeah, I look forward to that.
You can see the first map, like how between Party Player and their opponents on Flux, there was like a world of difference because their opponent, they were really able to utilize all that movement we were talking about. And on the side of Party Player, a little bit lost, you know, trying to find a solution. And then suddenly you move on to map 2 and it's a whole other game.
Well, we're going to see if Team Spirit can withstand Depression Duo. On our first map, it's going to be Dex, and it's Launders and Scrawny to bring you all the action.
That's right, Freya. Thank you, guys. We are back here at the caster desk, but you know what? It's not about us. It's about the competitors, and they're already ready to walk out onto the stage. So please, everybody, put your hands together for the last remaining pro team, Team Spirit.
The last stand for Tier 1 CS. Can they do it? That's the question. They've been impressing over and over and over again. Here we are in playoffs. Now we're knee-deep in playoffs. Now they're going to be looking to take it all the way home.
It's all that remains.
They may have beat the best team in the playoff bracket already.
You think so?
Carducci, we don't know.
They could have. Only the lower bracket will tell us truly who deserves that rematch. Fighting, of course, for this spot versus Party Poyat in the upper bracket finals. The challengers for Spirit, the defeaters of Doggo Nogog. Please welcome Depression Duo.
You can't sleep on these two. Trust me, I tried.
Yeah, I made that mistake earlier today as well.
No Dog went down, and it was at these two hands. I mean, fantastic stuff. Rated from Portugal. Might have to change their name to Happy Duo after they win this money.
Ecstatic Duo, if you can beat the likes of Team Spirit. But now here's my take on Team Spirit, Mohan. We've seen them time and time again, you know, start off okay, but they're like this gelatinous blob that just kind of sucks up whoever they're playing against. They steal their strategies, they steal their positions.
They're like dittos.
They steal their soul. And then they ride that high all the way here towards this chance at a run through the upper bracket. So Team Spirit, I feel like even if they kind of start hesitating a little bit out of the gate, then there's a good chance to bounce back. But I do think that it actually favors them more so earlier today when we were playing a best of 1 in the maps, but a best of 5 within the map, right? 5 rounds means that Team Spirit have a bit more time to adapt to any kind of changes they need to make. If we do throw it all the way back to that, remember that they won the second round on their Flux game from like 1 point to 10. They just clawed that
Play
back.
of the day.
If that had been a best of 3, then they would have literally been a single ticket away from just being eliminated. But we will waste no time jumping into the action, folks. It is Dex to begin the series, Flux and Teleport if needed. So we're gonna keep things pure. This is Launder's favorite map.
No, it's not my favorite map.
It's Launder's favorite map.
Okay, I like this map. I like it a lot. I like the, okay, all right, okay. I'm a big fan of the jump pads as well. I like them all. But variety is good. Variety is the spice of life, as they say.
They do say that. They do. Magic's gonna find the, turned away from Drex, thinking he had maybe finished the kill, wanted to answer.
Great target selection.
And that's gonna give Drex the chance to take a little bit of a little ground back, because Team Spirit out of the gates were doing pretty decent. Soon our objective will swap over to the C site, and Drex has to find some kind of an exit route.
Drex was such a monster in the third, fourth quarter of some of these games, but he'll go down, and Team Spirit have a tiny little bit of a lead. The only problem for Depression Duo is just they had a little bit of a slow start in the last series. So we'll see if they have a slow start now, or if they're going to be warmed up since then.
Well, Drex looked good for a second, but Magic's looked even better with that Mag 10. Drex going to grab the Mag 7, and Frozen clears the objective, so that'll be a good chance for the shotgun player to just run in. For his sake, hopefully he's able to grab maybe a smoke grenade and really start to milk this C point for as many tickets as he can. Depression Duo tying it up, 70 apiece, and now taking a little bit of an edge here. Some Die Young hesitating, can't quite get a gun. Frozen Bits doing a good job of keeping the pressure off of Drex. until Magix, he actually takes that back route. Call that back alley.
So nasty, man.
Connects the B and C objective. And that back alley between B and C is definitely the safest way to rotate. You definitely don't get hit from across the map when you're trying to transition through it.
It's really good to hug walls whenever possible. These spawns can be brutal, but right now, I mean, Spirit don't care about any of the spawns. They're finding them right away. Looks like Magix might get flanked here. Oh, he has to spin around, and Drex will take him down with just a P250 alone.
Oh, nice shot. Sumdai Young, quick little 2-bullet burst.
Yeah, he's got some too. 3 frag streak for Sumdai Young.
Looking for number 4. Drex trying to come in on the left side, but he's serving as a great distraction. It's back alley that Frozen moves through.
This alleviates some of the stress, though, when they come to rotate in, because Drex has to, come out with the P250, but that is enough for him.
Now we start to see Depression Duo take this one. Good little bit of an edge.
Yeah.
Feels like they've got the positioning on it. This is going to be a good chance for them. 20 seconds still left on this objective as well. So a little bit of time invested for Sumdai Young to go grab that gun. But in fact, oof, damn, Drex keeping this one crisp. Back-to-back headshots. And a B to C rotation is needed. Currently, Sumdai Young is in that alley, so Drex is going to have to come off of the objective and rotate right through SDY. He's trying to camp on top of that weapon pickup. Magix, he falls immediately, but as said, Sumdai Young in a great spot to cut off rotate.
They lost almost the entire point there, every single one. Now it's just getting worse and worse in Depression Duo. They'll move over towards the C, and Drex is here waiting for them, and Magix will finally catch him off, which opens things up. And now Sumdai Young has 2 players rotating kind of directly into him, and it'll come a lot down to whether or not he wins his duels here.
Being a bit hesitant.
But they're not getting on the point, yeah.
Mm-hmm. That could come back to haunt them, because the longer they take to get on it...
They wanted SDY to get on the point, and Magix was the better one from our perspective, of course.
And then when he finally tries to go for it, after hesitating as long as they do, Frozen going to keep this one very crisp. The Deeg from Magix is able to answer, but he's so far removed from this objective that a 15-ticket deficit is a huge ask. Frozen Bits, though, he falls to the AK of Magix. And now, finally, SDY's on the objective, trying to collect whatever he can. It's not an ideal spot for him to be in with just the P250, so he's going to try to take the alley and run back over towards the B site. Depression Duo, this is looking like a solid 20-ticket edge. Frozen looks to interrupt the rotate from Sumdai Young. Drex is playing on top of it. But can they pull it off again? This would be a huge ask of them. And Magic's gonna kick it off with the 1 kill, but Frozen Bits, he's got that quick answer right away. Sumdai Young, he's forced to run outwards. He knows where this peak will come from, and there it is. The Depression Duo open with the very first round.
It's just too much. It was that mid-round situation where they had Drex take control on the point, I think on B, and from there, they just held it so well. They multi-fragged. And that's where Team Spirit got a little bit nervous, a little bit desperate, and couldn't stay close, couldn't keep it close. Like, they can be clutch, but of course it still needs to be close.
Feels like there was a good chance at one point for Spirit to maybe play the objective a little bit more. We both kind of noted it, that SDY and Magix were kind of deciding between them who was going to take it. And within that time, I feel like the Depression Duo definitely pulled ahead comfortably. Maybe their hands would have felt more forced had they not been able to get that edge. Drex drops down to the site. He's got a single point of health, so he shouldn't be long for this world. But he gives up the objective to just try and keep himself standing. Goes back for it, and of course will fall to the Desert Eagle. Easy pickup as far as SDY is concerned. Frozen sits underneath Magix, and as he falls down, he's gonna get pinched from 2 different directions, so a tough spot for Magix. Makes sense that he falls. And Depression Duo, little 3-ticket lead, kind of growing as they continue to frag back and forth.
Yeah, that's so uncomfortable. Nobody can find a gun. Now we have to rotate over towards C and think about our next duel. That's when you're always constantly playing from behind. You're just trying to get to, a certain control point. By the time you get there, there's 10 seconds left, and then you need to already think about moving again. Really hard to stay on top of all these different things.
So particularly here as well, where it's like you can't use the teleport gimmick, you can't use the man cannon to kind of get creative. It's very limited routing, right? And both these teams are, especially Depression Duo, should be very well aware of all the possible roads to take.
I feel like Depression Duo just have such strong reads on where to cut these rotations off, and they don't have to hit some of the craziest shots to be able to win in these positions. They're hitting all the important ones, and once again, reading almost every single time where the next spawn will be and where the rotation will come from, and they just clip somebody, clothesline them.
Showing a very real strength in terms of map control, in weapons, and in the frag count.
Look how they open up C already, but now they have to swing it back down through the bottom of the map.
This is a good point, though, for Team Spirit. They are actually here pretty quickly, and they're going to cut back that 10-ticket lead by the looks of this. Drex could attack from the alley, but it's smoked off. So as long as Sumdai Young can, I was gonna say stay on point, but he will get cleared. However, Magic's able to get his hands on an M4, looks to run up here, knows the player's on the objective, peeks wide, gets his frag, and now it would be a good chance for Magic's to get on top of this and truly tie it at 42 tickets apiece. SDY back towards the middle of the map, continuing to cause problems for Drex. He's not able to rotate comfortably, he's not able to grab any weaponry, and now the pressure starting to fall back onto the Depression duo as we're past that halfway mark. Magic tries to get off of the site, but he'll fall in the process.
Yeah, he has no good way to leave, and it looks like they're already thinking about the next control point. There's still enough time for Depression duo to really absorb this, and they'll be given a few free tickets here as Team Spirit will now go into a deficit and just think about taking C control. But even as they try to do that, Frozen Bits is attacking at the same time.
Yeah, he had gotten ahead of it. This will be a good chance for Sumdai Young. But he can't manage the spray for the second, because had he been able to, then he would have been the one to run in, but Magic's, he'll survive the attack from the back. Drex gonna be left solo, pulled between two spots, and falls, because Sumdai Young runs in. Yeah, shotguns don't shoot that far.
Closer.
Man doesn't have any slugs. Drex, though, gonna try to turn it upside down, does the same to him. SDY unable to hold on to the objective. Depression duo looking to run into this, but Drex, at the disadvantage. Magic's, that's a big pickup, and a third, no! The gun goes dry. Frozen Bits makes a bit of a difference, and Sumdai Young now with this control gonna put Team Spirit in a chance to take a good bit of lead, but we know that these games can go late, and Magic's falls to just the pistol.
He gets 80 damage off on Frozen Bits, and he still only has a pistol. That's him going down. Rex has no gun as well. And this is where things get extremely testy for Depression duo.
They're gonna try to upgrade their hardware. Sumdai Young giving up the objective. It swaps over into this center A site, and we know that this site can be one of the more difficult in terms of milking big tickets. Sometimes you get messed over, sometimes you get cleared off, and sometimes it just bleeds out. It's half of the round count now. Depression duo just getting cut off. Every time they try to rotate in, it's Team Spirit to stiff arm them. Frag after frag, Depression duo fall short, and Team Spirit tie up one apiece.
You have to really appreciate the level of game that Team Spirit are bringing again. I mean, we're going to look at them as the underdogs, any of these pro teams. As was mentioned by Putelli on the desk, he was impressed to see that any pro teams even made it through into playoffs, which is it's a real statement, and it goes to show how deep these maps actually are. So now with it being 1-1, who knows what can happen? We're still on the same map. And they're going to all leave it all on the line here to close this first best of 3 out.
It's that classic Team Spirit formula powering up as the map goes on. Wouldn't be the first, nor the second, nor the third time that they dropped a round.
And then just came back. They're so good at getting good.
Once the ball's rolling. Ooh, Magic's continuing to cut them off. This is a big objective so far for Team Spirit. For them to have a lead by nearly 10 tickets and still be sitting comfortably at 90. If they can get another objective this comfortably, this one-sided, then all of a sudden Depression duo, they're going to be fighting off of the back foot and then some.
What is happening right now?
This is almost a full objective.
Lead. Sorry, 15.
Ooh, damn.
Yeah, now 20. Both dead, and they've already got a good rotation. They cut the rotations off as well. What is happening? They only have pistols this entire time.
It's Team Spirit really just kind of getting a comfort in terms of like the rotation timing and where the spawns are sort of coming from. It feels like they're starting to piece together the bigger picture, starting to understand where the challenges can even come from. Sumdai Young trades out inside the objective.
Oh my God, literally almost a 30-ticket lead at this point.
What a blowout.
Oh my goodness gracious.
But still, it's not over. You know, if it was a 30-ticket lead and you were down to 5, then yeah, it's total doom and gloom. But a 30-ticket lead with still 50 to go for Depression duo, it feels like it's within that realm of possibility. However, that doesn't make it any easier. Long-range pistol frag.
The CS is so much easier for Team Spirit. They can they really never even have to play on the point at all. They can all just dedicate time to trying to cut rotations off. Depression do have to work really hard to get the kills multiple times here and then get to a point, even though Team Spirit can just leave them kind of open. And now Team Spirit are fortunate enough to have it go over to their side of the map, and they're just collecting even more.
Frozen Bits with the good headshot. Magic's playing silently. But the shotgun's not going to be enough.
Well, there we go. Now we're on it.
Magic's looking in from top middle. Nice tap.
What a shot, man. He doesn't know about Frozen Bits, but he's also lucky to just be kind of rotating away from him. Even though he comes into him, Magic's is going to win this duel. He's going to hear the audio on Drex. No way he gets that.
That's 3 in a row immediately. Looking for the 4th one as well. Frozen Bits reveals himself, and Magic's on a tear. 4 frags, 1 point of health left over. Drex is gonna just try to use the medi shot to rotate faster. They're so desperate, Launders, that they're just using it to sprint quicker as opposed to regain health. But look, it works. They've at least given themselves a little bit of a chance here, but it's still a 20-ticket lead to somehow claw back out of the hands of Team Spirit.
It took way too long to get even onto that point. So now the tickets are all going to be won over at C. And look who has been waiting on C from this point. So you win 3 or 4 duels, suddenly you've got to start moving, and it's just been too late every single time for Depression Duo.
And you can very easily see Spirit just slotting into this idea that they no longer have to play on top of the objective. Sumdai Young was comfortable enough to just sit away, tuck, and just continue to do what they've elevated, and that is, again, cutting off the spawns, denying anybody a chance to even contest this. 30 tickets the advantage for Team Spirit. And when you consider how this one started off with Depression Duo getting what felt like every single frag, every single rotate, now all of a sudden Team Spirit powering up clearly and cleanly. And if they can just slice through the Depression Duo on this first map, then they'll be very comfortable moving into Flux, because that's a map that we've already seen Team Spirit do great things on. Sumdai Young with another headshot, and it's a 32-ticket advantage over top of the Depression Duo. Spirit making this one look easy. 3 left over, and it's gonna bleed out. They barely have time to run into the objective. 1 more death, and Depression Duo are knocked out of this first map of our upper bracket semifinal. Team Spirit looking so comfortable.
Even if they die once, it's over. It doesn't even matter about the control point at this point in the game. So insane from Team Spirit. The final frag here from Sumdai Young, and that is a statement and a half.
Damn.
Wow.
A 2-1 reverse sweep within the map. And I think that's actually a very important one to win out on Dex, because, you know, we saw Spirit in the playoffs play on Flux. We know that they have a limited experience with most of the map pool, and we had just spoken to them earlier after their first match. They don't like teleport. They weren't big fans of the teleport mechanic. You know, they agreed that, again, like, that is the mechanic within the Flick maps that can kind of catch you off guard if you're not well versed on them. So I don't think they wanted this map to go, this series to go to a 3rd map, and now they've got one in their back pocket.
Yeah, they got that. Yeah, so then now they can take it to Flux, and we already saw how comfortable they looked on Flux and how much they learned from playing against Garnucci a little bit earlier on. So, I mean, I would be pretty terrified, honestly, if I was Depression Duo, because again, we have yet to see if Garnucci were just had an off game there, and they still got a lot more to show, because they're probably the most talked about team from other players at this event coming into that match.
And falling in the first round as well, like, I think, like, if you're gonna fall to anybody, okay, let it be Spirit. Let it be a team that's just gonna have like a higher caliber in terms of individual talent. Maybe Garnucci makes that reverse run through the lower bracket. I think that's what you're cheering for. It feels that way, Launders. It feels that way.
I'm trying to see what everyone's been talking about with Garnucci.
Yeah, we already know the known quantity of Spirit. Heavy fraggers.
That's a pretty successful round. People get good in these games.
I'm just excited to go play Pong after.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm gonna get in on that.
Yesterday there was at least 50 people.
Dude, around the Pong table. Yes, it looked like there was a tournament within the tournament going on over here at the game stage. You know, real action is Flux coming up next. The thing with Spirit is now they know that they can bounce off of the wall and go all the way on top of the middle structure. And if they're able to do that, you know, I'm curious to see if they take what they learn, because this is what we talk about when it comes to Spirit. They learn quick, and they love to just steal your best moves and your best ideas. But one thing that they do even better, of course, than the strategy and the rotates and the spawns is just shoot sharp. And with this highlight here from Magix, this 4th frag and his sequence of just momentum,
he's an aimer.
We saw Spirit pull ahead big time.
Crazy. Some of the sequences that Magix put together are pretty insane, actually. And kind of got that like Raxon quality of being able to just stay focused, multi-frag, heal up, continue to multi-frag. The awareness is very good from everybody at this stage. It doesn't feel like anybody's lost, even if the maps are underplayed for every single person, since these maps are a little bit new. Loving the level of the game at the moment.
Just feels like Dex is also one of the maps that has like it just lacks a comeback mechanic. You know, it
yeah, it's like really brutal, yeah.
Yeah, it's once you fall into that like that snowball effect of being caught off, like not having weapons, like having to run elsewhere, and there's no quick way to. The fastest thing to rotate through is obviously that alley that conjoins the two upper platforms. And we've seen players literally just once they have a lead, camp in that spot. Just camping it, hold down that side of the map for the spawn point advantage, and Spirit seemed to be one of the teams that slotted right into that idea.
Good point, yeah. It's and Flux is really cool because of the fast rotations and all the jump pads, and you can use the surfs, you can use the high ground, and it's really cool that with high ground you can be on either side of the map and really fight anywhere if your aim is good enough.
Yes.
Only requirement's kind of you have a decent gun. If you have a decent gun, you can do it. But we've seen honestly, some very 2 long-range Mag-10 kills, 2 long-range shotgun kills. A little bit unnerving seeing how good these smaller guns can be at range in the hands of good players.
Mohan, we've seen USP kills through smokes, for goodness sake. Anything is possible here on the Flux. Frozen Bits? High ground, but 1 health.
1 health.
Now he's just stuck here. And the longer Magix just stays pinned down, it feels like Frozen Bits isn't going to be able to get into the game. He's not going to be able to get into the action. It's going to leave it on Drex to do so, but neither team actually playing the objective for the time being. And Sumdai Young will fall. Ooh, Frozen Bits respawns really close to where he had just fallen. And what do you know? Trades right back onto Magix. So the objective finally going to leave that center point, which is by far the hardest objective to hold here on Flux.
Yeah,
but very good job so far from the Depression duo, just holding this high ground.
Yeah, this seemed to be the key spots. Well, at least it feels like that's the idea that Spirit got from Garnucci right off the bat and then used it better than they did. And oh my God, Magix is everywhere. What the hell?
Oh,
Jesus.
It never gets old.
Closing the distance.
It just never gets old.
And then if they fly into him, it's a problem, but they don't. They don't. Ooh. They play it from a little bit farther away to instas, and now it's tied up, but Depression Duo get to the point and can stick here for a minute. Okay, well, I say that. SDY will say, no, never mind all that. Oh, ooh, 4 frags in a row here for Sumdai Young. Of course, you can keep an eye on the frag streak in the graphic.
Oh, make it 6.
Left hand of the corner, 6 straight, and he's just gonna, I don't know if he wants to duel some more. Wow, he's getting some damage in.
Well, I wonder what the record is over the event, actually. I haven't really taken note of it, but,
yeah,
for now, it's Sumdai Young on 6 in this matchup. All the while, of course, Magix was just camping on this objective, racking up the lead. And now Team Spirit, gonna be kind of caught off position a little bit, but Magix, he's so good at using these teleports to close that gap, to close that distance, to just offset the expectations of Depression Duo. 2 frags in from Sumdai Young, another couple of headshot kills, and it's looking great. Magix with, again, a good bit of control on the objective. Here's the player flying in from beneath him, denies Frozen Bits with the last few bullets, and we are watching Team Spirit really start to tear this up. They won that last round on the previous map with like a 30-ticket advantage, and now they've established nearly that yet again. Frozen trying to come up, but Magix sends him down.
Man, they're terrified at this point. They're losing every single duel. This is ridiculous from Team Spirit. Sumdai Young is, Magix was the star of the show the last time they played in the first round of the playoffs versus Garnucci, but now Sumdai Young is having a hell of a map for himself, and Magix is playing as well as he used to.
Well, you had okay.
This is Sumdai Young's map for sure.
You guys didn't see that. Yeah. SDY takes to the top, just as the objective swapped over. I mean, dude, this is a skunk. This is a 40-ticket lead.
No way. Now we see how they beat Garnucci. Now
this is as lopsided as it gets.
To even make it close. They're looking like they invented this map.
It feels like they have.
They're looking for a 50-ticket lead.
This is wild.
50 tickets!
If they just sit here and milk it out. A 50-ticket lead would be one of the biggest we've seen all weekend.
Will this change? No, they can stay on C this entire time.
Oh, they're going to be trying to play from the back. Plat Magic shuts it down.
He's going to hold on to it, looking for 50.
It's so close, but they're at least going to bring it back ever so slightly. Just looking for respect at this point. What a total blowout. Team Spirit. I mean, again,
2 deaths away.
We talk about how they just use that. Oh, the headshot tap.
No,
Magic.
the USP.
No. No.
That's how it ends. 46 ticket lead.
Wow.
A stomp.
I'm stunned.
Wow, that's insane.
That one hurts.
On that map of all maps.
Well, this is what I was trying to say
We just talked
about
about the fast rotations and how you can actually come back. It's not as punishing.
But it's Spirit who, again, like they power up and they learn, and I feel like they got in so many good reps versus Garnucci at the start of the day that I did kind of feel like once they got in here that things were going to be very even if Depression Duo could even give us their best. But I mean, Depression Duo, they were just getting bullied after spawning. Every round it felt like. Every time they'd get themselves back up, knocked down a peg by Team Spirit time and time again. Magix, he's going to take the man cannon, flies down into the objective. Yeah. Nice Deagle work. Double off of the Deagle, stims right back up. And now here's the next challenge. He's going to be flown at, but Magix, he just got himself another kill. Sumdai Young comes in with the trade. But Spirit doing a good job of just keeping the Depression Duo off of this objective.
Yeah, right, man. They're just wielding the Deagles. They have no fears in the world. You know you're feeling your most confident when you're on the scout and the D sidearm, which was even the primary. Sumdai Young just absorbing points.
Whoa. And oh, damn. Frozen Bits. 2 pistol frags back to back. Sumdai Young just soars to the other side of the map. Looking for an upgrade. Magix gets his hands on the Galil, sees that Frozen's down beneath them, and another double. It is nothing but super rifle work coming out of Team Spirit.
Rifle work for supper?
Yeah, it was a mix of super, subpar, and superb. Yeah, it's a stew.
And stew.
Sumdai Young dropped out of it. Come on, Depression Duo. This one's still within the realm of possibility. Certainly, this is not nearly as big of a blowout out of the gate as Team Spirit established in the first one.
There are so many frags back and forth. I feel like Depression Duo have played objectives this game maybe a little bit better, where Team Spirit were just running out to the middle of the map, hitting all their shots and everything like that. At this point, though, they're still in the lead. Depression Duo, they have a small lead for themselves. But now, Team Spirit are starting to look at some better guns. Here, it looks like, oh, there was a chance. Oh, no, he makes that a reality. Actually, Frozen Bits takes out Magix with a Deagle. Sumdai looking for a refrag. Deagle's not good enough here for Frozen Bits, and we get to the point.
As we hit that 50 ticket mark,
this
will tell
fresh to see
everybody in the arena right now that in a couple of minutes, ENTS will be over towards the signing session. So if you guys want to go pay your respects to the ENTS org, go check them out. Dodo, Diha, they may not be in the server, but they're still here for you guys. Get a chance to meet them. And maybe they'll be cheering on Team Spirit, who now have a 10-ticket lead. The pros got to support them pros. And Spirit, the best of the batch. Sumdai Young up here on the objective, looking downwards for Frozen Bits' attack. And sure enough, nicely done from Frozen Bits, but he didn't expect Magix to also be here. Whoa!
Oh my God.
Shotgun in from Drext. You better pay attention, because you never know when he strikes.
That was critical, man. That could have gotten really ugly if he didn't get right in there. And oh, what a beautiful use of those jump pads.
Ooh, okay.
That's long range.
But that's what we come to expect from guys like Magix.
Oh yeah, so clean with it.
Doesn't matter what game mode, doesn't matter what gun.
He thought he killed him.
That's crazy. Frozen Bits, nicely done here. Great double from him. The USP frag, no easy feat. The double up, even better. Magix, he fumbles his jump up. Frozen Bits inside of the objective. He has very little to cover. And Magix, well, oh my, he can't even use the headshot angle to his advantage. That's a great frag coming in from the Depression Duo, because that's exactly what they needed to get this one back under control. It's only a couple of tickets to make the difference. And Drext looking to jump down onto what's left of this objective, but it's going to swap back into the center point in only 8 seconds. And we know how hard this center point can be to hold.
Some Young running up with the auto shotty and puts in work with it. And they'll try to now look for a heal as he drops down, and they can get somebody on top of the point, but it's tough. They don't have a smoke to work with. They're going to lose out here, and it might be a case where looking for a utility first might make more sense than killing everybody who tries to run onto it. But Team Spirit now, as we're in the closing moments of this next round, Drex finds 2. And the thing is, they don't have a lead. They need to get onto the point, which is the most stressful part of this situation. However, with an extra couple of frags, they are now tied.
Yeah, it's going to come down to frag count right now. Both teams could just stop playing the objective because anybody who jumps down there is going to get iced out so quickly. Magix, he doesn't want to take any more damage. One ticket now taken back, dead even, and they then throw the player right to the centerpiece, so that should be enough. Depression Duo, they just need to get a couple more frags. Some Young jumps down. Oh, just in time, but he dies. And now Depression Duo, they're able to equalize. What an important frag at an important moment to keep their hopes alive in this upper bracket final.
That's crazy. That's crazy. It has to come down to the wire. They had to earn that every step of the way. No way Depression Duo stood up to the challenge, and they were the team with the slow start in the first round of playoffs, came back into it and won. So maybe they've got some more resilience to show us. Both these teams, of course, they know how to last. But especially after almost losing by a total of 50 tickets or something close to that, 45 tickets, the fact that Depression Duo win the next round says a lot.
Right? How is this even the same game? After that first round, how do they manage to keep it even just under wraps? How do they stay composed? Probably just leaning back on the experience that they have over top of Spirit. They had to remind themselves, like, this is our turf, this is our hometown, our game mode.
Now they're owning.
And our chance. 20 ticket lead over top of Team Spirit. Imagine if they reverse blowout to close this and to get us all the way onto teleport. There's a chance. Frozen Bits doing an excellent job up from the rafters with that Thomas. Drex's USP falls to that of Magix, but the respawn actually works well for Frozen Bits because he manages to get himself onto the next objective. Now he's just looking for better weapons.
Yeah, they're getting upset, a little obsessed with the idea of taking down these targets, but staying on the point is going to net you way more. Frozen Bits final will go down. This Magix has to work to get on top of it. SDY will put together a nice two-piece here, and now we'll zoom over towards the point. However, he's going to have a threat here in a second. SDY puts down a heal, but the double dink it from Frozen Bits. Beautiful work by him.
Frozen Bits is just tearing it up in this third round. Whether that be the Famas off of the start or some pretty crucial USP headshots, even when it was Drex to get the frag versus Magix, Frozen tagged him with that USP and just denied any chance at Magix grabbing a health or a smoke or any points. These USP impacts are real.
Well, both pointed at Frozen Bits. We talk about who had the best aim. They agreed.
Damn, 30 ticket lead here for Depression Duo nearly. Oh,
it got crazy with that. You see, they always try to either hit in that tiny little straight to the left or the right at the end to mess you up.
Magic's gonna soar back around. Gets caught on the surf. Flies back towards the center and does get onto this ledge. They love playing this ledge. That's kind of what they learned from Garnucci.
That's really good from Magix, just making sure when he's not in a good position to not go and sit there and be complacent. Instead, look for a different one, look for a better one. Oh, he just the aim, he's so quick with it. But that is the power of the jump pads, displacing yourself that insanely fast.
Too funny, man. Just flies right in, perfect timing, but back turned. Magix not expecting Frozen Bits to be on this side of the map.
Spirit are getting smoked right now.
Yes, sir, they are. Depression Duo being able to find their comfort zone, and they're not letting off of the gas pedal whatsoever. They're just sitting on top of these upper panels and doing a good job of just keeping Team Spirit off of the objective. They know that as long as they hold this high ground, keep up the better weapons, then they can just go for this hunting party down on Team Spirit, who are desperate with their pistols, just trying to use the man cannons underneath, fly over to these bottom spots. Yeah, sure, Magix can get his hands on a Krieg, but Some Young clears the site. 32 tickets the lead for Depression Duo. What a total turnaround in terms of our first round to our third one. And we saw how close it was in the middle. So this blowout just so unexpected, but yet so impressive from the Depression Duo. It's going to take a miraculous Magix comeback if they think that Team Spirit can close this matchup 2-0.
Oh, they have to get so many kills. It's impossible to read what Frozen Bits is doing. He almost even finds a last frag there with an auto shotty from about 200 meters away. Now SDY will finally get to the point, and they are scraping by at this moment.
What?
Oh my God, Frozen Bits. No way he does that with the USP. 16 HP, and Team Spirit will bleed down. 2, 1, and 0 tickets in the win.
How dare you pull off a comeback like that? To get blown out of the water by 50 tickets.
That's nuts.
To win the second round by the skin of your teeth.
Nuts.
And then just shred Team Spirit and force them onto a map that I know for a fact that they're not too hyped to play.
Yeah, we're seeing, I think, Frozen Bits get a lot more comfortable too. So it used to just be about Drex kind of in the late game as they were both a little bit quiet, and then Drex would come in, but now it feels like Frozen Bits and this especially eccentric map where there's so much action going on, using the jump pads the best, being able to adjust his aim the best, frag with just pistols or rifles as well. That was impressive.
I feel like we can make a highlight package of just Frozen Bits USP clips.
Yeah.
Just the USP alone. You know, that early lead in that last round as well. They went up 20 tickets off of Frozen Bits, getting himself onto that FAMAS panel. And I feel like they did just kind of get like a groove in terms of cutting Spirit off whenever they were respawning. And that is the thing with Flux. I think that if you're not able to get to those quick movement pads or to get into like a good groove on the surf, that sometimes you can get stranded in no man's land. Look how much of the map Frozen Bits can see from this position. And when you have the advantage of a FAMAS over just the USP, because this isn't one of the maps where we're playing P250, dual Berettas, or CZ. The USP, unless it's in the hands of Frozen Bits, disadvantage clearly.
Yeah, should cost him more money to buy. You can only imagine what he does in 5v5. Yeah, some beautiful moves here, especially when like he's about to land. It's just so good at like just being impossible to read. Like you really have to decide you're going to flick left or flick right. But it's almost like, you know, it's almost like being a goalie at that point. Yeah. You just got to make a decision. You commit to it, but you can't actually react. You know, you've got to guess.
You got to have that feel. That feel, man. That sixth sense. That little tingling feeling. Yeah. That's what gets you through the Red Bull flick.
Yeah, Ents are doing the signing, guys. So if you want to, head over to their tent and get your mouse pads signed, or even your PC cases, keyboards, shirts, hats,
Pokemon cards.
Yes. Hands, Pokemon cards.
Yep.
What else can you sign, Connor?
A piece of paper.
Piece of paper, yeah.
Some people sign pieces of paper.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Let's bank statement.
Yeah. I signed the inside of somebody's
blank check
PC case before.
The inside of a PC
glass,
case.
The glass, yeah.
He was just carrying around the glass panel.
We were at a BYOC, so.
Okay, it's not that big. All right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still a big deal.
It was a big deal,
but not you know, not as difficult as carrying around a piece of glass all day. Well, it is over there, over towards the Red Bull flick tent.
I got a picture with Lau. You can get a picture with Lau if you walk around.
Which one? You or the other one?
Lau X.
Ah.
Yeah.
The other one. Or are you the other one?
He's got a better deagle than me.
That much I can't deny, man. He was tearing it up earlier today, so.
He's got a good deagle.
That is certainly it, man. So we move from Dex to Flux, and now Teleport. Not teleport, just Teleport.
Teleport.
1E.
The port of Tells. Phone a friend at Teleport.
All a part of the Wing 5 orbital station here outside of planet BU11.
RUBU11.
Are you be with me?
RUD2, D2. So what, I mean, we don't, I mean, okay, you already said that Magic doesn't want to play Teleport. They said that that's the map that they didn't like. But we've also seen teams who didn't like maps win those maps.
That is true.
That's the other thing.
But you know, if it would just been like a scrape by from Depression Duo in that last round or something, then you know maybe I would have more stock in Spirit. But it does feel like the comfort and the knowledge of all the experience that Depression Duo have on these maps, I think it's going to come through in Teleport, man. Teleport is a tough map if you don't know if you don't know all the teleport sequences, if you don't know all the roads and the routes, the rotations. Yeah, we saw Team Spirit win on Dex, but that's because the minimap is all you have to look at. The minimap tells you everything. This minimap, it doesn't even tell you where the teleports go. When we were playing on Wing 5 lobby, you can see exactly which teleporter connects to which teleporter. But on this one, they don't even give you that, okay? They're no longer holding your hand.
and you were already teleported the wrong way.
They thrust you into the fire. So our final map here between Spirit and Depression Duo. One final little BO3 to decide our second upper bracket finalist.
Let's see if you're worth your salt. Wow, we are already seeing Frozen Bits definitely is. We know why he's here.
To win.
Some impressive maneuvers. Magic's been kind of equally impressive. I mean, everyone's just getting better and better. Everyone's getting better and better. I think on day one of this event, it felt like there was one person per team that you could see how they qualified, and now it just feels like both parts of the duos have shaken off the nerves, are playing at their maximum potential, and we've seen enough of a sample size of games that everybody's got a chance to do something.
I feel like this map can also get a little bit walky. You can get stealthy, crawly type movements. Depression Duo very comfortable inside of this objective. Just gonna sit on what's left of the B site. 20 seconds smoke spam frag from Frozen Bits, but he will fall to the CZ75 of Sumdai Young. Drex inside of the objective now, and a clean headshot to keep Depression Duo in a comfortable bit of control.
All the rotates in are getting punished. Depression Duo looking extremely comfortable. That's gonna be the hardest part for Spirit. Will they have needed to end it over on Flux is the main question. Looking a little bit slow to the jump. More than 20 tickets separating the two of these teams, and it looks like that lead might only thicken. Both eyeing the C site at the moment, and Magic to make his way over, but Frozen Bit once again in a much better spot, catching those rotates.
Just blasts him away with the headshots. Team Spirit already at a 20-ticket deficit. Desperate for their chance to run in, and Drex, he's got this deep position, just locking down any attempt at an entry. Depression Duo looking very good at the moment, 30-ticket lead. Hell, at this rate, they could skunk Team Spirit more so than Spirit did on Flux.
Yeah, like you said, with the teleport maps, that's where the punishments really happened. Looks like there we already go in the wrong direction.
Whoa.
And Frozen Bits continues to clean up.
Drex continuing to catch him. These are just one duels at this point. It's not even about site control now. It's just about every single individual duel going the way of Depression Duo. Look again, two separate 1 versus 1. Team Spirit can't even seem to get their feet beneath them. A respawn up close finally gives Sumdai Young a chance to break through. But Drex is already 10-3 on this map alone.
Oh, they're getting flanked on their way over to the B, and it's just Sumdai Young here with a P90. He can stand on this point. I can't believe he actually gets that shot, looking for 2. Can't find the second, and things are just getting worse and worse and worse.
This is Depression Duo with a genuine 50-ticket lead. Sumdai Young teleports right behind Drex. That caught him off. So, even the pros, I call them pros, because they feel like it. Depression Duo caught by 1, 50-ticket advantage. I mean, let's just be honest with one another. There's no way that Team Spirit bring this one back. Depression Duo skunks them.
Is that even more? Because it's over 50.
Them.
52 tickets. 52 or 53-ticket lead to end the game. And we know how quickly that Team Spirit will be able to learn. And we've also seen them do the exact same thing and learn and beat their opponent in the next map. So I'm not going to say that this is going to be a stomp for sure, but at the same time, you can't always draw the parallels. You know, we're on a new map, the teleports are brutal, and clearly Team Spirit look uncomfortable.
Yeah, that discomfort is very evident, I think. But they're gonna have to fight, and so they begin with an attempt into the site. Magic's gonna stand on top of it. Drex been spotted with the scout. And it's tough to switch between that and the CZ, but he's gonna challenge the objective nonetheless. Magic's just tucking into the corner here, not looking to fall, looking to instead get the better of the Depression Duo. But that was a quick teleport into the back of the objective. Now this sidearms out from Sumdai Young. Magic's comes right through. And what goes around comes around. Depression Duo trailing by 7. This is at least showing me that Team Spirit have some kind of a fighting chance. But once the objective starts moving around the map, I think that's where their inexperience can shine through. We'll see if Depression Duo begin to punish and can come back from this 10-ticket loss.
A great couple of tags here from Frozen Bits. Magic's looking to chase down to the high ground. Yeah, the lead is evident. So, oh, okay, but that's a nice turnaround. Footsteps to bait him forward. Oh, the two players peeking at different times, using the intervals to their advantage. This is the real tough part, I think, is particularly standing on these points on this map. It is so ruthless. It feels like you're at a disadvantage even in the corner. And yeah, when the CTs are approaching you from either direction, there's almost no place that you can go.
Well done by Magic. Starting to piece together that camping this teleport exit is a really good way at just ensuring that your site doesn't get cracked open. So this is a huge bounce back from Spirit, but oh, maybe not huge. Opening bounce back, we'll say. 15 tickets to lead for Spirit. Sumdai Young trying to hold them off of the objective, but they will fall. Thing is, there's only 8 seconds left over by the time Frozen Bits gets on this one.
And they might even kill him. Oh, never mind. Jeez. He gets the heal off. Headshot with the M4. And SDY is like, all right, well, nicely done. Let's go to the next point.
Frozen trying to chase.
Honestly, got to be careful with getting these frags on the rotators really early, because then they respawn while you're also making your move, and you have to find them again.
Yeah. Yeah, you can lose them. You can lose them in the thick of this. But Sumdai Young going to continue to play on top of objective. Just keep that little bit of a lead.
Spotted them both.
They do have over top of it. Oh, re-established to a 15-ticket lead. Team Spirit fighting here, trying their absolute damnedest, and it feels like now they're starting to bully Depression Duo since they have the better weapons. Spirit looking hot, and we're starting to watch Depression Duo just rotate in with CZs, but hell, the pistols could still work, it seems. Magic's not able to find that first one, doing good damage, and a nice little snap up with the spray. The continuation looks good. Spirit, 20-ticket lead.
Is the pressure mounting too high? Can't believe after what we witnessed in this first go-around, that Spirit learned so fast that they could even manage to lead at all. In the rematch, Frozen Bits, though, he is still looking super sharp. Oh, this Molotov might do something. Now they push that fight forward. Certainly don't want to respect it. 7 seconds is way too long, and SDY putting up a great defense on the point. 40 seconds left to absorb here.
Yeah, this is a little big one to just milk out. Magic's going to try to run behind them. Frozen Bits, clean duel, a very crucial pickup as well. We'll see where the respawn comes through from Sumdai Young. It's just behind Magic, so they'll at least be able to attack this side by side. Drex is trying to draw the attention, but Sumdai Young comes in from a different direction. Oh, what? Both of the pickups, both with just the pistol, and that's Spirit right back into control of the situation. Look at this, first player has his back turned, but that is just quick damage in versus Drex.
Insta headshots. Now they chill comfortably. Look at the lead. This is ridiculous. It is so snowbally.
30 tickets, man. We're going the distance, it seems. Depression Duo gonna have to pull a miracle out of the hat. How have they done it? Spirit bouncing back. It's wild to think that we've now gone 2 maps in a row with like a 50-ticket deficit to open up, and then an immediate return from the team that lost the opener.
Almost a curse to win that opening game, though, isn't it?
Right? It feels like you're just that close to victory. Both times, the match was on the line as well. Depression Duo, they were able to avoid elimination in the second. Team Spirit trying to fight it out here. Sure enough, 34-0 to close this out and to push us to another round 3, map 3 decider.
Okay, yeah, I couldn't get more clutch than this. What will happen? That is the question. I don't know anymore. I mean, I don't know if it comes to confidence, it comes to clutch. Spirit, of course, they've been on a stage this big many, many times. They've beat really, really star competition, and they also are probably playing with very little pressure right now, right? They're not anticipated to win, even though they're getting better and better. Depression Duo are impressing, but I will say there seems to be a more direct correlation between the early starts and the wins. Especially on this map, it gets very snowball. It seems like it's very hard to just stand on the control point at all, and when a team gets to do it for a good amount of time, it's hard for the other team to ever sometimes find a time to do it.
Yeah, that is dead on, man. It feels exactly like that. But we'll see. You know, not only should Team Spirit kind of have shooken the nerves and the pressure of the elimination, but now think of the confidence that comes with that bounce back. The same type of confidence that Depression Duo used to get us here onto Teleport. But this is a good start from Depression Duo, just like you said, you know, that opening bit of an advantage can be a big one to snowball, and Team Spirit did have a slight gap, but it's taken back, even dead.
Could be a critical moment right there. I mean, the thing is that the duels are going to come back right away, but even a slight edge could mean the world. Oh, interesting move in the teleport. Frozen Bits, he might not be able to read that exactly. However, Magix cannot kill him, so he gets away with the op. Frozen Bits up top, looking for that op duel. Magic will pre-fire him before he can even swing out with his full body, and Magic's on 31 HP is nomadic. He is not going to stay in one position for too long.
Ooh, but that left peek from Drex is perfect.
And even though they got this frag, it was Sum Young just chilling on the point for a second.
Magic's looking for an upgrade, finds his hands on an M4.
Every little edge.
Little bit versus Drex, and he's not able to hang on to that objective.
Fighting so hard.
Frozen's gonna try to run over. Sum Young very quickly behind him, gonna take the exact same teleport route. Frozen Bits was able to get the better of Magic's. So this, again, is just a 2-ticket difference. So incredibly close. And with every frag, that remains the same. Objective moves yet again, this time over towards the C site. And Frozen Bits is looking to sprint over here. Team Spirit needing to spend a little bit of time to grab some better hardware, but they get cut off by Drex. He's unable to pick up either of those frags. Frozen Bits emphasizes just playing in the objective, and he's looking to keep himself in cover. He's got 2 of the CTs coming down on him, and check this out. Magic's, he's found himself an op.
Yeah, he does. He doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. So it could still be an easy kill for Drex, but it depends on the awareness from him, and it looks like Drex is thinking about other duels to take. SDY goes down, Opshot gets missed, but Magic is on the point, and he's got cover. Will he be able to make it another kill? This could be enormous. However, Frozen Bits will take him out in a revenge frag, and then now the 2 defenders are coming back in for more.
Sum Young not going to be aware of this one, but he does find a little bit of cover, looking to work between that 2 separate duels. He's lesser health, and that's why Drex is going to get away with it. Now, again, 35 tickets apiece. This one's very crucial, and look how far away Team Spirit just spawned, not to mention Frozen Bits. He's going to keep them away from it, but it moved, and it moved really quick. And Magic's, well, he's found himself back on the op yet again.
That's a key position to be holding it with as well. He might have to hit the flick. Oh my God, spins around after hearing that audible. But Frozen Bits is just too agile.
Jump through the teleport. Sum Young clears Frozen up close. 3-ticket lead. Team Spirit starting to bleed. Their lead is losing. And there it is, Frozen Bits again finding a rotation frag. Those ones are the big important ones. When you can get half of the team just cut off from the objective, then all of a sudden the pressure falls to Magic's. 20 seconds left on this B objective, a 6-ticket deficit. Sum Young coming through the teleporter, but he knows what he needs to do. He has to get control of this for whatever it's worth, these final 10 seconds. And then we have to see Team Spirit get ahead of it. They need to head to C ahead of time. Magic's actually chasing Frozen Bits, but they're going the wrong way. They need to get over to the C site as quick as can be. Go Magic's, run!
No, they have Magic's also in this position. They have a lead right now, and they can catch rotations. SDY is going to make the TP. They have the power position.
There's no way they just play off site, though. They've got to get a little bit more of an edge. If you leave it to a single ticket, then one frag can change the outcome of this entire match. Not just the map, but of the match. Depression Duo trailing by 6. It's all on Frozen Bits, but he looks away. And Sum Young looks to have just made the difference. The final push from Depression Duo, and it's going to work out. But can they get there? No, not in time. Team Spirit sweep them away.
What a win. So nonchalant. Every time you see them after a big match win, they go, yeah, we're nuts.
Yeah,
we did it. Yeah, no problem. That was no ish. I can't believe it, man. After, again, how the first rounds started each and every time. An amazing effort by Depression Duo, and honestly, it feels like on some other day they could have done it. They obviously had the tools. They had the facilities. Today just was not their day.
No, sir. But you know, as much as we can kind of sing the praise of Spirit for being able to return, being able to answer after losing by like 53 tickets on the opening of Teleport. Yeah. You know, hell. Great job by Depression Duo to even do the exact same thing one map prior. This was going to be like a 2-0, 2-0 blowout. And yet, we had one of the closest games yet. So props to it, dude. That's a lot of backbone.
Damn, Team Spirit, Garnucci down, Depression Duo down. Who's next?
The wild run here, right, is that like we had that interview with who was it from Party Pojad? Putelli. We had the interview with Putelli, and he said that he was shocked. He was shocked that some of these pro teams did as good as they did. And he was referring, no, but he was even referring to the players yesterday. Like, he was surprised that they were able to get into like the 2-2 matches to nearly get playoffs. So imagine what his expectations are now that Spirit are going to be going to the upper bracket finals and playing against him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's a big one, right? One spot in the finals on the line for that matchup. Spirit versus the home team of Party Pojad. Things are starting to get a little excited here in Helsinki, but we'll throw it back over to the analyst desk so they can unpack what we just saw.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and what a nail-biter to be closing that one out. Just throwing it back to the first map of Dex, Team Spirit were walking all over them, and then the fact that they could come back in that second map and then make the third map even closer as well. I mean, huge props to Team Spirit, but Depression Duo did put up a stellar fight.
Absolutely, and this was summed up perfectly by Connor at the casting desk, right? We were very, very close to seeing a 2-0 maps, 2-0 round towards the very end, as one-sided as it gets from Team Spirit, and suddenly their opponents find the resilience to fight back the last few tickets of that round, and then suddenly you don't even know what you're looking at. The third map could go either way.
I think it was really, really impressive. Again, it's hard to keep your focus throughout a best of 3 like that. This is incredibly intense and high powered. This isn't like, you know, back in regular Counter-Strike where you got the freeze time, you've got some time in between halves. You're like, this is just, you know, all the way through. You're not going to get much time to relax. So I'm really impressed that they managed to keep their cool. They just as well could have won that last final round there.
There's an element of stamina that comes into play. And as Anders is mentioning, right, you're playing for quite a while, and you're not really, you don't have any margin for error, right? If you make a mistake or two and then suddenly you give out your opponents a couple of seconds to just regroup, you're running against time, you're running against tickets. So from one map to the other is very quick, from one round to the other is instantaneous. It is a very great exercise for the mind and in terms of energy that you have to use.
Yeah, and that mental fortitude to be coming back for Depression Duo, at least into that second map of Flux, considering the fact that Spirit looks so dominant on it, I think the first round, there had like a 50-ticket lead or something ridiculous.
Yeah,
well, it takes a lot.
And it just looked like one of those things where, the pros are back and they're gonna wipe the floor with them. But that's not really what happened. They did win eventually, but it took everything.
Yeah, and if anything, one more time, it attests to the quality of what Depression Duo is bringing to the stage, right? Because one of the narratives that we're trying to hit today is that the first day of this event might have been the time to beat the pros. You know, they were not quite accustomed, adjusted to what was going on, maybe had a couple of questions. You move on to day 2, they know where they're going, and still we are pushed to a third map, we're pushed to a third round, and that is a couple of tickets making the difference.
Yeah, of course, Team Spirit are going to be going through to our upper bracket final, of course, 1 spot away from that grand final. We can see them there, and then we're also going to be looking at some of the games that we're not viewing on the A stream, in these because we've also got the B stream side of life with the wonderful Jackie and Davey over there. The lower bracket, that is where we're going to be seeing Swiri actually going through to. So they're trying to do that run of the gauntlet. It's definitely not going to be easy, though.
And quite interesting to see that they have actually dispatched with Garnucci. That must have been quite the electric game.
Yeah, so Garnucci eliminated. Damn.
Yeah, I mean, again, we always suffer from recency bias whenever we see them play, but even though they fell short against Team Spirit, I thought that Garnucci would be an absolute contender in that lower bracket to make a deep run, and they fall to Swiri. We're now waiting for the winner of Depression Duo we've just seen, and our partay, and man, that's going to be hard.
That's going to be a real tough one. How are you feeling about Spirit going up against Party Period as well? That's going to be our next game.
Listen, if you haven't put Spirit down yet, how much of an opportunity do we give them again? Like, is it too late? Are they warmed up?
They look really warmed up, yeah. On Flux, the way that Magix was playing up on the high ground, up on those platforms, it's so dangerous, so hard to get rid of. I mean, I will say this though, for the hometown heroes though, it's cool that if they're going to make it to the grand finals, they're going to have to take down, you know, just all of the best teams, right? They have a great bracket that they have to run through. I think that's great.
The way I see when you play against Spirit, you can never afford to let them reach that point when they're comfortable on tickets, and they can then proceed to kind of ignore the mechanics and just takes the fight to you, because that is it. We've had a couple of occurrences in that game as well. Whenever they get that lead, and then Sundion and Bajix both are just looking for duels, they're closing down angles, it's almost unfair. They are so strong. You have to keep them under pressure on that very tight leash where they have to play the rotations, and this is where it can make the difference.
Yeah, we have had so much incredible action already going down to Deathloop. We've got so much more on the cards for you. Of course, our grand final is coming up later on today. But before we do that, in case you've missed out on any of the action, we're going to have a quick recap with some highlights.
Young. And mine is Magic's. And we're gonna compete in Red Bulls League. First time when I meet gaming, like overall, it was when I was 3 years old. The first game I played was CS 1.4, I think.
I joined Team Spirit shortly after I played for Espada. I got for a trial in Spirit, and after this I joined the roster.
The unique part about us together, me and Magix, that we have some special chemistry and we love each other so much that no one can stop us.
I can truly say that our chemistry is an incredible level, and we're gonna pass everyone with our belief in each other.
I think I do it together for almost 2 years, I think. 1.5 maybe? I'm not sure actually.
We are playing together for 800 days.
What? The special part of Magic is his aim. He's very insane on it. He can headshot very well. And about mine, I can feel in any that my team need, I think.
I can say that sometimes I can do any stuff that you can ask for from him, and I'm just doing the stuff that he want me to do, and it works. SDY is playing very passive roles, both on T sides and both on CT sides, and he's taking the all good CT side roles, and on T sides maybe he's taking some bad roles, but he's doing great on them.
Okay, for Magic's in the team, he have to play aggressive roles like entry fragger. He's doing it really well, but I'm not sure that he's liking it.
I'm the best communicator because I can make any ideas, I can bring them when somebody young is just doesn't know what to do during the round and when he's kind of lost.
2-on-2, it's or 5-on-5. Better aimer than me, so for sure he's most likely run head first and will headshot everyone that he sees. Close quarters. Definitive.
Because it requires some flicking into headshots, and I can do that.
And we're going to get to see a lot more of Team Spirit going forward, of course, winning their previous matchup. Now turning to face Party Poyad. Of course, we switch things up on the desk here as well. Norda's Scrawny joining me. What do you make of that previous game? What do you make of what Team Spirit showed there?
I was shocked by their resilience on that third map. Going into it, I knew that Magix wasn't too hyped about playing teleport, and I thought, okay, this is it. They almost had it, they let it slip through, and now they're done for. 50 ticket advantage. I'm like, everything's going par for the course, and then of course, because they're the best of the best, they somehow pull it out of the hat.
Well, we're going to see exactly what they're going to be picking in this map veto process. Of course, you guys aren't familiar. It's best of 3 with the best of 3 rounds in each map. We're going to be starting off with Flux first. I'm wondering, I'm not sure exactly who picked these, but the fact that we saw Team Spirit doing really well on Flux earlier, and then Magis comes up on the desk and said, yeah, we've maybe played this for like 10 minutes. And it looked like they had a pretty good understanding of the map.
Yeah, it's this classic thing that they're doing where they're just like, again, they're like a big blob, a gelatinous blob that just like absorbs whatever comes their way. And, knowledge is power. So every time that they play on a new map, even though they don't have much experience, they're learning how the other teams with more experience are going for it. And then they just mirror it, and you lean on that like individual talent that they have to just, get the better of them. So I would bet everything. The house I don't own, that Flux is definitely Spirit's map pick.
It is indeed. I've just got to confirm by production. It is Spirit's map pick. What are you thinking of Party Poyo coming into this one?
Yeah, I think this is such a great match because it's probably like at least like Party Poyo, maybe the most popular team right now. I haven't seen more signs than any, and all the signs with Putelli Blaze are like perfect for the event. And of course, Putelli is embracing it so hard. And then we have Spirit, who are the pros, who are they just seem to be like one of the most adaptable teams here, pro or not. So it's just like really nice to watch them, do badly and then suddenly come back, and it feels like even if they hate a map or they haven't played a map, they haven't really played any of the maps that much, even in yesterday. So they've just proved over and over again they're just adaptable, whatever the circumstances are, which makes it hard to predict if they'll also be able to beat Party Poyo.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there have been other games going on our B stream as well, alongside the wonderful Jackie and Davey. Let's take a look at the brackets, just keep you guys up to date with exactly what is going on over there, because there have been a few upsets, mainly for mine and Launder's predictions. I believe Garnucci are out, and also Guess.
Oh, Garnucci are out.
Yeah, they got beaten by Swiri. I mean, Swiri are trying to do that low bracket run.
Damn, that was a team that everyone said was maybe it was too much pressure, too many expectations.
Yeah.
I think like every single player I talked to was like, Garnucci, I think they're going to win. I think they've got the most, I guess they had like the most points on the public leaderboards or whatever on Faceit, so that was the thing. Yeah, too big to fail maybe Garnucci, so that's unfortunate for them, but there are no weak teams here at this point.
Yeah, of course, we're going to be facing the winner of Depression Duo versus Al Partey, which is also going on at the moment on our B stream. And then whoever loses this matchup, it doesn't mean they're out of the competition. We got double elimination here. So even if one of these two teams does falter a little bit, still a chance to come back to the grand final through that consolidation final.
Yeah, for sure. And only having to play one game in the lower bracket when elimination's like looming over you, that's the ideal situation for these guys. So I think that, the storylines are all coming together beautifully. Our one pro team has shown this beautiful bout of resilience and has gotten themselves into the upper bracket final. The hometown heroes as well are doing the exact same thing. And so no matter how this one works out, right, whether it's the Finnish team that locks in that top spot and will be in the finals no matter what, or whether it's our pro team who will be like the final challenger for the underdog that comes through the bottom, it's turning out beautifully here for Flick. So this is going to be a sick matchup to decide which one of those roads we go down.
Yeah. Do you view Spirit as being the favorites in this competition now, just because of who they've taken down and the adaptability? Do you think they're the favorites?
I don't know. I don't know if going all the way just seems like such a huge task. It kind of feels like the smart side of your brain at this point, after seeing they're the only pro team to make it through, would tell you to bet against them constantly until they lose, because it only makes sense that these other teams are so good that one of them will be able to win, and there are two chances for Spirit to go down, and they haven't gone down yet, but potentially Party Poyo is the hardest threat. I think it feels wrong to pick them, especially considering how much more experience some of the other players have. I think they've just been insanely impressive. Like, how are they the Cinderella story when we thought that the pro teams were going to be the better team?
It's crazy to me that we're right now we're at that point. We're at a turning point. Okay, you go back 1 year. Flick Invitational 2020, top pro team was actually G2 with Kenny S and Jax. And where did they end? Third, fourth place. Where is Spirit right now? Guaranteed third, fourth place. So either Spirit go one better and are the best performing Red Bull Flick Invitational professional team to ever compete, or they're going to fall at the exact same hurdle potentially.
Yeah.
And then third road, maybe they go back into finals, get second. So this is going to be a turning point for Team Spirit. And I think it's safe to say, like at this point, that they are the favorites. I'm going to go out and say it. I think that the test on these new maps and this new game mode, that all unfolds over across the first day, the group stage. Now they're familiar with every map, they're familiar with most of the competitors, and you have to just recognize the fact that their individual level is unarguably so much higher because they are professional players and that they compete at a top level. So I think Spirit, they survived the test, which was the first half of today and yesterday. Now they deserve the credit. They should be the final challenge.
And speaking of our pro teams, of course, if you're in the arena itself, in 5 minutes time, Big Academy are going to be doing a signing session over at the Red Bull tent. So if you've got a mouse pad or maybe a Pokemon card, because we were actually asked to sign
or a forehead
Pokemon card. Have you signed a forehead?
Everyone's got a forehead.
You've signed a forehead. Okay.
I've never done it, but
I've never. I thought somebody asked you to sign a forehead.
I definitely have signed forehead.
Really? I signed a shoe. The Pokemon card was my favorite, though.
Yeah.
Because of the Mew.
Yes.
That was very cool.
Coolest thing I've signed.
That was
really cool.
nerve-wracking, actually.
Yeah.
To do that
It took
properly.
so much time.
Yeah.
I didn't, but I should have. That was tough. And it's like one of those things that's like so precious. You're like, I don't want to put this on anything, but I also want to hold it steady.
I mean, talking of our first map that we're going to be seeing, of course, it's going to be Flux coming away very shortly. How are we viewing, maybe we haven't really talked too much about Party Poyad because we're sort of prefacing the fact that Spirit might now be the favourites in terms of, it definitely is the pro teams. But how are we viewing Party Poyad coming into this, considering we were speaking to one of the players earlier? Man, they were hella confident. Like, he came out with his Finnish flag in front of his home crowd, and he was just like, yeah, we're going to win the whole thing.
I just have I didn't envision Party Poyad to get this far in the upper bracket, so I feel like it's hard, because I guess, obviously based on our predictions, it's like we looked at some of the teams that might be out now, and it's like, well, expectations have all been subverted. So I don't know where to put them yet. Like, I obviously think they're really, really strong, and they've got like a clear, like, kind of superstar, aura about them, especially with Putelli. But like, are they the best team right now? I don't know.
Any thoughts on the kind of duo that we've seen and the relationship?
Telly and Blaze?
Yeah,
I like this. I like the vibes that these guys put off.
Great vibes, immaculate.
Blaze, he's kind of like, he takes a bit of a backseat, but he's still got a strong voice. Wait for his interviews. He's got a strong, deep voice. He clearly has opinions, but it's Putelli who's kind of taking the spotlight. He's taking the step forward. He's really embracing the crowd, the moment, the atmosphere, and the fact that he's doing it so confidently, and not just like taking up the spotlight and the attention, but then also within the server, like performing well, looking good, shooting hot. I don't know if I consider them the favorites of all the individual level, but I definitely give credit to him and Blaze as well. Can't be understated that Blaze is pulling his weight, but it's the fact that Putelli is really making this weekend kind of special for everybody here. Is here in attendance. He's representing the fact that we are in Helsinki, and he's going to make the most of it. So I think we give them the respect they deserve.
Yeah. I think that Putelli and Blaze kind of like a yin and yang almost. Like Putelli came up here and he was super confident, literally just exuding confidence. Came up with a flag that kind of tied around his neck. And then when we've seen Blaze and we've seen him in those content pieces, it just seems so chill, man.
Yeah.
Like, seems like he's just taking it as it comes. I think he's only 17 years old as well, so to have that kind of chilled aura must be very helpful when you're performing on a stage like this.
He doesn't even know what's going on. He doesn't know where he is. He doesn't understand the circumstances, okay? He doesn't know how much everyone's been paid to work on this event, okay? To talk about how good he is as a CS player. He just started. And honestly, that might be for the best, because he's playing some of the best CS I've ever seen. So
Minecrafter as well, apparently.
And he all started with Minecraft.
That's the reason.
Yeah.
I think
that's the key.
Breeze from EG also had a Minecraft channel back in the day.
Oh,
yeah, it's on YouTube.
It's the first game Obo played as well. So we know that young North American talent, they're Minecrafters, a bunch of Steves out there. So it's a worldwide phenomenon, That's the next gen of gamers. People go like, I've been playing Counter-Strike for 20 years, but yeah, do you have 15 years of Minecraft experience? Because if you don't, you're out.
That's the real test. I'm sure Maniac and Anders also had a lot of experience in Minecraft. Maybe they can tell us about that a little bit.
Tell me, Maniac, what's your Minecraft experience like?
I have played a few hours.
Oh, yeah?
But I got really scared. When you're digging down the caves and suddenly you start hearing noises and like monsters. I just don't like that. I'm out. That's it. And then you open up the wrong wall. There's lava coming out here. It's like, hell no. That's not for me. I want to be outside, under the sunny sky, having a good time.
It is pretty tough. I only know it because my son Walter's playing it a lot, so I have to know, a little bit about Minecraft, but I can't boast any real experience with it.
Transposes generations.
Oh, he's way better than I am too. It's scary.
He's probably better than me too.
Yeah, horrific. This is going to be the ultimate test, isn't it? Now for the hometown heroes.
Is that what Spirit is? Spirit is the final boss of this event? Is that how we're counting them?
Could be. Could well be. But listen, Spirit are going to have an opponent, and at this moment, it's Party Poyad to the stage. Yeah, they're going to be ready to fight. They have made their way almost all the way through the bracket. They're not quite there yet, but I think they've taken down some big names, and it's been impressive.
They've earned our respect, Anders.
Yes.
The hometown heroes, trying their very best, ready to pull up an incredible show tonight. But for that show, they need an opposing team. They're going to face some of the professionals of Counter-Strike we have. Please make some noise for Spirit.
Oh yeah, these people have been doing such a fine job. They're ready, they're locked in. I mean, they're the last remaining professional team.
They are.
And they just look kind of unstoppable right now. I don't want to say yet that they definitely are, but it's looking grim if you're up against them.
Just to figure out how much better than their peers of professional players they are. Not only were they the only one making it through day one, but they are actually right now in the winner bracket final of this event. They are the final boss. It feels like they've reached that zone where as individuals and as a team, they understand what they're supposed to do, and obviously they have the level to back it up. So it's like kind of the complete package, very scary to go up against.
They are, and I reckon the challenge here is not letting them get ahead. I think we mentioned this on this. Don't let Spirit get a big lead because they probably will not give it back to you. Here we go. It's going to be on Flux to start it out with. Spirit versus Party Poyat.
Let's see if the hometown heroes have what it takes to create a battle out of this game. It's been very complicated for anyone who faced Spirit. Their most recent opponent almost made it. It was so tight towards the last map. Oh my god, that must have fueled the Party Poyat with confidence and hope as well. You know, the fact that they can bleed, you can take them down.
Yeah, I mean, that's been proven, but you need to follow it all the way through. You can't get 99% of the way there. It's not going to be good enough. Blaze, nice double frag for him. In fact, he's working on 3 in a row. Here comes the 4th. That's always amazing, because means he doesn't have to run anywhere to find new weapons. He can just stay up here on the high ground, sniping away them down there, doing excellent work with the FAMAS for a while. He will eventually, Putelli nearly messed that up, but
he is in full control.
Yeah,
absolute full control. He just wanted us to crunch up but just a little bit.
What? That was Sundai Young with a scout? I actually can't believe he got that.
Well, you get to see the replay right there, and it's what? Holy Moses! What a save on his teammate!
That is crazy. That's a very, very rare shot that you just saw. Oh, and he catches Blaze midair again. Sundai Young is out of control. That is wild. We've been talking about this all the time, how shooting at someone who's airborne on this map is probably not a good idea because you're just not going to hit anything, but
he does it again.
This
oh my.
Wild.
He's just providing us with all the replays with the scout. Thank you very much, Sundai Young. Great performance indeed. Relatively close game so far, and we have a couple, about 5-4 now tickets difference between both teams. No one really pulling ahead. Putley has been on this position. We could almost name that position Putley now, because he was the first one to get up there and kind of teach us about the secrets of that map.
Do Spirit know?
I hope they do. They must. Surely they realize. No one's been really firing at him so far, so did he just become invisible? Do they know? Oh, they know. Now they know. He's been made.
And that obviously makes a massive difference. Once you realize, still it must be very frustrating having to look up into the sky while there is another player. I mean, Blaze is still going to be down there finding them, so you can't spend all of your time just looking into the sky either.
And talk about the neck pain too.
Yeah, very true indeed. Gonna need some help with that at some point. It's pretty even in terms of tickets, but yeah, finally they get rid of him. That's huge. Now could they get rid of Blaze? Because that already took like 10, maybe 15 seconds while they were just waiting for it. And Blaze, he's going to stay alive.
That was great. Staying alive the way he did. Best images. Now hiding in the smoke. He's finally going to be put down, but that was massive from Blaze, creating a 10+ tickets lead for Party Poyat now. Spirit combining together for a multi-frag. Magis is going to be torn apart from both positions, leaving Sundai Young behind that smoke. It's a pattern we've seen quite a lot in these games. The smoke helping you to cover a side of your flank so you don't have to worry about it.
I think such a smart move by Sundai Young when he flies onto the point, because he fires the gun mid-air, and that actually forces the player that's on the point to turn around and look at him, and then he lands behind them anyway. And it's just such a neat little trick. We'll see if he's going to do it again at some point. It does look really cool. Wow. Again, the movement here is just so crisp. What a shot as well.
And he just he was almost irrelevant to the fight, and just with that move was right there where he was needed to be to help Sundai Young. And now, just as much as we like to praise Party Poyat, it is Spirit in full control of this round. They have 20 more seconds on the B point. Party Poyat is nowhere to be found. Magis is acting as a turret, making a ton of damage onto Putley, and he's got the backup from behind. Look at this. They're doing everything they can.
This is absolutely fantastic.
And here comes the cover.
13 tickets left, 12 now for Party Poyat. If you're in the arena, head over to the tent where Big Academy are doing a signing right now. So definitely go and check that out as well. 8 tickets now for Party Poyat. They're running out of time here. Spirit have a really solid lead, and it doesn't look like they're going to surrender it at all. Now standing on the point, and they cannot get off it. They need to stay here for the next 45 seconds and just win every single fight. There's one of them. Magic's landing right on top. He's going to get the headshot as well on Batelli, and that means they're going to be out of luck in this opening round. It goes to Team Spirit.
It is so scary to see how Magis is moving around that map. Look, when you have his skill, obviously, and we know it has to be an attribute we need to mention, but then on top of that, he's got the movement control, the way he's doing it, switching from platform to platform, using these jumps so well. That becomes like the unbearable combo, right? It's so hard to play against.
truly, truly hard to bring down. Yeah. See if they could do better. Pitelli's off to a very good start. A couple of frags going his way. And he did just see the foot. What? He's not realizing where he's getting shot from, but the scout, it's not going to be a problem if he got that max 7 in. Even though he was low on health, he managed to find a headshot with the scout all in his own there, Magix. All right. Can we find more? That center point is just so different on this map.
I was going to say, it's really complicated to assert dominance over there. I feel like it's almost a game of trades. You have so many angles you can get attacked from, and not really ready to cover you. It's only Pudley taking matters into his own hands with the USP, and he's going to welcome Majinski's just sliding around. He's like a flying snake. That is very dangerous.
But he might get a little bit of his own.
Look at this, he stays alive.
How is he? Finally, he almost had the stim heal there at the end. It's this air control that's so hard to beat.
That must be so massively frustrating as well. When you're just about to aim, you think you got him under control, and he just slides away from your crosshair, and then you're just caught in a fight between yourself.
It's not a good time. All right, C point is active. Telly's, well, was holding on to it. Magic's going to come up with 2. Really important. And now this is the system in place. Sundayong on the point. Magic's up here for good reason. He is deadly accurate.
It's the blueprint we talked about from Spirit already in day 1. It's Sundayong on the point, and you have Magisk as a protection turret right above him, raining down fire. And what is really great, and even deadlier at that, is that even if Magisk falls down, the last remnant of defense is actually Sundayong ready, locked and loaded to take you down. So it's a huge obstacle, a huge challenge to get there. Look at this, again, Sundayong with the multi-frag, reigning supreme.
And every time he has a chance to go back, get the stim, heal back up again, he can pick up another set of nades and try to smoke it off again. It's just so effective. Some damage. Oh, did he catch him mid-air? It looked like he did again. They are looking incredibly crisp on this map here. Spirit with a pretty sizable lead once again. See him already tagging him up there. Oh, just as he lands. Yeah, that's so good.
They're so hard to play against right now. They're activated individually. They find all the shots. I think they're also in the rhythm of the map. They know when they have to move. They know how they have to move and proceed to the next point. Paripoya, the hometown hero, is going to need the help of the others if they're going to make it, because they are falling behind right now.
Such a brutal game. About 30 tickets difference. And Paripoya not having the best of times here on Flux. Spirit, on the other hand, wait, Sundayong, he's been hugging this point, and he's not going to leave.
Oh my. I thought that was it. I thought that was it with Magisk, but as we like to praise his movement, he finds a way to escape the sweet embrace of death.
He actually got tagged heavily mid-air then, but somehow he stayed alive anyway. And they just take the point just like that. No issues, 20 tickets left. This is such an incredible lead. The hometown hero is definitely struggling, but it is a best of 3 after all. So, trapping the knife, and he does take down Sundayong. Oh man,
yes,
that's a rare talent.
They need that, Enders. They need that. They need a little bit of fire. They need a little bit of hype if they're gonna go up against this Team Spirit, who looks so installed, so in shape. Look at this, the flying Genji just coming at you with the knife. Snack! Putelli is trying to help his teammate, you know, catch some fire a little bit, get some hype.
Yeah, they desperately need it. Right now, though, they also need to be on the point permanently, and it's not going to happen. They don't even get close. What a victory for Spirits. 47 tickets at the end, Maniac.
This is frightening. Frightening is the term that comes to mind when you see this Team Spirit, the way they play Counter-Strike right now. As Connor mentioned, it feels like they've truly absorbed all the best from all the teams at this event, and together they have kind of concocted this master plan on how they have to play, and it seems very hard to stop.
Yeah, impressive work on Flux. You have to just appreciate that. They look so at home on that map. The movement and the division of labor between Sundayong and Magix was just too much to handle.
Yeah, I think you pair Magic's movement as well, obviously with his hand, but just the movement he's got on the map with the ability of Sundayong to stay on point and stay alive. It's just the deadliest combination you can get. So I'm going to go ahead and say, forget about this map if you're Paripoya. You know, it was always going to be an uphill battle, very tough at that. You know that they will struggle more on the other maps. So keep your courage, keep your bravery. You still have a lot to fight for.
Yeah, that really seems to be their best map at the moment. Spirit on Flux is a good combination. they're going to have to keep doing it. Now, Teleport's the second map, of course, so we still have some shenanigans on that map, still some fun. But I agree, it should be a good chance for some revenge for Party Poyat, for sure.
Yeah, you have these shenanigans, but I don't feel like Spirit is on top of things as they were on Flux. We had the example the last game where we casted them, where they looked at times a little bit out of solutions. So we gotta hope that Party Poyat can abuse it, that they can pull it together, push it to a map number 3, which would be great for the show. That's what we want, yeah. All the competition we can get. I've got to say, I'm so impressed by there's a whole sequence here. That right there look at something like 11 streak. I know. In terms of frags, it's outrageous. But it's again his ability to fight on multiple angles and multiple battles, almost like simultaneously. That is so great, and it's an element that we have fairly, I guess not talked enough. This ability to take multiple fights and win them at once is just uncanny. Yeah, very hard to deal with. There's something that the Finns are going to have to come back around and try and see if they can maybe put a little bit more effort into fight. I feel like a lot of those battles were also just one-on-ones all over the map. It's hard on Flux to get two people together because it's such an open map, but on this follow-up map, you can do it, right? You can group up and try and see if you can hunt down and get that 2-on-1 advantage. Completely agree with you. I was about to say you need a 2v1. That's why you need to find Magis, who's always going to be a little bit away from the point. He's going to take a bit more risk. You need to find him first, and then you converge onto some Dayong, you retake the point, and from that moment on, you dictate the pace. Yeah, it's got to be doable. Hopefully they're able to. Be really cool to see them go to a third map and try and decide it there. Spirit do look warmed up, so nothing is settled yet. It's actually terrifying, the skill that they have. We knew coming into this event that obviously being part of the professionals, they have a lot to offer. Their skill set is almost limitless. But I had no idea that they would warm up to this, I guess, style and DNA of Counter-Strike so quickly. Like it feels like they've been doing it for, for weeks. Like they know exactly what they're supposed to do. And when you couple that to their actual skill, it becomes an absolute machine. It's very, very hard to deal with. There's no doubt. Teleport. I mean, there are some good movements, some good tricks you could do on this one. Still haven't seen many people trying to throw nades through teleporters yet. Seems like that's more of a rare thing, but maybe we're going to get a chance. We're going to be on the map here. Spirit versus Party Poyat. It is the second map here at the upper bracket final, and we'll see. First team, of course, to get to 0 tickets will end up losing the round. Yeah, let's see if Party Poyat can bamboozle Spirit with these teleports. I gotta say, even as a viewer experience, I sometimes get a little bit confused as to where they're going and where they're arriving with the teleport. So maybe it is not something that Spirit have gotten down perfectly. Maybe they can just slightly lose track of the movements of their opponent, get surprised, get caught off guard, and this could be a way in for the Party Poyat. Yeah. And this A point here is notoriously difficult to stand. And you see what happens as soon as you get out there. There's so many angles. It's very hard to stay alive. We've seen a fair few teams already on this map almost never touch the A point. They just play for frags around it, which is obviously the other way that you can get tickets off the enemy team is by eliminating them in the round. Oh, great smoke. Great little smoke here. Moving right-hand click from Patelli. He's just playing by the side, and that's what we were talking about. This is the 2v1 sequence that they try to put together. It's Patelli staying alive and Blaze striking in from behind, taking down Magix. This is the blueprint that the Poyat boys have to try and put together for this map. Oh, that's a nice no-scope. But he's going to burn alive to the Molotov simultaneously, so that is just unfortunate. Getting caught as he's trying to... It's nice when you can actually try and camp those weapon spawns. If you know someone's going to be running to pick up a weapon, just hang around. If they're a little bit too quick with it, maybe you can win the fight. And yep, Blaze will take down Samdai Young. All right. He's going to continue. What a nice... He is working on a double streak, 5 in a row for Patelli. This is looking much better, Andy. Yeah, it is. This is looking much better from the Party Poyat. And this is a narrative that we were trying to push. Spirit on Flux, yes, unplayable, untreatable. But now you're moving on to Teleport. It's a different map, it's a different game, different identity to it. So this could be the way. They're already 17 now tickets down. Putali with a nice punish onto Sun Dai Yang. Okay. See ya. Just escapes. Barely, though. But yeah, look at the lead here. I mean, we've only just got started in this first round of the second map. And it's so good. Patelli able to stay alive against Magix.
That's a rare moment. Seems like he should have won that fight 100% of the time. Some Young sneaking through with that AWP. Oh, he's quick with it too. And that's the first time we've seen a convincing victory here for Team Spirit. They need to turn this into something more, but it's only 3 seconds on the point, so it doesn't help them that much, and especially not if they're going to lose the follow-up fight.
But now that death could actually come to help Spirit, because as a result, Magix is already in a position to maybe make his way to the B side. Look, he catches Putelli off guard, completely suspecting some Young on the other side of the map is also on its way. So there's going to be a couple of key duels which are won by the Spirit side. 20 tickets left now, and they are far away from the point, so they're going to be pressured. Their tickets disappearing like snow under the sun.
This is tricky. 17, 16 tickets, and yeah, they're under pressure now. Team Spirit, it's a rare moment for them where they're the ones forced to run onto the points to try and stay alive in this round. That means they make mistakes. It means they can't check all the corners.
That's it.
He's out here fighting them. Yeah, that's absolutely it. A fantastic double kill. And they're in so much trouble. 7 tickets left. This is going to have to be a flawless run here for Team Spirit. They're trying to retake it. Patelli's on his own, though. Trying, yeah, he was so aware. He knew that they were going to be going up behind him. They have to stay here, but the point already moves. They can't get there in time. Oh no, there's no way. They're just so far away. Even with the teleport, is not going to help them. Yep, Magix, they know. And that's the first round going to Party Poyat. Well done.
And the advantage that Party Poyat had was perfectly handled. As soon as they hit that 15 tickets advantage mark towards the very end, they knew it was not about playing the point anymore. It was just about preventing you from getting there. And at some point, it was going to switch around, and all the efforts that you have put would have been for nothing. Great first round from the Party Poyat. This is the reaction we were hoping to see here at the Red Bull Flick.
Okay. Starting off the second round with a near teleporter kill there. It's Magix to take down Blaze following that.
What happens if you take the teleport, you stay on position, and I teleport right behind you?
I think it might block it. I think you might not be able to.
Or do you disintegrate me?
I'm not sure if that's... It's an interesting thought. We'll have to do some actual experimentation to find that out. Oh, okay. Again, stepping onto that center point is just not a good time. Might not be worth it. You can see they're all just playing around it. Even if you have a smoke, it doesn't necessarily help you that much. So everyone afraid to try and touch that
They just want to play the frags. Look at this, the way they're sneaking around. They know that the point is not to be played, and it's just about frags. And at that game, it's going to be the Party Poyat boys kind of getting ahead of themselves. Magix caught off guard by Putelli. This is a great start from the hometown heroes right now. They're already on that B point with about 55 seconds to play with, so where they be able to stabilize, it would put them in such a great position. Putelli here with a very important duel against Sub Young, not able to connect.
Yeah, he had the perfect idea though. He was definitely right on the money, but Magix, a single frag and he's down. Sub Young with a chance, yeah, and he uses that speed bonus. You are so lightning fast when you get that stim. It makes a big difference here. Magix, I think he just took the teleporter to get the frag on Putelli as well, and looks like they're stringing something together here, Team Spirit. I mean, they were a little bit behind, but they're starting to catch up now.
It's looking much better. Great positions, great angles being found by Sub Young here. Famas against the UMP should be going the CT's way, but obviously the Cassacre is too strong to be dealt with. Blaze with a great multi-frag. He's leaving a lot of space. He's creating a lot of space for his teammate to secure the point, but now it's going to move away to the C point very far.
Yeah, got to find a way to get over there. It looks like maybe Blaze could get there a couple of seconds before. Magix with the one, but he's out in the open. Did you see it? Oh, he has a CC on the other side. That's difficult. And a nice little double frag for Magix. Makes a big difference. Now we have a 3-ticket
Oh, the timing.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. This is a neck-and-neck game here on the second round.
It's very tight. Great frag from Blaze. Now, Magix has to make a decision. Does he go alone, or does he give time to Sub Young to catch up with him and make sure they can play that trade partner? That's exactly what they did. And here comes the trade. This is why you wait for your partner. This is why sometimes the best way to attack is to slow down just as Cooch and give time to your teammate to arrive.
Yeah, look at how close it still is after all this time. We're going to move into the B point next, so eventually, well, yeah, again, that might actually be a slight benefit. They're going to spawn in the center of the map, but now we're going to go over to the B side. I think Blaze will get there before anyone else. Yeah, he's going to have a couple of seconds of standing around before someone else shows up.
Ooh,
straight
what?
headshot to bring him down.
What a shot from Blaze. Oh, that's it. They might be doing it, Enders.
Yeah.
A couple of more of these frags, let it be clean, and then suddenly they'll have the timing against them. Spirit could be in the same situation that we were describing just before, where you have to play against the ticks, you have to play against the time. It's only 10.
Yeah, it's definitely possible that's going to happen one more time here. They're a little bit behind once again. At least now they're on the control point, but they're getting flight from either side. Even with the Molotov, that's still so good for the Finnish side. So they're in trouble, 10 ticket difference. And now when the point swaps in about 8 seconds, again, we're going to go back over to the C side. That's where suddenly Spirit are not going to have a lot of time to think about what they're doing. They just have to fight on the point or they're going to go down. A very important frag there for Sundae Young.
The next battle is going to be instrumental, influential in the story of this map. Whoever gets the drop on the opponent, whoever gets first, that could be it. Sundae Young finds Blaze, leaving now Pacific completely alone, and he gets the double kill. He makes the difference he needed to make.
Absolutely huge. Sundae Young took the teleporter and he was ready for the follow-up as well. That might make the difference. That might be the third map secured right here. Not that many tickets, 6 of them left right now for Spirit. They need to be on the point. They just can't even get close. Magics goes down. And that is definitely the end of it. Oh yeah, with a great second map victory.
What a display, what a reaction from the Party Poyad, and Putelli towards the very end. Being the MVP his team needed. A couple of multi-frag that changed the whole story of the game.
That is wild. I mean, the difference between map 1 and 2 couldn't be more huge at that point. Just a phenomenal return from the hometown heroes.
And it's great to see. It's great to see that not the same skills are required on all the maps.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it'd be a little bit annoying. No, we need to have diversity. We need to have variety in what you need to bring to the table in order to be champions. First map, Flux, definitely a Spirit's home ground. But now we moved into Teleport, and at that game, Party Poyad, they were the one with the multifrags, they were the one with the positionings and the understanding, the rotations. They had the whole package.
Yeah, super well done. And what's really scary for Spirit in some sense is that the final map, which is Dex, in some ways feels a little bit more like this one than it does Flux. So
I know where you're going
with
with
playing
this.
out in their favor.
And you know me, Anders, I like to be romantic.
Yeah.
I like a good story. I would be ready to jump on that train with you.
Yeah, you want to see the hometown do it?
I think I would. But at the same time, we've been, pushing this story that the last map is very Counter-Strike-like, very conventional, and it ever so happens that there are a couple of professionals on the server right now.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So how do we get away from that logic? How do we create a way around that problem?
I feel like, luckily we don't have to. I feel like Party Poyad will have to do it. But I think they've in some ways already done a pretty good job at showing us that. And for this Dex map, we do have a video to take you through it in case you're brand new to it, so you can get caught up to speed right now.
Wing 5, Dex. As one of Red Bull Flick's more traditional maps, Dex goes back to basics with a more conventional Counter-Strike experience. With no movement mechanics in place across the map, teams will have to resort to good old-fashioned strategic play to beat their opponents. Utility and medi shots can only be found at each of the capture points, meaning retaking and holding capture points is more vital than ever. Players will have to smoke off entry points, flash the exits, and keep themselves alive as long as they can to keep hold of each point.
There we go. The map that is probably closest to conventional Counter-Strike, but in some ways also not. You still have to deal with the constant respawning. You still have to deal with the fact that you have to go find a rifle somewhere before you can really find it. I mean, there's a lot of decisions that have to be made, even if you don't have the teleporters and the ramps to work with.
Somehow, Anders, I have to say, Dex as the last map makes a lot of sense in my mind. I don't know why. I feel like it's already taken this Inferno spot where, from the conventional Counter-Strike, we feel like, okay, if you've gotten to that point where you need to play all three, might as well duke it out on that one.
Yeah, it's true. And I mean, yeah, it's going to be sort of a raw skill test in that sense. I agree. You're not going to be helped by being too good at flying around on jump pads. We're going to head straight into it here, the final map between Spirit and Party Poyad. So far, so good. It's the opening frags are coming through and a little bit of control in the beginning for Spirit, which, as we learned so far, the lead that you get in the first 10-15 seconds can actually make a huge difference in this format.
And this is probably where we have to start a conversation of the stamina of Team Spirit, right? They had quite a long game to get there against a Depression duo, that is. They almost could have won it 2, and then they were brought all the way to the last round of the last map. They've played quite a lot of Counter-Strike right now. We know this is high octane as well, quite high pace. Must be a lot of energy that you have to put onto the server. So can they run out of steam? Would that be the moment that the energy just leaves them, falls them a little bit?
You've got to hope not from their point of view, but it's certainly possible. Love that double frag coming in from Butelli there, even though he was actually very exposed. Eventually they are going to fall, but that actually brought them quite a bit back into the game. Nice shot.
Blaze.
Okay.
There's a lot of skill on the server. Just as we were about to praise someone, he gets put down by a crisp P250 frag from Sum Dayong. No one is pulling the punches. 3 tickets difference. Hardly anyone pulling through.
Magic staying real silent. I mean, this is second nature to any pro player, right? You don't really want to be running anywhere. You want to try and stay silent, which is fine maybe some of the time, but the problem is if you're walking around on this map being all slow and quiet, you could also just get shot in the back a lot. You know, there are some huge open angles here, so you want to be careful about that. The return for Party Pyongyang's looking real good. They're about to be 10 tickets ahead, so that's impressive.
It's a very great sequence. Despite the Butelli being put down by Magix, this was a very good sequence. They caught a couple of rotations while they were hanging around on the point, so as a result, they've created a little bit of a lead. Now in about 5 seconds, we will change to the B point. Now it's about positioning. It's about being ahead of your opponent. They are in the middle of the map. Blaze almost catching Sum Dayong, but doesn't get the shot down.
I feel like they've got away with a couple of frags here, Team Spirit, that maybe they shouldn't have been able to. It felt like they were going to lose. Nice. Magic's also winning that one, in spite of Butelli kind of waiting around for him for a long time. There's finally a bit of a return. It's a dead even game once again. Blaze, he's expecting it, waiting for someone to step onto that point, but it's not happening.
Gonna have Butelli on his way to the point while Blaze is cutting rotation onto Magisk, almost a double, but Sum Dayong is quicker on the trigger with 19 HP, stays ahead. Butelli see the way he's playing the angles, very clever, doesn't give it a lot of his positions, a lot of his bodies. He's got low health, but he's staying alive for as long as he almighty can be. He's done a fantastic job at that. He's helped his team now being in a slight lead advantage. Great shot from Blaze. Can he add just a double? The spray onto Sum Dayong is a little bit complicated, but he's got the backup of his teammate.
34-36 here. In terms of tickets, it is so close right now. Slight lead for Party Pyongyang once again, but this now comes down to the multi-frags. This is what we're talking about a lot. I love the fact that you see teams who are trying to go together here. They're both walking in from the same side. They do manage to trade it, but again, it's whoever gets that last frag in the sequence that really makes a difference. See Blaze, does he want to risk trying to run onto the point? Still got about 28 seconds.
I really like his movements. I am loving the movements we see out of Blaze. I feel like it kind of deflects his understanding of the map, his understanding of the timings.
Yeah. Oh, it's so good, isn't it? Magic's AK in hand, that's very crisp. 2 bullets ring out, and that's going to be the frag going his way. Sum Dayong will be able to take down Blaze as the follow-up. And this is where it could swing around a little bit now. They got to be careful here, Party Pyongyang. Get everyone in line, make sure you can trade it if at all possible. Butelli, it's not bad.
Great position from Butelli. If he can stay alive now, if he can best Magix, just give time to his teammates. Spirit are pressured by the time. It's only 9 tickets, so they gotta have to make it to the point. Butelli's kind of surrounded, but I love the way he's moving around, finds the kill onto Sum Dayong, which is known as well with 19 HP. This could be it. Butelli's pushing his team to the finish line.
Oh, he's playing it so smartly. He knows he doesn't have to get onto the point. He just has to stop them from doing it. They're not going to be able to make it. It's Party Pyongyang to get the first round on the final map. That is incredibly well done.
What a vista from Butelli towards the very end. You know,
So
this
well done.
idea, just a sixth sense, knowing that I don't actually have to be on the point. I'm just going to be 1.5 meters ahead in that very closed off angle. If I find the frag at this very moment, this is it. This is all my team needed.
And I think they only had a 2-ticket lead, but it's enough.
Yes,
if no one's touching them, that's enough for a win. And he knew it, and he played around it. That is so smart. 1-0 for PartyPoyad. Now, all right, they're still so crisp with the aim. It's a real delight to watch.
Sometimes it's almost too fast. You cannot even see what's happening. It's just an instant double bullet straight in the noggin. He's coming back with his own Galil Magic for a little bit. I don't think he's aware he's got an opponent on top of it. He definitely isn't, so Magic's with an easy pick in.
All right.
Mama!
Blaze. That is so crisp. And it's while they're on the point, controlling all of it. Patelli coming in to help out. Finally, they're going to get rid of Blaze, but still more to come. Sometimes not too quick about going for the fight. It's like, let me pick up a rifle. Let me try and readjust and see if I can do this. But it's already moved to C. So they finally win the battle. And yeah, good teamwork here coming out from Team Spirit, who do need to hold on to this. If oh my God, Blaze.
Sometimes some of these duels he's about to win, you know, the way he walks into Corsairs and still, you know, stands strong and ahead after that, I cannot really comprehend it. There's an insane amount of skill on this server right here. We're about to see that second frag was absolutely massive from Blaze onto Sum Dayang.
Super, super crazy. 66, 65 tickets, 63 now. Dead even. Impossible to say who's going to be winning this round. C is being controlled for another 15 seconds by Sum Dayang, so at the very least they're getting a bit out of it right here if they can keep it alive. Oh, it's not the right time to be throwing a nade, and Blaze is going to have the timing to take him down.
3 seconds now. PartyPoyad just trying to get a couple of frags, trying to get a couple of tickets, but it won't be. Magix with a great double, sending them home, having to regroup, having to rethink the approach now. Sum Dayang is already in a position to cut any kind of rotation. That's exactly what's happening. I feel like Spirit are slowly taking control of what's going on, Anders. Yeah. They are the one a step ahead right now. They are the one punishing PartyPoyad, running, trying to catch their breath.
Yeah, they really are. That's also why that double frag right here for PartyPoyad is so important, to try and just stabilize the situation a little bit. And we're also seeing how often this is the case. When you get both those frags, and then you can catch the respawns, because they're running around for rifles, so you get almost a third or a fourth one for free some of the time, which is super important. Just like that. Patelli at the center of the map getting caught by Sum Dayang.
The domino effect. It's a domino effect you are talking about, and one we sometimes see when multi-frags come into play. It's a team being able to punish, turn one frag into another.
They're already on the other side. They've been really good at this. Sum Dayang has been so good at being on the point just as it swaps, but unfortunately that's countered by the incredible shots that are coming out right now for PartyPoyad.
If Blaze can find a couple, if Blaze can find a frag right there, they are completely oblivious to his position. I don't believe anyone is ready to find him. Yes, oh, that could have almost gone extremely wrong, but he adjusts towards the very end. Now they're back up to par, 31 to 31 tickets. Everything's on the line. PartyPoyad could still be going towards this winner bracket. Grand final. Oh!
That is wild. And Blaze, he is still on 10 health from earlier. He's been on 10 health for 10 to 15 seconds. They just can't really find him. He's still being annoying. He's just out there, and they have to spend time looking for him. Great double tap. Patelli, he knows someone is nearby. He can't win that fight, but he almost did enough there. 19 ticket left for Spirit to try and hold on, or they're going to be sent down towards the lower bracket instead. Blaze here, he's going to go down to Sum Dayang, and they're almost at the finishing line here, PartyPoyad. It's not that far away.
Oh no. Oh no, Magix just found Patelli as he was about to put Sum Dayang down. But no one is on the points, Anders. So these 5 tickets difference could be everything.
Yeah, once again, PartyPoyad have a slight lead. They can stay off the point. Magix is going to be found. Oh, what? He just ran with the deagle. But the auto shotgun is there to bring him down. 5 tickets now about to be for Spirit. They are quickly running out of time, and tickets both. They need to be on there. They need to run on there. I don't think they're going to have a shot at it. 23 seconds left on this point. Yeah, they're going to catch him, and that's it. 2-0 on the third map for PartyPoyad. What a great showing.
What a great accomplishment from the PartyPoyad. The hometown crowd, you can see the energy. They're hyping up the crowd. They've made it. They've pushed Spirit on the brink.
So well done. I mean, that's been the hardest team to defeat so far, Spirit, and PartyPoyad they managed to get the job done. So absolutely well played. And the momentum switch from playing Flux into the other two, they felt so much more at home on those.
It's such a proof of resilience, right? The fact that you're able to bounce back from quite a difficult first map is the only way I can put it. Honestly, Spirit, they completely schooled them on the first map. We were worried about, the destiny of this winner bracket final, and then second map, third map, it's a completely different story. It's Party Poyat showing up for the occasions and loving what I'm seeing from them.
Yeah, I mean, the frags that were coming out here from everyone in the server, the amount of sort of half-running deagle shots and AK shots is just, there's not much of a margin here between these two teams in terms of even just the aim and the frags.
I think the nerves of Party Poyat is something we need to compliment, is something we need to mention. That one was ridiculous, by the way. But if we go back to the Spirit versus the Depression duo game, towards the very end, this is where Spirit made the difference. This is where they just had that slight edge when their opponents started shaking just a little bit.
Yeah.
None of that for the Finnish boys. None of that. They were absolutely ready, and they made the right decisions at the end.
Yeah, and once both teams are at, 20, let's say like 30, 40 tickets, it makes such a difference who comes out of that sort of last portion of the round with a slight lead. I mean, we saw at the end with Vitelli, 2 ticket difference is enough. It means you have the advantage. You don't have to be on the point. He was hiding in that corner in the first round. It was so sick.
And you have to make that decision in about a millisecond, right? You have to keep your eye up, look at the score, look at the tickets, understand what you need to do in the next 3 seconds, and this is it. If you make a mistake, you give away your life at that very moment, suddenly the tickets run just is against you, and you lose everything on the line.
Difficult to work with, but they did a good job. Now, over on the desk, I believe we have Alexi B with us.
We do indeed. Alexi B is joining us up here on the desk. First of all, thank you so much, man. Enjoying the games today?
Yes. I just came here, and I'm glad I got to watch this Spirit game. It was pretty interesting.
Is your hand tired from signing mouse pads?
Yes, yesterday we actually had an insane amount of people at the signing session, so that was pretty great.
What's the weirdest thing you signed?
Excuse me?
What's the weirdest thing you signed? We had this conversation earlier.
A guy came to me with his own mousepad and told me to sign it. Then he told me that I needed to write in Finnish that he's shit at gaming. So I did that.
He puts that under his
Each to their
pillow.
own. Yeah.
That's in
Sorry,
a
what were you
shrine
going to
somewhere.
say?
How are you finding Finland? You like Finland?
I love Finland.
You love Finland, yeah.
I'm glad I got to show you up.
You have some nice words for Helsinki and the fans here.
Yes, I mean, it's a long time for me since the last Finnish tournament, and I feel like they did an insane production here, Red Bull, and everything is great here. And it's actually a great amount of people we got to see yesterday, and insane amount of people on the crowd as well, which I didn't believe at first because it started slow, but then when we got to the second or third match, people started to get into the crowd, and it was full in the end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's really, really cool to see all the fans turning up. Specifically about these maps that we've seen, because obviously it's a different selection to the ones you were playing yesterday. Like, any thoughts, any kind of favorites in terms of what you've been able to view here? Because we like Flux, the one where it's like all the jump pads, the surfing, because it's like where people are going crazy. You a fan of that one?
Yeah, I think I love the Sky platform the most.
Yes.
And I didn't think, we didn't get to play it with Valde at all. But Sky platform is the best because of you can just fly everywhere.
Movement, yeah.
You have some secret places you can go also, like on the bottom. I think that's a cool map by them.
Yeah, and go get the op as well. And you were doing good on Digital Archives with the surf ramps as well.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, the surf ramps are great as well.
Are you going to play more with you and Valde now? Like, okay, let's say you are coming to the next Red Bull Flick. Are you and Valde going to do a little bit more practice? I mean, I guess it depends on your playing schedule, but...
I mean, yeah, obviously that, and the fact that if it changes again, because I'm pretty sure the last time I saw the Red Bull Flick, it was like a capture the flag type of thing.
Yeah.
And now it's this domination
Control
or
point,
headquarters kind of thing where you have to stand on the point. So if they come up with something new, then you gotta get the gist of it, like how everything works. But if it's the same layout and maybe the same maps even, I think then we would have more of an advantage because then we know kind of what to do.
Are you proud of Party Poyad? They're carrying the flag for you guys.
Yes,
He said it hurt to
to beat you in the first round. Didn't want that to happen. You guys had to go up against each other right away. But now they could potentially still make it to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be insane to have a Finnish team in the finals. I bet the crowd will be happy.
Can you get on stage with like a headset and just pretend to coach?
Yeah, I could do that.
I
Don't think the guys need any coaching from me on these maps, though.
The pearls as well. I mean, you were inspired
Oh yeah,
by
that's
Alexi.
right.
Yeah, we need the story behind this.
So these pearls. So we went to eat ramen the other day, and then we were going to. I was looking to buy some pearls, and then you actually had some. You have a story with your pearls, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was about to buy my own pearls. They're here.
Yeah.
And just when I was about to buy them, my sister said that don't bother. Like, we have an insane amount of pearl
Two sisters
necklaces.
and your mom?
Yes,
Yeah.
2 sisters and my mom, and all of them collect them. And they were like, just get ours. Like,
Yeah, I'm
don't
not
bother.
so lucky, so I had to buy my own.
Yes.
Look at the 2 box, perfect.
Oh yeah, look at that.
No regrets.
2 different kind of looks as well. I like the turtleneck with the pearls.
Oh,
like,
thank you. Yeah. I wish I had like acid wash jeans and I could tuck it all in and just do like the Rock, like.
With the big belt
Yeah,
as well.
exactly. Yeah.
Have to shave your head though.
That's the next
Don't
step.
do that.
I can't do that. I can't do that.
Do you have a favorite, Alexi, of who you want to win? Obviously, like Team Spirit, the only pro team remaining, or are you rooting for Party Players to take it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm rooting for the Finnish boys, the party players, because we
Nice.
got to play them, and I think they're like cool dudes overall. So I hope they win.
Have you ever run into any of these players on Faceit? Because I mean, a lot of them are like 3K plus elo, and there's a lot of players obviously in Europe.
I don't think I ever faced the Finnish players, but maybe there's a chance of me playing maybe the Polish guys, some of the Polish players, but I didn't really face anyone that often that I would remember their name. And I'm pretty sure that none of them, or maybe the big academy players, they, like I've seen their matches on official, like HLTV, but I don't think I've seen the other players, but yeah.
Alexi, I also want to get your thoughts on the bracket. We can bring that up to see exactly what's been going down. Of course, there's been games on the B stream going on as well. Actually, Depression Duo out of the tournament, London, that's kind of a surprise.
Yeah, that was sad. They were really strong, honestly. But honestly, there's a lot of strong teams that have gone out. I mean, Garnucci going out, Depression Duo going out. It's kind of nuts how Team Spirit have made it this far and have just adapted so well. Have you been watching? You've been impressed by Team Spirit?
I mean, Team Spirit is actually, I think we spoke with them briefly, or Balde spoke, and he told me that they were practicing a little more than the other pro teams. So they got, I mean, you can see them almost reaching the grand finals here.
Yeah.
And they didn't even play that much compared to the teams that qualified here.
Yeah.
So I think that it just shows that these pro teams that get a little bit of practice in, they can get into the grand final rather easy, I feel like. But at the same time, Party Players are defending their practice here and reach the grand finals, and I hope they take it.
Yeah, they're doing it really well. Our next match is going to be Swiri versus Alparte. We're going to be going down to that lower bracket 5 match. Any thoughts on what we've seen so far of the Londers?
Impressed by both, and Alparte taking out Garnucci means like I have to respect them, even though I don't think either of us predicted them to like go this far. I don't know if they were in our top 6.
No.
So I'm not sure. I'm really I have just putting a blindfold on. I'm shooting into a barrel right now when it comes to predictions because I just don't know who is good versus who. Because sometimes like this team's really good and this team's also nuts, but like maybe stylistically they match up better versus other teams, and I don't know. There's not enough data right now for me to make informed decisions. I can't be making predictions anymore.
And the fact that we're on new maps as well. So everything we learned yesterday kind of thrown out the window too. So it's difficult to definitely predict coming into today. But before we jump into our next matchup, we're going to get to learn a little bit more about Swiri, one of our qualified teams.
Hi, I am from Team Spirit. My name is Raxon.
My name is Matti and I will be competing in the Red Bull League 2021 tournament.
I started playing CSGO in 2014. Virtus Pro in the major in Katowice, and that was amazing for me.
Before I was in FPS games, I was playing Call of Duty, and I started playing CSGO in 2015, I think. We decided like a year ago when there was Red Bull League Nationals in Poland. Before that we were playing like 5v5 in a team. It was something different, I think. It's a lot easier than 5v5 actually. You just depend on your friend, not the whole group. We are friends for a long time, so even communicate without words.
so it's easier for us to play together. We know each other very well. I think we'll be very confident because we dominate the Poland scene in Red Bull Flick, so now it's time for Helsinki. Who is better at long range? Oh my god.
Who is better with throwing grenades?
Oh my god. Who is the more defensive player? No, God. What are you talking about, man? You are aggressive always.
This is a disaster. Who is faster when it comes to movement?
Whose aim is better?
Who is the most stealth player on your team?
Who communicates better during gameplay?
Oh, it was bad. Holy that's Vertigo, I think.
Yes, that's Vertigo, of course. That's overpass?
Overpass, yeah, that's overpass.
Easy.
Holy I don't know. I think that's overpass as well. I think those are the ATMs. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I don't know actually. That might be cash. Yeah, I think that's cash.
Try with cash.
Too easy, too easy.
Vertigo? Yeah, it's Vertigo for sure.
Oh, the old Vertigo.
Great to get to know a little bit more about Swiri, and we're going to get to see a little bit more of them here in the next matchup at the Red Bull Flick Invitational in Helsinki. Of course, got Maniac and Anders back up here joining me for this one because Swiri are going to be facing off against Alparte, and we don't really know too much about Alparte on these particular maps. It's the first time we've seen them on the A stream today.
Yeah, exactly. I think we have more questions than we have answers when it comes to Alparte quite yet. We've seen Swiri play some very great Counter-Strike. We've been quite impressed with Raxon. It's a name that we have mentioned throughout this weekend time and time again. But for Alparte, Jackson, Lord Par, I'm not exactly sure what to expect. It's going to be the first time I lay my eyes on them today.
I mean, yes, we just have so much more data on Swiri that probably the analysis is going to be a little bit one-sided.
Of course they're going to win.
Yeah, but I mean, Alparte, they made it this far for a good reason, right? We know that they're competitive, if nothing else, right? So maybe they could fly under the radar. Maybe Swiri are going to be underestimating them.
Yeah, no, I mean, I believe they came through the lower bracket as well. I can't pinpoint exactly which game they lost, of course, because that was going on the B stream. But the fact that they're trying to make it through that lower bracket is definitely a tough run if you want to make it all the way to that grand final. There's a couple more hurdles you have to overcome to make it there. But based on what we know about the other side of the server, Swiri, you kind of said it there, Maniac. Raxon has been that name, yes, reiterating, saying time and time and time again. What makes him such an impactful player?
Well, honestly, I feel he's one of the most mechanically gifted player we have in the qualified teams by far. Like, his sole impact as a player is quite unmatched, I have to say. If for some of these teams we have here, we've been praising the balance they have, we've been praising the tactical side of it, how they're approaching maps. When it comes to Raxon, it's just about the frags he's getting, right? It's about the impact he is laying on his own. And you almost think that if Matic could just reach that zone of comfort, then by his side, having Raxon, that would be such a deadly duo.
Yeah, he creates so much space just by getting those multi-frags that, I mean, as long as Matsi just sort of stays alive, maybe controls the point behind him, Raxon is going to be creating the openings for that team without a doubt.
I kind of want to ask you guys a bit more widely about the strategical side that we've seen to these duos, because just throwing it back to the beginning of yesterday, of course, we hadn't really seen, we hadn't seen any of the matches going down in the arena, and we were questioning how the roles, I guess if you want to use a loose term, were going to be working between these two players. What do you think has been the most successful in terms of when we've seen the duos really making it work?
I think we have to separate, we have to differentiate moments in the game, right? If we go from the start, right, from the top, I think most teams, what they're trying to do is have one player be on the point as much as possible and have it like a turret disposed somewhere around the map. And we've seen Magix do that on the side of Spirit with SDY being on the point, and this is quite working well. Now, I will say though, I think that teams have missed a beat with changing these roles depending on the map, because on the side of Spirit, it's clear that on that Flux map, Magix is having the best time of his life.
Yeah.
He's just flying around, it's awesome. Not necessarily working on the others, so maybe there's something to it where it could be map dependent.
Yeah, and it feels like in this stage of the tournament, it's actually dangerous to be really good on Flux and not so good on the other two maps.
Yeah.
We've seen that a couple of times now, and it's backfiring on teams.
Well, we can take a look at the maps that are going to be gracing our screen for this next best of 3 series. Of course, it's best of 3 over the maps. It's best of 3 rounds within them. Flux being that #1 choice once again, and it's going to be going on to Dex, and then teleport if we need it.
I guess you were talking about tactics, strategies, and what we have learned. These two first maps, Flux and Dex, pose a completely different enigma to teams, right? On the side of Flux, it's a little bit chaotic, erratic. It's a lot of frags all over the place, quick movements. Dex is the other way around. Dex is about being there the first. It's about punishing people trying to rotate in closed angle. It's about using your utility, something we don't really see on Flux. And this is what we started to praise about this event, is that you need a diversified skill set if you want to win. You cannot just be good at running around and maybe surfing. No. You need to have a complete arsenal at your disposal.
And I think even on a similar level, right? On Flux, you can spawn with a USP and still fly and be very deadly. But on Dex, you actually can get you can end up going down. Then you respawn in the center of the map somewhere. You have to run around to look for a rifle, and you get fragged another 2 or 3 times just trying to do that. That seems to happen a lot. So we talked about the domino effect on the final map that we just saw here, and that seems to be happening more on the other maps than it does on Flux, where you're flying off. It doesn't matter what weapon you have, you're going to be fine.
Well, it's going to be Flux to open up this series, and I know 2 gentlemen who like Flux very much. It's, of course, Scrawny and Launders.
You don't know me, Freya. You don't know me.
Flux.
Don't lie to the people.
Flux.
It's the best map. Let's just be real with one another, okay? I was just backstage. We were just in the green room. I was chit-chatting the map developers again. I was giving them all my valuable, invaluable thoughts. I don't know. They'll have to decide. But I really re-emphasize that Flux needs to be the focal point, okay? Flux, all the way.
How do we make Flux the focal point?
We just keep chanting Flux from time to time.
We remove it from the ability to ban.
Ooh, okay, make it a staple.
The Inferno, we'll make it the Inferno of the pool. It's always the decider.
It has to be. I just like it because it's so freaking crazy, man. High-octane gameplay. Everybody's soaring forward,
Yeah, it is
flying.
nuts. It never seems to get old. Taking the jump pads directly into the control point and barrel stuffing somebody with a shotty
like that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so good. But enough from us. It's time to introduce our next competitors. Let's go. Welcome to the stage, boys. That's big smiles from Raxon and Maddie, hailing from Poland. They know what's up. And hopefully you should too by now. These are a couple of guys that caught my attention out of the gate yesterday. Raxon's rifling on City Palace. Mwah.
Bellissimo.
Deliciousness.
A team that was talked about for sure. And as soon as they came in, I mean, we saw what Raxon could do.
Yep.
But it was, Garnucci were the Polish team that everyone was talking about. But it turns out Swiri was the Polish team that everyone needs to be talking about. Or maybe at least talking about the same amount, you know?
At least equals.
At least equals.
All are equals. Did you have Swiri in your top 4? We had to do top 4 predictions at the start of the day. I had Swiri in the top 4.
Yeah.
Who I didn't have, but who has shown us that they can still compete, of course, is the other 2 competitors, Alparte.
And they're the ones who took down the first Polish team that everybody was spending a lot of time talking about in Garnucci. So they're the ones to write the story and to see if they can conquer this bracket from the underside. It's going to be tough. It's been a long bracket. It's already a lot of games today, but I'm sure they have the stamina. Raining in from Turkey, Alparte.
And they were soon to start this party, Launders, and I couldn't be more excited. Why? Because we're getting closer and closer and closer to that grand finals, and we know who's in the grand finals on one side of the bracket, but now we're just running it, okay, all the way. This is always elimination. Nothing but elimination on the line.
Yeah.
You get no more second chances. All you have is this match or a ticket home.
Oh, a ticket home.
All the way
That
home.
would suck. Hopefully, if you live in Helsinki,
then it won't be such a long ride home. And that's right there why you should move to Helsinki.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reasons.
A lot of reasons to move to Helsinki.
Sorry, guys, we're spoiling the secret that is
the Lolu.
Helsinki's pretty sick.
Yes. Some of the best Indian food I've ever had, funnily enough.
That is
here in Helsinki.
Yeah, who would have thought?
Not me, not us.
Who would have thought? How's the Counter-Strike been?
How's the Counter-Strike been?
5-star experience?
Yeah, I mean, you know me, another day, another demo. I've just been making videos.
That's true.
But I've heard all about the the dense population of global elites.
Yes.
Look at all the global elites in the crowd right now. There's 5.
5 more.
There's 5 global elites right there. There is no shortage of global elites in Finland. The densest region for global elites in the world.
That's true. It is Finland, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Most amount of global elites per capita.
Yes. You could bump someone on the street in the shoulder, and that person could be global elite.
Well,
very, very likely, actually.
Man,
that person's global elite.
I feel like then we're gonna get some like 1v1 stations downtown Helsinki, and then just settle all of our beef that way.
I think that's
Roaming
a great idea.
1v1
that or Atari Pong.
Or Atari
Pong.
Yeah.
Do that too.
Yeah, I keep bringing that up because if I was in the
Keep
crowd,
Ents alive.
that's what I would be doing. Ents are alive and kicking.
Yes.
Heartbeats pumping. Too bad Doto and Dita weren't able to, make it to playoffs.
Yeah.
But at least they stuck around. I want to take a second to just like...
Lexi was here, Nico, Hunter were here.
I was going to say, appreciate the fact that...
Where's Valda?
Where is Valda? Probably on a plane back to Denmark.
Unbelievable.
Didn't even hang out with Alexi all day. What kind of friend is that?
Nico and Hunter here, all whole G2.
Yes. Yeah, really cool that I think
beautiful.
all the pro players kind of came back again today, just hanging out. A lot of them had to. A lot of them were singing the praises of people they've been meeting here. Everybody seems to be enjoying themselves. It's not often that we as Counter-Strike, we as a community, get the chance to come to Finland. I wish there were more chances. For years,
we've been talking about this.
Anders specifically, has been telling everybody like, guys, Finland is the next big thing.
Well, yeah, he also had only gone in like the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Because of one event.
The Elise Invitational.
Yeah, and it was like a one-day event, right?
Yep.
And that was the only thing he could make it out for. And it was also his first time going to Finland.
And so we need more and more.
What is going on?
Back. You guys keep grinding your Counter-Strike games.
Yes.
Keep being global elites. And maybe we'll come back with even more pros.
The Ents office is in Finland.
There's Natu.
Yeah, there's Natu.
Hey, Natu. Hope you're doing well. Enjoy your Red Bull.
There's so much
talent here.
Yeah, there's everything.
Much talent here. Where's Sergey? I thought maybe he'd show up.
Probably he's grinding online matches with gorillas, baby.
Okay, that's true, yeah. He's in the jungle.
They got a 10-hour day practice regimen.
Counter-Strike jungle.
He's off the off. He's back to rifling.
Wow. Good for him. Good for him. There's a patch coming up for this map one day soon, and you're not going to be able to get on top of the tower anymore. I don't know if I'm supposed to talk about that, but I'm spoiling everything. It's going to get patched out. They didn't want you up there, which means, you know what that means? It means that Hardy Bojad are ahead of the developers. They're that far ahead
No way,
of
they're
the
ahead
devs,
of the developers.
Man. They did something nobody thought was even possible. They've been playing on top of that tower. Bunch of goons.
Legends. Today, we need to Lisa Lolu. Okay, you know what that means?
What's that?
Lisa Lolu.
What's that mean?
That means you throw the water on the rocks.
Throw the water on the rocks. Okay.
Let's turn up the heat.
Let's go. It's time. Swiri versus Alparte. Lower bracket, round 3. Elimination is what's at stake. So thank you guys for your patience and enjoy. Raxon already up to what he does. Okay, I've been trying to tout Raxon as the best rifler. I might not be right.
He is insane. He's
but I keep trying to sell him that way. So the thing is, it's not just going to come down to rifling.
If he was a rapper, he'd be like Jay-Z. He'd be on everybody's top 5 list. Even if you disagreed, he'd still be in the top 5 list. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I disagree.
Yeah, me too. I don't even do that.
Okay. Well, it's still a good analogy. We're just niche. Woohoo! Look at Jax go, man. Flying all the way around the map. We had a little shotgun fight happening down in mid. That's where Lord Parr will get the better of Maddie. Scout shots. Gotta be cautious. The op in the center of this map, it's a booby trap. And the scouts on the outside, I think, are actually a little bit more useful. They're easier to grab, they're less of a risk to pick up, and when you pick them up, you're actually at the back of one of these bomb sites, or control points. Damn it.
That's a great spray.
Oof, no double up though. Maddie from the bottom. See, look at this. What are you gonna do with this? You got a USP.
So good though.
Wait.
Oh yeah. I mean, look how like their whole body turns into a head when you're just out. You know, you have a high ground advantage like this. Plus, they can't even find you. His biggest issue is running out of bullets at this point.
Imagine that. He came all the way up here with a USP. Like, that was the strategy. That's what he thought was gonna win this
Probably
map.
should get a gun first, yeah.
You know, it's
But it did get a kill.
Yeah, if there's a list of things to do, I feel like getting a better weapon is definitely step one. Flying to the top of the tower, that should be step two. Maddie, though, he's making these USPs look decent enough, and we are at that 65 mark, tied up. This has been a very even game. Great movement, though, from Maddie. Flies all the way over to give a little bit of support, and Raxon's looking to lock down this objective. That's going to leave Jax down underneath, and he's working with the Deagle, but that Deagle's got a tough fight here. This ledge is so useful if you're just trying to give cover.
Smart.
Yeah.
As soon as he starts thinking about going somewhere else, that's it. He gets to the other point. Raxon puts up a kill. Gets taken out by Jax, however. Maddie stands alone, but he stands in an important position, having some pressure put on him. He's doing pretty good with the rifle, however, just some damage won't be enough.
Coming in from all over the place. Raxon, double bump. Zoom flies over, and Lord able to stop him. Lord Par, happy to use the Deagle until Maddie comes out of nowhere.
You cannot, you literally have to guess. You literally have to guess. They're so damn quick.
Nice headshot, Lord Par, turning that one up. Starting to crank the dial here, starting to pick up the pace. A little bit of tempo for Alparte. Tying this game evenly, but Jax is very much committed to this side of the map, so that's fine for Lord Par. He's able to just lock it down on his own. Ooh, gets USP tapped. Another one. Raxon just zooms right by, and now Jax is going to try to come over and clear them out here. Picks up the M4 just as that objective is about to change points from C to B onto the other side, where currently we've already got the members of Swiri trying to lock down, but they don't have the better weapons. So as Jax is about to fly over, Swiri better hope they can grab guns, but they just made contact. They bumped into each other midair. That's screwed over Jax, and now he gets traded by Raxon, giving Swiri a chance at a lead.
Here's the auto shotty coming up the ramp. It's a good position to come from, and Lord Par lays it down. Now, Maddie, he is by himself in this position. Yeah, a little bit awkward in a couple of spots between the two of them. But look how fast they're moving now.
Dude, they're zooming.
Oh my goodness.
Zooming all over the place. We hit that 25 ticket mark. Jax looking for something, but he's just playing pretty stationary at the moment. Look at these guys just fly. Oh, Lord Par, he tried to take to the top rope, and he had a better weapon this time, so we had no reason to talk him down. But, oh, Maddie, the moment Jax's feet hit the floor, so does his whole body. Lord Par with the Deagle, and maybe he can find Maddie up top, but a good placed incendiary. This is making it a little awkward for Lord Par. Can't see what the hell he's shooting at. Jax gonna find Maddie inside of the site, and then get dropped by Raxon, who just got here just in time. Another flyby. Flying all over the place. Lord Par dies out before he's able to grab himself a weapon. And this is Swiri now with a 4-ticket lead, but it's slight. It's a slight little lead. It's not anything that's going to make anyone comfortable, but Maddie's looking to lock it in. He's got players running up towards the point, and he knows they're going to take this road, so he shuts them all down, and all party are going to come up short of 4-ticket difference for Swiri's win.
Okay, Swiri. Man, they are standing the test of time throughout this event. Nice round from Swiri. I couldn't help but feel like that was a little bit awkward from both teams though. Like in terms of what we've seen already on this map, that was maybe, I'd say, one of the weaker maps. But that being said, these two, every single team has gotten better drastically, exponentially better as the maps have gotten played. So now's a chance to correct some of the awkwardness, see if they can perfect some of the movement, some of the pathing. We did see some of the more ambitious routes to getting to places also taken at the same time. Oh, always tough when it starts on A.
I also wouldn't mind a map that only had Mag 7s. What do you think about that? Surfing, launch pads, and Mag 7s. You'd sign up for that?
Yes, I would. I would play it.
Okay, so that means next year we compete, not commentate.
I enjoy the shotguns.
Many shots all over the place. Oh.
I think if we commentate, some people will leave, but if we play, everyone will leave, Connor.
You're probably not wrong. As much as it hurts to admit. Bombus fight. Raxon, gun goes dry. Reloads in, and if he hadn't finished the frag, then there was a teammate there to stop it. Jack's gonna peek up over the ledge. Nicely done here. Jack's just making sure he at least stays alive with the scout, looking for the impact. Maddie's got a chance to run over, but now Jax has the high ground, and if he just taps him, it's good. Perfect. Lord Parr actually saving him from across the map, and now he's just able to stim. Raxin flies through.
Gotta love the direct routes. Oof. Lord Parr, clean jump onto another platform, and with the sky view, has full vision of both Jax and Lord Parr. Jax coming with the eagle. Oh, could be a critical moment. Maddie will win that out.
How'd Raxin die?
Retains control, however, Lord Parr immediately takes it back and steps onto the point, and the Team Sweary are a little bit far away. Raxin, trying to make a case for himself. That is a failed attempt to get onto the point. We've seen that be so successful for both teams already so far. Every time they've tried it, they've been able to win.
That's another thing with this map. Sometimes if your movement's not too smooth, or if you end up losing all of your momentum, it's really hard to climb up in the center where that triangle piece is.
No, you're right. I mean, you've got to have good movement. That's the bottom line. You start messing things up, then you end up at spots like this, and they're kind of awkward.
No. Make it easier for guys like me. I need a staircase or a ramp, or preferably an elevator.
Let's just reduce the gravity there.
Now you're cooking. Now you're cooking, Mohan. That'd be cool. A map that has a low gravity segment. Just one section of the map where you float through.
Yeah, I mean, we're in the space elevator, right?
That's what I'm saying. Maddie falls off of the point. Nice little 9-ticket advantage here for Sweary. So they're feeling comfortable-ish. They've got a point in the back pocket. And if they can lock this one in, then that's map 1 picked up by the Sweary boys. But Lord Parr gonna try to give chase. So there he goes. He just gives up.
His opponent run.
Nothing you can do, but he's gonna follow him. And whoa! He gets shut down. Maddie with the point-blank M4 frag, and a very quick transition here. He tried to go for the medi shot, but that's where Lord Parr is gonna cut him down. And Lord Parr still with the USP, doing great damage versus Raxin, but still, it's that 10-ticket deficit that's gonna come back to haunt El Party if they can't do anything soon.
That's so true, and Sweary are playing off the actual points, which is only strengthening the case for them, making this a lot harder here for Alparte. So, okay, Lord Parr, he'll read a good movement. Now there's only one player with the USP left up. How much time is left? Still 24 seconds left up on C.
This is a big one.
They're flirting with it. They need to fight heavily. Yeah, Lord Parr doing the Lord's work right now. Can he get another frag in this position? No, Raxin will finally take him down, and that could be one of the final nails in the coffin. We'll see. This potential Eagle headshot. What? Spins for one, gets 50 damage on the other. That's the assist for Raxin.
That's it right there. That feels like it. Raxin, it's a bit of a labored spray. 10 tickets. Lord Parr's gonna have to work with what he's got. And it just changed. Just switched over. And Maddie's gonna win his duel. So Sweary win the map.
Well, okay. They pulled it off. The 2-0. The 16-0 at the end. Right there. 16 ticket lead.
Where's Coldzera?
That's got not again. Not for the 17th time. Well, that was convincing. I feel like almost everything has gone the full 3 on each map.
Yeah.
So far. So the 2-0 is like it was yesterday all over again. That was that's somewhat dominant. The first time around, it felt like there was a bit of discomfort between the both of them. But then the second time, they obviously, Raxin and Maddie looked very comfortable.
Yeah, and I would say like it wasn't even like an individual pop-off from either of the two. It was just a nice little bout of tethering. We saw it in the end there where Raxin's locking down one objective, and then just as it switches, we see the other team, El Parte, have a chance to run over to the last point, but who's already there?
Yeah.
Maddie. So that's the one thing about Flux, I find like it really allows for you to play separate from one another. Like you need to communicate when and where you're going to go, but you can play with a lot of distance between yourselves and just control the respawning players when they're in the middle of the map, shooting at them from both sides. It's like a bullet sandwich.
Oh man, that doesn't sound tasty at all. Well, I wouldn't mind making them.
There you go.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to taste them.
Yeah, this one right here, right? Lord Parr gets in, clears it, boop, has to go back to Maddie, who wins this very crucial fight with 33 health. Dude. If not, then that would have been maybe a chance for Lord Parr to jump on it.
You really expose the noobs, you know, when you fly in and then the guy who's standing there cannot figure out how to aim in that spot. That's when it's the hardest test for sure.
But that's an important movement. Expose the noobs.
Yes. Besides winning battle curling, nothing's harder than that.
Battle curling. It's like curling's hard enough, but now they've put in rotating pieces.
Yeah.
Oh, No pressure, by the way.
So, yeah, it's tough to get in
no
there.
pressure. Millions of people
millions
watching
of fans
around
at
the
home.
world.
Yes. Oh, slow and steady.
There you go. Not bad, bro.
Didn't know what the points should be, though. It'd be like 10-5, 2-1.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Just make it up as you go.
Yeah. I just say the numbers.
Say the numbers, say the words, and keep on moving. Where this series has to, you know?
That was close.
Little BO3 series.
Guys,
oh, hey.
don't show us the mini games. I'm getting too distracted. I'm trying to focus on the flick.
Yeah, what are we here for?
Yeah.
This,
Counter-Strike, I think, yeah.
Yeah, that's right, Counter-Strike. A little bit of CS. Sweary, I think they've got this one. Just my
You think
two
you got
cents.
it? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mean to write off El Parte.
We know what Raxon's probably like the standout player from this matchup, and like so impressive so far. And he hasn't even done like he hasn't had that game yet. Already.
That
So
crazy pop up.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. I'm Team Sweary, but if either team won, it'd be insane. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the point of the tournament that we're at. Both teams have already taken some impressive scalps and have already knocked out some favorites from the event and have already beaten their biggest opponents. So now it's just about trying to make it to Grands, and I think on any given day it's possible for the remaining squads.
And as much as I can sit here and try to pretend like there are favorites and pretend like there are, a clear evidence of who's going to win what, we've also seen maps be won with a literal single ticket left over.
Yes.
We've seen players come back from 50 ticket deficits. If I've learned anything about the Red Bull Flick, it's that anything is possible.
Yes.
More so than normal. And in Counter-Strike, we already know you can win any single round at any given moment. But here, anything is possible. Round by round, that's how we've got to take it, map by map, as we jump into decks. And we know that this is just some clean CS. Clean CS. No teleports, no man cannons, just guns.
I like this map.
Good for you.
Okay.
You're allowed.
I had to say it loudly.
Be loud,
I
be
believe
proud.
myself.
Scream it from the rooftops, Launders.
I feel like it's cool, it's punishing, and it's very natural, I think, to CS players as well. And I just like the layout. Mostly it's just the angles I think are kind of fun. But I don't have to subject myself to knowing for myself as well. Like I don't know if this is hell to go through.
Maybe I spoke too soon, man. El Parte off to a strong start.
I can't believe you said that's where we were going to win this.
I don't remember saying anything like that. I don't know what you're talking about.
You said something just like that.
Oh. There's no evidence. Whoa! Well, there's not supposed to be jump scares because there's no more launch pads, but apparently it can still happen. Jack's able to ice out that close quarters challenge. Good little kill streak here from El Parte's players. Both players on a 2-frag count. And looking to extend that. Ooh, 23 ticket lead for El Parte as well. And they show no signs of stopping. It's so difficult for Sweary to rotate over with lesser weapons, but now that Maddie's got an AK, maybe this changes things.
Wow, they crushed it. They just came in so fast. And yeah, that actually does change it a little bit, especially with 30 seconds left on C. And they can even get this one frag. However, Lord Parr comes up the side like a slithery snake and takes him out with the Mag 7. Maddie looking to make up for it. That compensation is great. 2 frags for Maddie. Lord Parr goes down as well, and there are still a few seconds here to take advantage of C. However, Jax's spawn is just too potent, and he can cut him off of the pass. Oh, from downtown, Lord Parr takes Raxon out.
Maddie looking for the trade, and he's got it.
Wow, okay, and that's actually such a key frag, okay, because we got another rotator, and Jax coming in from the bottom route, but we've got someone to defend it, and Lord Parr through the middle with the Galil.
The moment he got there, Raxon's just going to play campy. He's going to play quiet. Shh, 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 shh. And he fires. Looking for the headshot. Ooh, tough hit. And he's going to get lit up. Raxon at the disadvantage now, so no surprise. He falls to Lord Parr. There's the double in from Maddie. But now he needs to sprint for this objective. And they were both here when there was like 50 seconds to be taken to Sweary's favor. Nice headshot. That's what he really needed. Maddie going to get in that medi shot. Lord Parr able to stop his teammate from coming over. But Maddie's just doing this all on his own. It's a one-man army inside of this B objective. And again, it's going to be Raxon to give great cover. Woo. Now Sweary are starting to kick things up a notch. Now they're starting to claw back this little bit of a lead. And they don't want to slow down. Wow. Maddie, 5-frag streak and fighting.
And they're running up now. Lord Parr, oh, will again eventually get that on Matty. That's enormous. And Lord Parr picks up both. Now Matty's gonna come through, the AK in hand. He's gonna see Jax, a fantastic headshot for him. Lord Parr sitting in there with such low HP. All the pistols are getting mowed down. And even though Swiri are lower on points, they're actually doing a fantastic job by getting some of these frags and also posturing to grab the control point as well. And they're about to even this up.
This is a big fight. Oh, nice snap. But 6 health from Raxin just didn't seem like enough for him to keep hanging on.
And it moved over to C.
Great response. 20 seconds still on this one. 3 tickets the difference. Matty's gonna clear the objective, so now he's gonna be able to push in, so that should be just enough to get the game, tied.
Even.
18 tickets flat. Raxin looking to challenge Lord Parr. Maybe he can jump on, but it's gonna move in like 4 seconds, so this is only good for like a 1-ticket advantage. And now Alparte have that little bit of an edge, and I mean slim as things can get. Swapping over to that B objective, it's gonna be Raxin trying to chase. And Matty dies out. This is not the best looks because they need now to get on top of this. They are at half of the ticket count, 4-11. Matty, last chance, running in. Lord Parr's head has been spotted, but it hasn't been popped.
Beautifully done.
Alparte, they had a much bigger lead at one point, but they hang on long enough to get themselves an edge.
Let's go Lord Parr. They clutched it. They looked like they were about to drop the lead. Maybe it felt a little choky there. The pressure might have been mounting too high, but they clutched it out in the end. Mid-round was a bit touchy. Look, oh my God, everybody is walking to look for that first kill. And that seems like a smart way to set the pace. Jax coming up really quickly. He's going to be kind of heard by Matty. So like, oh, might have an advantage for Matty waiting down there, but even with his aim getting displaced, he does just fine. Raxin from above. Jax will take down one, has to reload. Raxin will get both and the point.
Galil, man.
Buff the Galil.
Yeah, that thing can get ugly. Luckily, they give you 35 bullets.
Buff the Deke.
Buff it all.
Finally nerfed the MAC-10. The best gun of all.
Whoa. A little bit of a pinch here from Alparte. 15 seconds remaining on this first spot before things are going to have to get swapped up. Jax off to the high road. Good for 2. Nicely done. Clears them. And he's going to sit on top of this for a couple of tickets. Alparte looking to just keep things even here. It's a very slight edge and still so much time. It's anybody's round to take.
Absolutely. Tricky little angle here and a little bit of silence for Matty's the perfect concoction to grab an opening. As they look to defend, they're doing a fantastic job right now. They're keeping them at arm's reach. Alparte trying to work in, and they'll find a dink headshot through a divider. Raxin ends up going down as the one player who is actually touching the point, but Matty's doing a fantastic job on the tertiary to make sure none of the rotators can come in, and as long as it stays like this, ultimately Swiri are going to win, so Alparte recognize that and decide to scurry over.
Lord Parr's got a back turn. That's an easy one. It's actually Jax who finds the frag, but nonetheless, the impact is being felt. Again, that back alley rotation so quick. Raxin get a challenge from the other side. They've got a nice pinch coming into this objective, so Swiri definitely looking to extend forward here, especially as Raxin shuts down the closest rotate. And if you just saw how far away Jax actually spawned, it feels like eons away. But with the swapping of the objective, it's going to work out for him.
Sometimes, like, dying is not even that bad just because of the spawns in this particular situation.
Right?
If they can get a gun, they get faster over towards the point, and they're together. And that's kind of what we saw just now.
Jax clears it.
The smoke goes down for them, so they don't even have to throw this. This is beautiful for Jax.
Yeah, whenever you're lucky enough to get a smoke grenade off of a utility spawn, that's when you can really start to see a lot of tickets, added to a pile. Sometimes it's just good for 3 or 4 before you're back into the next fight, but the smoke grenades are so good. That temporary cover, worth its weight in gold. Probably worth more than its weight. Smokes don't weigh much.
Yep, it's like trying to gain weight drinking coffee.
Raxin with the headshot. Gonna keep this one comfortably in the lead for Swiri as we're beyond the halfway point. Lord Parr just waiting for that next spawn, looking to play this C point, but he dies. Maddie, very important headshot because Raxin rotates using the alley, and Maddie doing a very good job of cutting off any closer spawns. He would have heard the player down beneath him. Raxin decides to go for a long range. He didn't have to
do that.
He did not need to, and he could have definitely kept himself and his team in the lead a little bit more. But
they didn't even need that. I guess they were fighting because the control point's moving.
It also works out. Another 30 seconds on it. Raxin's going to jump back on top of it. So now here's his chance to just stay alive. And we'll see if he decides to take another risk by extending into the gunfight. Maddie with the shotgun has to swap to the pistol, and he still finds the head. Lord Parr down, and Sweary in a comfortable lead, looking to tie things up here on the second map, pushing themselves into a chance to eliminate Alparte.
Yeah, talking about Raxin so much, but you cannot look away from Maddie right now. He's leading the charge on that front, and they've got a stark lead over top of Alparte. And it looks like they are this close to actually closing it out, and we'll need a heroic effort in the fourth quarter from Alparte to stop this. And they're grouping up well, and they have good guns coming in. Raxin's up to bat. And oh no, they run right into it.
Oh, that's the end of this one. No way they can recover from that. Beauty of a double kill from Raxin. A little cheesy, a little cheeky, but it gets the job done. And now they're one round away from continuing on here at the Red Bull Flick Invitational.
Yeah. After seeing that, I'm wondering, like, is there? Yeah, I don't know. That the first round was pretty impressive to be able to withstand the pressure from Sweary. But the thing is that Sweary, I feel like are ahead of them in terms of the pure aim, are fragging much harder. And Maddie doing this well has got me scared. Got me shooketh.
Art thou shooketh? Indeed.
Indubitably, neighbor.
The Lord Parr falls to Maddie. Going to be a good chance to open up with a few tickets here, especially as Raxin covers off of the high ground. But Lord Parr, he can get his grubby little paws on a couple of frags and some better weapons. But the moment he tries to pick that stuff up, Maddie hits him with the P2 Fitty like it's nobody's business. Jack's going to try to make what he can of this last objective here. 20 seconds on it still in the spawn point, and well, Lord Parr, long range. Surprise, Raxin, and Maddie.
Oh, they're going to be tilted about getting killed like that, and the MAC-10 won't do them any favors as well. Down to 6 seconds, though, on a valiant effort, but ultimately they'll have to think about moving. And we already have Sweary kind of ahead of the curve on that front. Now Alparte's tickets start to dissolve.
Maddie looking to attack from down beneath. Held off. Raxin could trade. Ooh, labored spray. And Jax, because he was so incredibly low, will be swept away by Maddie. So really nobody's able to get on the objective just yet. We're at the halfway point for that B point. Oof, and Maddie, that's a good kill. Big pickup. And instead of jumping onto the objective, he decides to just kind of look in for the next duel. Sure enough, finds it with the headshot. Lord Parr trading off of the back alley. And now it's up to Raxin.
Oh, what a shot.
Same thing. Had one chance, and he sticks the landing.
Cut him off with a pass right there as he was about to touch the point. You can see Alparte just slightly behind it. Honestly, it's all about kills at this point.
Here it is. Look at this Raxin. Enjoy it. Enjoy it.
Such an important one.
Never mind. Don't enjoy it. Maddie comfortable here. Ooh, they line up. Starting to play closer together, Alparte. Maybe that could work out wonderfully.
And they'll touch it. Smoke it down on the point. But that is, yeah, oh, wow, that's going to slow down the attack quite heavily.
That's the chance.
40 seconds here left on C. Here is Alparte's chance to maintain a lead. Oh, the M4 comes in from the side. Wow, very quickly as well and does tons of damage.
Raxin looking for his chance to strike. Alparte, 5-ticket lead. Very strong objective for them this time. This C point, man, they've basically handled it the entire time. They've been on top of this from start to finish. And you can tell in the ticket count, oh man, even as Raxin looks for the fight, he's not going to be able to find it. Lord Parr scoops him off of it. Maddie going to attack from the alley. Doesn't get the double right away, and Lord Parr denies it. So a 12-ticket lead, and it's extending second by second here. Alparte looking to keep themselves alive, looking to push this all the way to teleport. It's a tough spot for Sweary to be in, but maybe they can recover here and now. Raxin hears the player beneath them picking up equipment, Maddie can't afford to have just been iced out, but again, it's that alley push. Raxon's gonna have to fight from the right side, needs to clear this player off of the objective and throw himself on it himself. Now maybe Maddie can get this respawn, and sure enough, he finds Jax off of the AK spawn. This could be enough to equalize. Maddie doing a good job of intercepting players and priming them for Raxon to stop it. So sure enough, believe it or not, we are tied up yet again.
Oh, that position for Maddie was so key, but he goes down, and it does tie the game up, which means, oh, who knows what's going to happen. A wonderful shot from so far away here from Jax, and Maddie will now come into the fray once again. It's kind of a reset. Everybody's scrambling for the best possible spots, but Maddie is a little bit lurkier.
Yeah, he played the corner of the wall. He just played that cover, allowed for Lord to walk into his own death. Jax going to do the same thing, staying silent. Alparte with control. P90 from Raxon. Good enough to get them off of it. They just need to hold ever so slightly, but Lord Par falls silent. Maddie, oh, that would have been a huge chance at a double. The P90 falls to the AK, and Lord Par is going to try to sprint in. Now the question is, what can Sweary grab in time? 360, not going to pay off. Alparte with a little bit of an edge. Sweary with the desperation, just trying to peel them off, but they hold their ground. They lock this in, and unless it's Raxon, it's nothing for Sweary.
Yes.
One ticket as he walks onto the site, but he doesn't know where Jax is at, and so the series goes the distance. Take us to Teleport.
Yeah, let's go. Let's see what happens now on Teleport. That is insane, the resilience. There were some beautiful plays there made from Alparte. They made that as hard as possible. That's for damn sure. And a lot of clutch at the end. It really felt like, they were in control for most of the game. Alparte in the end, I think that final control point, they find good positions to hold from, and they hold their nerve. And I feel like it's just simply about not running in too soon. And you got to respect the amount of tickets you have left to play with, but at the same time, you got to also understand if you die, then you have to maybe know you're giving up 5 tickets to gain a proper advantage in your next fight and believe you're going to win it. Yeah, instead of just constantly just taking as many risks as possible. And that's where most people, the temptation to just get in, kind of force buy, I guess. The temptation of force buy is always there.
It's that like risk assessment with all the pressure, with all of the nuance, with all the chances. And I love how at the end of these games, when the tickets are that close, right, things just get so sneaky. They get so ratty. Everybody hiding behind corners, everybody just playing that shift key, waiting for their chance to strike, because at that final point, it's like every frag matters 20 times more than at the start of some of these duels. And that was a nice double Galil spray from Lord Par. Give it up to him. Raxon with the one tap. And this one too, man. They were doing a very good job, I think, Sweary at one point, of just cutting off a lot of the spawn rotates. Alparte were kind of disabled in terms of getting from one side of the map to the other for a good bit of that third round. But then obviously they broke through at the very, very, very end.
Yeah, absolutely. So now who's going to take it? Sweary or Alparte? Does our predictions stay the same?
Yes. Yeah, you can't change your predictions midway, man. It's like, you know.
I feel like we always ask them, always go, no, we're going to change.
What would change? It's one thing to predict incorrectly.
Yes.
It's another thing to change your predictions.
Predict incorrectly twice.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's just ratty, you know? Have some values.
Silly. But at the same time, maybe it's more brave.
No, don't twist this.
I'll tell you what, if you flip it and you get it correct, I won't shave your head.
You can't do that. It's not in your power, and nobody here can stop me. Or you.
I've seen too many nice keyboards here at Red Bull Flick.
Yeah, it's a culture. It's a movement.
It's a movement, yeah.
It's a movement, man.
Don't pretend you're part of it. Someone built one for you.
That's true. Yep. Thank you, Magnanius.
There we go. The shout out.
Magnanius.
It's a great name.
It is. Good amount of
syllables. Sounds like material you find on Mars.
Yeah, it does kind of. Yeah, some type of Martian species.
No material. What was it?
Magnanius.
I guess it's like, is that what it sounds like in Twitch chat whenever you read it in your head?
I always read it out loud like that.
Okay.
That's how you got to do it.
Nice. Flux decks down. Teleport. Trademarked name because it's not Teleport.
It's not Teleport. It's only one E.
It is the city of Teleport.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Well, you know what? Listen, man, Teleport's a bit complicated, okay? So if you guys are just tuning in, if you're not too experienced with the Red Bull Flick, then you will benefit from this map explainer.
Wing 5, T3 L port. Players who have proved themselves in the group stage will have the opportunity to display their worthiness on T3 L-Port. As one of the larger, more complex arenas, players will need to make use of vital teleports scattered across the 3 capture points to achieve victory here. Whether it's by synchronizing your jumps as a team at different teleport points to get a hop on your enemy opponent from different angles, or simply by arriving at an active capture point before anyone else, teleport talent is the key to success.
One step closer and one step away from moving this one a little bit closer to that grand finals. You know, it's a tough ride, Launders, to run it all the way back through a lower bracket. Lucky for the players there is a lower bracket, or else both these teams would already be going home.
The best possible team will win.
Because they get 2 chances.
Without a doubt. And then we will draw their face, theoretically, on the history of Red Bull Flick for all the years to come.
In the sands of time.
Yes.
Let's do it, folks. Swiri versus Alparte, lower bracket round 3, map 3, known as Telport.
Telport, the city of Telport.
Welcome to the Telport. I think we need more AI on these maps, more robots. You know, look at
voice pass.
Look at this city. Why it should be populated.
That's true. Well, you know, the problem is everyone's always
shooting at
eliminating each other.
Ah, yeah. Yes. Too many dematerializations.
Yes, indeed. On Telport.
Whoa. This first objective is always so hard to frickin' take. See a lot of teams just kind of play the extremity of it, because the moment you run down here, you're open to a whole wazoo of angles.
Yeah, Teleport I feel like has the most brutal control points. Even on the outsides, they're just the most wide open, and that kind of epitomize the idea that you don't always want to stand on top of them, but man, you really get like 2 or 3 seconds of peace, and then you're instantly clapped without a smoke every single time. Playing for eliminations almost feels like the way to go 100% of the time on this map, unless you have a total wipe.
What do we got here? Oh,
great shot from Rex.
Oh, nice old deagle double. Bada boom, bada bing. Better something. Swing, bada bada.
Everything cool, or?
Yeah, I'm working on it. I'll get through it. We'll make it out alive. Everybody leaves planet BU11 alive.
Bull.
Maddie, low HP.
Except Maddie, he's not going to live.
No
shot.
Not with a shot like that from Jax. Ooh,
no
blind as a bat.
All right.
We don't get to see flashbangs too often, but when they do pop up,
that was like a right-left flick, walking backwards.
Feels like they're always good.
Throw. All right.
Look at this. Eat a flash.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Racks and flash.
That was a money flash right there.
And yet, here he is still inside of the objective. So doing a good job, Swiri. 20-ticket lead over top of Alparte. And Maddie, despite being low HP, is going to do a good job of continuing on this tear, getting ahead of things, jumping over to the B point, thinking things were safe, but they're not. Lord Par's CZ cuts him down. Jax needs to jump on top of it here. You can't just comfortably sit to the extremities when you've got this much of a ticket advantage to cut away from. Lord Par gonna walk unsuspectingly right into the barrel of Maddie, who's now looking to turn this up. Incendiary forward onto the bomb site. That's gonna push Jax off, but Jax still able to win the duel.
He's going back around to touch it. Yeah, I mean, Incendiary does buy a little bit of time, funnily enough, but Jax does get back into position and finds another frag. Maddie's only got a CZ as he gets to the point. And honestly, it doesn't even matter if you have a good gun on here. You're usually just going to die because of the number of angles that you can get peeked from, but it would be nice to upgrade. Now Maddie will end up getting taken out. Raxon will try to make do with himself, and he gets at least one of the 2 players. Right now sticking at Swiri have a very significant lead and are also, I feel like, ahead on the frags in total.
Oh,
it seems like that'll only get worse. Yeah.
Poor Jax, never had a chance. Didn't even give him the time of day.
Wow.
We're gonna get a sprint here from Jax over towards the objective, trying to keep this one from bleeding out. Alparte definitely need time on point, but I love that from Jax. He decides to take the fight to Raxin before Raxin would have known exactly where he was. And with that pickup from Jax, now they have a very comfortable chance to jump on top of this OBJ. Raxin trying to find him as he peeks around it. Jax looking to stay mobile, but just clearing the site is good enough. Lord Parr able to answer with a frag, but...
Oh, he's trying to end it soon.
Yeah, smoke's gonna make a world of difference here for Raxin. Let's see if he can lock this in. Frag grenade goes past Lord Parr. Spray connects, trades in from Jax, and he needs to run down here. 15 tickets to get back, or else Sweary open with round 1.
Uh-oh. That's easy frag. Oh, okay, that could be it here. 26 to 12 tickets. Matty on the points, and they can just defend it again. They don't have to play on top of it. Matty smartly is not running for it to try to end early. Raxin is taking out rotators, and they're quite far away as it looks like it's switched over towards the B site. And now Raxin, will he do it? 1 point left for Alparte, and that's it in round 1 of the 3rd map of the series.
Yes, sir, that's it. 1 more round away, and we've got Sweary eliminating Alparte. Looked like they were going to do it after their dominance on Flux. Dex ends up being a bit of a comeback, and now Teleport opening, unfortunately for Alparte, the same way that some of these others have. But it's not over till it's over.
The timer begins here. Alparte opening duel 1. Nice target selection from Matty, but he still doesn't get the kill, and Lord Parr is off on a tear.
6 health.
Yeah. Oh, and there it is, 0 health. Okay.
CZ fight. Oh, never mind. Man, picked up a scout. See, look how long he's got to wait to reload. You got to build the freaking gun again.
Yeah, I thought this was the future. Why do we have to reload guns?
Yeah, they should be built on their own.
No more guns made by IKEA.
By the time we get here, they'll make themselves.
Uh-oh. He's got a little evasion aura here. Okay. Okay, Wind Ranger.
Worst thing is, too, once you run out of bullets in your first magazine, CZ only comes with 24 shots. That's not a lot of bullets. No, sir, it's not. Raxin upgrades into the AK
Did you
here.
agree with yourself?
Yes, I
Yes, sir, I did.
Yeah, I did. That's a great point. Thank you. Raxin looking to claw this, man. It's almost 20 tickets lead.
Yeah, I know, it's already so serious.
Oh, Alparte every single
happening?
time. Every single time they manage to keep things close.
They learn fast. Oh, man, Lord Parr is an absolute force.
Oh!
Okay. Okay, Matty.
Commits to the spray down. You like to see that. Matty gets a little round of applause.
And now it's time for Raxin to come up, and yeah, he makes a strong move, but Lord Parr's aim is just too good. I mean, how else can you describe it? It just comes down to his pure mechanics right there.
I can describe it as exquisite.
Okay.
Impeccable.
Okay.
Daunting.
Daunting, okay.
Smooth. Sexy. Yeah, it is. 13 ticket lead. Alparte still hanging on to that. Frag grenade preemptive. But it's Matty to spray array off of the CZ to get it. Lord Parr with the op. I love a good op. The impact can be heard around the world with this thing.
Oh man, that the op in a position like this, it is kind of dangerous. But okay, they could switch it out. I mean, I feel like Jax is the one who wants to maybe get on here. Rotators get caught. Wow, beautiful shot from Jax. The op shot comes in from Lord Parr, and now they are 20 tickets ahead. Plus they have control of this. I mean, those 2 frags earlier on could have made all the difference. My goodness, this op's efficacy is through the roof at the moment, and Lord Parr is now going to get off of it and swap out. This is smart. Might get even worse here. Oh, another beautiful shot. He's a primary.
Tearing it up. He's on a 5 frag streak.
They're actually giving it up and looking at the next point. That's ridiculous. The fact that they have the full 10 seconds left over, 30 ticket difference and climbing.
That is fully theirs. That is a huge turning point for Alparte in this second round. That op play from Lord Parr was everything. And he's still up. Swapped out to the AK-47, looking for the frag inside of the site. Raxin gives cover. Now, the question is, can Sweary do to Alparte what was just done to them? So far, so good. But it's still a huge gap to come back from. Oh, and if they let those terrorists get their hands onto some of the weapons, then Alparte are suddenly going to be good to claw this back. Raxin
Yeah, they got to win virtually every single duel, just like Alparte did. And they've done a fantastic job so far. I mean, it's still 24 seconds plus the site, and then they've also got the chance to frag more. And Raxen is starting to line him up, however. Lord Parr, he's always a threat. But now we've lost our support on the site. It's all about catching rotators. Raxen gets into a good position.
He's keeping this alive.
Really is. Oh my God, no way.
10 seconds.
Oh my God, it's actually getting to a competitive scoreline once again after being 30 tickets down.
Here's the problem though, it's a ticket per 3 seconds, and once the objective switches over to this A point, we know that normally these teams have an affinity to not play on this point, but Suiri, they don't really have that luxury. Oh, they could let both teams bleed down evenly, but if they do that, it's really gonna take it down to the wire when the next one comes around. So if I'm Alparte, all I do here is just frag, frag, frag. Emphasize on keeping this one empty. Don't take the risk of throwing yourself inside of it, just keep the board cleared. And if you can do that, it's gonna boil down to the final objective, and Suiri will need to lock it in without making any mistakes. But Alparte, they're even running the risk, playing in the open themselves. Maddie attempts to jump over, and Raxen gives great cover, but now there's already a player behind him. He's desperate for a smoke. It does go down, but not in the nick of time. Jax with the off frag. Oh, but the AK sprays through. This could be it. If Raxen wins this fight right here, now we're talking. Now we're cooking with gas. And Raxen, well, he's looking for the next fight, but soon this objective changes. 3 seconds and it switches over towards A.
They've got to move.
B. Raxen TPs to the back of it. He's going to make a sprint onto it. Two of these players coming in from his right side, but he's not going to have a teammate. And Lord Parr, he just did it. That one from Lord Parr makes the difference. No chance to clutch.
And Alparte will take it the distance completely. We'll see what happens now on the final round of the final map.
Could it be any closer?
I literally could not. I mean, literally could not.
Literally could not.
It literally could not. That was pretty intense. I can't believe, I can't believe Suiri nearly made that comeback. Like that's something to talk about for sure. So, well, now that the damage has been dealt, they both have each other's respect.
Ooh, but I feel like Suiri's starting to heat up in terms of the mechanics here. Aim's looking really sharp. And they're not wasting any time. They're going to play this A objective for as long as they can.
Yeah. Every lead adds up to something when we get down to the wire in this game, which is pretty cool. It's constantly consequential. That's what you like to see.
Whoa, say that again.
It's constantly consequential. That's what you like to see.
Oh, okay. Well, that was easy. Professional. Raxen looking like 1-2 with how sharp he's kept that FAMAS, but traded out by Lord Parr. Gets ahead of the teleport peak. Maddie's got him busy, and Raxen will attack him from the back. Jax. Oh,
okay.
Gets splattered by the Desert Eagle of Maddie. Lord Parr comes in with the AUG, and that bodes well for him. But the objective swapped, and Raxen's already on top of this one. He will be caught out by Jax, who's going to run in and try to claw back this lead. It's 12 tickets to the advantage of Suiri.
Yeah, for now, for what it's worth, we see there's a quiet crawl coming up. I mean, everybody sits in front of this divider when they're holding on to the point, and Maddie's going to be aware of this. He only has a scout, though, on the approach. This is not very good for him. But Maddie still does it with a CZ as his sidearm. That's ridiculous. So they maintain.
What a beast.
Oh, and they extend this lead even further. This is going to be tough. Raxen will finally get caught off. And now Maddie knows one's approaching from this direction. If he knew that both were, though, he could have talked.
CZ is going to betray Raxen. So Jax creates a little bit of wiggle room here. 10 seconds left on this C point. That's not going to be enough for Alparte to take back the lead, but it definitely will cut it down to a much more manageable number. Ooh, and Maddie falling at the hands of Jax. Raxen already ahead of the curve, though, on top of the next objective. And we'll see if Alparte can attack this from different angles. Meanwhile, Maddie, I feel like he's getting bullied in the middle of the map. Raxen may be sitting on the objective, but they're still bleeding tickets because Maddie, he hasn't been able to get his hands on a gun before being caught out by Alparte. Lord Parr attacks from the side ride, and Maddie kind of pulled between two directions. An immediate trade, but Lord Parr still looks to lock this in, and Maddie runs over, again falling with just the sidearm. Raxen, same situation, can't get himself close enough to the site. Maddie's gonna try to do it, but it's this AK or M4 advantage that Alparte continuously look to use and abuse, and almost pulling ahead, but not by a big margin. Only 3 points here for Alparte, the lead.
We'll see if that dissipates enough to make this hairy in the end. I mean, you want to be leading as soon as you get to the end, even if it's only by a small margin. As soon as that point goes back to A, we see how brutal it gets to try to have to hold from that position. And here's where the scramble comes in. Full minute up on C. Sweary, the first ones to it. Surely the teleports will come in. I guess the slow rotation through the bottom side, which creates some strong angles, but the smoke's in a good spot, and Rax is also in a strong spot, and he does so much damage here to Jax. This will be a tough duel for him to win.
Utility back and forth. Oh, Maddie's going to be able
well
to survive.
done, man. That is well done.
And it's a little bit disjointed. Lord Parr about to come in from the top rope. Oh, busy with the nades. Maddie, he could have been hid behind the wall, but instead he's standing in the open. Raxon. Oh, he's got them both.
Oh, and he can run forward too. This buys so much time. That could be the critical 2K of the round.
That it will be, especially as Maddie finds an M4 and starts to find the players on the rotate. Looks backwards, tries to deal with Jackson, does so cleanly. Lord Parr, though, he clears Raxon off of the objective. Now Maddie's going to need to run forward on this. Lord Parr taken down. Maddie, 16 health.
And the momentum just stays on their side as they go and think about the next point. And again, when you have a lead and it goes back to A, nothing feels worse to be on the losing side.
Yeah, we know how difficult this one can be, but also last round, Sweary, they did a very good job of still being able to get into this and on top of this. But right now, it's looking desperate.
What a scramble.
Alparte got to come over here.
Tournament life on the line.
Smoke grenade was what made the key difference, but I love this positioning from Maddie and from Raxon. Both of them just playing this lower ramp, and both of them just cranking the pressure, cranking the heat versus Alparte. They continue to just tumble step by step. They're falling to the wayside, and Sweary continue on.
Wow, they do it. They do it, and they look good at the end. You know, that's a Usain Bolt finish right there. A touch ahead of the competition after such a close series overall. They really felt something. Condolences to, commiserations, I guess I should say, to our Turkish duo in Alparte. They put up a hell of a fight. Give it up for Alparte. Coming up next, we are going to figure out who will be in the, I believe this is for lower finals.
Yes, sir.
And then we will have grands right after. So our final two games, and Sweary will be trying to finish off Spirit, who have been amazing so far at the event. And I guess have just been like kind of a dark horse in the event, and the team that has practiced not that much or not that long and also has gotten this far. And then in the finals, of course, we still have we have some Finnish representation, which is beautiful to see, and we have no idea who is going to meet them there.
No, it's going to be a tough run no matter what, right? And I feel like every single time we're seeing these matches unfold, it's getting closer and closer every time. You know, Flux was a bit of a blowout for Sweary's favor, but the comeback from Alparte on both Dex and Teleport just leads me to believe that like we've gotten to a point where the competition's so tight, you can't go into any game with any real favoritism, any real favorites at all. So, oh my goodness, 2 games left here for the Helsinki Invitational, but Team Spirit waiting. I think personally, I would love to see that Team Spirit versus Party Pojad rematch in the finals. I'm not trying to play any sides. I'm just saying that a little grudge match normally goes a good way.
Steel Series moments of glory as we just take a look at some highlights from the match that we just saw. And it's been a long but fantastic day with lots of great games and an amazing crowd and some a fantastic setup here in the arena. Just walking around, meeting everybody. It's been a lot of fun to meet some of these faces, and I'm confident that this won't be the last time that we see some of these players that are just playing in the Flick now. You know, I think they're showcasing a lot, even though it's not the same 5v5 CS you see on the same 7 maps we've been playing for 10,000 plus hours. You can see the skills are going to translate. Definitely, and a lot of these players are also on some decent teams.
That's it right there. I was gonna say that like people, you know, we're forgetting that we're watching these players showcase their talent in a certain context of the 2 versus 2. Doesn't mean they're not playing competitive Counter-Strike. Doesn't mean they're not playing 5v5. Doesn't mean they don't have actual real CS skills in the back pocket. It's just a good chance to platform some aim skills, man. And the aim has been so damn on point. So on point, I tell you. Every single time we got somebody stepping up onto the stage, you never know what to expect. But it's time to hand this one back over to Freya and the desk. I believe they've got an interview ready for y'all.
We don't unfortunately have an interview, but
I can
what I do
interview
have
Anders.
is, Anders, how was it playing?
Anders, how do you feel today? Had a good game?
I feel great. This has been amazing. We're gonna have return matches.
There we go.
We got everything. Swiri, they made it through like some of us predicted. So.
Yeah, no, true. Some of us did predict that. I don't think I was one of them, but I think Launders framed it perfectly. That actually, ultimately, this ended up being a really, really close series, considering we go back to the first map, which was Flux. Swiri looked incredibly confident on it.
Yes.
So props to our party, even though they are eliminated now from the tournament, they did make it a close affair in the end.
It was a very close affair, you're right. Very competitive, very tight. And I think it's a pattern we've seen the whole day. A team winning quite easily on Flux, but then the other one bouncing back and making it a 3-map series. We've had a lot of these very close games. And I guess for the show, that's perfect.
Yeah, no, we can take a look at the bracket, see exactly where we're standing after that result, as we are down to the final 3 competitors here at Red Bull Flick 2021. That next game, this is going to be a tasty one indeed, not just because, Team Spirit, our pro team, are now in that lower bracket final, but if they win, we've got the possibility of getting that rematch against Party Poyad, and that was a really close game as well.
Yeah, that would be great. It'd be a pleasure to witness, right?
How perfect is it that we had the Finnish team in the grand final?
Yeah.
It couldn't have been better. I mean, we got rid of all the pro teams, which is a huge shock, and apart from Spirit, but yeah, the Finnish team in the grand final, I think that's amazing.
It'd be a great rematch. We were in the green room, and Team Spirit, they were watching that game between Spirit and Alba.
Make
So
some notes.
I'm not exactly going to go ahead and say that there are a lot of lessons you can draw from this and that they're preparing any kind of plan, but they were keeping an eye on how they were playing, maybe some of the tendencies, some of the roles they were playing. So we'll see if they have something in store for us.
You know who was standing behind them? Party Poyad. They were also watching.
So they were watching Spirit, watching their opponents. So they were getting ready for Spirit's plan for the next game, so they can be one step ahead instead of a game.
Man, any org, they need to sign these guys up. They got big brain players already. Alexis B is also rooting for Party Poyad as well, being the Finnish, the Finnish local team now. So that's pretty cool.
That should count. If your idol is counting on you, cheering for you, I'm sure it's giving them a lot of energy, because speaking of energy, it's quite the road to make it to the grand final. It's a lot of games. Like, we've had only 3 mappers all the way. You have to expend a lot of energy going into this with these comebacks as well. So I have to give props to the players, being able to give such a great show, time and time again, maps after maps.
Yeah, you phrased it perfectly at the beginning of the day. It's a question of stamina for a lot of these teams coming into this as well. So how are we viewing Swiri, coming on and making it through, and then going to be facing against Team Spirit?
I think they're going to be fine now, because now that you're down to the last couple of matches, I don't think this is where you run out of steam. I think if it happens, it's a little bit earlier in there. Now you can see the finishing line, so you're almost there, right? But I think it is intense. I think people might misunderstand it, because the matches, the rounds are shorter than they would be in a sort of regular game of Counter-Strike, but they're so much more intense. I think you could get burned out, but I think now with the last 2 games coming up, I don't think that's going to be the case anymore.
Yeah, look, I want to agree with Anders. I'm just worried when you play a tight series as we just had, and then you just have a few minutes, and boom, you go straight into the next one.
That's true.
Spirit were taking a little bit of a deep breath. They were together in the green room, chatting around, watching the game.
Do some push-ups or something in the meantime.
Do you think they should do some push-ups?
Yeah, you're right. Don't just go lie down on the couch or anything in the break. That's not a good idea.
That's what I would do. That's definitely not a good move.
Don't do it.
Yeah, keep that energy up, definitely. We can take a look at the schedule to see exactly what is left remaining on the cards for us here on our final day of the Red Bull Flick Invitational Helsinki. That's going to be the next game coming up, and it really is do or die time for both of these teams. This is our lower bracket game. The loser is eliminated. Winner goes straight on through to that grand final to play against Party Poyad. Just to round things up about Swiri, considering, you're going to be commentating this next game, what do you think were their kind of biggest strengths in terms of, not just specifically for this, but of anything that we've seen throughout the entire tournament of them?
Well, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and single out Maddie just a little bit, because I think one of the, of course, the superstar we've been mentioning time and time again would be Raxon, right? But then I feel like maybe we're underestimating what Maddie's bringing in terms of pure fragging on the server. I was looking at, keep an eye on him. He had good stats as well. Like, he was definitely there. He was putting the frags, and he's actually playing right in the middle of the chaos, right? If you have Raxon on the side and on the points making the turret, Maddie's the one taking risks and kind of being selfless out there in the middle of the map. And for that reason, I have to give it up to him. I think he did a really good job in the last series.
Well, we've been speaking a lot about our hometown teams. It's time to learn a little bit more about our hometown org. It ends with a few words.
Hey guys, we're from Team Ens and we are Red Bull ambassadors. We'll be competing in the Red Bull Flick 2021 tournament. My name is Dodo, and with me today is
Amdiha,
and we're gonna win the Red Bull Flick competition. Yeah, of course we like doing a duel together. Like, Pavel is a great guy, and I really enjoy playing with him. Like, he's just an amazing player, amazing person. So
the team is important, and you need to support like every player from the team.
I started playing maybe 2015, like with a purpose. I started playing in teams, and then bit by bit, I got better and better. I got into better teams, and I'm a Red Bull ambassador now, and it's a great honor to be one.
I think it was 2018, like the end of the year. My first team was Team Kinguin, and I think it was either Taz or Lord who wrote to me that they want me to play in the team. So this is how I started.
I mean, we're super excited to go there and play, and of course we're trying to win the whole thing.
I mean, it's different than the normal tournament, but it's, of course, would be nice to win it, just to prove to ourselves that we can like beat them in something else than just 5v5.
Probably the favorites are G2, so Nico and Hunter. They're both individually amazing players, and we're just in the major grand final, so it's 2v2, and it's a new environment, new maps for everyone, so maybe that takes off the edge a bit for them, but I'm still pretty confident, like, that it's anyone's game when we go there. I mean, it's a chance for the amateurs to show what they're capable of, but I still doubt that they will win the title. I think that this time the competition is a lot more harder for the amateur teams to win the title.
Yeah, and also maybe they have the advantage of playing the maps, like in the qualifiers. But I think when it is going to the stage and they will see some pro players, they will get stressed, and it's not gonna be the same for them.
Yeah, it's socializing, hard work, and luck, in my opinion.
But the most important thing is just to play the game and have fun. I think this is the most important.
I think the best weapon for me has always been the AK.
Every time we are playing CS, we are trying to play AK, so there is no different answer to this.
Communication is a key to win, and it's one of the hardest things to have. Like, you cannot win if you have bad communication. I don't know. I think I will quote my teammate Spinks on this one and say, just move your arm, aim for the head, and press mouse 1. That's how you kill it.
Yeah, we can also say the snappy thing, which is if you have good skins, you are shooting good.
Yeah, of course, we're gonna go there and try our best, and we want to win the tournament. And
if you are playing tournament, you are never looking to win some money. Maybe Sphinx, but not us.
We want to play Counter-Strike and we want to compete. We never did it for money.
Thank you for having us.
And don't forget to come cheer for us in Red Bull Flick 2021 on November 20th to 21st.
Swery versus Team Spirits on the cards next for our consolidation final, and one last lifeline for either of these two teams to be making it to the grand final and be in contention of lifting our beautiful trophy. Of course, two equally as beautiful faces. We've got Scorny, we've got Launders, yeah.
Always so nice.
So lovely. I mean, particularly with the Pearls. You've been getting a lot of love for the Pearls online as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to read some of that.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
You and Alexi be iconic together. We can get into the map vetoes very quickly for this series. I'm wondering what your thoughts are. We can see them. Flux first.
Flux.
We didn't even have to say Flux.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes. That's how we
You
started
like this?
series.
You like this order?
The thing is that I was like, man, Flux is like the inferno of Red Bull Flick, right? We want it to be the decider every time. But it's even better when it's the opener.
I mean, Team Spirit, I believe picking this one out. And fair enough, right? Yeah. They've looked like probably one of the best teams we've seen on this map.
Yeah, 100%. I think it just like it matches their style. It matches their high tempo octane type play.
Yeah.
And I think it's one that they kind of got like the most. It's the one they started the day on, so they've got the most experience technically. Mathematically, Freya, that's how they have the advantage.
That's all the data we really need to be jumping into this one head first. We've got Maniac and Anders to bring you all the action.
Analyzed.
Yes, an action it will be. It's going to be great. I think this is going to be a powerful game to begin with.
I'm very ready. I'm absolutely ready.
Well, then let's not delay any further. First on the stage, it's Team Spirit. Yeah, they had to take a dip down here to the lower bracket, but apart from that little hiccup,
they're still going strong.
They've been looking good.
They are still going strong, Anders. I don't think we should underestimate them 1 millisecond. No. It would be a grave mistake.
2-1 so far, yeah. They have been looking really powerful, really strong. I'm sure they're going to be hungry for some revenge.
Speaking of revenge, On the other side of the camp, we have the men with the stamina. We give it up for Sweary.
Oh yeah, both teams competing to try and get into the grand final where they're going to be facing up against Party Poya, the hometown heroes.
The party
I still
boys.
think that's amazing. Who would have thought?
It is beautiful. It is exactly what the doctor ordered for this Red Bull Flick Helsinki Invitational. But before we get there, we have to decide who's going to join them in the grand final. And I guess it's only fair we start by talking about the first map, Flux. And I feel like there is this kind of given narrative that Spirit are kind of the best on it.
Yeah.
So you feel like this could be where Story makes a difference, right? If they have a very good start on it, suddenly Spirit's a little bit out of sorts.
I reckon it's going to be hard to bring down Spirit on this map. Because they've not just been winning it, they've really been crushing teams on this map, winning with a lot of tickets remaining, yeah. So, I don't know, doesn't mean they have to do it again, but they have looked really sharp on it. Once you have Sundai Young on the point and you have Magix up on the high ground, that seems to be an unstoppable duo.
Yeah,
I don't know what they could do.
And the problem is that this man we have on our screen right there, the way he gets to the high ground is so fast, is so flawless, so fluent as well.
Yeah.
He's extremely hard to catch. I think his mastery of the movements is something to be reckoned with. And we know how important it is on a map like Flux. So they have this absolutely deadly combination of movements, skill, and just overall safety that is very hard to play against, quite simply.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be that. Hey, Sweary, I feel like they've been just impressing us slowly all throughout. They've been keeping up their stamina. They keep fighting. So I won't rule them out here. It's going to have to come down to the test. I mean, it's the best of 3, so they're going to have a chance to prove that they belong in the grand finals over Spirit, if that's where it's going to end up. Oh,
Maybe
right.
the football. You do say football, right? None of that soccer nonsense.
None of that soccer nonsense.
Thank you.
Listen, I am incredibly illiterate when it comes to football. I just really don't know what's going on.
I come from a family full of football.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I did play it from
So
the
you've
age of
let them
5.
down by playing Counter-Strike?
Actually, there was a point in my life where I had to make a choice, and I can confidently say I had more success in Counter-Strike I would have ever had in football. So in that regard, it was the right decision.
All right, that's interesting. That's interesting. I feel like though, usually when people get into football, it is through family ties.
Yes.
You know, so I understand that part of it.
Yeah, brother, father, uncle, everyone was playing football.
Well, now we're building the Counter-Strike legacy instead. So
I'm trying to. You're getting there. You think you're gonna prepare the next generation already?
Oh yes, we're working on it slowly. I mean, I reckon this could be another high-powered game. But if I had to make a prediction,
oh, there we go. That is getting interesting.
I'd have to go for Spirit on this one. I could see them playing Party Poya again.
It would be great. I mean, we might be a little bit biased just because of the quality of the show that we had between Party Poya and Spirit, and I guess very selfishly we just want to see it again. But Spirit, they have another idea. They are not agreeing with that one at all.
No, definitely not. I love the fact that I can't remember who it was from Sweary saying this, but one of the guys earlier in an interview was saying he started playing Counter-Strike in 2014 when VP won the major.
Well, yeah, that is actually great.
It's such a great start to you think about that. You think about what Navi just did at the major. Think about how many people would have been inspired watching that. You know, there's a lot of kids out there like that's what I want to do. That's where I need to belong.
It's the domino effect, right?
Yeah.
Of having a couple of individuals truly ascending to the status of idols, right? And at this point, they can influence, they can touch the lives of so many people watching them, dreaming about trying to achieve something as close as what these people have been doing. And this could be one of the ways here at the Red Bull Flick Invitational.
Yes, we are live now. Spirit versus Sweary. And we're on Flux to begin with. The first map of the best of 3 here to decide who's going to make it to the grand final, facing him against Party Poya. Maddie and Raxon. They are going to be taking on the pro team of Spirit with Magix and Sundai Young. Not an easy opponent, maybe especially not on this map.
A whole lot of skill and a whole lot of mastery and confidence on that very map. We've been painting the picture of Spirit being unplayable on Flux, and this could be the beginning of a great narrative for Sweary if they were able to at least make them doubt a little bit. We've seen Spirit being in such cruise control on that map. Now it is time to make them sweat for it.
Yeah, definitely made them more. They're keeping up in tickets right now to a great extent, which that is the first part of the key for Sweary without a doubt. Don't let Spirit build up a strong lead. A couple of tickets fine, but 10 or more and it is going to be a problem down the stretch of the round. So Just keep that up. All right, Matti, that's a kind of a hard angle to fight at. Almost directly above him, but he does a good job. Right now, the B point is active for another 50 seconds. Raxon's getting a double frag, which is huge. Oh, they did just almost
Just a
bump into
gentleman
each other.
agreement, just a high five.
Yeah.
You know, we don't always need to resort to violence, but now it is a great move. Did you see how he escaped that jump to be behind Magix? That was beautiful from Matty.
He cancelled it out to try and do that, and now he's going to make the fly all the way up. He lands on the lower part of it. I wonder if he wanted to go all the way up.
Look at this decision making here.
That's Raxon's double kill. We're back into it. It is, again, dead even on tickets. No one is getting ahead much. Matty actually taking an extra second to think about it before he fires that AK, and he's going to get the headshot as well. So clean.
Such a great position as well for Matty, right? He can cover such a big angle on the map and catch a lot of players just completely unaware of his position. Now he's trying to escape, won't be able to make it out alive. Still 8 tickets ahead for Swear. We see Raxon here struggling just a little bit with the movement, but he's going to be all right. No one is there to punish him. He's going to jump straight into his opponent, right in Sundial's face. You ain't getting nowhere.
That is brilliant. I love the fact that you can wait to take the shot with the AK, because obviously as soon as you fire that rifle, you are a target. They'll know, they'll call it out. It makes a big difference. So sometimes taking an extra second if no one's seen you is probably a good idea. Magix, that's a fight you need to win pretty quickly. That was dangerous, but he does make it out. Now a bit of a lead actually for Swiri. And if they can keep this, we've learned already in the last game, a couple of seconds of difference is all it takes sometimes. Oh,
look at these movements.
Maddie,
Oh my God.
What's happening?
That would have been great, followed up by a frag, but he only had the USB to play with. Now it is Spirit catching up in terms of tickets. They are actually in the lead. Sundial, great shot, followed up by Magix. And we could fear, because we've seen it all the way, that this would be the moment that Spirit take control. So we have to react, they have to retain some control in that game.
The surfing on top. If I could do that well, I'd do nothing else on this.
You're not even trying to play.
Nah, yeah, I'd just be wanting to. It does look good. I need someone to teach me. I'm gonna hire a professional. I'm gonna hire Forrest, and he can teach me how to surf.
There we go.
All right, Magix with an important kill. 16 tickets now. Swiri, they've fallen behind. You did mention it. This is usually what happens with Spirit. You can kind of keep up all the way through, but then right at the end, somehow they find a way to get the control that they need. Matty's trying to stay on the point, but Magix, he's going to take both of them down. What a tremendous double frag.
That could have decided this entire first round here. The double frag coming out of Magix, turning around and putting another round on the ground. It's going to be some Sundial now, enabling Raxon to get on site. Matty finds one, gets instantly traded. The tickets are pressuring Swori. They have to get on point right now, but they are falling, and they're falling because they're stressing, because time is against them. Yeah, and that is going to be it. The first round goes to Spirit.
You're absolutely right. At the end, you see them just trying to fly in there, just get anywhere that they can in time. It's not going to help. 13 tickets left for Spirit, but that was such a nice... They were keeping up all the way through. It almost feels like Spirit, they don't start the sprint to the finish line until they can see it. And they're like, well, it doesn't really matter if we're ahead in the beginning. Let's just keep it up. Don't let them get it away. But then suddenly, when there's only 30 tickets left, that's where they really kick it into high gear. Oh, good start here to the second round.
Good start, indeed. You would need a great reaction from Spirit right now. You want them to pull ahead just a little bit so they can have that space, can have that margin that we were talking about. But it is complicated to get against Team Spirit.
Yeah, they've proven that so far. Matty up here though.
Right now?
Both of them are working on triples at the moment. They've got 3 in a row each. It's going to be Matty going down, so make a skip account. Oh, okay. That's outrageous. What you're up against. Absolute madness. A couple of returns here. Matty able to get the job done. It is, once again, just like earlier, neck and neck in terms of the tickets.
That was so great from Magix as well right here. That second shot is so clean. Oh my. And then he gets jumped on by Matty. Scout shot connecting from Sundial. He had the help of Magix, obviously, to put Raxon on the ground, but for now, great start. Oh, I can't even follow him. It's just too fast on my eyes.
What do you even do at that point? I feel like the benefit is if you were to hit the scout headshot at that moment, you would look like such a god.
Player of the year.
Yeah, you could go for it, but yeah, it's hard to spot. I don't know what kind of sensitivity you need to be able to pull that off, but a lot, I reckon.
And what kind of eyes you need to be able to follow him.
Yeah.
Mine definitely don't. Sundial will get on point now. We're just He's tapping away at Matty, but just with the USP, it's not going to be enough. B point active for about 15 more seconds. He's doing a great job at defending it. It's something we have been praising him through and through at this event. The fact that once Sunlion gets on a point, it is ever so complicated to get him out of it.
They just had the 10-ticket lead, Swiri, and now it's back down to even. It is just the same thing. Every time you get to sort of close to the middle of the round, it feels like they're just out of control. And now the problem is, Swiri, they need not just to reclaim the point, they also need to get some rifles along the way, and they're being denied in such a big way here by Spirit, who are just everywhere. Finally, Raxon's got his hand on an M4, and that'll land him a double frag.
That's why they need it. They need Raxon to pop off right now, and he does it again. A triple frag back to back to back. They need him to shine. They need him to put Spirit in their places just for a few seconds at least. Time to give his teammate to get a weapon, to get in a comfortable position, and then being able to play the high ground. They haven't been able to do that quite yet, but they've caught up in terms of the tickets.
Yeah, at least there is that. Not bad at all from the Polish side. It's actually pretty impressive. Samda Young, nice headshot to bring down Rax, and a big double for him. Fighting at range with the USP. Oh, he's actually not doing a bad job. He almost had that one. Matty, he's going to be able to finish it off. Flying onto the site with the AK. Has a chance to heal. Ooh, he's going to try and swap it around. The point is moving, so, or just move over here. So maybe a chance. Up on top, but Magic's is still going to stay alive.
How? I feel like he had everything on him. He had the drop on him, he had the high ground, but just didn't even hear him coming, and that could have decided everything. But now it's Spirit once more coming into this sub 30 tickets, who have the lead, who have the control, but Sunday on defense beautifully against Matty. Not going to be able to Raxon, but the trade is here for Magix. They play together, they defend each other.
Oh, it's not done yet. 29 to 23 tickets. It's not a big difference right now. USP shot and picks up the deagle to get the headshot on Matty to follow. Absolutely wild. The auto shotgun is going to be denied. Magic's able to pick that one up. Yeah, this whole sequence here is crazy.
That was a headshot in the knee.
Yep. It doesn't care, whatever works.
What am I watching? Spirit once more off the back of Sunlion's deal. Now they are 8 tickets away from securing the first map, Enders.
Yeah, they are doing such a good job right now, but maybe it's not over yet. If Raxon can get this kill, though, he is out of bullets, gonna fly up there, and he's gonna catch Magic's. All right. He took the fight to him, and that's a good idea. 3 tickets left right now for Swiri. They have to fight on a point. They cannot step off it, and unfortunately for them, it's the center point where everyone is just going to go down. It's real close there, but it's a 2-0 in the end for Spirit on the first map.
And they probably made it as competitive as it could have been, right? We were talking about how Spirit sometimes just whitewash their opponent on that first map. A great effort coming out of Swiri, but somehow you have these moments in the map where you know Spirit is just on one. You have Magix on his key position, you have Sundown defending the points, and if any one of these just catches on fire for a minute, that is it. They will push their advantage, and they will make sure that after that first frag, they have the second one on the rotation. That was a very good first map from Spirit, but we've come to a point where we accept it on Flux.
Yeah, that's just what they do. I think they had the most they had was probably a 10-ticket lead there on the side of Swiri, and that's how much the Spirit like, all right, you've got your 10-ticket lead. We're going to bring it back. We're going to take it.
Move aside. Let us show you how we do it.
Yeah. This is looking competitive as well.
I feel like one of the ever first computer game I played with my older brother was an arcade version of that.
Yeah?
You remember that? It was very old school. We are talking 25 years ago, probably.
Yeah.
That's when I first had my first 1v1 against my older brother, who then very quickly realized it was bad to win against me because I was a notorious sore loser. That was terrifying.
Now, you're a sore loser, but how about winning?
I kind of like that. I kind of like that.
All right, I see. I could guess where this is going. Brilliant, yeah. I think ultimately this was kind of what we expected from Spirit on this map. But as we've seen before, it doesn't mean that they're going to continue at the same pace. Now we got Dex coming up instead.
Yes, a reaction is possible on the side of Swiri, but what I do fear is that Spirit have reached that point now where they've been tested enough on these other maps.
Yeah.
They've been tested enough. I feel like the trial and error is coming to a point, it's coming to a conclusion, sort of an apotheosis where they know how they're supposed to go about it. And is the window really still open? Is it just closing on them right now?
Yeah, I'm kind of questioning that too. It could just be that they're going to be building in strength as we go through this. Entirely possible that they're going to be ready to face Swiri on the second map too. So
turning into a gigantic ball of skill.
Yeah, just ever so slowly. There it is. Dex is the second map. Teleport, if we get to it, is the third one. But it's going to have to be up to Swiri to prove that they can in fact do it and pull it together on this second one.
I think they can. I think they can, honestly. The way, I'd say how competitive the first map was, I am ready to give a fighting chance to Swiri. I think they have earned it. You know, the positions they're in the tournament right now, the games they had to win, the comebacks they had to mount, we owe it to them to give them a fighting chance on that second map that pushes to a third. I am sure they can do it.
Yeah, there are some things that we've learned, especially about the opening point on Dex, I feel like, where you just have to be so careful. That's
a good job.
Accurate.
You know, so I have a story about kerning, actually. I didn't really care about kerning too much.
All right.
And there was a time when I was a little bit younger. I was probably in high school, I guess. I came with the flu, and I was in bed for a few days, right? And there was notoriously nothing on TV to watch. And I just fell on like the Winter Olympics or something like that. And I started watching curling. And then I guess Team Switzerland was playing. And of course, biased as can be, I just started watching it. And I got into it just a little bit. I started understanding how, you know, tactical that can be, and how I thought first they looked ridiculous polishing the ice, but then I understood what it was. They were trying to just make the length exactly what they needed. It's very precise.
There's something very relaxing about it. It's like very non-stressful. I can get behind that. I can get behind that. We had a Danish curling team at one point that got the whole country all fired up. So I see where you're coming from. But this is going to be a different level of pace now. We're on the second map. It's on Dex here at Red Bull Flick, and we have Spirit versus Swiri to try and fight and find out who is going to be getting to the grand finals to face off against the hometown heroes of Paripoja. Right now, it's going to have to be Swiri trying to see if they can even bring us onto the third map. That's their goal right now for them, win this map in a quick fashion.
Yes, indeed. Swiri trying to ruin the party. People are already kind of salivating at the idea of a rematch between Spirit and Paripoja, but they have another idea. They got another one coming. Swiri absolutely want to push us to a third map, but it starts with Dex, and it starts with the comeback on this second map.
Already just trading frags all over the place here as we head into it. Down to 80 tickets, both teams. Nothing surprising there. Magic's nice find, and Raxon, he is very low. And I love the fact that they don't, you know, Magic, I think he saw him there, but he's not just running, he's just chasing him. He's being very careful to let his teammate get into the fight too, and that's what you need.
Magix is very calculated in his movement. I feel like he considers all options. He considers and he weighs in the options, the pluses and the minuses of getting into a fight, and he knows at times it's better just to take a deep breath and chill, give time to Sundayon to be in the position. Very good decisions being made. But Spirit, even with all these compliments, they're still a little bit behind right now. It's Swiri actually with the better start.
Slight lead for Swiri. It can make a difference. Even 1 or 2 tickets towards the end of it when everyone is sub 10.
Sneaky,
it could make a huge difference. Sundayon, yeah, that is very sneaky. And again, that's that second nature of being a pro player, to not give away any audio information, to always be walking. This time it worked out for at least a frag.
Spirit have established themselves between the point and their opponent, but Maddie's going to get the drop onto Magix. Great reaction, trying to just win the P250. That's another one. These are the kind of double frag we are talking about as being influential in these games.
Now Magix, he gets the one, but he's kind of runs onto the point with a little bit too much speed. Maybe could have been a bit more careful there. He's going to spawn kind of close to the action though. Only a 5-ticket difference. The Deagle will not help him out. Raxon with a double instead. And that is looking really good. Swiri, that's going to give them the lead that they really wanted here. 10 tickets up now. Yeah, this is so good. He just... Great swing for him right there.
That could be 30 seconds, Anders. That could be 30 seconds of flesh. Well, I say that though. Both of them absolutely get ravaged by their opponents, but no one is really ready to get on side. It's going to be Sundayon now, but he is caught off guard by Maddie. He had the angle. I was about to mention it. So as a result, that double frag from Spirit did not capitalize in any ticket but the respawns.
All right, still a bit of a chance. No one's really controlling the points anymore. It almost feels like they're so scared to walk out in the open and they're just out hunting for each other in the center of the map, more or less. Raxon, he should have been down already, but somehow able to trade it. That is impressive.
I can't believe he actually stayed alive on that one. We're going to have that replay. See here that first impressive frags, and then the spray control onto Sundayon. Pristine work by Raxon.
That's hard to do. Once you're failing that spray for the first 4, 5, 6 bullets, it becomes very, very hard to adjust. Oh, that is a great headshot. Sam Dayoung proving he has got it as well. So crisp. It's a 10. It's even more than 10 now. Sviri are looking so good. They just need to recapture this point right here and not go down to Sam Dayoung. Although they did take one of them with him. Raxon immediately could tell. He's like, yeah, I could try and do something here, but it's not going to be worth it. The point will move over to C.
Yes, indeed, and it's only 7 tickets now, and both players are completely isolated from each other, so it's going to be about battles, Anders. There's going to be no team play involved.
Yeah, and it's great to have Maddie in the middle. You can see he was trying to camp that respawn. They're not going to have enough time to even get close here. It's going to be the opening round going to Squiri. Well done.
Very well done indeed, and once more, Raxon kind of giving us the pleasure of watching his multi-frags. I feel like he had a couple of instances where you would imagine a trade was coming, that he would actually be put into the ground, but somehow he stands strong and he makes that difference that is ever so needed for his team.
Magic's coming in with the opening frag here at the second round. On the second map too. Pretty good start. Now we've got the A point active for 45 seconds, and Sam Dayoung, he's going to find another one to add to the tally here for Spirit. Raxon is walking around. I feel like Sviri are... Oh, wow.
This is so clean.
I feel like they're adopting that same walking around mentality. And it's almost like if one team does it, the other team has to, right? If everyone keeps running, then maybe everyone can keep doing that. But Sviri are trying to stay real silent as well.
Yeah, but this only really works if both teams have kind of the same ticket categories, right? Because if there's a big of a difference, then you have to pick up the pace. And right now, this is a beautiful start on the side of the Polish team, Swiri. They are already 12 tickets in the lead. And if Spirit keep on playing their slow game, there's going to be a time where they need to make such a big difference that they actually keep up. They catch up on all these tickets they've been given away.
Raxon to go down. Oh, what? Maddie looked like he was almost caught sleeping for a second. Raxon's going to go down right afterwards. So maybe a chance now for Spirit to start to catch up just a bit. Again, I'm noticing that there are not many players on any points right here. So much of the fight is just centralized. Raxon, he took a step onto the point and he's immediately gone. It's just so hard to hold on this map.
Yeah, it's very complicated to establish any kind of fortress. You feel like frags are coming left, right, front, and center all the time. Magic's beautiful work with the Galil. Again, if you ever have any doubt as in his skill abilities, well, here's your answer. Again, multi-frag comments galore now. That's Spirit putting up a great fight, catching back up, only 3 tickets away and in control of that point.
Raxon doing a good job. Something almost could have had that. One more bullet would have done the job, but Raxon is still alive, and maybe he's going to have a chance to heal up there. Yep, that's where those med kits are on the map. They're all near the points, so you have to get on a point. It's another good reason to want to do it, apart from obviously stopping the ticket bleed on your own side. Magic's going down. It's real close right now. Spirit have actually made a pretty good comeback because we were in the lead. But now about 10 tickets difference, and that can be recovered if you're on the Spirit side. If not, we're going to have to play a third map here to find out who it is that's going to go to the grand final.
You can almost feel the tension. You know, how slowly these teams are turning corners and how calculated they are in taking risks and peeking angles. They know everything is on the line, and whenever you actually accelerate the way Raxon just did, well, obviously you're gonna get punished. You're gonna have someone waiting on an angle for you, so it is kind of a gamble to play fast on that map.
Oh, they waited. They tried to double team Maddie, but he actually still took one of them down. That's pretty impressive. You see the communication though for Spirit, how they sort of, well, don't fight him, just wait. I'm right around the corner. Still didn't work out the way that they were expecting. Sam Dayoung making a lot of noise, stomping around over on that side. That could be the end of him. But yeah, he's going to be found. I think Maddie heard him the whole way. Magic's though, right nearby. Oh, what a great headshot.
With 12 HP, nonetheless, Anders, with 12 HP, Maddie actually puts down Magic's, who right behind hasn't even had the time of day to find another weapon. He's going to be instantly put down once more. That shot was everything. I thought Magic's any day of the week would have his number figured out, and now it's Swiri with an 8 tickets lead. Team Spirit getting dangerously close to the 20 mark with a great work from either of the teammates now to reclaim control. 20 seconds on the C point plus kills. We're talking about a dead even game.
Yep, they brought it back. Spirit, they're not going to relinquish this just yet. Oh, nice spin. Almost a 180 there to headshot on Maddie. And now, actually, Spirit are in the lead. It might just be a couple of tickets, but it's going to make all the difference in the world. We're moving back to the A, the center point that is so hard to hold. Maybe you have a chance to use some smokes here. That's the only benefit, really, but it's still a very open one. And right now, they're getting everything. It's 5 in a row for Magix. It's 3 in a row for Sundai Young. This could actually be bringing them to a third round on this map. They're looking so good right now.
They're doing everything right.
So close there.
Oh my god, if Swery is actually able to pull it back against Spirit, we haven't really seen any team capable of taking back a lead against Spirit, because whenever they have that lead, they just know how to push it forward, and it seems to be the same way this round is taking. Only 4 tickets now for Swery. Raxon goes down to the P90, and you don't think that they will actually make it. It's going to be the first round to Spirit. There is really a theme, Anders. Whenever they get in control, in these last 20 tickets, I have never seen a team able to fight back. They always know where to be, how to be positioned, and how to get that extra edge in all of these duels.
They really have that stranglehold, don't they? It's impressive to see. Hard to play against, no doubt. Third round is coming up now. If Spirit walk away with it, then they get to go to the grand finals. If not, it's going to be a third map instead on Teleport. Raxon, oh yeah, he was ready. Good communication and great teamwork there for Swery. Not just taking the point, but getting the double frag, getting some chances for some med packs and some Molotov, some smokes going up as well. Makes a big difference here. Raxon gonna get finally overwhelmed. That's a bit unfortunate. And that's, I think, their smoke that's now actually being used against them.
It's absolutely their smoke. You are correct. Spirit were good enough and quick enough to be able to utilize that smoke. We have Maddie jumping through. Not gonna be able. Magix as well protecting his teammate. Pristine teamwork displayed by the CIS team now. Look at this. He's hunting around like a fox. As Sundai Young puts Raxon down. Maddie found him somehow.
I was going to say, that's a wild frag to pick up there. Maddie doing an amazing job. I can't believe he found the frag the first time around against Magix, because already that should have been so difficult. They'll find Raxon as well. Slight lead for Spirit. Nothing too significant, but again, the problem really is navigating the center of the map when the point changes, because you're just going to get picked off all the time.
So Magix is being such an annoying force to be reckoned with. Look at this once more. He finds all these gaps, he finds all these timings, and he's got the cross replacement as well to be punishing anyone. And if it isn't Sundai Young, there you have it. Oh, a little bit of a miss. Comes out of Magix, but he adjusts. Raxon puts him down.
That's crazy. All right. From beyond the grave, managed to get the Molotov frag on him. But now it's actually a more significant lead for Spirit. Swery, this is where the pressure could start to build. If you were going to feel it, now is it, because you must have already felt like, man, we could have probably won that last round, and then we would have been in a third map. Now we're starting to drift a bit behind here on this one. We're making a couple of mistakes, and Spirit are not cooling down. They are just as hot as they were from the beginning. Raxon coming with a double. That's what they need, and they need more of it.
He absolutely needs to step up right now. You are correct. If Spirit takes away, if they can have a 20-ticks lead, we know we are not coming back into this game. Spirit have been way too good at pushing their advantage, and once more Magix shines. We need Raxon, we need Maddie to have an impact, to make a difference, to make a move, to push Spirit against the rope. Great start right there. It's 39 seconds left on the point, and if that smoke blooms in time, he's going to be able to stay behind for a while.
They've actually recovered this already. They were down a lot more earlier now, but Swery now standing on the point. They will lose Raxon out there, but Maddie, if he can win just one more fight here, just a little bit more, it's going to be huge. Still 19 seconds. There's Magix going down. Raxon showing up to shoot him in the back. That's a huge help. And Maddie all this time has been on the point. He's going to win that one against Magix. They've really brought it back now. It was a 10-ticket difference. Even if he dies there, it's so huge. He just did a lot for his team.
That was heroic from Maddie. I absolutely agree with you. But the challenges aren't over yet. The point is under control. Sundai Young gets caught with his pens down now. Allows Swery to get back into it. There's going to be a very important duel between Maddie and Magix. Whoever wins this will have control of the point. It's going to be Magix turning off as the victor right now. The walls are closing in onto Swery. They need a move, and here is the move. Here is the double frag we needed.
Raxon is so wild. Even though he doesn't really know where the second player is in that sequence, he's still able to just adjust on the fly. It's absolutely amazing. You'd see he's kind of like, he's not even looking the right way, but he's still just crouches down, gets the spray. 27 to 22 tickets. It is getting close now, but almost free kill there for Samda Young, and they're going to be following it up, and now they're ahead a little bit more. Spirit, it's working out again, and this is what you talked about earlier. Once they have the lead, they don't tend to let go of it. They find a way to just fight down and stay put.
I've seen that movie before, Anders. I've seen that movie, and I don't like the ending for Spirit. They have to find a way to put Spirit in position, but Magix, once more, he's been such an annoyance.
Ooh. Let's see. They spawn close to each
6
other here on the
points.
Spirit side, yeah.
5 tickets.
It's a huge, they can't stay off the point. They have to be on it at all times. Raxon, this is the final stand. Either he's gonna live and he will take down Samda Young. There is still a chance here. There's plenty of time on this point.
They can do it,
but they cannot go down. Losing health here will also cost you tickets, and there's 2 of them, and they will never get close enough. Instead, it's gonna be Spirit in the grand finals against Party Poya Swiri. They can't get back to the point in time. Really well played.
A beautiful performance from Spirit once more, and they keep impressing us. I mean, we've been talking about the fact that their Cinderella story could actually be one of the professional teams playing here. They had to survive a lot of qualified and experienced team in that competitive mode, but they have made their way to the grand final, and very deservingly so.
Yeah, absolutely well done. You're right. Sort of holding the torch for all the professional teams. The last one here. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe the least talked about at the beginning, but they quickly proved that they knew what they were doing on this map.
Words mean nothing, Anders.
Yeah.
It's all about the frags. It's all about the victors.
Well done. That means it is the Finnish team, Party Poya, versus Team Spirit in the grand final. Gonna have to find a champion one way or another here.
And that was a great game the first time around, so I have no doubt this is going to deliver. And we'll have the absolute pleasure of listening to Mohan and Connor Cassidy. So we'll be on the desk, enjoying ourselves, enjoying our life, watching that amazing game.
No doubt about that. And lucky for us, we've got Freya with a special guest, I heard.
Very special treat. Natu joins us for this segment. First of all, man, thank you so much for taking the time to join us up here. You enjoying the games?
Yeah, it's good fun. It's good fun. It's the cool thing about this is that it's so different from like traditional Counter-Strike that it's a lot of fun to watch. Fast-paced. It's cool.
What's your favorite mechanic that you've seen so far? Because we've got a lot of different things going on. We've got the surfing, we've got the jump ramps. What are you really liking?
Yeah, I think that the ramps are really cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to play Quake back in the day, so.
Oh yeah, boom.
Nice.
Love it.
A lot of Quake influence, the mappers, obviously. They're not shy about it either.
If only we'd had a 1.3 Counter-Strike
Going
MP5
fast,
you could actually
too.
shoot while you're midair. That'd be really cool.
Yeah, we should bring that back.
That'd be super cool. I mean, huge congratulations to Team Spirit as well. The only pro team to be making it to the playoffs now. They're going to be in that grand final, and we've got a rematch as well. I'm so excited for them to go against that Party Poya.
Yes. Yeah. This is the one that you can't really lose. I mean, it would be the Cinderella story of the pro team actually winning a tournament, and then or Party Poyad with Finnish representation, the last remaining, now that Doto's not here and Lexi aren't here, to carry the flag and show everybody who's boss on home soil.
Is it silly to ask who you're rooting for, Natu?
It is silly, yes.
Yes,
I still hold a Finnish passport after all, right?
Well, yourself and Alexi B are behind them, so I think that's enough for them.
I'm sure the whole crowd is as well.
Yes,
yeah. The crowd is great, and they're bringing Fratelli's bringing out the flag and everything like that. He's really embracing it, which is great. Can you teach me how to say something in? I remember how to say something, but I can't remember what it means. So can you translate something that I'm going to say that I'm not sure if it's correct?
Which one? Like
Hyvä ilta, mitä kuuluu?
Hyvää iltaa, mitä kuuluu?
Yeah.
That's good evening. How are you doing?
Oh.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Hyvin, kiitos.
Oh, and the other day, Natu taught me how to say
Puita uuniin.
Lisäloulu.
Oh, lisälöyly.
Yeah, lisäloulu.
Yeah, but
throw water on the rocks.
Yeah, well, basically.
Oh, nice.
Basically.
Make it hot.
But in a sauna.
Turn it up.
Yeah, because saunas. I haven't experienced the Finnish sauna yet, but the thing here, I mean, the hotel one apparently is very good,
really
so
good,
maybe we do that after. But we have got another game on the cards, of course. I do want to just ask your opinion on what we saw from Team Spirit there, because it's one of, I think, the only 2-0 that we've seen so far on the A stream, at least today. So it's been a pretty rare occasion. So are you thinking that Spirit are going to be going into this grand final hot?
I think yes, and I keep like
I keep like reserving my expectations for Team Spirit. I'm like, eventually one of these teams is just going to be like, they're going to understand them, plus they're going to know so many tricks, and they're going to be able to like actually take them very seriously at every turn. But they keep adapting, and the aim just is such a big part of the game, obviously, that the fact that they're so consistent with it, and they don't get pressured, and they're getting more clutch as we get into later moments. I feel like now I think they might win.
Yeah, I mean, the professionals getting more playtime on these maps, right? They're get more accustomed to the game mode.
And this is the farthest that Pro Team has ever gotten. At
Yes. Yeah. Kenny S and Jax were awarded, they had a fourth last year. Obviously, completely different format with different capture points and stuff. But yeah, I mean, Spirit making history, and they have a chance to be taking the trophy here. But I wanted to get your thoughts on the maps that we did see. Flux was the first one, which is just absolutely crazy hour. I'm loving seeing people sort of jumping all around the map. What do you think of how the mechanics are sort of playing out between the maps? Have you got any thoughts of what you've seen so far?
I mean, it's cool to see like so many little tricks and little things you can do, finding new places. I feel like it's like the same in Counter-Strike in general, right? You keep on learning new things. The meta keeps changing. I think in this type of a gameplay, it'll just change a little bit faster. People will find new tricks all the time. So yeah, I think it's a very, very cool concept.
Ents have very good merch.
Yeah,
very good merch, and they have scarves especially. I highly recommend the scarves because once upon a time I went to an event with Natu, it was like a star ladder, and he didn't bring me a scarf, but I asked for one.
Well, then
but now I cornered him in Finland at the Ents booth and got a scarf. So I got mine for free, but you should pay for yours.
Yes. I got a beanie. I also would recommend the beanie as well, particularly in Finland. Very cold. Like, I come from London, so I thought I'd be used to the cold, but man, the cold hits different here.
Also the wind here in Helsinki makes it really
a little windy.
I mean, we're nice and toasty in this arena as well. I believe we can take a look at the brackets, see exactly how everything is playing out, because of course we're going to be going into our final game. This is the grand final. This is exactly what all the teams have been playing for, and the fact that there's $50,000 on the line as well, 20 grand for the first place team, and you only have to split it in half.
I've never even seen 50 grand in person, so.
Do you reckon they have it like in a briefcase?
Yeah, exactly. Right?
That'd be cool.
It's gonna be like the dodgeball thing. It's not as much as you think. It's gonna be like a tiny stack of money.
Yeah, I think like this is the point where you're in the finals. It might be advantageous for the professional teams, right? They're used to playing for big money.
Yeah, I mean some of the amateur teams as well. We've obviously already had some of these placings. So yeah, 7 grand going to be going to the team unfortunately just eliminated. But I think that's pretty good showing from a lot of the amateur teams here as well.
Alexi hiding in plain sight. Now he did also mention that he's like the other day he was like we were having like 1 or 2 juice boxes, and he's like, I'm not gonna have a 3rd juice box because I want to try for this event because it's actually 10 grand split for first place. Like, it's actually real money. So even the pro teams are saying like that's actually real money. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like winning a DreamHack Open almost. With you're normally splitting between 5 players and a coach. Here you're getting 10 grand straight up in your pockets. I mean, 2-day events.
Yeah, it's Christmas is coming, right? It's
yeah,
good budget. You got a good budget for your Christmas
presents.
gifts.
Yeah, their family's going to be getting some good gifts. I'd want to be on their good side. Thank you so much, Natu, for joining us up. We are going to throw it to a quick video just about one of our grand finalist teams. It's some words from Party Poyad.
Hi, we are Party Poyad and we are competing in the Red Bull Flick 2021 tournament. My name is Alek Koivanen.
My name is Julius Leppäniemi.
I started playing CSGO in 2014 when I was 13 years old, and now I have already played for 6,000 hours.
I started playing CS a couple of years ago.
One day we found the Red Bull qualifier and we were like, oh, this looks fun. And we went for it and we almost won the qualifier. Basically started from that.
We have played together so many games and we have fun always.
So it's more like chill and play. I'm super excited about the tournament and I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
I think we are going to win the Flick tournament next week.
I think I'm good at long-range shooting, but Julius is like a turret.
Yeah, I'm not very good at it. I always forget to use them.
I think I'm more defensive player because Julius is an entry fragger in our team and he's always going first.
I think Alex is faster because he has better movement than me.
He just hits them all. Always headshot everywhere.
No, I don't think so, but...
I'm the most stable player on our team because I know how to use shift and my team does not.
I just always want to go wide and go peek everybody.
keep focus on the game and keep giving out information for your team, and it's something to practice for all of us. Yeah, Julius always has a little bit more speed than the rest of us. He's always dropping the bomb in the spawn and he's just running to kill them all.
I peek too much, so I like go stupid and die.
It doesn't actually bother me a lot that Julius gets eliminated first, because he usually takes 2 to 3 enemies with him. You shouldn't forget that game has to be fun.
Vertigo.
Yeah, I think it's Vertigo, maybe B-side. My final answer is Vertical.
It was too easy.
Julius, you think this is overpass?
Yeah, there's that graffiti. Yeah. What do you think about this?
I think it's overpass because of the graphics on the floor.
Yeah, easy.
Cash CP store.
Yeah.
Floor is green, but it's not green enough for Ancient.
Yeah. I think this is Vertigo.
Yeah, Vertigo again.
Yeah, this was so easy.
We are really excited to join the Red Bull Flick Helsinki, and I hope to see everyone there.
Thank you so much for joining us.
It is grand finals time here at the Red Bull Flick Helsinki Invitational, and we have a rematch on the card, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so excited to be delving into this one. Team Spirit taking on Party Poyad, a match we've seen already play out today, but I'm so excited to see what our teams will be delivering, because Party Poyad, they were the ones to be knocking Team Spirit down into that lower bracket, but Team Spirit, they fought back valiantly.
Yes, and that match previous is what makes this grand final so interesting, because you could be tempted if you just tuned in, you watched the last round, you're thinking, oh my god, Spirit, they're invincible. Like, no one can take down Spirit. Well, you'd be wrong. Party Poyad have done it in the past. We've actually seen them do it live, and now they stand as Spirit in the grand final.
Surely that means you have extra confidence. Like, we already did it once. It's going to be fine. It's also a little bit horrifying because you know they're going to want revenge.
Yeah.
So
Same map,
pressure is on. Same map,
no surprise, no Vita curveball.
I mean, a lot of people say the team that lost actually learned the most from that loss, you know?
Yeah,
so,
I don't know
playing
how
devil's
much.
advocate there.
I don't know if that actually applies to what we're doing right here.
Yeah.
Like the strategic landmark of what we're doing. I'm
Yeah.
not exactly sure. You can just go into another game and say, okay, I figured out how they were doing.
Yeah,
it's okay,
yeah.
you know, I got it.
You're
I got the
talking
plan
to a
now.
man who lost so much he became an analyst. I'm just.
Oh man! Oh my god!
Why you gotta do me so good like that?
Ouch.
Like, you know, that's because we don't cast anymore. Now he doesn't care about our relationship anymore.
It's
He's like,
over.
you just freaked me.
Manders is no more.
That's
We are
it.
going to get into
We are
the
so
maps for this particular series. Of course, we're going to see if they're any different to how they played out last time. And it's not going to be. We're going to be starting off with Flux again, presuming that again, that is Spirit's pick. And that will be a very safe pick from them because they have looked so dominant on that
At
map.
this point in time, we should rename the map Spirit because they truly are the one dominating on that map. Although I have to say, in that previous game, it was kind of competitive,
It was.
way closer than I expected. So it'd be a mistake to think that Spirit is just going to simply win it. That won't be the case.
But I mean, in a world where Flux is the final map here, we could say that would probably make a difference because then Spirit would have to really win one of the first
That's
two
correct.
to get to that map that they're really good on. So I guess from them, it's just a good news piece of news that it's actually the first one.
I really like the storyline and the narrative that we're coming in with this because obviously Team Spirit, the only pro team to make it into the playoffs, but we're on the side of Party Poyad. The fact that they are a finish lineup as well, playing in front of their home crowd, I absolutely love that. We know the crowd's going to be firmly behind them.
Yeah, it's a beautiful story. It truly is. And
Yeah.
you would like to think that this could be the extra 5-10% that just gives you that extra push, right? To get over the edge towards the very end. How many times did we see Spirit just ruin the dreams of people in the last 10 to 15 seconds? And I feel like for Party Poyad and the audience, like this could be the extra push you need just to make that good decision at the end.
Yeah, I mean, they've got Alexi B behind them, Natu behind them. Again,
Can he coach them
as well.
maybe? Like, can we
I'm
just get him to
thinking.
coach them or
I mean,
something like that?
just some shoulder
That'd be
rubs
sick.
or something, some massages to chill them out.
Hell no, I'm
So-
talking about giving them the strategies. We're talking about shoulder rubs. That's actually
Then they'd have to split the prize pool.
That
as
is so
well.
diminishing
Oh,
for
yeah,
Alexi B.
Yeah.
I got you, man.
No coaches allowed here. No coaches allowed. What are your thoughts coming into this for the fact that we just seen Team Spirit coming off of a pretty hot victory? Sure, it got a bit dicey at times, but the fact that we've seen Spirit up until the time they faced Party Poyad looking really, really solid. Do you think they have what it takes to come in and be knocking them down this time?
Anders, I think you can freely disagree with me, but I do have a feeling that teams that go back to back actually struggled on their second game. In the previous map we just had, Spirit had a little bit of a break. Before they went into this, they started winning. I'm not going to pretend like there is an actual pattern over here, but still, it is a great test of stamina. The fact that you go from one game to the other, very high intensity game. We'll see if they can do it this time around.
Yeah, and Spirit just have the feeling of just what it was like to play against Swiri, and now they have to play against Palipoyat, so they're going to be playing slightly differently. Palipoyat have had a little bit of a chance to watch them play, so they've already played them once, but now they've also had a bit of a break to cool down, and they can sort of watch the game. I think they're going to be off to a pretty hot start here, Palipoyat. I think
Spirit, Excel folder with all the notes and everything.
Spirit are going to be the ones that have to prove that they can bounce right back and win this one. I don't think it's a given at all.
Yeah, I mean, one interesting thing I noticed about Flux specifically when Spirit were playing both Palipoyat and Swirl on it, the fact that the opposing teams were both using the upper area of the map. That's one of the only duos that we've really seen doing that. But Spirit were able to neutralize that quite well, considering that Palipoyat previously managed to punish a lot of their enemies with it.
They're very quick to adjust. They are very quick to adjust, and it's true. We have seen Spirit fall victims a little bit at the beginning of all these maps, but as soon as they figured out what's going on, that is it. They have a player that is dedicated to take down that bird in the sky, and once it's done, that's it. I think the key point for Spirit is always to, in the last 20 ticks, try to be ahead of them. Whenever they are in the lead, whenever they are in control, they're just going to be punishing you every step of the way. It's way too hard to play against them.
Yeah, I feel like Spirit win the same fashion almost every time. It's like even game until you've got 30, 40 tickets left, and then they just take enough of a lead that you can't get back into the game at all.
Well, it's time to get this show on the road. It's grand finals time here in Helsinki, and who better to kick it all off than Connor and Mohan?
Hype!
Thank you, Freya. Thank you, gentlemen. That's right. But let's waste no time, folks, okay? Listen, Helsinki, we've got one more game for you here at the Invitational, and the first team taking to the stage is going to be Team Spirit. Let's put our hands together for Sumdai Young and Magix.
Never bet against the team that lost in the rematch. That's what we're on the top level. But is that the truth at Red Bull Flick?
We'll have to find out,
This
man.
time we'll find out.
That we will. These guys are undefeated as well on Flux. That's the consistency across all their series. That is their home turf. They've been able to find a little bit of a specialty. But it's Finland's specialty that we need to introduce to the stage. They've run it all the way to the grand finals. They've got their hardest opponent yet, and they've already got a win on top of them. Please, applause for Putelli and Blaze.
The hometown hunks. Palipoyat.
Check these guys out, man. It'd be one thing to be taking to the stage versus Spirit and thinking this is going to be the biggest challenge. Can we really overcome it? But they've done it already. The only difference is now they have to do it again, but with the caveat, if they pull it off this time, it's that first place finish.
I think it's that finish flag that's going to make a difference here in Helsinki. Rare to get these CSGO events going in a place that is so bustling with CSGO energy. But what a perfect way to end one of the best events so far with a finish flag on stage in the finals and a 2v2 here at the Red Bull Flick Helsinki Invitational 2021. A beautiful scene, a sight for sore eyes. We've also made history with the first pro team to make it all the way to the finals.
Yes, that's it, right? Team Spirit also kind of kicking it up a notch.
Okay.
So that's very cool. Cool to see these guys come in and take the game mode so seriously, be able to adapt and learn. And I know, one of the skill sets that so many of us were kind of discussing coming into the weekend was that like the individual level in terms of aim and fragging, for sure the pros are going to be better. But I think the skill set that's gotten Spirit as far as it has is how quickly they've learned, and how quickly they can adapt, and how quickly they can analyze an environment of Counter-Strike outside of competitive 5 versus 5, see what's best, see the strategies, harness what they want to, take away the strats from their opponents and then just turn it upside down.
And then do all that and then still do good enough to beat the guys who are they learn so fast. It can't be understated. And we could say that there are better individuals potentially here. When we talked about Furia and the skill on multiple top 20 players that made their appearances, and Magix and Sumdai Young are definitely underrated, but after this, maybe they'll just be fairly rated.
That's true. You're going to get that little bit of an edge, right? We know Sumdai Young kind of.
This would be an interesting headline.
Feeling it around, and well, again, I want to reiterate, like this has been the home turf. This has been the one piece where Team Spirit have been able to carve out most of their success. Undefeated on Flux, but pushed the furthest by Palipoyat. That's the note. Last time they played, it was a 2-1 in terms of round count to Spirit. They were able to edge out the victory and keep the series going, but then it was the reverse sweep. So we'll see how many comparisons can be drawn between it. Magic's gonna make that scout work for now. Oh, and the headshot. Denies Putelli and starts to move pretty quick. Flies into mid, and well, now he's got hands on and off.
Oh, what a play.
This is supposed to be the trap, man. Nobody actually wants to pick up this op. How are you supposed to track bodies like
up
that?
top. He didn't see him.
Oh! Shut
Right
down.
between the legs.
Oh, and the movement.
He's out of there.
Magic's all the way
Another's
over.
coming up now. Oh, no. What?
Uh-oh.
I don't even know how that missed.
That could have been the, that could have been the three-peat.
That's nuts.
Sick movement, though, skimming down all the way into the underground launch pads.
Beautifully done.
But missed the shot. Maybe a little too much movement.
Oh, a little
if
whoop
that
at
is
the
such
end.
a thing. Putelli's gun goes dry, and Team Spirit gonna hang on to this 10-ticket lead, spraying away. Magic's
Last bullet.
locks it down.
Ooh, last bullet plus the frag plus the point. Can't talk about how important that is, you know, when it's a one-on-one on the point. That's where so much of the momentum swings.
Blaze trying to find a way out of this lower bunker. Putelli, nice double kill with the M4. That's gonna definitely help out. Blaze gonna try to use that pad to get up here. Flies away, grabs an AK. Putelli's got the point control and a smoke grenade. Every time you see that smoke hit the dirt, you think to yourself, like, this is such a good chance to really rack up a tickets lead. But Blaze, he's trying to play ahead of the curve. He's trying to get ahead of this point swap, but dies out right before. Just as it switches to C, Sumdai Young clears him off the rafters. And Putelli wastes no time, flies all the way over, but it's not gonna stop Spirit from continuing with success.
Literally covering both sides of the map at the same time right now. And SDY will be the player that they come to first. They come up with just pistols, but luckily they do it together. So Blaze comes in, he has the AUG that he gets picked up and takes Magic's out, who is coming in from such a long distance away. So this will be an equalizing moment. My God, Magic's no way he actually gets that. USP revenge.
Yeah, that shotgun didn't kind of curse Putelli.
Oh.
Turns around, sees Sumdai Young. Difficult shot. Always a hard one to win that
So
duel.
hard, yeah.
Nice
Because your full body's exposed, it's just their heads.
And even though he gets onto the site, he's not able to stop it.
Yeah, they try to be tricky. But the lead thickens. 15 tickets now. Magic takes another headshot with his deagle.
Blaze down underneath him. Sees
Oh, we out of there.
And Magic's
all distract. I would just have send one guy doing every single jump pad all the way around, never fighting, and then the assassin just sitting there waiting to see someone shooting.
just knife out, infinity surfing all the way around. Blaze very low, but he'll grab an HP. Oh, but Magic's able to get into position with Sumdai Young. That's two players up on the objective at the same time. Gonna really try and cement themselves on the B objective. Magic's going over, grabbing an AK, and is able to shut down Putelli yet again. Blaze still trying to find a way up top, and the USP versus yeah, not gonna work out. Magix has the high ground. Blaze will clear Sumdai Young, but Magix is able to trade right back, and he's got both of the T's from Party Poyad spawning down beneath him. So this should be a good chance for Magix to actually lay down a bit of lead, control the spawns from Party Poyad, and really let these tickets bleed out as they only have 15 left. Good headshot.
Oh my goodness.
Magix with the back-to-back and a very good chance to just keep Party Poyad locked out of this final objective.
He's farming.
Oh,
he can see everything.
This is a tear. He's on an 8 frag, 9 frag streak.
23-7 right now on the map. Making it look like a death match.
Blaze looking for a chance back in, but it's going to be Party Poyad needing to hold this objective from here on out. Blaze takes to the stratosphere, but it's Team Spirit with the opening round victory.
What a wipe by 29 tickets.
Ouch.
No problemo.
Man, that one spree from Magix towards the end, 9 frags consecutive without dying. Felt like every single one was a headshot as well. That's some impact. And Party Poyad, they'll be licking their wounds as they come into the next one, trying to recover this series.
Yeah, mentally got to get back here, get back in the game. And yeah, things have just continued on here for Magix. And we see the scoreline still persists. So SDY taking some damage, but winning his engagements. And honestly, I mean, I feel like the frags played just as much of a factor as like the control points in that game. Like the control points were actually free because of how many players they were consistently eliminating while they were spawning.
Mag 7 to the forehead. Doesn't make for a pretty picture, but one that Spirit paints nonetheless. Another shoddy frag.
Wow, it's just levels right now.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Blaze takes to the top level, grabs the FAMAS. Will look good for the double, because, yeah, Mag 7, not going to be enough, but he's caught out in the open to the USP of Magix. Meanwhile, Putelli's got his hands on the scope. And he just heard Sumdai Young behind him, but as soon as Sumdai Young shows up, he's gone. Never to be seen again as he takes off to the other side of the map, and Magic's surfing away with the Fomus.
Yeah, he's got all the routing down. He even's like, never has to reorient himself when he lands. He's always able to figure out where the next duel is going to come from, finds the gun he wants. He's got everything mapped out perfect.
Whoa, what you doing up there? Vitelli's been found out. The secret unraveled. Magic's with the headshot, and a 16-ticket lead here for Spirit, but we are still early on in the second round. Blaze able to catch Magic's before he can get to the jump pad. Currently, the objective is left to its own devices. Nobody inside of it. We will have Putelli head over there. Blaze just trying to cut back players as they look to make their stand.
Center map control here for Team Spirit, as all they have to do is really try to fight Party Poyad on the point, but not actually be on the point. So just how good their lead is, and Magisk will start to pick them apart here. Putelli steps off just to not alarm anybody, but at the same time, he's got to be a little bit brash about this, and there's still a minute up where they can collect points here.
Putelli's struggling a little bit.
Wild, but okay, Blaze helps him out.
That's okay. Teamwork makes the dream work. Blaze goes back at it, but Magic's will best him. Now we're almost tied up. Party Poyad doing a good job of recovering that little bit of a lead that Spirit did hold on to.
No, they had a big one at 15 tickets, so yeah, done very well here.
Thing is, we've also seen Spirit just like burst onto the scene when both teams sit around 30. That's when they really just start prioritizing site control. Next thing you know, blink and you'll miss it. They gobble up what's left of their opponents. Magic's and Sumdai Young with a frag apiece. They're keeping track of Putelli up on this top rope. Objective swaps over, and Magic's is actually stuck down beneath Putelli.
Oh my god.
Very difficult sometimes to get out of this spot because the jump pads are separated from you. You can't surf away too
This
easily.
is interesting. I mean, they know that there's nobody on the point itself, so it's fine for Team Spirit, but obviously Party Poyad trying to play this carefully. No way. Magic's wins that. There's a second man who's gonna die to long range with the auto shotty.
He pulls that off not once, but twice.
In view of the point as well, and now he can rely on SDY to put them down some damage, and Magic smartly just escapes, knowing that he doesn't have the ability to fight from any distance, playing so well off SDY right now.
But point currently being held by Party Poyad, and Sumdai Young was distracted by that. So he falls to just the USP. Putelli doing a good job of just sneaking in a few tickets, just kind of clawing it back, but Magic working his magic with the headshot long range. Putelli
Ticket lead again.
No sir, shotgun not gonna work for him.
Closing moments, SDY chiming in.
Looks like Spirit are gonna be able to hang on. Party Poyad gotta try and make this work, and Blaze with a beautiful USP pickup.
That's something.
M4 versus Og, this could be a turning
with the
point.
dig.
And that's a big one.
They get him.
Not to mention Blaze follows up. Party Poyad gonna try and make one last hoorah. One last run. It's the middle objective, and Blaze lows HP. He knows there's a player flying around him, but it's Magic's off of the rafter, and all he needs to do is frag out. Putelli falls down and falls to the wayside as Party Poyad continue to challenge. Sumdai Young goes down, but it's Magic's on this platform to make a world of difference. Now it's desperation from Putelli. He's looking for his fight, and Magic's needs to reload. Sumdai Young swoops in, and the shotgun's gonna be enough. Party Poyad fall to the side as Spirit keep their undefeated Flux run defended.
What a crazy final sequence there as SDY comes swooping in from below with the auto shotgun, and they 2-0 Flux. And it is a team, as you mentioned, that to push them the farthest on the map, but still no one's beaten them.
Yeah,
that's gotta feel good to have, to have a map that you have a map that needs to be permanent.
Yep.
You have a map that needs to be permanent.
Now, of course, I feel, if anything, Team Spirit, they got to make sure that they don't get too ahead of themselves. They've been in this exact same position.
Yeah.
Been leading versus this opponent with the 1-0 on Flux, and then they got reverse sweeped. Not 2-1, 2-1 close affairs. No, sir.
Yeah.
From here on out, last time, Team Spirit didn't win a single round.
This is about who brings the most ideas based on what they've already seen from each other. Right, and this is where Spirit have been impressed by taking out so many, good teams and only losing to Party Poyad. So this is going to force Party Poyad to be more cerebral than they've been or have had to be in this tournament so far. Yep. In the rematch versus a team that's shown so much adaptability and have obviously a ton of confidence and already up around.
I feel like as well, it's just going to be like how well can Party Poyat hold their nerve.
Yeah.
Because again, it's
That's
one thing
pressure,
to
yeah.
beat Spirit. That had a lot of pressure to begin with. Now you've got to do it with the top
lane,
prize on the
finals.
line, and the fact that this is it, your final chance. This is what you've been working for. This is what Party Poyat grinded through the online qualifiers for. It's what they had to do yesterday. It's what they've earned. But you just got to reach out and grab it.
Yes.
And obviously, Team Spirit looking to swat away those grabs. One final attempt, man. One final chance. But obviously, Team Spirit, if there is any difference, we're trying to draw all these parallels between the matchups and the previous game. Last time, at least, Party Poyad took the series to a 2-1 on Flux.
Yeah.
This is like a better version of Spirit, a more comfortable
Seriously.
version. And one that was shooting very, very hot. Magic's, I mean, that near 10 frag spree, that's like unprecedented.
Yeah. No, this is they're gonna be. I feel like they've first of all got to be invited again for the next Red Bull Flick at this point, and it's great. I feel like they've really embraced the Flick culture. It says a lot that they've made it this far.
That'd be really cool. If some of the, if you are a qualified team and you get to win, you should earn a spot at the next one. You should be able to defend your reign.
They could expand the invites. Yeah.
I'm
they both are good. The open qualifiers are great, and it's kind of how Counter-Strike starts over from the beginning. Again, it's basically but yeah, we're finding a whole bunch of new talent this way. It's fantastic.
But this isn't the world of Counter-Strike learners. This is the world of BU11.
Yes.
Where anything happens.
How far do you think this planet is away from us?
Well, so far that we've never seen it before. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That far.
Farther than telescopes can see.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. It's quite far.
Space stuff.
But still on land.
Yes. Yeah, we're connected. We're tethered. Just like the duos here on stage, right? You got a special connection if you're able to take a run versus pro teams all the way to the top.
I feel like there was never any celebrations here, especially with the pro teams. I mean, it's kind of implied that they should be. I guess they feel like it, even though that's not the case. Yeah, but Spirit's attitude's just been so calm throughout. But I saw a little smile at the end of the last one.
Yeah, it's starting to sink in, right? Like this is what they've been working for.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
You know what's Magic's gonna do? Stand up and just shout? Yeah. I am better than you. Party Poyad gonna have to reverse sweep the series, and if they do reverse sweep, then that sweep begins here on Teleport.
In my opinion, whoever gets the first kill wins the map every time.
Statistically, is that backed up?
As much as Fnatic Rising Wind pistols. No, he just sat there. Sat there and then exploded. Wait. Attack. And it ends up working out. This map has very exposed sites, and it feels very uncomfortable. And it feels like there's just way more room for just killing. Just running around and getting eliminations whenever possible, but not standing on the point too often, because that's where it's easiest to wipe you out.
Uh-oh. Okay, listen. This Finnish crowd's got a little energy in them. That was one frag. And Party Poyad gets a little rouse. So let's see it, guys. Everything they do right, you get behind it, they're gonna start powering up, I guarantee it. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Patelli trying to fight tooth and nail here, and Party Poyad sure enough with a lead off of the bat, but Sumdai Young, he's got his hands on the glorious op. And we don't always see op gameplay, but I do feel like this is one of those maps where the sniper slots into kind of like the middle of the pack. It's not too hard to grab, and you do have some pretty far sight lines.
Through the divider, he hits him.
Really?
Oh my goodness.
How dare you, Sumdai Young.
Yeah, the opposite, we saw it with Lord. It was, two nuts. Oh no, off spawn. That's rough. Right through the wall.
A little bit of spawn control. This AWP is so far popping off.
Oh!
But Butelli's gonna get the better of him. Party Poyad, little bit of fight still in him, trying to get the C point back beneath them. They did a good job of controlling A out of the gate, but this second one was definitely more so kind of towards Team Spirit. Still, It's a 10-ticket lead for Party Poyad, and Blaze very quickly where he needs to be. Sitting on top of this point, hanging on to a big good lead.
Oh my goodness, no.
Sumdai Young splits them down the middle.
Oh, pressure applied from both sides. And Magic, he'll get turned on. Wow, looks like Party Poyad have the same kind of fight as well. Look at the ticket disadvantage here for Team Spirit. It is looking so good for Party Poyad. Ridiculous moves.
Putelli going to keep that momentum rolling. This is a big opening round for Party Poyad, sending a bit of a message to Team Spirit, sending a shiver down their spine. And electricity through the crowd. Putelli going to keep it rolling. Magic's trying to run over as quick as he can. This objective has been nothing but Party Poyad's, and Blaze isn't even going to let him get close. Oh, another coming for Putelli.
Oh my goodness
Blaze
gracious.
just popping it off. And now look at him go hunting here, Launders. He's no longer even supporting his teammate. All he's out it for is the bloodshed. And he wants his hands on the off. A frag versus Magic's. And they've got Team Spirit against the ropes. A 30-ticket advantage from Party Poyad, and Blaze finds an exit route. Not to mention Putelli cutting off that teleport chase. But Team Spirit still, with only the CZ, have a little bit of room to work with.
Oh, what a shot!
Magic's through the teleport though, and that's gonna cost both players. Team Spirit still with some fight left in them, despite trailing by 30 tickets.
Yeah. Oh, do they have time to take advantage at this point? They still got 20 seconds on C. This is one of those situations where they just have to kill literally everyone. Oh my God, Magic sees the bait actually, and reads where Putelli will peek from. Adjust to that. SDY will make sure to do some damage on top of it, but they have to play here on the point, and Putelli standing out in the open, but an unfamiliar position to Sumdayoung will allow him to find that frag.
Trying to
7
run over.
tickets remaining.
He's got to get on top.
Yeah, they're bleeding out.
He's got to get on top, and he's hoping for a smoke, and he got one. Sumdayoung, graced by the CS gods. Blaze a little bit desperate to run in here, and Sumdayoung picks up the kill versus Putelli. That's a big one to get.
This would be more than a clutch, though. They're still far away.
Yep.
40 seconds left on beat, and they're sitting kind of comfy, but a lot of this will come down to SDY in his position forward. If they trade him out quickly, this should be quite easy.
The Opera gets dropped.
Oh, no.
Magic's giving the good cover.
Oh, my goodness.
Sumdayoung's got another. Now the pressure starts to sink in. Party Poyad kind of scrambling here.
They're losing players on their way in as well.
A little bit desperate, but there's a bit of magic from Blaze. CZ frag, it's gonna be real tight. It's gonna get real close. 10 seconds left and they clear it out. Team Spirit's gonna start to bleed out some tickets, and because of that frag right there, Party Poyad open with the round.
Oh my God, they do it. They do it. It got a little scary. It got a little scary, but they weren't scared. They knew they had it.
They weren't scared, you don't think? Not even a little? That 30-ticket lead down to like 7?
That was close. That was close.
Not a little nervous?
Well, Team Spirit showing that they're alive on this map too.
Yeah, definitely. Not letting Party Poyad have any kind of real confidence towards the end, you know?
This game really makes you, it makes sure to punish you if you play to not lose, right? As opposed to playing to win, which is what you should always do. But it's always, obviously, you've got to be a bit more brave to do that sometimes. Just playing safe and hiding is not the answer.
No, you got to strike that perfect balance. As with everything, Magic's going to hang on here. Ooh, Putelli with the double CZ. Heals back up, looks for the utility, gets a smoke in the middle of it, and we know that the advantage off of this initial point can be really big. So for Putelli to cut back what Party Poyad kind of lost to Spirit. Good cover here. Oh, but the magazine runs out. That's the doom and gloom of the CZ75. Blaze hands on the bomb as clears Sumdayoung. It's an 11-ticket lead here for Spirit, but we've seen them also, flub those leads.
Oh,
nice scout shot.
Let's go. Definitely in the comfort zone now, as Blaze puts one down as well. Chasing closely behind their opponents, and SDY will get some damage, but not the frag. Blaze gets away. Putelli puts down another one, and this ticket advantage closes comfortably on. 40 seconds up. SDY will find one. Putelli, no compensation. Oh, he's working hard for it. Beautiful rifle work from him, though.
Had to stretch for it, but he gets there. Magic's going to catch him in the reload, and that's not ideal. Not for Party Poyad. That was looking like a good chance to maybe recover this little 5-ticket lead, but wow. Blaze still in. Magic's gonna answer quickly versus Putelli. Blaze looking to make a sprint for the site, dodges the utility, and that's good denial coming out from Magic's, but again, there's no rush. 10 seconds remain here on the B point. It's soon to move to C, and it looks like Putelli wants to get ahead of this.
Yeah, they're kind of all thinking about that already, it looks like. And we'll see if it matters for either team now that they're moving kind of simultaneously in this position. Oof, off the edge of the molly. That's beautiful.
We saw what happened last time. Sumdai Young had his hands on the off.
Oh my goodness, no way.
Finds another wall bang, but Blaze gets him in the open, and Blaze with the double is gonna push this onto the point. Party Poyad shooting for that 2-0. The same 2-0 that they were able to get last time they duked it out here on Teleport. Blaze, you didn't see it, but he's locking it in still, just clearing body after body, locking in this point and locking in a substantial lead now, 6 tickets or so to the favor of Party Poyad. They're starting to kind of settle into the second round, and we're beyond that halfway point, so the ball falls to Team Spirit. Oh, CZ from Sumdai Young.
Party Poyad, they're way in the lead now after having a little bit more control on this point and winning a couple of duels. Oh, but SDY will be such a pest.
Dirty peek off of the column.
And this is a free opportunity to make back some of this, but oh wow, he's got to rotate with a auto shotty in hand all the way across to the other side of the map, and Party Poyad are already comfortably there.
Magic's teleports. Oh!
Okay. Oh, this up. I mean, we've seen the SDY hybrid up.
Yes, we
have.
have.
It's been potent.
Putelli just curved that bullet over the top. Op peek from Sumdai Young. They hear the teleport though, and Magix, he's gonna clear out Blaze, so now the pressure falls onto Putelli, and he goes for the flashbang. It gets dodged by the offer, but more importantly, Putelli, he's able to deny Magix.
Oh, the Putelli plays!
He gets both. Big pickup from Putelli, really starting to lock in this important late round position. Meanwhile, Magix will clear the objective. Sumdai Young's gonna run in with the CZ, and he's looking to keep Blaze at bay. Krieg out for Magix, but it looks like the pistol's good enough. Magix looking for the 180. Blaze still not working with the best of weapons, but the frag grenade softens him up. He jumps over, he's got his knife out, and he's gonna get punished for that antic. I'm assuming the pistol must have been out of ammo.
No ammo.
24 bullets, just not enough. Putelli gets tagged, looks for another double. He's been good for these, but Sumdai Young cuts him down. And this is gonna be Team Spirit looking to kind of claw back this later portion of the round. They've got 9 tickets to the 22 of Party Poyad, and both teams bleeding it out because we know that this A objective is so tough to hold.
Treacherous.
It's so exposed, and it's so close. Party Poyad on the cusp of the comeback, looking to push this series to map 3 in this grand finals, and it looks all but locked in. Putelli, no kill needed.
It's done.
They go the distance.
They clutch that. That is huge. I mean, that was dominance back to back, and what we've seen sometimes is one team shows up, the next team stomps them back, and then we go to a third, and this is the clean 2-0. They survived that first series as well, and now the decider for all the marbles.
All them marbles.
All them marbles.
All them 20,000 marbles.
20,000 marbles. That's a lot of marbles. Can't check those marbles. PSA will turn your bag inside out.
A little part of me, just a little part of me, wonders, you know, what's more important for Party Poyad? Winning in front of this Finnish crowd, or the prize and the rewards that come with it? Probably it's got to be a mix of both. Mix right down the middle. One more, man. One more map away from what would be an awesome story here for the Flick Invitational. And we know they can do it because they've done it before.
Yes, they've already done it. And this will be a real test, and I think we've already seen now both teams have put down a really good effort, have shown they're good on one map, they're good on the other, and the decider comes, and that's special. You know, so with this format, again, it's been double elimination, and now that we're in playoffs, it has been best of 3s on every single one of the 3 maps of this stage, and that means that whoever wins this is the best team objectively by far, without a shadow of a doubt. Okay, everybody's had their chances now. Team Spirit are on their second life, and this will be a chance for Putelli, for Blaze to lay it down for Finland. And they're going to need your help, everybody. So make sure, whether they're getting kills or getting killed, that you are cheering. Team Spirit are going to be coming for them really hard.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Especially, like, you know, Team Spirit, these are real competitors of the top level in Counter-Strike. They've got a bit of a chip on their shoulder now, you know? Yes, you are the most successful professional team to ever walk into a Red Bull Flick event. You've pushed it all the way to second place minimum. But that revenge, that's got to be important. You can't just...
they're competitive. Everyone here is competitive, that's for sure. And the winning will play just as much of a factor as this trophy. And make sure do not miss the trophy lift in the ceremony. Something special planned for that as well.
Getting ready for it. I will say though, you know, to kind of give Team Spirit a bit of credit, I feel like they're a bit weaker on teleport than they are on Dex. Of the two maps that they've already lost to Party Poyad, I feel like going into Dex, this is the perfect place to finish this series because it's a real middle ground in my opinion. You know, we've seen how much Flux seems to be the comfort pick for the side of Team Spirit. We clearly just saw how good a teleport can be for Party Poyad. I would love to consider Dex that, like, you know, split down the middle.
Dex is brutal, and with a more classic kind of touch to the CS on Dex, it makes it that much scarier to have as a deciding map. So we'll see what happens.
I mean, I think, you know, normally with teleports, you can get away with making a couple more mistakes because you're not punished as hard as you are on Dex, where there are a limited amount of routes.
You die, you're slow.
Exactly.
All right, here we go, folks.
Final map, final round, final chance for Team Spirit to get their revenge v Party Poyad, where we've got a couple of Finns picking up that trophy at the end of the day, at the end of this coveted event. And for now, we're gonna keep things split straight down the middle. Oh. Jumping Mag 7 headshot. That should be illegal.
Yeah, but it's not, and there'll be more.
Galil advantage here for Spirit. Yeah, of course we're gonna run that one back. Oh, keeping it clean. Oh, Sumdai Young. All right, flexing what he's got.
This is brutal. We're just amplifying your emphasis on every single frag at this moment and to get advantage. This Team Spirit looking very, very strong. And there's just no more room for error at this point. Mac 10 spray is on him. SDY's got an audible headshot here on Putelli. He'll upgrade into a Galil as well. And this is a flying start.
Poor Putelli, man. Gets pumpkin smashed. And he never saw it coming. He does get his revenge versus Sumdai Young, but Magix is going to be fighting versus 2. And even though he's on little HP, he just skims away the headshot. Nice answer from Blaze, though. Working with the side. Oh, and the deagle. Putelli's got an answer, and Party Poyad got a little kick in him. Magix looking to challenge with just the P250, and he too shows that the sidearm is skilled. Putelli finds Sumdai Young in the back line. Magix able to answer up close. Ooh. A dink versus Blaze.
Yeah, that's good damage. He's going to need to find a health kit, otherwise he's going to get tapped out.
And will so.
That's SDY to grab it. Nobody is on the point or anywhere near it, honestly.
Yeah, this is a bit of a bloodbath. The fight, the engagement, it's spread all over the map. Separate 1 versus 1s. Not very much of a 2v2 show for the moment. Just trade frags back and forth when they can find them. And Blaze on 60 health is going to try to challenge the objective. Uh-oh. Needs to reload, decides to go for the pistol, and he manages.
Yeah, Blaze on 19 HP, 1 bullet away, and Magix is just making sure they can't get to it because they do have a lead still. And Sumdai Young reacts to making sure Blaze goes down. The prey that he hunted earlier, and Sumdai Young will grab another. Magix has another fantastic angle, and things are getting dire now.
Yeah, playing this alley, cutting off the fast rotate from C to B. That's looking like Team Spirit's strategy. And Blaze is going to get Sumdai Young off of the site at the very least. Putelli, he was pre-firing Magix's previous position.
Right.
But Magix, 1 step ahead.
5 head.
Changed his spot and walks away with another frag. This is a big lead for Team Spirit, sending a bit of a message to Party Poyad that just because we lost it last time doesn't mean we will again.
From that distance, how is he connecting these frags? My goodness,
spray.
All the headshots from Sumdai Young. He's in grand finals mode.
Magic's down beneath them, and this is just looking like some sharp mechanics coming out of Team Spirit here. Impactful frags time and time again. P90, not caught. Magic's going to allow the cross. Okay. A dig from Blaze. And maybe this is it. A little bit of fight from Party Poyad.
Yeah, they got lots of time on C as well.
40 seconds before the objective changes.
Gonna need a clutch couple of deagle kills here from Blaze. Oh no, their player on control. Putelli goes down. 2 deagle frags for Blaze.
And he's gonna try to run this one in. Looking to get on top of the point. They have to stop themselves from bleeding out their final 8 tickets. And that means that they can't afford to be fragged as they rotate over. Difficult shots. Oh, and it goes dry. Blaze isn't going to be able to string those ones together. 6 tickets for Party Poyad. They have to hold their ground. It needs to be Putelli, but Sumdai Young is popping off. 19-9 in round 1 here
monster map
on Dex, and it is locked in.
What is this? 21-9. I swear he only had headshots.
It was so sharp once he had the AKs.
That is ridiculous.
So sharp. And we are right back into it. Action continues to unfold.
And this is the final map.
They finally took a round on Dex versus Party Poyad.
Oh my gosh.
He did it. How dare you. Ooh. But if anybody's got a hot deagle, it's gotta be Blaze.
Yes, sir.
The back-to-backs.
Doesn't sizzle more than that.
And he runs right in.
Oh man, the catch-22 though of trying to defend A, it's so tough. You're there early, you want to absorb all of these points, but at the same time, it can cost you so much, and Blaze does one hell of a job of trying to stand up to the challenge. Oh, but Putelli will get taken down by the rotator in favor of Magix, and Magix is still here. Oh, but now he's out. And they're wrapping around the outside. And this is just a constant scrabble to see what they can get, honestly. Maybe you do just want to try to run at every single player on A and try to just get them off until the next point comes up, because it's so volatile.
Oh my goodness. Putelli just laying down lead here, locking in this crucial first objective.
We got a one-ticket game.
Magix 1 HP even. Blaze inside of the objective. Magix trying to keep his head down, looking to serve up a distraction. Young looking to serve up some damage. No double. Blaze is locking this in. And as much as Young has looked good in the first round, it's Blaze who's kind of kicking it up a notch.
Absolutely.
Oh, but the double in from Magix. And it's just pistols now for Putelli and Blaze. They both have deagles, and that should be good enough.
That crushes them. Nice tap, man. Long range there from Magix.
Young gonna play it quiet, camping in the corner, but he's not able to walk away with the frag, and now he sits on a single point of health. This isn't gonna be a good spot from Young. Down he goes at the hands of Blaze. Putelli trying to trade, and Magix just working around the column. Oh, it's labored.
Spray's rough.
Putelli's a little bit desperate, trying to run, trying to find cover. Young, though, can't find him either, and finally he will fall. But all the while, Blaze, he's been sitting on the next objective. Insta headshot from Young. Starting to take this back, the flashbacks to the first round where he was the heaviest hitter.
Oh, the spawns are not fantastic, and they can get to the point, recover this disadvantage, but it is one hell of a close game.
As it should be.
It continues to be.
Grand final Sunday. Party Poyad 3-ticket lead.
Oh, they've done well here. Party Poyad still in the lead.
Putelli looking to line up 2 players, but they're both going to get away from him. Blaze, though, he could still definitely cut them off. And just a couple of tickets. Party Poyad, it looks like they're trying to play this composed. They don't want to lose their cool. If they can just continue to frag out and play the objectives when they feel like they need to, Blaze!
Okay.
A couple more headshots.
Talk to him.
Party Poyad, 8-ticket lead. But Team Spirit, they're spawning over here where the next objective is about to swap over. And Blaze is just looking again and again, in with another headshot.
Right on the point. We've seen how powerful this position is. Can Magix perform a counter? SDY is just bait. He's also really close to the point, but with this ticket lead, they need to kill Blaze if possible, but you can't kill Blaze. You can't put this fire out.
He's unstoppable. Oh. Finally, Young's gonna come at him, but Blaze only had 2 health. A nice attempt from Putelli to try and transition the spray up onto the second shelf. Blaze with the AK right back at it. Magic's gonna make a sprint to the objective. We're talking 14 tickets for Spirit, but they do have objective control. Putelli's gonna clear him off of it. He's hunting for Young, and Putelli's got a double.
Okay, Putelli.
22 tickets to 10. Party Poyad looking to extend this tournament to the very final round, and Blaze is unstoppable yet once more. He's got that momentum back behind him. Young will silence him, but Blaze continues to pop off. Magix with the upgrade. 2 tickets left for Spirit, and Party Poyad look to lock this in. We're going all the way.
Yes, let's take it to the last map. Party Poyad, stay alive. Trying to end this playoffs undefeated. Standing up to the team that no one else could. One final round. And it's a good start for Team Spirit once again. We've seen that doesn't always matter. We saw some key positions that were played, particularly from Blaze, but also from Putelli that worked out so well, that just reaped so many frags in the middle of the game, and it's going to be on Team Spirit to figure out if they can counter it. But it might be too late.
So far, the weapon advantage here is really working nicely for Team Spirit. Party Poyad struggling to get any impact in this first objective, and Magic's working wonderfully here through middle, cutting off rotate after rotate. Sumdai Young has been on this point from the get-go. And Party Poyad, this is a difficult start to come back from, but we know they've got it in them. Blaze is going to connect his Deagle, and maybe now, maybe just now, the momentum starts to shift. 7 seconds left on A point. It's going to swap over to C, and we've already got a player there for Spirit. But Party Poyad, they're going to look to play together. They want to trade frag efficiently. They can't let the panic sink in. They can't afford to. But Blaze is given a chance. He wastes no time crossing over. Sumdai Young, with just the pistol, is dropped at the hands of Putelli. 13 tickets to lead, and he didn't see Magic's.
Look at that shot through the floor.
Blaze in middle, trying to play for the weapons. He gets caught out by Sumdai Young. And Magic's going to continue to extend this lead. Party Poyad starting to come up a little bit short, but they still have time to recover.
They need to cool the nerves, take a deep breath, get back in shape. They are getting rolled over right now, but it is still doable.
It is doable, but I think maybe they're going to need a bit of your energy. Helsinki, if you want to see that Party Poyad come back, then make a little noise!
Blaze, we saw him coming hot in the fourth quarter. No, he's got a little bit more gas in the tank, upgrading to a good gun, playing it composed as Magic takes out his teammate, but gives him the audio cue. Two playing together. Putelli taking some damage, SDY going down, but Blaze stepping up.
We've seen bigger comebacks, but it's just going to be about getting a few frags in a row. These one-offs aren't going to be enough for Party Poyad. Magic's kicking it up with the headshot. But Blaze, we've seen some wonderful taps. He gets cut down the moment he rounds that corner. Magic's gonna find himself back on full HP, and the P250, oh, it's enough! Blaze fighting with lesser weapons. Putelli's even got another. And now they're gonna have a little bit of footing here on this objective, but it's instantly taken back. Magic's just too quick to the top of mid. And now Team Spirit can kind of lean back on this advantage that they got early on. Blaze down beneath them, swapping to the Deagle. Magic's not able to escape. Putelli sitting inside the objective, has the cover from Sumdai Young, but he backs up into Putelli, who's instantly traded out by Blaze. Sumdai Young runs in, and Blaze gets another every single time.
Now we're talking. Look at them grouping up. Such a distance here as they hug the perimeter and run over towards C. Mask in the middle of it. Oh my God, he stops them both.
That was looking like their chance. They had the fastest rotate, they had the better weapons, but they weren't able to shut down Magic's.
Oh, they get decimated. So much time bought here for Spirit with the advantage. 24 tickets remain for Party Poyad, and Team Spirit continue to dominate.
Frag after frag. That first objective really kind of set the precedent. It set the tempo, it set the mood. And Party Poyad still continuing to struggle to break through. Magic's, he's got good cover, and he is on an absolute tear. He's looking like Blaze in this final round.
This is what it comes down to.
It's gonna be crunch time. A massive deficit to try and take back. They can barely afford to die. And Sumdai Young just deals out death. Double headshot, back-to-back, 7 tickets left. Team Spirit, after falling down to the lower bracket because of Party Poyad, the hometown heroes, it seems like revenge is a dish served cold. Team Spirit, 2 more frags and it's gonna do it, but Putelli gets snuck up on. Sumdai Young comes out of the smoke, taps away for victory, and Team Spirit will find revenge.
Making history one way or the other. Team Spirit, the first pro team at Red Bull Flick to win, let alone make it to the grand finals. They get the revenge over Party Poyad, who put up one hell of a bout, but everybody in the crowd should still give it up for your hometown heroes. Party Poyad making it all the way, making you guys proud.
Nice to have just one of the invited teams actually in the finals, and of course making it the local team is extra special, but for the very first time, a professional team is here in victory lane. And it's the fact that it happened with the comeback. The sweet dish of revenge. Freya down here to present the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, one last time, Helsinki, make some noise. Your Red Bull Flick Invitational Grand Champs, Team Spirit!
Well, wasn't that a wonderful sight? One last hurrah for the two of them on Team Spirit, of course, to be able to play together, which is fantastic. Such an amazing couple of days of games, and a great grand final to top it all off. And it's awesome that we were able to witness it all with you guys here in Helsinki. Thank you all so much for coming out. It was such an amazing event.
Yeah, it has been an absolute pleasure to bring this action to you guys. You've been awesome. So thank you truly to everybody involved here in the crowd and here putting on this event. There's a lot of effort behind it and a lot of effort from the invited teams and the qualified teams. But to close out the show one final time, I hand it back to Freya.
And a huge thank you to you both, Scrawny and Lauder, for bringing us all the action in that grand final. And what a jam-packed grand final that was. Spirit managing to take it home, the only pro team coming into the playoffs, man, and they managed to take the trophy.
Yeah, and they truly had to battle for it. And I think that is the beauty of that trophy of Team Spirit. It wasn't easy at all. They had to battle it out to the last round of the last round. I think this grand final delivered in all dimensions we could possibly hope for. All of us were satisfied with the Counter-Strike we've seen. This was a great story from either side.
It really was, yeah. Inspirational for anyone out there who wants to participate in the next circuit, because obviously you know that if you feel like you're pretty good at the aim, you feel like maybe you've got the skills for it, everyone here has proven, you can take it to the pro teams. Only Spirit could make it through.
You know what's awesome? I feel like throughout these 2 days, we have kind of dissolved that difference between pro teams and qualified teams. We started with these very strong categories saying, you know what, these are the amateurs, these are the pros, can they even match up with them? And by the end of today, these categories had completely disappeared. We were just talking about Party Poya taking on Spirit. We were talking about the maps and the players and their strength. This was the beauty of it, right? They all came together as equals today, and that could have gone absolutely either way.
And revenge doesn't taste any sweeter than that for Team Spirit as well. 20 grand going straight into their pocket, that beautiful trophy, and of course the title. And the fact that we were pre-facing coming into this saying, you know, look at last year, look at the Red Bull Flick Invitational 2020. Kenny S and Jax managed to make it to that third to fourth place spot. The winning team were amateurs. Second and the other third place team were also amateurs. So man, Team Spirit making history here as well.
They are. They make history. You are absolutely great. The first professional team to win the Red Bull Flick here in Helsinki. And man, that last round, you could see the championship ego kicking in. The last 20 to 30 seconds, they start just dominating everything, and all the dreams of the audience just shattering through. My heart was bleeding too. I thought Party Poya was going to make it, but they just
Spirit
kicked
did have some fans down here as well. We had them screaming for them too. I mean, this audience has been absolutely incredible. So thank you guys so much for joining us too. But man, I mean, for Spirit as well, it kind of just sums up exactly how you were exemplifying them coming into this tournament. The fact that we see them in those last few moments when there's a few tickets just left remaining, they just get so savage and so clinical.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not even clear necessarily that it's down to the raw aim difference or the mechanical abilities of these players. It's just that when the pressure is on, 30, 50% more at the end of those rounds, Spirit are way more immune to that. They are so used to that. I think that's what made the difference in the end. It's really cool to see.
They have the extra 5%.
Yeah, we're going to get to check in with the Spirit side of things as well. Magix is joining Launders for a winner's interview.
Here I am on the ground floor with the Magix once again. Magix, you're glowing and 10 grand richer. How do you feel?
I'm feeling, thank you.
Kitos, Magix, thank you for the wonderful performance. At what point did you know you were going to win?
No, we didn't know. We were about to play the game, to shoot some headshots, and we did it perfectly.
Every time you walked into the green rooms, the same expression. How are you guys continuing to win? And you got your revenge in the finals, okay? But you didn't show too many emotions. So under the hood, what were the secrets about winning in the rematch?
You know, you should never let emotions control yourself. You just stay focused and calm, doing headshots, and I think it's going to work for you.
One last question, Magix. What do you like more? Anime or Finland? We all know the answer is Finland. Thank you so much, Magix. Congratulations. Give it up, Finland. Back to you on the desk, Freya.
So much for that, Launders. That is actually, I couldn't even think of a better way to end the show out. We should just send it to the rollout then. Thank you, Launders.
That works for me. That was perfect.
He hacked his brain at the end.
I also love that Magix giving us some real words of wisdom there. Don't let emotions control yourself, man.
That was, it was very deep, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's kind of
deep felt.
Just hit the headshots.
I just refuse that. I want to live life with emotions. If you're gonna make a truck ton of mistakes, look, but it's It's not the journey's destination, right?
You might not lift the Red Bull Flick trophy.
Doesn't matter. I'm on the desk because somewhere I went right. You know? Like the end result is not so bad.
I mean, we do have to give it up to Paddy Poyard as well. The fact that they make it to that grand final stage, playing in front of their home crowd, the audience were definitely all guns blazing behind them as well. That must have been an incredible experience for them.
And can you imagine what they were going through at this very moment? Blaze had a couple of instances, couple of scenarios in that game where he had like multi-frags and the crowd was all going crazy with him. I guarantee you, these are moments you keep close to your heart for as long as you possibly can, because at that very moment you feel all powerful. And honestly, he got a lot of heads turned and a lot of eyebrows raised.
Yeah, his deagle was amazing. I agree. If this doesn't sort of spark the fire, then nothing will. This is a great memory to have.
Yes.
If you had any dreams of playing competitively and getting onto a stage with maybe a full team as well, yeah, this is a good place to start.
Well, gentlemen, that wraps up all the action for the Red Bull Flick Invitational 2021. Thank you so much for joining me up here on the desk. Of course, thank you to Launders and Scrawny for commentating throughout that grand final and throughout the 2 days as well. And a huge thank you for you guys for joining us, whether you're in the arena watching at home, and a shout out to production as well, because it's been an absolutely spectacular event to be working on. We're going to roll things out with our Steel Series Moments of Glory to round this out, but thank you all for joining us for the Red Bull Flick Invitational 2021.
Bye-bye.